A week after the funeral of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the Hidden Leaf Village was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension. Attention, everyone! During this critical period, we must thoroughly investigate every suspicious individual. It's better to wrongfully detain 100 suspects than let even one potential spy slip through. Understood. A police force commander barked out orders in a stern tone. Understood. The group responded in unison, their voices loud and synchronized. The Konoha police force, established by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had always been managed and operated by the Uchiha clan. They bore the significant responsibilities of maintaining law and order within the village, creating and enforcing regulations, patrolling for disturbances, and apprehending civilians and shinobi involved in criminal activities. At this time, the Uchiha clan was experiencing their busiest period since the founding of the village. The Ninetales attack had inflicted the worst damage the Hidden Leaf had ever suffered, even surpassing the aftermath of the battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha during the village's early days, as that battle had not been fought directly within the village. This left the village vulnerable, and other shinobi villages would likely seize the opportunity to send spies into Konoha. As a result, both the ANBU and the police force were forced to focus most of their efforts on capturing infiltrators. However, the task was made extraordinarily difficult due to one peculiar detail noticed by many shinobi during the Ninetales rampage: the strange Sharingan-like patterns that had appeared in the beast's eyes. While the general populace and Konoha's leadership harbored only suspicions about the Uchiha, in times of grief and loss, such doubts easily escalated into irrational accusations. Rumors began to spread throughout the village. The Uchiha clan orchestrated the Ninetales attack. It's the Uchiha's fault the fourth Hokage is dead. The patterns in Ninetales' eyes are linked to the Uchiha. It must be the Uchiha behind it all. These baseless speculations disrupted the police force's work so severely that even foreign spies began questioning whether they needed to continue concealing their identities. Ironically, however, why does it feel like these rumors might actually be true? Uchiha Aido, he is part of the Uchiha clan. A certain individual in the know mused silently to themselves. Amid Konoha's reconstruction efforts, many merchants risked coming to the village, hoping to find business opportunities. Among them was a young boy with waist-length, spiky black hair. "Big brother, you're spacing out again," a sweet voice called out. A little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, wearing a fox-ear hair accessory, looked up at him with a smile. The boy snapped out of his thoughts, his expression briefly flustered, then crouched down in front of her. "Sorry, Izuna. I got distracted since this is my first time here." "So, big brother's interested in ninjas, huh? But at your age, it might be a little late to start studying at the Ninja Academy." Izuna's face showed a hint of worry before quickly brightening again. "It's okay, even if you can't become a ninja. I'll protect you when I grow up." The boy's heart melted at his sister's innocence. Though he always denied being overly doting, he couldn't resist picking her up and spinning her around in joy. He was so caught up in the moment that he failed to notice 2 green-vested members of the police force turning their attention toward them. These 2 Uchiha officers, however, were not ones to read the room. "Hey, you two, come over here for an identity check, especially that child. Konoha is under emergency protocols right now, and fox-themed accessories are strictly prohibited." "Got it." Hearing this, 6-year-old Izuna's eyes welled up with tears, her expression turning pitifully guilty as if she had committed a grave offense. One of the Uchiha officers hesitated briefly, but his clan pride prevented him from apologizing to a mere child. Nevertheless, his pride soon became the least of his concerns. In an instant, both officers felt an overwhelming sensation, as if they were being constricted by a giant serpent and consumed by searing flames, even though no physical attack had touched them. "Wait, it's that boy with the strange hairstyle." One of the Uchiha officers, whose Sharingan had evolved to the 3-tomo stage, caught a fleeting glimpse of an intricate pattern of red and black in the boy's eyes. "Hold on, could that be?" Before he could finish his sentence, both he and his companion, a Chunin with 2-tomo Sharingan, collapsed unconscious. Their sweat-soaked bodies hit the ground, leaving damp marks on the earth. "Huh? Big brother, why did those 2 uncles suddenly?" Izuna looked up in confusion, her tears forgotten. To her, the two previously intimidating adults had simply dropped to the ground for no reason. The boy quickly responded, "Maybe they were trying to fake an injury to scam us, Izuna. We should find somewhere to stay before we get into trouble here." What does fake an injury mean? Well, it's a type of fraud. Originally, it referred to people deliberately carrying fragile porcelain and bumping into others. The boy patiently explained to his sister as they walked away, acting as though the unconscious officers had nothing to do with him. And so, the boy and the little girl left the scene, leaving behind the two incapacitated officers. Much later, glug, a sharp intake of breath broke the silence. It turned out there had been a witness to the entire scene, a man with striking white eyes and sleek black hair. Anyone familiar with Konoha would instantly recognize him as a member of the Huga clan. Such terrifying chakra. It felt like staring into an endless abyss. It's on par with the Nine Tails. No, perhaps even more fearsome if we disregard sheer quantity. Just standing in his presence required mental preparation. Even 10 minutes after the boy and the girl had left, the Huga man was only just beginning to recover. The flow of chakra in his body. It looked like a Sharingan, but clearly much more powerful. Could be some kind of secret Uchiha technique. No, I must inform the clan leader right away. Dragging his nearly paralyzed legs, the Huga man stumbled toward the Huga compound, the fear he had experienced still fresh in his mind. No one could have guessed the extent of his terror. Wait. As he ran, a sudden thought struck him. Just now I couldn't see the boy's back as he left. Could I have been caught in a jinjutsu? But there are no signs of jinjutsu affecting me. Or am I still trapped in one now? With that chilling realization, he pushed himself to run even faster. After the chaos of the Nine Tails attack, Midokado Hamura, a senior advisor to Konoha's leadership and an old friend of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, was assisting Hiruzen, who had been forced to reassume the position of Hokage, with a mountain of paperwork piling up on his desk. Suddenly, as he reviewed an application for long-term residency, Hamura stumbled across a pair of names that caught his attention. A 12-year-old brother bringing his 6-year-old sister into Konoha at a time like this? It seems even children of a land of fire trust in Konoha's strength and believe we can recover swiftly from this disaster. Throughout history, it wasn't uncommon for speculators to flock to reconstruction zones after disasters. These individuals didn't come purely out of goodwill or altruism. They came because they believed the land would recover quickly and hoped to ride the wave of revitalization for their own gain. Wait, this name, Naru Madak and Naru, Izuna, Utiwa Madara, Utiwa Izuna. Although Hamura himself was a capable ninja, cold sweat began to run down his back as he read those names. His reaction was not an overreaction. These names that could strike fear even into the current leaders of the 5 great shinobi nations, were enough to make anyone's blood run cold, let alone Midokado Hamura. Madara and Izuna, and that surname, pronounced quickly, it's almost identical to Uchiha. This is bad. Hiruzen, we have a situation. Hamura rushed toward the third Hokage's office with a speed he hadn't displayed in years. If there was even the slightest chance that his suspicions were correct, the implications were far more severe than discovering a spy from another village. Inside the Hokage's office, an elderly man with a beard and sideburns already streaked with white was engrossed in paperwork. This man was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. His figure, once imposing, now appeared weary and frail, a shadow of its former glory. Knock, knock. At the sound of a knock on the door, Hiruzen immediately straightened his posture, making an effort to hide his exhaustion and aged demeanor. As the leader of the village, especially in such turbulent times, he could not afford to appear weak before anyone. Come in. It's me, Hiruzen. Hamura. Hiruzen allowed himself a brief moment of relaxation upon seeing his longtime friend. This sight stirred a pang of sorrow in Hamura's heart. As someone who had known Hiruzen for decades, he was well aware of the immense changes his friend had undergone recently. In truth, just half a month earlier, Hiruzen, along with their other contemporaries Kafayutane and Danzo Shimura, still had thick black hair and the appearance of a robust middle-aged man. What one might consider the standard image of a shinobi in their prime. Yet, in the mere 2 weeks since the Nine Tails attack, the former Hokage's hair and beard had gone mostly white, his posture now slightly hunched, and the signs of aging were undeniable. The emotional and mental toll he had endured was evident. "I'm sorry, Hiruzen. When it comes to Minato and Bawako, I don't even know how to console you." Among their old classmates, the one who had been closest to Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't Hamura or Koharu, but rather Danzo Shimura, the head of the Root Division, who also held considerable influence in Konoha. In Hamura's opinion, perhaps only Danzo could offer Hiruzen the kind of support that wouldn't inadvertently add to his grief. But knowing Danzo's personality, such a thing was simply impossible. Despite his reluctance to burden Hiruzen further, Hamura had no choice but to report the discovery he had just made. "Hiruzen, take a look at this application form and personal record." "An application form?" Hiruzen asked, puzzled. What kind of application could provoke such an expression from Hamura? With his sharp observational skills, Hiruzen immediately noticed the trace of fear Hamura was struggling to hide. But he couldn't imagine what sort of application form could elicit such a reaction. Hiruzen first glanced at the personal record, and then he sprang to his feet. "Uchiha Madara!" Bang! "Where is Uchiha Madara?" A man with bandages covering his forehead, right eye, and right arm, along with an X-shaped scar on his chin, suddenly burst through the door. This was Danzo Shimura, Hiruzen Sarutobi's former classmate and longtime rival. Danzo had been passing by the Hokage's office when he overheard the name Uchiha Madara, a name that, despite belonging to a figure associated with Konoha, still struck terror into their generation. Wait, if Madara really appeared, I would have sensed it even from underground, Danzo muttered as he quickly regained his composure. But Hamura's next words caused his nerves to tighten once again. This person claiming to be Madara actually entered Konoha through official channels, using his real name on the application. One thing their generation knew, for certain, was that Uchiha Madara never hid his identity. This understanding alone was enough to make their blood run cold. After a long silence, it was Hiruzen Sarutobi, as Hokage, who finally made the decision. "I will personally go and meet him." By this time, Danzo had also read through the application form and formed his own assessment. Hiruzen, you truly are losing your touch." "Oh, and what makes you say that?" Hiruzen asked, choosing to disregard Danzo's disrespectful tone as he often did. He knew that when Danzo spoke this way, it usually meant he already had a plan. It's likely just a pair of parents who idolized Uchiha Madara and named their children after him. To think such a trivial matter would scare you to this extent. Where is the dignity of the Hokage now? Idolizing Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen pondered for a moment. Danzo's theory wasn't entirely unreasonable. While Uchiha Madara was a fearsome figure in most people's eyes, there were always those in the shinobi world whose thinking deviated from the norm, such as certain members of the Uchiha clan itself. The Uchiha clan, though often producing elite shinobi, was also known for its predisposition toward emotional extremes and psychological struggles. Furthermore, Madara's influence on the shinobi world, particularly on Konoha, was profound. During the era of the first Hokage, the immense power of the village's founders, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, had made Konoha the pinnacle of shinobi villages. However, Madara, one of the village's founding pillars, had suddenly clashed with Hashirama, resulting in Madara's supposed death and, not long after, Hashirama's own passing. This marked the beginning of an era where other shinobi villages began to challenge Konoha's dominance, eventually leading to the outbreak of the Shinobi World Wars. During the time of the second Hokage, an Uchiha named Uchiha Setsuna claimed to carry on Madara's will and incited a rebellion within the village. This was the most notable case of idolization of Uchiha Madara that Hiruzen could recall, though whether it was genuine admiration or merely a pretext, he couldn't say for sure. Even the recent Nine-Tails attack had been speculated by some to be linked to Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen himself had considered the possibility. The Nine-Tails had been summoned into the village through a summoning jutsu, and for their generation, the first person who came to mind as capable of such a feat was Uchiha Madara. Even if Madara were alive now, he would likely be elderly and frail, but this was Madara. As long as it was Uchiha Madara, age, infirmity, or even disability would not make him any less dangerous. Even if this was merely a coincidence of names, it was far from a simple matter. In the shinobi world, Naming a child after a legendary figure often carried significant meaning. It could symbolize the inheritance of spirit and will. For example, just a few months ago, the second son of the Uchiha clan leader had been named after Hiruzen's own father, Sarutobi Sasuke, as a wish for the child to grow into a ninja as exceptional as his namesake. Then how do you explain the surname Nu? Hiruzen asked. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Or it could be a branch of the Uchiha clan, or descendants of an Uchiha who married outside the village. The Uchiha aren't as strict about such things as the Huga are. As Danzo spoke, his words trailed off. Both Hiruzen and Hamura's expressions grew heavy once again. Could they be descendants of Uchiha Madara himself? The thought struck all three of them simultaneously. At this moment, the boy known as Naruto, who had unknowingly become the subject of countless theories among Konoha's upper echelons, was busy searching for a place to live. *TSK. Houses near the Hokage office are ridiculously expensive. Madoc did a quick calculation of his savings and realized they weren't nearly enough to afford such housing prices. Do I really have to become a ninja? He thought to himself, frowning. While being a ninja is the mainstream profession in this world, I have no interest in being someone else's hired blade. For someone like Madoc, who had awakened the memories of his past life 6 years ago, the idea of becoming a ninja, essentially a glorified mercenary, did not align with his personal ambitions. He was well aware that this world was the setting of the manga Naruto, but that didn't mean he wanted to follow the standard path. His little sister, however, was full of enthusiasm for the idea. In fact, one of the major reasons Madoc had left the safe, prosperous, and plot-irrelevant town near the capital of the Land of Fire to come to the chaos-filled Konoha was to help his sister pursue her dream. As he glanced at the smiling face of his little sister, Izuna, standing beside him, his thoughts drifted back to 6 years ago. Flashback. Maple Town, Land of Fire, Cemetery District. Being close to the capital of the Land of Fire, this town was relatively populous. Thus, when a young boy holding an infant barely a month old stood silently in the cemetery, it didn't attract much attention. To call it mourning might be inaccurate, as the boy was simply standing still in front of his parents' graves, holding his baby sister, without performing any sort of ritual. That boy was none other than Naruto. Recently, his young life had been hit by a series of relentless blows. 6 months ago, his father had succumbed to an eye-related illness. 2 weeks ago, his mother had died in childbirth, leaving behind only a newborn baby girl. Yet, as he stood there, his stillness wasn't just from grief. It came from many other realizations. For a moment, I thought I had reincarnated as some alternate SP version of Uchiha Madara. It wasn't just the fact that his name sounded identical to Madara's. Moments earlier, as he awakened the memories of his past life, the grief over losing his parents had triggered the activation of his Sharingan. And not just a single Tomo, it had immediately progressed to 2 Tomo. A child from a regular merchant family, far from Konoha, awakening the Sharingan. So, was my father's death due to some kind of bloodline disease? Did he awaken the Sharingan but lack the chakra to sustain it, leading to his body being drained? What happens to ordinary people with insufficient chakra when they awaken the Sharingan? Or can someone without enough chakra even awaken it? Considering their family surname, no, Madoc speculated that his ancestors might have had some connection to the famous Uchiha clan, which would explain his awakening of a Sharingan. Yet, he wasn't sure if this was due to his crossing into this world, or if it was purely a result of inherited bloodline. Regardless of the truth, Madoc didn't have the luxury to dwell on it. His most pressing responsibility was to care for his infant sister, still in the nursing stage. Their parents had left behind a modest inheritance, not a fortune, but enough to get by for a while. The family's general store was now closed, as both the owner and his wife had passed away. Thankfully, the relatively good law enforcement near the capital had prevented the store from being looted. As Madoc prepared to take his sister home and wait for the hired wet nurse to arrive, he suddenly heard a voice. Daily outing shared successfully. Plus 10 coins. Madoc realized that this was the benefit of being a transmigrator. No matter what he tried, this system-like entity didn't respond any further. It simply rewarded him with 10 coins each day when he returned home after stepping outside. It wasn't until more than 4 years later that the system finally underwent a change. Coins have reached 16,800, sufficient for a high-tier summon down payment. System will configure the summon pool based on the host settings. Asterisk high-tier summon down payment. Why does this sound so familiar? Asterisk. Madoc remembered his frustrating experience in his past life, playing a game where he had to grind endlessly to summon rare characters like Uchiha Sasuke, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Asterisk. Is this going to be one of those fragment mechanics? Well, I've been saving up for so long, it had better not be a scam. Asterisk. To his surprise, the system turned out to be quite generous. In his first 10 summons, Madoc received 11 S-rank ninja fragments. But, asterisk system, are you telling me that the early era version of Madara can appear in the high-tier summon pool? Asterisk. The 11 S-rank fragments he obtained all belonged to Uchiha Konoha Founder, a version that, by all logic, shouldn't have been in a standard summon pool. Asterisk. And why does our marker on these ninja fragments change to JY? What's that supposed to mean? Asterisk. Not only the S-rank fragments, but even the B-rank and C-rank fragments had strange markers in their corners. Asterisk. Sasuke's fragments are marked A. Sasuke's fragments are marked H. Asterisk. Madoc couldn't make sense of these symbols. He didn't even understand why someone like Saku would appear in the summon pool. He guessed it might be a comprehensive mixed pool of all ninja. Asterisk O, and full character card could drop too, I suppose. After all, a pool with B and C rank fragments wouldn't make sense without full cards. Asterisk. The only complete character card Madoc received was Uzumaki Naruto, Academy student, marked with SY. Asterisk. Seriously, what does that mean? Asterisk. To make matters worse, he couldn't even use the card. Usage error. This character is bound to unit Naruto's Romanized name. Asterisk. Can I still change my name at this point? Asterisk. Madoc used up the remaining 90 summons in one go. Whether it was luck or the system's probability settings, he managed to collect 42 fragments of Uchiha Madara Konoha Founder, JY, from the pool, plus a bonus of 38 fragments as a free-to-play player, a perk typically reserved for paying players. This meant Madoc had collected 42 plus 38 is equal to 80 S-rank ninja fragments in just 100 summons. Compared to the standard gacha mechanics of the Naruto game, his results were extraordinary. However, it had taken him 4.5 years to save enough for those 100 summons, unlike in the game, where new players could grind out the down payment in just a month. Since there were no other versions of Madara in the pool, Madoc focused all his efforts on this early-era version of Madara. Fortunately, he could use trial cards for this version. As in the game, he received one trial card for every milestone of 50/60/70/80 fragments. The difference was that these cards could be activated and deactivated at will, with a total usage time of 96 hours. Asterisk. Even though it feels strange to get a trial card for a Founder-era Madara like this, asterisk. After using the card for 3 minutes, Madoc confirmed that it didn't just provide Madara's in-game abilities. It granted the full power of Madara during Konoha's founding era. Based on his understanding of the storyline, this made him practically invincible in the current shinobi world. However, with only 96 hours of usage time, Madoc couldn't risk exposing his identity. He avoided anything related to ninjas as much as possible. But fate had other plans. For some reason, his sister Izuna had developed an inexplicable fascination with becoming a ninja, and her reasoning left Madoc unable to argue. Big brother, I want to protect you. When he first heard this, Madoc's initial reaction was, asterisk. This little sister was definitely worth raising. Asterisk. But that was quickly followed by endless worry. If he had his way, Madoc would have preferred to stay far away from the violent world of ninjas. After all, not every place in the shinobi world was dominated by ninjas. Asterisk. And yet, I still haven't saved enough fragments for a full character card. Asterisk. Madoc sighed. He had already collected 88 fragments for Konoha Founder Madara, but he still wasn't there yet. Just then, he noticed an elderly man in a white robe walking toward them with purpose. Asterisk. Trial card, activate. Asterisk. Madoc always felt that his situation was akin to that of Accelerator from a certain magical index. A character who, after sustaining a head injury, could barely fight as an ordinary person unless plugged in to access his full power. But when activated, this power was usually enough to handle any threat, just like now. The elderly man also seemed to notice Madoc's gaze and stopped concealing his approach, heading straight for the siblings. "Are you two visiting Konoha for the first time?" the old man asked warmly. This was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although Madoc's gaze seemed unusually mature, Izuna was clearly just an ordinary child. Realizing this, Hiruzen felt slightly relieved. At least it's not some nonsensical situation where Madara and Izuna somehow turned into children and came back to Konoha. Yes, it's our first time here, Madoc replied honestly. My sister wants to become a ninja, so I brought her here to enroll in Konoha's Ninja Academy. Additionally, I'm thinking of doing some business here. Konoha is the strongest and most harmonious village in the shinobi world. If I'm lucky, I might even settle down here. I see. Hiruzen thought for a moment before speaking again. Have you considered becoming a ninja yourself? To be frank, I have quite a bit of experience in the field, and I'd say you have the potential to become an exceptional shinobi. Oh? And how do you figure that out? Ninja aptitude shouldn't be something you can judge with just your eyes, Madoc asked curiously. Call it intuition, Hiruzen replied with a chuckle. When you've lived as long as I have, you start having these inexplicable hunches. If you're not interested, just think of it as the ramblings of an old man. By the way, I recall there's a real estate agency about 1 kilometer east of here. They're honest in their dealings and haven't been known to take advantage of outsiders. With that, Hiruzen left. While he hadn't been able to discern the true nature of this boy with the same name as Madara, he had at least confirmed that the young man bore no hostility toward Konoha. For now, that was enough. Big brother, was that a nice grandpa we just met? Izuna, still too young to fully grasp the situation, could at least tell that the elderly man had warmly pointed them in the right direction. Yes, that was a very kind grandpa. Just not very lucky. That must have been the third Hokage, Madoc thought. After losing his wife and his chosen successor, he must be going through a lot. Speaking of which, what's the deal with those faces on the Hokage rock? Looking toward the Hokage rock, Madoc felt a little speechless. It seemed the statues had been sculpted in a rather abstract style. And to think Konoha's administrative system, which practically grinds its leaders into the ground, still manages to be so efficient. Did they really figure out those 2 guards collapsed and trace it back to me this quickly? Or is it something else? Could our entry records have triggered some kind of association in his mind? Madoc wasn't naive enough to believe that, during such a chaotic time, the Hokage would take the time to personally guide an ordinary civilian. That kind of special treatment would only happen for someone like Naruto later on. Not even Hiruzen's own unborn grandson would receive such attention. Let's go Izuna. Let's see what kind of agency the Hokage himself recommended. Huh? The Hokage? Izuna stiffened, her nerves kicking in. She hadn't expected that the kind-looking old man was actually the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village. As for how her brother had recognized the Hokage, she didn't question it. She simply knew that her brother was never wrong. Don't worry too much. If you become a ninja someday, you might even aim to become Hokage yourself. Of course, Izuna's going to be the strongest ninja and protect Big Brother. Is that so? I'll be looking forward to it. This scene did not escape the notice of 2 Huga clansmen observing from a distance. Those familiar with Konoha would recognize them as Hayashi Huga, the current clan head, and his brother Hisashi. That chakra, just for a moment, it wasn't even intentionally released, but it clearly surpassed the Hokage's. Hisashi noted, his tone grave. The boy, who appeared to be only 12 years old, was clearly not normal. To be precise, he was extremely abnormal. And to be able to suppress his chakra to the point that even the Byakugan can't detect it, that's unheard of. Not even the clan archives mention such a phenomenon. Indeed, chakra that wasn't specifically refined was essentially undetectable. But what kind of ninja would deliberately refrain from refining their chakra? Judging by the nature of his chakra, he's likely from the Uchiha clan. Could he be the one who unleashed the Nine Tails? Hisashi asked, his suspicion high. During the Nine Tails attack, No Huga had witnessed the culprit responsible for the beast summoning, leaving room for speculation that Madoc might be the individual in question. Unlikely. With power like this, if he wanted to attack Konoha, he could have done so personally. He wouldn't need the Nine Tails. He could have ridden on its back and attacked the village together with it, and there would have been no way he'd vanish without a trace afterward. Hayashi's mind turned toward other possibilities. I believe we should try to establish a good relationship with him. Perhaps. Hayashi was already considering how a powerful external ally might help his family, particularly in freeing his brother's branch house from the cage bird seal. The world is full of unexpected twists, as Naoru Madoc would soon discover. Who could have guessed that his surname, which sounded so suspiciously like Uchiha, would end up bringing him good fortune? You're from the Uchiha clan? What's an Uchiha doing buying property here? Don't you people already have that exclusive clan district? The receptionist at the real estate agency eyed him with a hint of hostility. In Konoha, 12-year-olds were often already active shinobi, so the receptionist didn't see Madoc as a child, but rather as someone possibly here to stir trouble. The reaction wasn't entirely unprovoked. The Uchiha clan did indeed have their own expansive district within the village, akin to a village within a village, making it unnecessary for them to seek housing elsewhere. But the receptionist's irritation stemmed from more than that. Recently, Uchiha patrol officers have been frequenting his agency to enforce village laws, and he had grown increasingly resentful of their heavy-handed behavior. Faced with such suspicion, Madoc didn't bother to argue or lose his temper. He wasn't the type to lash out over minor provocations. Instead, he calmly handed over the form he had just filled out. This word is pronounced not Uchiha. The receptionist froze. He realized his mistake immediately. The surname, Naruto, was written in kanji, and he had simply skimmed over it too quickly, letting his assumptions run wild. His demeanor shifted instantly, and he bowed at a sharp 90-degree angle. My deepest apologies, Mr. Naruto. His apology was genuine, for good reason. The agency had a policy. The top-performing employee each year earned the right to extend the agency's maximum discount to a friend or family member. While most used this opportunity to boost their own sales further, the privilege was rare and valuable, and the receptionist didn't want to jeopardize his record over a misunderstanding. In the end, Madoc managed to secure a 12-year lease on a standard single-family home located on the same street as the Hokage's office. The price he paid was comparable to housing near the outskirts of Konoha's central district. While he had considered purchasing the property outright, his current funds weren't sufficient, and he wasn't inclined to resort to extreme measures. For now, this arrangement would suffice. Big brother, didn't you always say we should be frugal? Why spend so much money all at once this time? To purchase the house, Madoc had spent a significant portion of his savings. Even Izuna, young as she was, could sense there was something unusual about her brother's insistence on securing a property so close to the Hokage's office, though she didn't understand why. When you're older, you'll understand. Living near the Hokage's office and the Ninja Academy isn't just about saving travel time. It's about so much more. On the surface, Madoc's reasoning seemed to be about ensuring good neighbors. But there was a far more important consideration behind his choice. He didn't want to be disturbed by certain individuals in Konoha, specifically, a certain shadow of the ninja world with the surname Shimura. Madoc was well aware that even random civilians mistook his surname for Uchiha. It was almost guaranteed that someone like Danzo Shimura, who was practically the king of paranoia, would come looking for trouble. However, by living near the Hokage's office, he would be under Hiruzen Sarutobi's watchful eye. Even Danzo wouldn't have many chances to stir up trouble in such a location. At the end of the day, the true leader of this village was still Hiruzen Sarutobi. And based on their earlier brief encounter, Hiruzen had made his stance clear. Regardless of what he might suspect, he was willing to extend goodwill. If Danzo tried to pull any of his usual schemes. Well, that'd fast-forward straight to the "you regret my shadow" arc, Madoc mused. Unless he had no other choice, he didn't want to reveal his strength prematurely, especially when dealing with someone like Danzo, where brute force was often the only language he understood. Come on, Izuna. Let's go to our new home. Inside the Hokage office. Bang! Danzo slammed his fist onto the desk. Hiruzen, you're telling me you did nothing? He seems like a mature and emotionally stable Uchiha boy, Hiruzen replied calmly. In my opinion, his temperament is much closer to Kageme's than to Madara's. Kagami, Uchiha Kagami, was one of the rare members of the Uchiha clan who embodied the will of fire. Of course, Hiruzen wasn't referring to ideological alignment in this case, but purely to personality traits. In this era, Uchiha with naturally stable temperaments were rare. Uchiha who were both emotionally stable and exceptionally talented were practically unheard of. After all, the clan's inherent bloodline limits didn't exactly lend themselves to traits like kindness or emotional equilibrium. I can't trust your judgment, Hiruzen. I'm going to verify this myself. Hearing this, Hiruzen immediately stood, his expression sharp. Wait, Danzo, what are you planning to do? Someone with exceptional potential and a possible connection to Uchiha Madara must be bound to Konoha by all means necessary. I'll personally investigate his background and test his abilities. You're not doing anything, Danzo. Investigate? Test? The reasons sounded reasonable enough, but Hiruzen knew that Danzo's tone meant trouble. That boy and his sister joined Konoha out of genuine goodwill. I've lived long enough to know sincerity when I see it. Join Konoha? Danzo paused, but just as Hiruzen thought he might back down, Danzo spoke again. Then I demand that the boy and his sister join Root in the future. Bang! Don't push it, Danzo. Do you want to drive a boy who has faith in Konoha straight into opposition? You're too idealistic, Hiruzen. That boy is definitely not ordinary. He should. Enough, Danzo. I'm still the Hokage. Hiruzen sat back down, his voice firm. Though Danzo stood taller physically, the way Hiruzen carried himself made it clear who held the true authority in the room. Oof. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him, his frustration palpable. After Danzo's departure, Hiruzen fell into deep thought. Danzo, we're no longer young. Why are you still so impulsive? Sitting in this seat is about leading the village, not fighting against its own people. His mind drifted to his 3 former students. Tsunade. If she hadn't suffered that tragedy, she might have been the most suitable to inherit the Hokage title. Jiraiya. That kid is still as unreliable as ever, chasing after some vague prophecy about a child of destiny. And Orochimaru. His passion for becoming Hokage has clearly faded. Is he still resentful that I didn't support him back then? Sitting in the Hokage's chair, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel that his life's work had been riddled with failures. Lost in his thoughts, he noticed something unusual about the documents on his desk. It wasn't his imagination. The documents had changed. What's this? Elsewhere, at the Nura siblings' new home, Izuna marveled at their new surroundings. Big brother, this house is so big. Is this really ours? Madoc smiled faintly, ruffling her hair. It's ours for the next 12 years, at least. He glanced briefly toward the Hokage office in the distance, his expression unreadable. 12 years. That should be enough time to figure out exactly where I stand in this world. Generally speaking, nothing significant should happen on a walk of less than 2 kilometers from the Ninja Academy to one's home. However, Madoc found himself face-to-face with someone who seemed intent on triggering some kind of plot development. It was a young man with long black hair and pale, piercing Byakugan eyes, dressed in a green kimono. The man was observing Madoc with his Byakugan, his gaze sharp and unflinching. I am Huga Hizashi. The young man introduced himself, his tone calm but deliberate. Naruto-kun, if you don't mind, would you come to the Huga compound for a discussion? My elder brother, the head of the Huga clan, wishes to speak with you. In an instant, Madoc activated his trial card. After briefly sensing the number of shinobi in the vicinity, he let out a deep sigh. Do you even care about how this looks to everyone watching? He asked, his voice tinged with exasperation. The area was bustling with activity. Numerous shinobi, some of whom were undoubtedly of Jonin rank, were either monitoring the situation or simply passing by. After all, this was the street near the Hokage's office. Any ninja who happened to glance in this direction would instantly notice that a member of the Huga clan, known for their Byakugan's unmatched insight, was openly inviting a boy with a mysterious background to their compound. It was as if they were broadcasting to Konoha's leadership that something was up with Madoc. For a moment, Madoc tried to put himself in the shoes of Hiruzen Sarutobi or Danzo Shimura. The thought alone made his scalp tingle with discomfort. Huga Hizashi followed Madoc's gaze, scanning their surroundings. "What do you mean?" he asked, his tone puzzled. To him, the street looked no different than usual. "If I remember correctly, the Huga clan is the one with the Byakugan, a dojutsu with a name that parallels the Uchiha Sharingan, isn't it?" Madoc asked, his tone casual but with a hint of sarcasm. Hizashi tilted his head slightly, still not understanding Madoc's point. He was more focused on the fact that this boy, who clearly had an active Sharingan, likely of a very advanced level, had just brought up the Byakugan. What was he trying to imply? Madoc sighed inwardly. Asterisk, forget it. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, this is going to lead to a second conversation later anyway. Let's just wrap this up quickly and go home before any formal summons arrive. Asterisk. Huga Hizashi-sen, Madoc said politely, "I'll agree to the meeting. Could you, however, point me in the direction of the Huga compound? I'm new to Konoha and unfamiliar with the layout. I also have a younger sister waiting for me at home, so I'd like to avoid wasting too much time." Understood. Please follow me. Unlike others, the Huga clan, especially those who had activated their Byakugan, would never dare to underestimate Madoc. The sheer volume and quality of his chakra were enough to command their utmost caution. His apparent age was something they had long since dismissed as irrelevant. 1 minute later, at the Hokage office, as Madoc had anticipated, the third Hokage fell silent upon hearing the report of what had just transpired on the street. The Huga clan's Byakugan possesses greater insight than even the Sharingan. Hiruzen mused, his tone thoughtful. They can see the chakra pathways and even the most subtle chakra flows within the human body. It seems this Madoc is indeed a shinobi, and a very powerful one at that. But his demeanor suggests he is someone who values following the rules. To Hiruzen, the way Madoc had spoken to him yesterday was no act. He could tell that the boy genuinely wanted to join Konoha and settle down with his younger sister. His choice to live near the Hokage's office only reinforced this impression as a gesture of sincerity. As for the idea that Madoc might be a spy, Hiruzen hadn't even entertained the thought. In all his years, he had never seen a spy bold enough to bring their family and live right under the Hokage's watchful eye. And if this boy were truly as powerful as his chakra suggested, what need would there be for such a spy mission in the first place? The whole idea seemed pointless. Asterisk sigh, asterisk. Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe before issuing his orders to the reporting shinobi. This matter is not to be shared with anyone else. I will handle it personally. Understood, third Hokage. Asterisk, I'll visit him myself tonight. Asterisk, Hiruzen thought as he walked to the window and gazed in the direction of Madoc's home. Though the view was obstructed by other buildings, he knew their proximity well enough. Asterisk, or perhaps I should make it a habit to check on them every evening. Sigh, asterisk. He had lost count of how many times he had sighed that day. The truth was, it wasn't just Madoc's situation weighing on him. There had been far too many minor and major issues piling up lately. At the Huga compound, "We've been expecting you." Huga Hayashi greeted him, his tone formal but measured. Or should I say, Hayashi trailed off, but Madoc knew precisely what he was about to say. Asterisk, Uchiha. Asterisk, I'm not part of the Uchiha clan, Madoc replied calmly. Though it's possible I might have some Uchiha lineage, the odds are slim. And even if I do, it would be so diluted as to be negligible. Then, could it be that your reason for coming to Konoha is to reconnect with your roots? Hayashi asked instinctively. As a member of a clan deeply rooted in tradition, it was only natural for him to frame the situation in such terms. To him, the Uchiha clan, another ancient and powerful shinobi lineage, might share similar values about ancestry and heritage. It wasn't unreasonable to imagine that someone with even a trace of Uchiha blood might feel compelled to trace their lineage. Reconnecting with my roots? I'll pass. Madoc responded curtly. Even if that were a possibility, it's not something I'm interested in at the moment. The collective temperament of the Uchiha clan was something Madoc found utterly unappealing, even as someone who suspected he might carry Uchiha blood. Asterisk Izuna is at a critical age where her worldview is still forming. Asterisk, Madoc thought. Asterisk, I can't let her get too close to the Uchiha. When it comes to making friends, The Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, or even the Inuzuka families are much better choices. Heck, even ordinary people are more reliable than most of the Uchiha. Asterisk. The Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, and Inuzuka clans, collectively referred to as the Ino-Shikacho and Dog families, held relatively high standing in Konoha. While their overall strength and talent might not match the Uchihas, they made up for it with more balanced and agreeable personalities. Occasionally, one might even encounter an exceptional individual among them, but at least their behavior was within the realm of normal. The Uchiha, on the other hand, simply put, while Madoka admired the aesthetic of the Sharingan and found characters like Uchiha Madara to be compelling and charismatic, the idea of befriending an actual Uchiha was far from appealing. If anything, he wanted to keep his distance and, more importantly, ensure that his sister stayed far away. Even if the chances were slim, he didn't want to risk his family being caught up in the Uchiha's toxic cycles of obsession and loss. Asterisk, he seems to have a strong aversion to the Uchiha. Asterisk, Hayashi thought, noticing how Madoka had subtly frowned at the mention of reconnecting with his roots. Though the boy had tried to hide it, the movement hadn't escaped Hayashi's trained eyes. Wait a moment, Hayashi murmured to himself, his gaze narrowing. Asterisk, why does this Madoka seem so familiar? Could it be? Asterisk. Hayashi's mind raced as he tried to connect the dots. He mentally compared Madoka's appearance to an image of a certain Uchiha shinobi who had left Konoha long ago. And then, he came to a startling realization. Asterisk, though the images from the Warring States period and the early days of Konoha's founding are somewhat distorted, the resemblance is uncanny. Coupled with his apparent disdain for the Uchiha clan, and most importantly, his name, it all lines up. There's only one answer. Asterisk. Asterisk, this Madoka must be a direct descendant of Uchiha Madara. Asterisk. The night passed peacefully, and, as Madoka had anticipated, Danzo had taken no action. This was entirely within his expectations. Danzo was calculating, and any move he made would be deliberate and carefully timed. After preparing breakfast for his sister in the morning, Madoka made his way to the famed Ninja Academy. While the academy was notorious for teaching only a handful of basic jutsu, even after 6 years of schooling, it remained the only path for ordinary civilians to become shinobi. The teacher in charge of admissions was a plain-looking, unassuming chunin with a friendly demeanor. Whether it was because he had been notified in advance or simply due to his naturally amiable personality, the man, whose name was Sato Yosuke, welcomed Madoka warmly into his office. You'd like to enroll your sister in the Ninja Academy, right? Well, to be honest, it's a bit tricky. This isn't the enrollment season. If you wait for the next batch of new students, it'll be next April, Sato explained. This was something Madoka had already expected, as Konoha's academic calendar closely resembled that of Japan from his previous life. I understand that, Madoka replied calmly. But theoretically, transferring mid-year should be possible, right? Transferring? Sato blinked in surprise. Mid-year transfers were rare. Most potential shinobi either followed a family training route or entered the academy from the very beginning to learn the foundational knowledge and skills required of a ninja. Has Azuna-chan already had some basic training at home? Sato asked, looking curious. She's practiced with shuriken, I suppose. I bought her some kunai and shuriken to play with, and I think she's pretty talented in that area, Madoka said matter-of-factly. In truth, Madoka's original intention had been to create some magnetic toy darts for his sister to play with. However, he quickly discovered that Azuna had an uncanny knack for handling projectiles. After buying her some real ninja tools, he was astonished to see her pick up advanced shuriken techniques simply by watching street performers who demonstrated ninja skills. In a way, the natural talent of Uchiha blood was already beginning to reveal itself. Shuriken talent? If you don't mind me asking, does the surname have any connection to the Uchiha clan? Sato's tone was casual, but there was a hint of curiosity behind it. Madoka wasn't sure if this was a personal question or if it reflected official interest from Konoha. I have no idea, Madoka replied honestly. The truth was he still didn't know whether his Sharingan activation was the result of some transmigrator-specific perk, or if it was actually tied to Uchiha lineage. Even now, he couldn't be sure. He figured the answer might become clear the day Azuna awakened her own Sharingan, if that day ever came. but I suspect there might be some connection. Maybe our ancestors were related somehow. It does sound similar, after all. As for the fact that he had already awakened his Sharingan, Madoc saw no reason to bring it up. If Konoha really wanted to know, they could just send a Huga to check. The important thing was that no one had officially investigated him yet, which meant it wasn't a pressing issue. I see, Sato said, scratching the back of his head. He seemed to be weighing his options. All right, how about this? Bring Izuna-chan here at the same time tomorrow. If she can keep up with the progress of the students who started 6 months ago, we can consider letting her transfer. But my sister hasn't started refining chakra yet, Madoc admitted with a sigh. Though she's really eager to start learning as soon as possible. The image of Izuna pouting and pleading flashed through Madoc's mind, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of fondness and resignation. So she's starting from zero then? Sato thought to himself, feeling a bit exasperated. Asterisk, why are you in such a hurry to enroll her? Don't tell me you're one of those older brothers who loses all rationality the moment their little sister pouts. Asterisk. Internally, Sato was at a loss. Asterisk, if she hasn't even started chakra refinement, she's clearly just a normal civilian child. That's not something you can fake. But still, third Hokage-sama, could you please stop giving me such vague assignments? Asterisk. Last night, Sarutobi Hiruzen had given Sato a task to handle the enrollment of this brother and sister pair who might have Uchiha bloodline ties. However, the Hokage had given no specific instructions or clear objectives, leaving Sato to guess that Hiruzen wanted him to keep the siblings in the village. That said, Madoc continued, I think she'd rank quite high among first-year students. If the other kids in her grade haven't learned any jutsu yet, Izuna might even be at the top in terms of shuriken skills. And honestly, for civilian children like us, 6 months isn't enough to make much progress in chakra refinement anyway, right? You've got a point, Sato admitted reluctantly. Asterisk, this boy, Madoc, isn't just mature. His understanding of ninja life seems unusually deep. Asterisk, Sato thought to himself. He began to suspect that Madoc might be an unsanctioned rogue ninja, or perhaps even a spy from another village. However, given the third Hokage's involvement, the latter possibility seemed highly unlikely. So, it's settled for tomorrow morning, right? Madoc confirmed. Yes, but everything will depend on how she performs tomorrow. As for tuition, you don't need to worry about it. The third Hokage has waived tuition fees for the next few years, considering how much everyone lost during the Ninetales attack. Asterisk, it's probably part of a large-scale recruitment effort to replenish the village's ninja ranks. Asterisk, Madoc speculated silently. All right, thank you for your help. Here's some detailed information about my sister. Please take a look when you have time. After leaving a few pages of notes, Madoc departed. Sato found himself intrigued. This was the first time in his years at the academy that someone had voluntarily submitted such detailed information about a student before enrollment. Physically fit, agile, and skilled in shuriken techniques. Wait a second, does that mean? Sato began to sweat. The last time he'd heard someone use the term skilled in shuriken techniques, like this, it had been from an Uchiha. Thanks to the Uchiha clan's mastery of shuriken jutsu, the phrase had practically become synonymous with their name. In Konoha, no one outside the Uchiha dared claim expertise in shuriken techniques. It would be like inviting ridicule. Even Sato, a chunin, felt his own shuriken skills paled in comparison to those of Uchiha Itachi, who was only 6 years old. Asterisk, wait, isn't the Uchiha clan leader's eldest son currently attending the Ninja Academy? Maybe I should ask the Uchiha to verify whether this family has ties to their clan. But if it turns out they are Uchiha, wouldn't the clan just take them back? Asterisk. The Uchiha were arrogant, but they weren't exclusionary when it came to bloodlines. They occasionally married outside the clan and were known to welcome children with Uchiha blood back into the fold. Asterisk, what a mess. Should I consult the Hokage again to clarify the mission details? But wouldn't that make me seem incompetent? Why do I, a simple admissions officer, have to deal with such a complicated task? Asterisk, Sato groaned internally, feeling the beginnings of a headache. Seeing Huga Hayashi's increasingly peculiar expression, even Noira Madoc couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. If you have something to say, please speak plainly, Madoc said directly, breaking the silence. Hayashi seemed to snap out of his thoughts, as if waking from a dream. My apologies. I was just reminded of a very famous shinobi from Konoha's history, Uchiha Madara. I wonder if Naruto has heard of him. Uchiha? It's impossible not to have heard of him. Madak replied with a faint smile. As you can imagine, with a name like mine, people often associate it with him. Sharing the name of such a legendary figure can be quite troublesome. Indeed, Madak and Madara sounded nearly identical. Anyone with even a basic knowledge of history would naturally make the connection, especially when paired with a surname like Fu, which bore a striking similarity to Uchiha. I feel, however, that it might not be as simple as just sharing a name, Hayashi said, his tone cautious. To be frank, our clan has preserved some portraits from the Warring States period and the early days of Konoha's founding. While those images are not as accurate as modern photographs, I couldn't help but notice your appearance bears an uncanny resemblance to that of Uchiha Madara. If Naruto is unfamiliar with his ancestry, I dare to speculate you might very well be a descendant of Uchiha Madara. Hayashi's theory sounded reasonable, but Madak knew it was entirely impossible. For Madak, who had knowledge of the original Naruto storyline from his previous life, Uchiha Madara was a character whose personality and motivations were crystal clear. He was not the type to leave behind descendants, not even remotely. In fact, the shinobi world's perception of Madara was likely riddled with misconceptions and exaggerations. Madara had been mythologized into a near-demonic figure over the years. This wasn't necessarily because people revered him, but because he frequently appeared in novels, plays, and other fictionalized accounts as the rival of the legendary Senju Hashirama. In these narratives, Madara's prowess was often inflated to match or enhance Hashirama's greatness. After all, no audience would find it satisfying if Senju Hashirama defeated Uchiha Madara with a single kunai. Such a tale would lack drama. Moreover, in the real shinobi world, the Uchiha clan still existed. While Madara had long since defected, some within the clan still claimed to carry on his will, though such claims were usually superficial at best. If anyone dared to portray Madara too negatively, they would likely face real-life retribution from the remaining Uchiha. I think that's unlikely, Madak replied after a moment of thought. Even if historical records from the Warring States period are somewhat distorted, the general temperament and character of those legendary shinobi shouldn't be too far off the mark. As far as I can tell, someone like him probably wouldn't leave behind descendants. I see. My apologies for overstepping, Hayashi said, bowing slightly. But, Naruto, if I may ask, do you have any intention of becoming an official Konoha shinobi? I'm still considering it, Madak admitted. To be honest, I'm not particularly keen on becoming a ninja. At the end of the day, I prefer a quiet life at home over taking on missions and fighting on behalf of others. The idea of frequently leaving home for months at a time seems a bit too exhausting for me. Hayashi, however, shook his head. No, that's a common misconception. Oh, how so? Madak asked, intrigued. Not all shinobi rely on missions for their livelihood. Large clans like ours, the Huga, have various family businesses spanning different industries. The same is true for mid-sized clans like the Yamanaka and Akimichi, and even some civilian shinobi. Many make a living through other means, such as running stores or managing businesses. While we are always ready to respond to the Hokage's summons, outside of wartime, that's rarely necessary. Hayashi's perspective was shaped by his privileged position as the head of the Huga clan. He was unaware of how difficult life could be for ordinary ninja. For many, missions were their primary, if not only, source of income. Without missions, most rank-and-file shinobi struggled to make ends meet. The majority of missions aren't assigned directly by the Hokage, Hayashi continued. Instead, shinobi must actively visit the Hokage's office to accept assignments. If you don't take the initiative to pick up missions, the Hokage won't send them to your doorstep. After all, the number of available missions in Konoha isn't unlimited. The shinobi world's economy was perpetually imbalanced. Even the wealthiest clients didn't require ninja assistance in every aspect of their lives. One of the main reasons for conflict among the major villages was the scarcity of missions. Even in Konoha, the most trusted village in the industry, there weren't enough missions to go around. Only shinobi deemed indispensable by the Hokage would receive priority assignments, and by that point, their power and status would already be exceptional. I see your point, Madoc nodded thoughtfully. For a brief moment, an amusing image popped into his mind. The third Hokage sending ANBU operatives to his house to inform him that he'd been assigned to weed a farmer's field. The absurdity of the scenario made him chuckle, though he realized he might be overlooking his own unique position in terms of power. Hayashi, as if reminded of something, added, "Of course, if a shinobi wishes to advance quickly, frequent missions are essential. Even I, the head of the Huga clan, didn't become a jonin by chance. Like everyone else, I had to climb the ladder through missions and evaluations." "That much I understand," Madoc replied. "If I'm not mistaken, ninja ranks are something you have to work your way up through formal promotions. Even if someone had power far surpassing the Hokages or save the entire shinobi world, they'd still have to start as a genin and advance step by step. Still, it seems that becoming a ninja wouldn't have as much of an impact on my daily life as I initially thought. Asterisk advancing to jonin shouldn't be that hard, right?" Asterisk, Madoc thought, though he couldn't help but notice Hayashi's subtle unease at his earlier comment about genin surpassing the Hokage. Hayashi seemed to interpret it as proof of Madoc's inexperience, as no one with even a basic understanding of the system would associate genin with far surpassing the Hokage. Not even the most outlandish fiction writers would make such a claim. Exactly. Take me, for example. If it weren't for my daily training in Gentle Fist, I'd almost forget that I'm a jonin of Konoha, Hayashi said with a faint smile. Many clan shinobi in Konoha found themselves in a similar situation. After all, why risk danger when one's family had the means to live comfortably? Only individuals with special abilities like Madoc could afford to disregard external threats like bandits or rogue ninja. Still, Madoc had a reason to consider becoming a formal Konoha shinobi. If possible, he wanted to be his sister's future jonin team leader. Though it wasn't a necessity, he could always shadow her missions if he was dissatisfied with her assigned instructor. It would certainly be more convenient to take on the role officially. That said, Madoc recognized the challenges. As an outsider reluctant to take missions, the idea of advancing to jonin seemed far-fetched, even to himself. Most importantly, his Konoha founder, Madara complete character card was still incomplete. If he could permanently maintain that level of power, many of these concerns would become irrelevant. Huga clan leader, Madoc finally asked, if someone from outside the village wanted to become a Konoha shinobi, what would the process entail? Becoming a ninja? To be honest, I've never given it much thought, Madoc remarked, leaning back slightly in his seat. I always assumed that as long as someone learned to refine chakra and mastered even a single jutsu, they could be considered a ninja. After all, the graduation exam at the academy is absurdly basic. They only test the 3 basic jutsu. As their conversation continued, Huga Hayashi increasingly felt as though he were speaking with a peer or a fellow clan leader, rather than a young outsider who appeared no older than 12. Of course, after witnessing Madoc's immense chakra firsthand, it had long since become impossible for Hayashi to see him as just an ordinary boy. And Naruto's situation is certainly unique, Hayashi continued, his tone measured. But if you don't mind, you could consider the process for wandering ninja joining a hidden village. While it was rare for ninja villages to openly accept defectors or rogue ninja wanted by other villages, there was no issue with ordinary wandering ninja, Lungen, Xinghao Ronin, joining their ranks. However, this would require formally identifying yourself as a wandering ninja, a title that carries a certain stigma in the shinobi world. I wonder if Naruto would be comfortable with that, Hayashi said cautiously. Stigma? What could be so disgraceful about it? Madoc asked, raising an eyebrow. Would I have to carry the title of Wandering Ninja for a long time before being fully accepted into Konoha? Wandering Ninja, as the name suggested, were unaffiliated shinobi who roamed from place to place without allegiance to any village. Their strength often paled in comparison to formally trained ninja from the major villages. Due to their lack of discipline and regulation, many wandering ninja were viewed by the larger villages as little more than skilled thieves. Not at all, Hayashi explained. In reality, all that's required is registering your identity at the Hokage's office. It's just that the term wandering ninja is often seen as undignified. but it seems Oken doesn't care much about such labels. Why would I? Madoc replied with a faint smirk. I'm an absolute novice. It'd be absurd for me to look down on wandering ninja, who at least count as semi-professionals. Asterisk a novice with chakra this powerful? Then what are the rest of us? Asterisk. Hayashi felt momentarily speechless. Though he suspected Madoc might lack formal ninja training, his abilities clearly placed him far above the average shinobi. In any case, Hayashi continued, regaining his composure. If you wish to join Konoha as an official ninja, you simply need to register at the Hokage's office and pass a relatively simple evaluation. I see. Thank you for the explanation, Huga clan leader, Madoc said politely. Although Madoc knew from the original Naruto storyline that the Huga clan was significant. After all, two prominent members played key roles in the series. He had always held a somewhat stereotypical view of them, seeing them as rigid and overly traditional. However, after speaking with Hayashi, he recalled something important. Hayashi himself had always harbored thoughts of reforming the Huga clan. His greatest obstacle was a lack of sufficient strength to suppress dissenting voices within the clan. It didn't take much for Madoc to understand why Hayashi was now trying to build a connection with him. In simple terms, if Madoc were to plug in activate his trial card and shake hands with Hayashi in front of the other Huga elders, their attitudes would likely shift dramatically. This strategy was reminiscent of how Hayashi later supported Naruto as a prospective son-in-law in the original series. While the Huga were traditional and rigid, they were neither irrational nor foolish. What their Byakugan could see was clear. Against Madoc's Konoha founder, Madara power template, their conclusions would be undeniable. When someone's strength was visibly 100 times greater than your own, would you dare to test them? Such a decision would likely end in death, not discovery. Standing up, Madoc said with a polite smile, if the Huga clan leader ever needs my help in the future, I will do my utmost to assist. That won't be necessary. Hayashi began to decline instinctively. But then he hesitated, thinking of his younger brother Hisashi and Hisashi's 1-year-old son. Finally, he steeled himself and spoke directly. In that case, I'll be upfront. If Naruto is willing, I would like to invite you to attend my daughter's 100-day celebration after you become an official ninja. Based on her due date, the event will likely take place around mid-March next year. Madoc immediately understood who Hayashi was referring to, none other than Hinata Huga, the future wife of Naruto Uzumaki and a significant character in the original series. Although Madoc couldn't recall her exact birthday, it seemed she hadn't been born yet. Asterisk man, the Byakugan is so practical in everyday life. Want to know your baby's gender? Just take one look. This clan is wasting their potential by being ninja. Asterisk, Madoc mused to himself, amused by the thought. Of course, Madoc replied. If all goes well, I won't let the Huga clan leader down. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Madoc left the Huga compound and returned home. Not long after Madoc's departure, Hayashi called his younger brother Hisashi into a private room. His temperament is nothing like that of the Uchiha, Hayashi began, his tone thoughtful. In fact, it's much closer to our Huga. Hisashi considered Madoc's demeanor and agreed. Indeed, he's a very orderly individual. Despite possessing the power to break the rules, he shows great respect for established order. However, I can't understand why you invited him to your child's 100-day celebration. At the end of the day, isn't he still an Uchiha by blood? That no longer matters, Hisashi. Niji is already 1-year-old. If we can't change the current system before he turns 4, then you know exactly what awaits him. And that's something neither of us wants to see. Unlike most other shinobi clans, the Huga clan had a unique and oppressive tradition, the division between the main house and branch house. When a main house's eldest child turned 3, every member of the branch house was branded with the caged bird seal. This seal not only restricted the Byakugan's abilities, but also allowed the main house to control and even kill branch house members by damaging their nervous system. Hisashi himself had suffered this fate. While his elder brother, Hayashi, never treated him as a subordinate, that didn't mean Hisashi's son, Niji, could escape the same destiny. As Hayashi had stated, if the tradition wasn't challenged, Niji would be branded with the cage bird seal at the age of 4, dooming him to a life of servitude. What? Hisashi's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected that his brother's efforts to bring an outsider like Madoc into their circle were ultimately for him and his son. Brother, you mean to say, this isn't just about you and Niji, Hisashi? Hayashi interrupted, his voice firm. Sitting upright, he activated his Byakugan, staring at the ceiling as if contemplating something far beyond the room. The system of the main and branch houses has persisted for countless generations, but I believe it has long since strayed from its original purpose. Yet, I've never had the strength to change it. But today, this man named Madoc has shown me an opportunity. I don't know where he comes from, but I do know that he possesses the power to break tradition. And with someone of his personality, forming an alliance is unlikely to result in future complications. Hisashi lowered his head, his eyes closed as he bowed deeply. Brother, Niji's future, and the future of the entire Huga branch house, all of it rests on you now. Leave it to me, Hisashi. This time, I've made up my mind. At the Nura residence, the first day in their new home was unfolding peacefully, at least on the surface. After all the belongings had been moved from their temporary storage, Izuna, ever the energetic little sister, was already in the yard practicing what she believed to be the basics required to become a ninja student. Keyword believed. The truth was, becoming a student at the Ninja Academy didn't require any particular foundation, nor did it demand any prior skill. Nonetheless, Izuna was enthusiastically training in a manner that would make it hard to believe her brother's earlier claim that she hadn't started chakra refinement. While it was true that Izuna hadn't formally learned chakra refinement techniques, she had pieced together some methods based on scraps of information she'd overheard in town, mostly exaggerated boasts from self-proclaimed experts. Using her own intuition, she had improvised her own method of refining chakra. This wasn't unusual. Wandering ninja often learned chakra refinement through hearsay or trial and error. But for someone with innate talent, like Izuna, chakra refinement wasn't particularly challenging. Those with strong natural reserves of spiritual and physical energy found the process surprisingly intuitive. Izuna, for instance, had already successfully refined chakra without even realizing it. She merely thought she was getting closer to success every time she felt her strength increase or her speed improve. Even Madoc was unaware that his sister had already begun refining chakra. Not bad, Izuna, Madoc commented as he returned home, watching her practice in the yard with an approving smile. Your movements are sharp, not much different from the ninja students I saw at the academy today. To Madoc, the importance wasn't whether the ninja profession was good or bad. What mattered was that Izuna had chosen a goal and was working hard to achieve it. Asterisk, no matter the profession, striving toward a dream is always admirable. Asterisk, he thought. Even though he held a somewhat negative view of the ninja lifestyle, he unconditionally supported his sister's aspirations. Big brother, you're back, Izuna exclaimed, darting over to him with a speed that would surpass most ninja students, and even some genin. However, Madoc didn't notice anything unusual about her speed. The reason was simple. While Madoc had a broad understanding of the Naruto universe, his knowledge of its mechanics was superficial. Most of his understanding came from the anime and manga, meaning his evaluations were based on visual representation rather than in-depth study. For instance, his understanding of chakra. I noticed something at the Ninja Academy today, Madoc began. Even kids who are already 8 or 9 years old don't seem to know how to incorporate chakra into combat. So, Izuna, I don't think you're that far behind. Chakra, I still can't refine that blue energy you talked about, big brother, Izuna said, lowering her head in frustration. The blue energy, Izuna referred to as how Madoc described chakra. In his mind, chakra was a visible, colorful energy, because that's how it appeared in the anime. He believed that unless one could extract this vividly colored energy, they hadn't truly refined chakra. He assumed ninjas only refrained from displaying it constantly because they didn't need to. If a Huga clan member overheard this belief, they would likely let out an exasperated sigh while reflexively touching their Byakugan. After all, if chakra truly had a visible color, the Byakugan's ability to detect it would be far less valuable. But Madoc hadn't thought that deeply about it and held on to this misconception with absolute confidence. This misunderstanding was further reinforced by his experience using the Konoha Founder Madara trial card. While in that state, he could effortlessly refine blue chakra, allowing it to coalesce in his hands like in the anime. He had no idea that this visual effect might be related to the Susanoo or other high-level techniques. It simply aligned with his preconceived notion of what chakra should look like. By the way, big brother, Izuna piped up, her expression brightening. I think I've learned that technique you mentioned. The one the fourth Hokage used to instantly appear at the kunai. He threw and attack again. Oh, Madoc froze. He had once described the Flying Thunder God technique. Second step to Izuna as a story. In his explanation, the technique involved a ninja throwing a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, instantly teleporting to its location and launching a follow-up attack. To make it easier for Izuna to understand, he had replaced the concept of teleportation with running to the kunai's position. At the time, Madoc had thought of it as nothing more than a story to entertain his sister, not a training guide. But this led to an unexpected consequence. Izuna, unable to figure out how to run to the kunai within an instant, had experimented until she developed her own improvisation. Under Madoc's puzzled gaze, Izuna demonstrated the technique she had described. She threw a kunai tied to a highly elastic rubber cord and, with speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, moved along the cord's trajectory, grabbing the kunai in the blink of an eye. Had a knowledgeable jonin been present, they would have been stunned to see a 6-year-old independently develop a rudimentary form of the body flicker technique. Shunshin no jutsu asterisk. But Madoc, lacking that level of expertise, simply thought, wow, my sister runs really fast, She actually managed to reach the kunai in such a short time. Izuna's physical abilities are amazing. If she refines chakra in the future, Madoc's thoughts trailed off as he watched her. After finishing her demonstration, Izuna struck a pose brimming with expectation, clearly waiting for praise. Ahem. Well, given that you haven't refined chakra yet, this is incredibly impressive. I'm sure you'll have no problem with tomorrow's transfer assessment, Madoc assured her. Transfer assessment? Izuna asked, tilting her head in confusion. Then realization dawned on her. Wait, big brother, did you already talk to the school? Of course. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the Ninja Academy again. As long as you show them what you're capable of, you'll definitely be accepted as a first-year transfer student. That evening, the Naira household received their first visitor since moving to Konoha. The guest was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Unlike their previous encounter, Hiruzen hadn't removed his Hokage hat this time. Ah, Hokage-sama? Please, come in and have a seat. Madoc greeted him, momentarily surprised but not particularly nervous. After all, if the Hokage himself had come instead of sending ANBU or root agents, it was unlikely to be for trouble. In that case, the only proper response was to treat him with respect. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? A seemingly ordinary old man like me turns out to be the leader of this village, Hiruzen said with a warm smile as he entered. Despite his formal attire and immense chakra reserves, his demeanor was indeed that of a simple, approachable elder. However, upon observing Madoc's expression, Hiruzen noticed something peculiar. Wait, did you already recognize me yesterday? Well, sort of, Madoc admitted. Your portrait is fairly recognizable. I've seen artwork you sold in markets before, so I had a general impression. While I didn't pay much attention during our meeting yesterday, seeing the Hokage rock later made me suspect your identity. It seems my guess was correct. You're the third Hokage. Hiruzen chuckled. I see. I never imagined that in addition to the Hokage rock, I'd gain recognition in the Land of Fire through market stalls. The explanation satisfied Hiruzen. He rarely ventured outside Konoha and had little knowledge of what was sold in other regions. After all, no shinobi would bother including market inventories in their reports to the Hokage. The mention of the Hokage rock was particularly convincing. While there were some discrepancies between the statues and his current appearance, the connection was plausible enough. After studying Madoc's features for a moment, Hiruzen let out a sigh. In truth, your appearance reminds me of someone I knew long ago, a very famous figure in the Land of Fire's history. Of course, if that person were still alive, they likely wouldn't even remember someone like me, a mere child in their eyes. The famous figure Hiruzen referred to was, of course, Uchiha Madara. However, He was well aware that calling himself Madara's acquaintance was a stretch. Given Madara's personality, the only person he might have considered noteworthy was Senju Hashirama. "You can just call me Madak," he replied. "As for this figure who resembles me, may I ask who they are?" Hiruzen hesitated for a moment before answering. He was one of the founders of Konoha, alongside the first Hokage. But for reasons unknown, he ultimately turned his back on their ideals. His name was Uchiha Madara. "Surely you've heard of him?" "Your names?" "Yes, the names are quite similar," Madak admitted, feigning a troubled expression. "To be honest, there were even people in my old town who joked that I might be Uchiha Madara's reincarnation. It's been quite a headache. He seems to have been incredibly strong, but also something of a villainous figure, right?" This time, Madak wasn't lying. In his previous town, he had indeed been compared to Madara by some local hooligans. After teaching them a lesson with high-tier jinjutsu, they had never bothered him again. Reincarnation. Perhaps it's true. Hiruzen thought, reaching for his pipe. But before he could light it, a sudden explosion echoed from the yard. What was that? My sister playing with explosive tags, Madak admitted, scratching his head. Hiruzen froze. P playing with explosive tags. Yes, she seems to have a habit of tying them to shuriken, Madak explained with a sigh. It's actually quite a clever tactic, but I'm starting to think it's a bit dangerous for her age. Normally, I supervise, but this time, it seems she used them without me noticing. Playing, Hiruzen echoed, stunned. Years of experience as the Hokage and a professor of ninjutsu hadn't prepared him for this. "May I observe how she normally uses them?" Hiruzen asked, his concern as a teacher surfacing. "Of course. If Hokage-sama is willing to guide her, it would be an honor," Madak replied without hesitation. What followed was a demonstration by Izuna. "Ninja art, exploding shuriken," she yelled, tossing a shuriken tied to an explosive tag into the yard, where it promptly detonated, leaving a sizable crater. Hiruzen stared at the scene, his mouth slightly agape. Is this really something a 6-year-old should be playing with? Turning to Madak, he gave him a look that seemed to ask, "Do you just let her do this normally?" Madak, clearly misunderstanding the look, said, "Don't worry, Hokage-sama. I've told her not to practice this at home anymore. It might disturb the neighbors." "Right. I'll be a good girl and stop doing this at home." Izuna chimed in enthusiastically. Hiruzen felt a bead of sweat form on his temple. In this situation, shouldn't the primary concern be the danger, not the neighbors? At that moment, Izuna finally noticed Hiruzen's presence. You're that grandpa from before. Wait, you're... Izuna's eyes widened as realization dawned. She became visibly flustered. Even at her age, she understood that the Hokage was both the strongest ninja in the village and its highest authority. "Chakra," Hiruzen said, recovering from his initial shock. He began to carefully observe Izuna. Despite not having to be a Kugen, his years of experience told him that this child had likely already started refining chakra. "Child," he asked gently, "have you already learned ninjutsu?" Izuna glanced at her brother, who nodded for her to answer honestly. She puffed out her chest and replied, "Yup, not only have I learned shuriken techniques, but I even created my own Izuna-style ninjutsu." "Oh? Creating your own ninjutsu at such a young age?" Hiruzen asked, still skeptical. He'd seen plenty of so-called self-created ninjutsu from children, most of which were little more than creative play. And then he saw it. Izuna demonstrated her earlier technique, the kunai tied with an elastic cord, which she used to propel herself at incredible speed to the kunai's location. Though not yet perfected, it was unmistakably the early stages of a body flicker technique. This child's talent. It might even rival Kageme's grandson, Hiruzen thought, his heart swelling with admiration. To develop a rudimentary body flicker technique at the age of 6 was no small feat, even in Konoha, home to some of the greatest shinobi in history. If only I had more time to guide this child from the beginning, Hiruzen lamented silently. But I could still offer some guidance. However, his first attempt at instruction hit an immediate obstacle. "Wait, you said you haven't refined chakra yet?" Hiruzen asked, his brows furrowing. "That's right. Big brother," said, "chakra is a blue energy you can see, but ninjas only use in battle Izuna replied confidently. For the first time in years, the third Hokage, renowned professor of ninjutsu, found himself utterly baffled. Asterisk, am I even qualified to teach? Asterisk. At the strong insistence of the third Hokage, Makoto revealed his understanding of chakra in meticulous detail. Shortly after, he noticed that the elderly man before him, who usually carried a slightly worn-down demeanor, was now extraordinarily energized. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding here? Makoto finally sensed that something was off, though he had no idea what he'd done wrong. It's not exactly a misunderstanding, it's just completely wrong. Makoto was utterly confused. After a moment of calming himself, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression softened. He reminded himself of the boy's unique circumstances, but that only deepened his curiosity. He wondered who exactly had guided Makoto's training. No matter how unconventional someone's methods might be, they shouldn't be so unorthodox as to believe that chakra was inherently. Wait a minute. Hiruzen suddenly thought of a possibility, a reason that might explain Makoto's severe misconceptions. Makoto, could it be that you know a technique that allows you to condense chakra into a tangible form around your body for both offense and defense? Huh? Big brother knows ninjutsu. Izuna's eyes were filled with confusion. She had always believed her older brother was just an ordinary merchant. I'm not sure if it counts as ninjutsu. Makoto pondered for a moment. He wasn't entirely certain whether techniques like Susanoo, which were tied to the Mangekyo Sharingan, could be classified as ninjutsu. But it didn't matter. He decided to follow the third Hokage's line of thinking and see how the old man would interpret his cheat-like abilities. Within an instant, Makoto activated his trial card and his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A translucent blue skeletal structure materialized around him, stunning Izuna, who immediately became starry-eyed. Wow, amazing. It's actually pretty practical in daily life like this. Makoto extended the arm of the Susanoo skeleton, grabbed a bucket from a distance, moved it to the other side, then retracted the skeletal arm. Simultaneously, he held a mass of blue, gaseous energy in his hand. The blue chakra I mentioned earlier, this is it. After about 3 seconds, Makoto deactivated his plugged-in mode. The third Hokage, meanwhile, had already lit his pipe, his elderly face frozen in an expression of disbelief. It took him quite a while to compose himself and organize his thoughts. Makoto, do you know the name of that technique? I usually just call it the skeleton. Does it actually have a name? Although he knew it was called Susanoo, he had no intention of letting the third Hokage know. He was aware of Susanoo. The unmistakable Mangekyo Sharingan in Makoto's eyes left the third Hokage profoundly shaken. He understood all too well what those unique patterns signified, and the skeletal structure was far too familiar to dismiss. This technique is called Susanoo. As for its specifics, even I don't know much. I only recall that during the time of Uchiha Madara, this technique was said to be one that anyone who witnesses it even once is unlikely to survive. But Makoto, the blue chakra you just showed, didn't you notice it's not the same as the skeleton of Susanoo? Not the same? Isn't it all just chakra? Makoto was taken aback. In fact, when using Uchiha Madara's abilities, he didn't need to consciously chant the names of techniques. It was as if an unseen force guided him toward achieving his objectives. For instance, if he wanted to generate a skeletal arm to grab something, Susanoo would naturally manifest. Could I have been using Susanoo as if it were ordinary chakra all along? But in the anime, chakra releases always glowed blue. It's not exclusive to Susanoo. Of course it's all chakra, but can it really be considered ordinary chakra? Chakras that exhibit color, states, or forms are collectively referred to as chakra nature transformations. This represents an advanced application of chakra. Normal chakra is neither visible nor tangible, unless you possess a specific dojutsu or kekkai genkai. However, Makoto, it seems you possess an ability far beyond ordinary nature transformations. Sarutobi's expression grew serious. Makoto, I have a question for you. Please answer earnestly. Consider it a request from an old man who doesn't have much time left. I think the third Hokage will probably live another 10, maybe even 20 years without issue. In the original timeline, the third Hokage would perish 12 years later during Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan, fighting both of his reanimated predecessors. Makoto wasn't sure how long the old man could live without that incident, as lifespan was unpredictable, but he was confident the third could make it at least another decade. Haha, I'll take your blessing then. Sarutobi chuckled softly. Even he wasn't entirely sure how much time he had left. For a ninja born in the Warring States period, it was generally accepted that reaching 50 was already considered a long life, and he was now 57. After a brief laugh, Sarutobi returned to the matter at hand. Makoto, have you ever considered becoming a ninja of Konoha? Well, to be honest, I hadn't planned on it before. But earlier today, a friend made me realize that my understanding of ninjas might be flawed. So now, I think I'd actually be quite willing to become a Konoha ninja. Makoto gave Izuna a knowing look, subtly motioning toward her room. She immediately understood and excused herself back to her space. May I ask why you want to become a ninja, Makoto? Sarutobi asked. Is the Hokage asking about the path of a ninja from someone who isn't even an academy trainee? Makoto quipped. A civilian? Perhaps, but I know that if you're willing, Makoto, you could very quickly become a powerful figure who commands respect across the entire ninja world. Sarutobi couldn't fully understand the true nature of Makoto's Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo, but he knew that possessing such eyes meant Makoto could start his ninja career at a level most people couldn't reach in a lifetime. My ninja way, I suppose, is to live a life as serene as a tree. To live carefree while providing shelter for my family. That's my ideal. It probably sounds rather unambitious, doesn't it? For someone at an age when they should be brimming with vitality to already be dreaming of retirement. Though he was a transmigrator, Makoto didn't care much about making a name for himself in this world. He knew himself to be a lazy person. Any significant power he gained would primarily come from the cheat, abilities granted by his transmigration. With such power, he might indeed become invincible in the ninja world, but he saw no pride in it. At its core, his cheat was merely a tool to make his new life more comfortable, not a mandate to conquer the world or reshape its order. I consider myself someone with ordinary ambitions, no lofty ideals, no intense desires for power or beauty. I'd simply be happy with a life of comfort and plenty. But if possible, I'd also like the people I care about to enjoy the same kind of life. Hearing this, the third Hokage smiled. That kind of ideal is far from ordinary. Makoto asked, puzzled. How is that not ordinary? Isn't that just what most people settle for after their original dreams are crushed by reality? Perhaps that's true. But for someone like you, who speaks of such an ideal from the very beginning and includes family in every description of it, I can feel an intense will of fire akin to that of Konoha's ninja. The will of fire? I don't have the courage to sacrifice myself for the village like the fourth Hokage did. The so-called will of fire was Konoha's ideological cornerstone, a selfless spirit emphasizing the older generation's trust in and protection of the younger, even at the cost of their own lives, to ensure the younger generation could grow into the village's new pillars. However, Makoto didn't see himself as embodying such values. His understanding of the will of fire was probably at its peak when he played as Edo Tensei, reanimated Hashirama, in the game. The will of fire isn't simply about sacrifice. At least in my view, the desire to protect family and the next generation is already enough to embody the will of fire. Sarutobi walked to the window, gazing at the now dark night as he recited the village's timeless creed. Wherever the leaves dance, fire burns. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. I believe this sentiment conveys far more than just the concept of sacrifice. He then posed another question. Makoto, do you know what the fourth Hokage was best known for? The fourth Hokage? Of course, his speed. Exactly. Speed. If the fourth Hokage had chosen to, no one in the ninja world could have even touched the hem of his cloak. Now tell me, Makoto, if you were the fourth Hokage with the fastest speed in the ninja world, would you have chosen to run away during the Ninetales incident? After all, if you wanted to escape, no one in this world could have caught you. How could I? If my family were there, Makoto suddenly realized something. Even the most ordinary person wouldn't abandon their spouse and children to escape alone in a moment of crisis. If they were to run, they would take their family with them. But the more people you try to save, the more you realize how many you want to protect, until you ultimately find yourself unable to leave it all. But if it were me as a transmigrator, I definitely wouldn't have botched things so badly. On the night of the Nine Tails incident, Minato failed to save his wife, couldn't kill the enemy, sacrificed himself, turned his son into a Jinchuriki, and achieved only the minimal goal of limiting the village's losses. This outcome was partly because Minato, as someone directly involved, had limited information and no time to devise perfect strategies. Moreover, as a native of the ninja world, not the information-rich modern world, Minato couldn't have conceived of some seemingly outlandish but actually viable solutions, like going straight home with the Flying Thunder God technique. Makoto's silence reassured the third Hokage, as it meant Makoto was, as he hoped, someone who wouldn't abandon those he had bonds with. See, stepping up in such situations is already enough to prove you're capable of doing what a Hokage would. As for whether you've ever been willing to sacrifice yourself, that's irrelevant. Someone with the will of fire, like you would never make a decision in a critical moment that you'd regret later. The will of fire. Fine, let's just say I have it, Makoto replied, exasperated. He still felt the third was simply flattering him. Not running away in a crisis hardly seemed worthy of being called the will of fire. Since you already have the will of fire, becoming a ninja will be easy. The third Hokage then pulled out a document, wrote a few words on it, and handed it to Makoto. This is an acceptance letter to the Ninja Academy? Wait, why does it have my name on it? Makoto was bewildered. He had never agreed to join the academy. That's right. In fact, I had already considered the possibility of meeting Izuna and assessing her abilities, so I prepared this in advance. My original plan was to turn tomorrow's evaluation into a demonstration if she performed well. But what I didn't expect was to find someone here who's even more in need of attending the academy. Makoto, your theoretical knowledge is a complete mess. I don't know who taught you ninja basics, but if you intend to become a ninja, you'd better relearn everything from scratch. Someone with no clue about ninjas. Kishimoto, maybe? Yeah, he's just a mangaka. What does he know about ninjas? Makoto mentally shifted the blame for his misunderstandings onto Masashi Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto, and it didn't seem like Kishimoto would object. No way. I'm too old to start as a first year at the academy. At least place me in the 6th year. Okay. By now, Makoto was speaking to the third Hokage in the casual tone one might use with an old town elder. Surprisingly, Sarutobi didn't mind at all and even seemed to enjoy it. 6th year? You don't think there are 6th-year students at the academy now, do you? While the academy was nominally a 6-year program, students only stayed for the full term in times of peace. Although the Third Shinobi World War was officially over, skirmishes persisted, especially with the 4th Hokage's death emboldening other villages, particularly the Hidden Cloud. If not for the other villages' heavy losses, Sarutobi suspected they might have attacked during Minato's funeral. Moreover, the war had left major gaps in the Fire Nation's border defenses that had yet to be filled. In such tense circumstances, the academy couldn't possibly let students remain for 6 years before graduating. All right, my bad. So how many years do students stay in the academy now? For years. Then make me a 4th year. Surely the third Hokage can accommodate such a small request, right? Even in this life, Makoto was already 12, attending the academy with a bunch of 5 or 6-year-olds. That was too much to ask. All right. I'll make an exception just this once. As for the evaluation, the third Hokage deemed it entirely unnecessary. He had already concluded that Makoto was a complete novice in ninja theory. Without serious effort in his studies, he might even struggle to outperform much younger academy students. As for combat, the moment Makoto revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, it became clear that he would likely never need to worry about passing a practical exam for the rest of his ninja career. And so, due to the third Hokage's impromptu decision, the Ninja Academy was about to welcome its most unique 4th-year student in history. After the departure of the third Hokage, the 2 siblings of the Uchiha family experienced a rare 20-minute Cold War. However, by the time dinner was served, Izuna was eventually drawn to the dining table. Big Baza, you elite. You clearly know ninjutsu. Well, cough cough, actually what I just used shouldn't really be called ninjutsu. It's more like a dojitsu. Jinjua forced an explanation. A dojitsu, you see, is a technique released through the eyes. It doesn't necessarily have to be ninjutsu, right? Is that true? It is. I think dojitsu is unique enough to deserve its own category. After all, its power speaks for itself. Like that blue skeletal structure I summoned earlier. It's activated through the eyes, not through hand signs. But we can't exactly call it jinjutsu or taijutsu, can we? So classifying it as dojitsu makes perfect sense. Though it was all blatant nonsense, Jinjua felt his explanation sounded reasonable. He conveniently avoided the fact that the true key to determining whether something is ninjutsu has nothing to do with hand signs. Izuna was half convinced by Jinjua's words. In the end, she accepted this perspective as it did seem to make a bit of sense. Let's eat first, and then get some rest early. Huh? No training today. For an important exam like this, it's better not to overtrain beforehand. If you end up overexerting yourself and can't perform your best the next day, it's not worth it. It was just like the major entrance exams in Jinjua's previous life. Last-minute cramming the night before was often pointless. Better to rest early. Moreover, for something like the ninja school's physical style exams, caution was even more critical. What if you got injured just before the test? That would be a huge loss. I see. And so, the evening in the Uchiha household passed uneventfully, and the next day arrived. As agreed the previous day, the siblings headed to the Ninja Academy together. I heard from a third Hokage that Uchiha-kun possesses a rare Kekkei Genkai. Is that correct? The speaker was the same Chunin, Sato, whom Jinjua had met yesterday. His tone was filled with envy. Kekkei Genkai, a term referring to abilities inherited through bloodlines. Generally, if you aren't born with it, you can't acquire it. These abilities might manifest in a ninja as a unique physical trait granting special powers, or in some cases, a distinct chakra nature beyond the standard 5 elemental transformations. Kekkei Genkai? You could say that. As they conversed, Jinjua completed signing various documents, officially becoming a full-fledged Ninja Academy student. However, unlike the other students, his abilities fluctuated drastically due to his experience card mechanism, ranging from ordinary civilian, with barely any chakra and pain when activating the Sharingan, to beyond Kage level, possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan akin to the founder Madara. Just as Jinjua stood up again, the inorganic synthetic voice he called his system echoed in his mind. Host has been identified as a ninja. Current ninja rank, apprentice. Activating dual arena system. Dual arena? Could this be like PvP in games, where I can earn rewards through battles? But how exactly do I trigger this dual arena system? Although Jinjua had some complaints about this stoic, uncommunicative golden finger, he refrained from saying much. After all, it didn't impose any bizarre tasks against his will. Activating Ninja World Reward System. What? Reward? Jinjua was momentarily stunned before excitement overtook him. The Ninja World Reward System was akin to a special event in a mobile game from his previous life, designed to help players transition smoothly between servers. Based on a player's VIP level in the old server, they could receive daily rewards of 2,000 to 7,400 gold coins for 7 days. In other words, if the reward align with my system's VIP level, then this reward system is going to be, today's reward has been credited, plus 7,400 gold coins. As Jinjua had anticipated on the very first day, he received a massive sum of 7,400 gold coins, allowing him to immediately draw 4 10 pulls. Plus 1, plus 5, plus 1, plus 5. That's 12 shards. Adding the 88 shards I already had, a full card. Madara, founder of Konoha, JY shards have reached 100. Would you like to recruit? Recruitment successful. The complete combat template has replaced the existing one. Disease 2 Tomo Sharingan has been removed. Current template level, 3 stars. Max level, 5 stars. Current shard progress, 0/100. With a light tap to confirm, Jinjua felt a wave of comfort sweep through him. So that's how it is. In the ninja world, pursuing the path of a ninja really is the right way to go. If I'd known this earlier, I would have done this a year ago. Still, even now, it's not too late. Now armed with a complete character template, Jinjua no longer had to worry about conserving the limited time on his experience card. He could even use a fully formed Susanoo as a casual means of transportation. Though Jinjua tried hard to restrain himself, Sato still noticed the suppressed smile on his face. Uchiha-kun, I understand your excitement about stepping onto the ninja path. If you can't hold it in, just let it out and laugh. A cough, 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 cough. A moment of inattention caused Jinjua to choke violently. I'm fine. It's true, although I'm not officially a genin yet. Being an apprentice ninja is still a step forward. Apprentice ninja? That's an interesting term, Sato repeated, puzzled. Never mind that. May I go watch my sister's exam? Of course, no problem. It's not a formal public exam, so as long as you don't distract others, it should be fine. Sato watched Jinjua leave, feeling a surge of emotion welling up within him. To think someone could be this excited about just becoming a ninja student. This kid, although he's an outsider, his passion for being a ninja and his strong will of fire even puts me, a ninja academy teacher, to shame. As Jinjua stepped out of the room, a sudden thought struck him. Earlier, in his excitement, he hadn't noticed, but now that he recalled it, a detail left him deeply unsettled. Diseased Tsutomu Sharingan. What does that mean? Could it be that this body originally had severe illness? Wait, didn't my father in this life, whom I've never met, also die from an eye-related illness? The more he thought in this direction, the more alarmed Jinjua became. Of course, he wasn't concerned about himself, as the diseased Sharingan had already been replaced. What worried him was his younger sister, Izuna, who shared the same parents in this life. Meanwhile, Izuna's transfer exam had reached its final stages not long after it began. The Chunin instructor sparring with her was already drenched in sweat. Ninja art, exploding shuriken, boom. As it turns out, even a lighter version of explosive tags can have a decisive impact in genin-level combat. For certain Chunin who specialize in administrative work, it can even present a significant challenge. Not to mention, Izuna's speed was far beyond what ordinary children could achieve. And yet, the Chunin administering the exam couldn't use his full strength, leaving him looking particularly passive. Of course, he could easily see the inefficiencies in Izuna's fighting style, how she wasted stamina and chakra on unnecessary actions. But an exam is an exam, and guidance is guidance. He had to wait until the 15-minute practical exam ended before providing feedback on her approach. Should I end the test early? No, I'll observe a little longer. That way, I can write a more detailed report for the third Hokage later. In the end, he decided to let the exam play out. In a quiet corner of the Ninja Academy, a black-haired, black-eyed boy who looked around 6 years old cautiously peeked his head out. His name was Uchiha Itachi, 6 years old this year, the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan and captain of the Konoha police force. As a prodigy born into the Uchiha clan, Itachi, though considering himself less arrogant than his clansmen, still prided himself on having mastered all the knowledge and skills taught at the academy. In truth, this was no exaggeration. At only 6 years old, Itachi possessed strength that rivaled many genin-level ninjas. If he wished, he could apply for graduation at any time. Now, the reason Itachi was sneaking out of the academy was his belief that he could no longer gain anything new from its lessons. Ever since the Nine Tails incident, he felt the academy's teaching methods no longer suited his current level. He needed a broader training ground to pursue higher-level growth, rather than continuing to study the theories he had already internalized. However, just as Uchiha Itachi was about to slip out of the academy unnoticed, an unfamiliar figure appeared in his line of sight. If it were purely unfamiliarity, it might not have caught Itachi's attention. But this time was different. Why can't I clearly see his back? Is it Jinjutsu? Itachi attempted to dispel it using a Jinjutsu release technique, only to find it had no effect because he wasn't under any Jinjutsu at all. It was as if something flashed in Jinjua's mind, compelling him to turn around and look toward the corner where Uchiha Itachi stood. Who's that kid? Jinjua didn't recognize Uchiha Itachi. Unlike his older self, young Itachi's face lacked the two distinctive lines, whether tear troughs or nasolabial creases, that would later become his trademark. He looked entirely ordinary, perhaps just a bit softer and quieter than most children. Even the recognizable Uchiha clan emblem stitched onto his back went unnoticed by Jinjua. He had no intention of chatting with this unfamiliar academy student. After all, he was in a hurry to watch Izuna's exam. However, before he could take a few steps forward, he heard Itachi call out, "Excuse me, are you also a student at the Ninja Academy?" Since Itachi didn't see a Konoha forehead protector on Jinjua, he naturally assumed Jinjua was a senior student at the academy. Although he was pressed for time, Jinjua wasn't about to show impatience toward a polite child. Besides, this wouldn't take long. So he stopped and replied, "Yes, I'm Uchiwa from the 4th year. What's the matter? Do you happen to have—" Itachi started to ask if Jinjua's ability to obscure his back was a Kekkai Genkai, but abruptly stopped mid-sentence. He suddenly remembered something. Personal information about a ninja, especially something as significant as a Kekkai Genkai, was among the most guarded secrets. "Apologies for my rudeness." With a bow of apology, Uchiha Itachi immediately dashed out of the academy, leaving Jinjua utterly baffled. What was that kid trying to ask, but then decided not to? What a strange child. Feeling he had wasted a moment, Jinjua decided to use the body flicker technique to make up for lost time. Even then, he failed to notice the Uchiha clan emblem on the back of Itachi's clothing. Meanwhile, Itachi, who had turned his head to see if Jinjua's back was still obscured, happened to witness Jinjua's body flicker. Of course, he couldn't make out the movement clearly, but it was precisely this inability to comprehend the speed that left a profound impact on his young mind. That speed, the sheer velocity Jinjua displayed, was far beyond what Itachi, still an academy student, could fathom. The boy, who had been planning to head into training, froze on the spot. It wasn't until nearly a full minute after Jinjua had left that Itachi finally snapped out of it. Is that what a 4th-year student is like? It seems I still have a long way to go before I become a true ninja. In that moment, the image of his strict father, Uchiha Fugaku, flashed through his mind. So that's why father always has such a stern expression. It's not just to assert his authority as clan leader and parent. He's disappointed in my slow progress, isn't he? Itachi clenched his fists, remembering how he had arrogantly thought there was nothing more to learn at the academy. His face flushed with embarrassment. I was wrong. I thought I was a true genius, but now I see. I still have a long way to go. With a defeated air, Itachi returned to his classroom, where he quietly began reflecting on himself. This sudden change in him quickly drew the attention of his classmates, particularly a girl with a tear-shaped mole under her eye. "Itachi, what's going on with him?" Uchiha Izumi decided she would ask him about it after school. Meanwhile, Izuna's exam continued smoothly. Just as she was preparing to once again use the pseudo-body flicker technique with the kunai rope maneuver that the 3rd Hokage had previously seen, she caught sight of Jinjua standing near the proctors. It's big brother. The moment Izuna saw Jinjua, she became determined to wrap up the fight quickly. What happened next left the proctor momentarily speechless. Izuna held 6 kunai, each with an explosive tag attached between her fingers. Flicking them out at bizarre angles, the weapons flew in erratic arcs through the air. This resembles the Uchiha clan's shuriken techniques, but it's different, wild, almost reckless. I'll just use ninjutsu to block it, then declare her passed. Honestly, for someone her age to reach this level is already extraordinary. A true genius. The proctor swiftly formed seals and raised a earth release, earth-style wall, which rose from the ground to block the incoming kunai. A moment later, a chain of explosions erupted. Passed. Thanks to her exceptional performance in the practical exam, Izuna's written test was skipped entirely. From that moment, she officially became a 1st-year student at the academy. Izuna. Watching her, Jinjua's mind wandered to many thoughts. Ultimately, he resolved to take her to the hospital for a checkup. I hope everything's fine. Please don't let it be what I'm worried about. The mixture of the energy produced by the 130 trillion cells in the body and mental energy is called stamina. Stamina is the foundation of taijutsu. When stamina is transformed into chakra within the body, a ninja can extract the chakra and use it to perform techniques by forming hand seals. Do they really need to go into this much detail? I mean, wasn't Naruto completely clueless about all this stuff until he graduated? Then again, he's the protagonist, after all. To be honest, Jinjua felt that this ninja knowledge was mostly useful for teaching others in the future, not for himself. For his own purposes, it was entirely unnecessary. Whenever Jinjua wanted to activate a skill, or use Jinjutsu, or Susanoo, it was as if a sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind, effortlessly revealing the precise details of how to execute the technique. It was almost as if he had a wise, old mentor by his side, ready to guide him at any moment. The only drawback was that theoretical knowledge seemed outside this peculiar automatic guidance system scope. Sure, knowledge is always valuable once it's learned, but the problem was that the Ninja Academy, as the sole educational institution in the village, didn't just teach what Jinjua needed. It also covered things like code-breaking, mathematics, physics, and chemistry, subjects Jinjua had little interest in. For someone like him, who started off with immense combat capabilities, these lessons felt almost irrelevant. While he did have a basic understanding of math and science from his previous life, he wasn't willing to spend much time on such topics now. There was a part of him that wanted to be like other reincarnated individuals he'd read about, who revolutionized the new worlds they found themselves in with advanced technology. But alas, his own knowledge was far too limited to pull off something like that. The future of science and technology in the ninja world should be left to geniuses like Orochimaru. As for me, wait, didn't someone once say the Sharingan has perfect photographic memory? The Sharingan, excited by the thought, Jinjua activated his Sharingan and attempted to use its copying abilities to memorize the contents of the book in front of him. But reality swiftly proved otherwise. The Sharingan's copying ability wasn't designed for simple book knowledge. Its ability to replicate ninjutsu and taijutsu relied on its hyperacute dynamic vision and its capacity to observe the flow of chakra patterns, rather than any mystical, all-encompassing copying function. So, those people who claim the Sharingan lets you memorize everything probably just have really good brains to begin with, huh? As he stared at the book with his Sharingan active, Jinjua did notice that he could now skim through text at an incredible speed, reading entire lines in seconds. The problem was that his brain couldn't keep up. While his eyes could scan the words, he couldn't retain the information effectively. It didn't translate into true speed reading, let alone imprinting the knowledge directly into his mind. Suddenly, another brilliant idea for cheating struck him. The transcription seal. The transcription seal was a unique doujitsu technique of the Uchiha clan. It allowed a technique to be sealed into an eye and set to trigger under specific conditions. In the original story, Uchiha Madara used the transcription seal plus Izanagi combo to resurrect himself after death, while Uchiha Itachi used transcription seal plus Amaterasu to create a protective measure for Sasuke. If I could just seal a Jinjutsu into the exam paper to fool the proctor, that could work, right? After all, ninja exams are all about solving problems by any means necessary. Even if they catch me cheating afterward, no one would really make a fuss. All right, let's give it a test. Transcription seal, Jinjutsu. Activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan again, Jinjua attempted to target the book in his hands as the medium for the transcription seal. But the result was failure. He couldn't target the book. Huh, does the transcription seal have some limitation I don't know about? Unbeknownst to Jinjua, the transcription seal, by design, could only store techniques within a Sharingan. That didn't necessarily have to be his own. It could belong to someone else, but it had to be a Sharingan. While future modifications might allow the seal to work with other mediums, such development was far beyond Jinjua's current capabilities. If only I'd known I'd reincarnate into the ninja world, I would have spent more time studying back home. Ugh. Jinjua sighed inwardly, completely unaware of how much stress he was causing the teacher standing at the podium, who was now drenched in sweat. Every time Jinjua activated his Sharingan over the past 2 minutes, the Ninja Academy teacher, Yoshimura, felt his heart skip a beat. Is that a Sharingan? No, the Sharingan has a Tomo pattern. This must be some new Kanekeki Genkai. It's terrifying. Why is someone like this even attending the academy? What could the third Hokage possibly be thinking? The third Hokage had explained to Yoshimura that Jinjua possessed exceptional strength, potential, and a strong will of fire, but was severely lacking in ninja theory. Unlike a blank slate, however, Jinjua's current understanding of ninja theory was riddled with incorrect information, making him particularly challenging to teach. But you didn't tell me it'd be this kind of challenge. Yoshimura had initially planned to give Jinjua extra attention, but every time he saw those red eyes, he froze, too intimidated to act, let alone teach. A natural-born owner of a powerful Kekkei Genkai. How Invisibility. Meanwhile, on the other side of the academy, Izuna's intense gaze was causing another teacher, Funano Daikoku, a bit of trouble. Her eager, inquisitive expression was far too intense for someone her age. So this is the child who's so desperate to become a ninja? Funano wiped the sweat from his brow. In all his years of teaching, he had never seen a student with such a fervent, burning gaze. He had seen kids longing for recognition as ninjas, and little girls dreaming of becoming great kunoichi like Tsunade. But a child like Izuna, staring at him with such wide-eyed anticipation, was a first. Uchiwa-san, Funano asked tentatively, "Do you have a question?" To his surprise, Izuna immediately bombarded him with a string of queries. "I do. Teacher Funano, what exactly is the process of chakra extraction? Is there a way to improve the efficiency of mixing mental and physical energy? How can chakra manifest as color? And how can I make chakra form a giant blue skeletal arm bigger than my body to grab things?" Wait a second. The more Izuna asked, the more flustered Funano became. He could explain the earlier questions, but creating a giant blue skeletal arm? That's way beyond the curriculum. Can't you wait until you're a ninja and ask the Hokage yourself? Funano screamed internally. Still, as a professional teacher, he did his best to explain what he could. Unfortunately, even as a chunin, his understanding of concepts like chakra manifesting as color, which involved nature and shape transformation, was rudimentary at best. In the end, the only question he could answer properly was the very first one. Fine, I'll stick to the basics. After re-explaining some foundational chakra concepts and apologizing for not being able to answer the rest, the first-year class resumed. However, Izuna's questions had piqued the curiosity of one particular student in the classroom. A giant blue skeletal arm? That sounds like an incredibly powerful jutsu. Uchiha Itachi tried to visualize it in his mind. If it was anything like Izuna described, a technique that could create a massive blue skeletal arm out of chakra, it would undoubtedly possess immense offensive and defensive capabilities. But with his current knowledge, he couldn't even begin to imagine how such a jutsu would work. After school, Uchiha Itachi returned home. Unlike usual, his father, Uchiha Fugaku, was sitting in the living room, waiting. "Father, I'm home." Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, nodded at the sound of his son's voice. Just as Itachi was about to head to his mother's room to check on his younger brother, Fugaku called out, "Itachi, come here." Unbeknownst to Itachi, Fugaku had been receiving reports about his son sneaking out of the academy to train at a private Uchiha training ground. While Fugaku was pleased that his son was ambitious enough to expand his abilities at such a young age, it was also disappointing. The reason Fugaku had sent Itachi to the academy wasn't to teach him knowledge. For the Uchiha clan, the academy's curriculum was trivial. Fugaku's personal guidance far surpassed anything the teachers could offer. However, the academy provided Itachi with an opportunity to interact with non-Uchiha ninjas, an experience that was valuable both politically and as a father. Fugaku had hoped that Itachi might make a few friends outside the Uchiha clan, perhaps even among other prominent Konoha clans. Yet Itachi seemed to be solely focused on studying, and had now even taken a skipping class. Hearing that Itachi had stayed at the academy today, Fugaku decided it was time to have a conversation with his son. "Yes, father." Itachi responded promptly, sitting down in front of Fugaku. "What do you wish to discuss?" "Itachi, in your opinion, what is the purpose of studying at the Ninja Academy? Does this mean father knows I've been sneaking out of the academy?" My arrogance must have disappointed him. Thinking this, Itachi immediately lowered his head. "I'm sorry, father. I've come to understand the error of my pride." Fugaku was momentarily stunned, unable to follow his son's train of thought. "Wait, what? Itachi, did you see or experience something at the academy today?" "See something? Oh, today I encountered a senior from the 4th year. I witnessed him move at a speed that surpassed my comprehension, disappearing from my sight entirely. That speed rivaled even some of the jonin who visited our home. A fourth-year senior? Describe his appearance. Fugaku recalled a recent rumor circulating within the police force. 2 officers had reportedly been found unconscious on the street, victims of jinjutsu. Both had vaguely described their assailant as a foreign-looking youth they didn't recognize. Coincidentally, this same youth had just enrolled in the ninja academy that day. Initially, Fugaku, like many on the police force, had dismissed the description as an effect of jinjutsu-induced memory distortion. But now, he entertained the possibility that this boy might truly possess significant strength. He had long hair and very sharp eyes. He looked around 12 years old, but his overall demeanor made him seem more like 16 or 17. 12 years old, sharp eyes, and the officers did mention something about his hairstyle. It seems to be the same person. Fugaku pondered for a moment. If this is a mentally mature youth, he should understand the consequences of attacking the police force in public. So what exactly happened that day? Fugaku decided to investigate the matter further, but knew he couldn't rely solely on the accounts of his subordinates. Very well. I'll visit the academy tomorrow afternoon. Just then, Itachi asked a question. Father, have you heard of a jutsu that allows chakra to form a massive blue skeletal arm for attack and defense? What? To Itachi's surprise, Fugaku nearly stood up, visibly shaken by the question. At that moment, Fugaku no longer cared about maintaining his fatherly composure. Itachi, what did you hear about this? What did a massive blue skeletal arm represent? No one understood its significance better than the head of the Uchiha clan. For Fugaku, hearing a child describe Susanoo, a symbol of ultimate power within the Uchiha, was utterly shocking. I didn't see it. It was mentioned in class by a new student named Uchiwa Izuna. Her surname sounds similar to Uchiha, but I don't think there's any connection. Thud. Massive blue skeletal arm. Uchiwa Izuna. Father, have you seen such a jutsu before? No, I haven't, Fugaku replied seriously. That technique exists only in legend. Its name is Susanoo, the ultimate ocular jutsu of the Uchiha clan. It can only be used by those with eyes stronger than the 3-tomo Sharingan. Susanoo is a symbol of destruction, revered as the power of a god. The legendary ninja Uchiha Madara was able to command the ninja world's respect largely because of this technique. Susanoo. In that moment, Itachi felt a deep yearning for those stronger eyes. He earnestly asked his father, Father, what must I do to gain eyes beyond the 3-tomo Sharingan? Fugaku hesitated, recalling the conditions required to awaken the mangekyō Sharingan. He hoped his son would never have to endure such pain. Don't aim too high too quickly. For now, focus on solidifying your foundation. Even Uchiha Madara relied on more than just Susanoo. True strength comes from having no weaknesses. Yes, father. I will work hard. Just don't work toward the mangekyō Sharingan, Fugaku thought, feeling a bead of sweat roll down his temple. The mangekyō Sharingan required immense emotional trauma, often involving the loss of a loved one. If possible, Fugaku wished for his son to never experience such pain. Uchiwa, could it be a branch family of the Uchiha? I'll need to check the clan archives. In Konoha, within a damp and shadowy underground laboratory. A new Kekkei Genkai? Understood, you may leave now. A man wearing Konoha's standard green flak jacket, his complexion pale and unnervingly ghostly in the dim light, dismissed a root member who had come to deliver a report. Shimura Danzo, knowing full well that my research progress is already hampered by a lack of materials, yet still piling more work on my plate. Although Orochimaru had been collaborating with Shimura Danzo recently, he held little fondness for his former teacher's old companion. As for Danzo's ambition to claim the Hokage seat, Orochimaru had never thought highly of it. Of course, to Orochimaru, the identity of whoever sat in the Hokage's chair no longer mattered. All that interested him now was the pursuit of his own research. Even though Orochimaru had no particular bond with the fourth Hokage, he still lamented the premature death of such a figure. Even that genius Jiraiya wouldn't stop talking about. Even someone with the fastest speed in the ninja world. His life was still so fragile. As Orochimaru carefully read through the detailed report delivered by the Root Ninja regarding a certain ninja academy student named Uchiha Jinjua, a slow, intrigued smile crept across his lips. No formal exams, yet directly placed into the highest grade at the Ninja Academy, all orchestrated personally by Sarutobi-sensei. This attempt to cover things up only makes me more curious. Perhaps it warrants a little investigation. Orochimaru removed his white laboratory gloves, straightened his forehead protector, and left the dark confines of his laboratory. The following morning, Jinjua and Izuna left their new home and headed toward the Ninja Academy, just as they had the day before. But they hadn't gone far before Jinjua spotted a figure in the crowd that immediately drew his attention. That appearance. Is that Orochimaru? Unlike the young Uchiha Itachi, whose face lacked distinguishing features at his age, Orochimaru was instantly recognizable. One glance was all it took for Jinjua to confirm his identity. I can't tell where he's headed, but for some reason, it feels like he's coming for me. Could it be because I activated the Sharingan in class and the teacher reported it? Come to think of it, at this point in time, Orochimaru hasn't completely fallen into darkness, has he? If I remember correctly, he didn't defect until well after the fourth Hokage's death. Then again, he's probably already started experimenting on villagers, hasn't he? That gaze. Has he recognized me? Jinjua's subtle glances in Orochimaru's direction had caught the latter's attention, and Orochimaru, perceiving that the boy had noticed him, decided not to waste any time. He swiftly approached Jinjua and Izuna, a new face in the village. I have a feeling you two might become excellent ninjas. Hearing Orochimaru's praise for Jinjua and Izuna, the surrounding villagers began to look on with envy. Despite his failure in the fourth Hokage election, Orochimaru's reputation remained impressive. From the villagers' perspective, two academy students receiving such direct praise and blessing from Orochimaru was an extraordinary honor. Thank you for your kind words, Orochimaru's senpai. Jinjua wanted to keep his distance from Orochimaru as much as possible. But the distance was not out of disdain, it was out of respect. People like Orochimaru, who pushed the boundaries of research, were figures Jinjua couldn't help but admire in certain ways. Such unique eyes. At noon, come to the rooftop of the Ninja Academy. I'll be waiting for you there. Orochimaru had encountered all sorts of gazes in his life, those of envy, admiration, and respect. But Jinjua's look was different. To Orochimaru, it appeared complicated, perhaps even conflicted. He doesn't seem eager to interact with me. But if he was personally placed here by Sarutobi-sensei, he's unlikely to be a spy from another village. How peculiar. Understand. I'll see you at noon. With that, Jinjua continued walking toward the academy with Izuna, while Orochimaru casually turned and walked in the opposite direction, as if their brief exchange had been nothing more than a chance encounter. After sneaking a glance back and confirming that Orochimaru was no longer in sight, Izuna bounced up to Jinjua's side and whispered excitedly, "Big brother, was that the super smart Orochimaru-senpai you told me about before?" "Yes, that was him. He's a true genius, someone who achieved everything he is not through any Kekkei Genkai, but purely through his own intellect. Honestly, I think his accomplishments might go far beyond what we can currently imagine." To Jinjua, the Orochimaru of this era was still far from his prime. By the time of the Shippuden era, Orochimaru had evolved into an almost unkillable monster. While Jinjua believed he could defeat him, he wasn't sure he could destroy him completely. Beyond what we can imagine, but Orochimaru-senpai is already an incredible ninja, isn't he? If he got any stronger, he'd have to become the Hokage. Izuna's youthful understanding of the Hokage was simple. The strongest ninja must be the Hokage. She, too, aspired to become Hokage one day. Becoming Hokage, huh? It's not impossible. If he really wanted to, I think he could convince the third Hokage to name him as the next successor. And Sarutobi-sensei would probably feel very relieved. But unfortunately, given Orochimaru's current personality, becoming Hokage was no longer something he would pursue. What once might have been a tempting position was now far less appealing to him than a successful experiment. Still, what is Orochimaru planning? Hopefully, it's just him and doesn't involve Danzo, though honestly I'm not too worried. Jinjua nearly forgot that he was no longer the underpowered version of himself, reliant on plugging in to fight. Now, as a fully realized Uchiha with access to his complete abilities, he almost welcomed trouble. If Danzo does try anything, I could just take him out. With the third Hokage's current stance, eliminating Danzo wouldn't be a big deal, or at least no one would know. After all, if Danzo tries to bypass the third Hokage to pull something, it'll have to be done in secret. At most, he might try to recruit me into the Root Division. But at this point, what could a Danzo without even his Anaji do? Stab my Susanoo with a kunai? The idea of the third Hokage and Danzo colluding didn't even cross Jinjua's mind. Even if some of the conspiracy theories about Hiruzen Sarutobi turn out to be true, Jinjua believed the third Hokage wouldn't be foolish enough to take action against someone who had clearly expressed a desire to integrate into Konoha and even align with its higher-ups. That kind of short-sighted behavior was something only Danzo was capable of. With this clarity, Jinjua felt a renewed sense of ease. Actually, I'm starting to look forward to it now. Talking with Orochimaru might be a bit of a hassle, but it's bound to be more interesting than reading those books. Wait a minute. The thought of learning from Orochimaru sparked an idea. Why not ask Orochimaru to teach me theoretical knowledge directly? If it's Orochimaru, he'd definitely be able to sift through what's useful and what's just useless fluff. While Orochimaru was undoubtedly a madman, he was also one of the rare individuals in the ninja world who could genuinely and effectively teach students, drastically improving their abilities in a short span of time. What's more, the current Orochimaru, who hadn't yet mastered the immortality jutsu, posed relatively little risk. At this stage, he was more of a research fanatic than an outright monster. And if it's Orochimaru, he might even be able to analyze something from mine and Izuna's genetics. Unlike the typical reincarnated predecessor, Jinjua didn't shy away from Orochimaru's research. In fact, he hoped Orochimaru would turn his attention toward him. Jinjua suspected that his family might have a serious, potentially hereditary medical condition. If it really is a genetic disorder, Tsunade probably wouldn't be able to cure it. In a ninja world, the only ones who could handle something like this are Orochimaru and Tsunade, though most of the hope lies with Orochimaru. This isn't just about saving myself some trouble. All right, this time, I'll take the initiative. Once he arrived at the Ninja Academy and settled into his seat, Jinjua began strategizing his approach to deal with Orochimaru, not in the sense of combat, of course. Making an enemy of a doctor, especially one like Orochimaru, wasn't the wisest idea. Elsewhere, Orochimaru's deliberate appearance on Konoha streets and his meeting with Jinjua quickly reached the ears of the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi wasted no time summoning Orochimaru to his office. Orochimaru, this morning, was it about Uchiha Jinjua? Don't worry, I merely had a few questions to ask him. But seeing how eager you were to summon me, could it be that this boy is connected to something deeper? Indeed, Hiruzen sighed inwardly, appreciating how much easier it was to speak with his brightest student. He gestured to the nearby Umbu, who promptly exited the room. This gesture intrigued Orochimaru. He had a feeling he was about to hear something very interesting. Those siblings, I suspect they may be descendants of Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen handed a scroll to Orochimaru, who unrolled it to reveal a portrait. This is Uchiha Madara. Even Orochimaru couldn't hide his shock. Having seen Jinjua in person, he could immediately recognize the striking resemblance. The portrait, despite potential inaccuracies, was nearly identical to the boy. Sarutobi-sensei, you still remember Uchiha Madara's appearance, don't you? Of course, the man who stood equal to the first Hokage. His image is etched into my memory. Jinjua looks like a younger version of him. Orochimaru pondered for a moment. I see, but surely you wouldn't draw such a conclusion based solely on appearance and a resemblance in their names. You must have more definitive evidence, don't you? Indeed, Hiruzen stood and walked to Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru, have you ever heard of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Mangekyo Sharingan? I came across the term recently while reading some old texts, but it wasn't elaborated upon. It seemed like little more than a legend. If Hiruzen hadn't brought it up, Orochimaru might have dismissed it entirely within a few days, as he rarely bothered to remember old, irrelevant details from historical texts. Then let me enlighten you. The Mangekyo Sharingan is an evolved form of the Uchiha's 3-Tomo Sharingan, granting even greater power. To my knowledge, only Uchiha Madara and his brother, Uchiha Izuna, ever possessed such eyes. Eyes beyond the 3-Tomo Sharingan. That makes sense. If it were only the 3-Tomo Sharingan, I can't imagine how it could rival the power of Wood style. So the transition from 3-Tomo to Mangekyo must represent a qualitative leap, correct, Sarutobi-sensei? Exactly. Hiruzen nodded. In fact, the most notable ability granted by the Mangekyo Sharingan is the power to summon an ultimate technique, both offensive and defensive in nature, Susanoo. Susanoo? Orochimaru's sharp mind immediately connected the dots. Sarutobi-sensei, are you saying you've seen this Susanoo from that boy? Unbelievable as it may sound, yes. I don't know much about the Mangekyo Sharingan, whether it's passed down through bloodlines like the regular Sharingan or not. But this morning, I began to suspect that Jinjua might have inherited Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan directly, allowing him to use Susanoo. I see. Thank you for the insight, Sarutobi-sensei. I believe I know what to do next. Good. I trust you. As Orochimaru turned to leave, Hiruzen spoke again, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Orochimaru, you've always been my most talented student. If possible, I hope that one day you could. I know what you want to say, Sarutobi-sensei, but I have no interest in becoming Hokage. If you're looking for a successor, perhaps you should call back that idiot who's wandering around outside the village. With that, Orochimaru left the Hokage's office, leaving Hiruzen alone with a heavy expression. From his robes, Hiruzen pulled out a letter. The signature at the bottom was unmistakable. It was from his other student, Jiraiya. One passage in particular stood out. Asterisk, come on, you know an idiot like me could never handle that kind of responsibility. By the way, what about Orochimaru? He's the smartest of the three of us. If you're set on choosing one of us, why not just have Orochimaru take over? Last I heard, he's still in the village. Asterisk. Sigh. Hiruzen let out a long, weary breath and tucked the letter away before slowly sitting back in his heavy chair. At least they've grown enough to understand the weight of being Hokage. That, in itself, is a kind of growth. Growth is a good thing. His gaze drifted to the report mentioning Orochimaru's meeting with Uchiha Jinjua. Let's observe them for a few more years. Combat sparring. That's right. Yoshimura, assuming Jinjua was unfamiliar with the general curriculum of a ninja academy, went out of his way to explain. What's written in books is, after all, just theory. If you can't put it into practice, it's merely dead knowledge. And in this case, I mean literally dead knowledge. The implication was clear. If a ninja couldn't turn what they learned into practical combat ability, they were likely to die on a mission. However, Jinjua wasn't particularly interested in the combat class. To be precise, he wasn't keen on sparring with the children around him. Sitting by the window in the back row, Jinjua had a clear view of everyone in the class. Contrary to his initial assumption that they were all under 10 years old, there were some who looked about 12 or 13. Even so, most of them possessed the typical combat ability of apprentice ninjas. He couldn't help but wonder how sparring with these children could possibly be meaningful for him. Just as Yoshimura was about to return to the podium, he heard Jinjua ask a rather strange question. Is the training area large? Huh? Why do you ask? Yoshimura was momentarily puzzled, but answered anyway. You'll see when we get there. It's not too big, but it should be sufficient. I see. In that case, I'll try to hold back. To be honest, my ninjutsu range might be a bit large. Yoshimura froze, his expression blank. Asterisk, might be a bit large? Asterisk, were there actually ninjas who didn't know the range of their own techniques? Wait, does that mean you've already learned a ninjutsu technique? Yes, for example, I know a few fire-release jutsu. Before Yoshimura could even react, a boy sitting nearby, surnamed Sanda, exclaimed in shock, What? You've already learned multiple fire-release techniques. In an instant, nearly every pair of eyes in the classroom turned toward Jinjua. This was the first time they had seen someone their age who had mastered multiple fire-release jutsu. Even among fully-fledged genin, it was rare to find someone proficient in multiple fire-release techniques. For Ninja Academy students, combat sparring typically involved basic taijutsu and E-rank techniques like the substitution jutsu, transformation jutsu, and clone jutsu. Pulling out even a single D-rank jutsu would already be considered advanced, as D-rank techniques were generally taught only to genin and above due to their higher difficulty. Yoshimura glanced at the children from ninja families in the class. Unfortunately, there were no geniuses among them, not even one who had fully mastered the 3 basic jutsu. Out of the entire class, only 5 students had even come close to fully mastering them. Asterisk, having them spar with someone who knows multiple fire release techniques and possesses a Kekkei Genkai. That might be asking too much. Asterisk, in that case, it might not be suitable for you to spar with the others. However, since this is a class, you still need to participate in some way. How about this? Yoshimura came up with an idea. When a combat class starts, why don't you demonstrate a fire release jutsu for everyone? That'll count as your participation, and afterward, you can have free time. How does that sound? Just one jutsu? That works for me. Seeing the expectant, starry-eyed looks of the children in the class, Jinjua didn't want to disappoint them. Asterisk, let's just treat this as entertaining the kids. After all, Madara's role seems destined to involve playing along with kids. Asterisk, at 10 a.m., the combat class began. With the entire class eagerly watching, Jinjua stepped to the front of the line. He carefully assessed the size of the training area and decided on the jutsu he would demonstrate. Asterisk, if I recall correctly, Madara has used 4 fire release techniques. The functional hiding in ash and dust, the single-target dragon flame song, the army-sweeping great fire annihilation, and the destructive great fire destruction. While I could probably control the range of these attacks, for safety's sake, I'll use a single-target jutsu. Asterisk, the technique I'm about to demonstrate is called fire release, dragon flame song. I'm not sure what rank it is, but it performs well against single targets. Asterisk, not sure about the rank? Isn't a jutsu's rank determined by its learning difficulty? How could someone learn a jutsu without knowing its rank? Asterisk, as Yoshimura puzzled over Jinjua's words, the boy had already completed the hand seals for Dragon Flame Song. Guided by an almost instinctual feeling, Jinjua executed the seals within a single second. Yoshimura and the others in the class barely managed to catch the final seal and the trumpet-shaped hand gesture Jinjua made as he brought his hands to his mouth. Asterisk, it's strange. Even though I've never used this jutsu before, it feels like I've already mastered it completely. Asterisk, fire release, dragon flame song. 4 dragon-shaped flames erupted in front of Jinjua and surged toward a humanoid target dummy 50 meters away. In an instant, the dummy was obliterated, leaving not even a trace of ash. The dazzling collision of the 4 fire dragons created a spectacular display of light and heat, prompting the young students to cheer in awe. To these children, who lack the ability to judge a jutsu's effectiveness purely by its destructive power, Jinjua's technique seemed far more impressive than the simple fire-breathing techniques they had seen from their elders and teachers. However, Yoshimura, a chunin and a ninja academy teacher, wasn't as easily impressed. Instead, he was deeply unsettled. He roughly calculated the power of the Dragon Flame Song jutsu Jinjua had just used. The conclusion was terrifying. He wouldn't be able to block it, let alone escape from it. The 4 dragon heads moved with an agility that suggested they could track a target, making them nearly impossible to dodge for an average ninja. Asterisk, this is a ninja academy student. Asterisk, struggling to refocus, Yoshimura turned his attention back to Jinjua, only to hear the boy casually criticizing the jutsu's appearance. This technique feels like it should be called Fire Release, Piranha Song. It's named Dragon Flame, but the end result doesn't look as cool as the Great Dragon Fire technique. It's just 4 piranhas, really. Asterisk, wait, are you saying this technique ranks higher than the B-rank Great Dragon Fire technique? Why did the 3rd Hokage send someone like this to the Ninja Academy? Asterisk, Yoshimura felt utterly overwhelmed. Asterisk, someone, please help me. I'm just an ordinary chunin. I can't handle such a monstrous genius. Asterisk. From a rooftop in the distance, Orochimaru observed Jinjua's execution of the Dragon Flame Song jutsu. While he lacked the Sharingan's ability to replicate techniques instantaneously, he could still analyze and understand what he saw. Anko, what rank do you think that fire release jutsu is? Orochimaru glanced at the young, purple-haired girl beside him. She was Mitarashi Anko, his student. Unlike her highly knowledgeable teacher, Anko's eyes still held a certain untainted clarity. Despite her simplicity, Orochimaru didn't dislike her. Not at all. In fact, just this morning, she had been helping him gather records and biographies about Uchiha Madara from various places in Konoha. Judging by the power, it seems similar to the Uchiha clan's Great Fireball technique. Maybe C rank. Orochimaru shook his head, though he didn't appear disappointed. Instead, he launched into an impromptu lecture. The rank of a jutsu isn't determined solely by its destructive power, but by its learning difficulty. For instance, in the technique Uchiha just demonstrated, I noticed high-level chakra nature transformation, moderately challenging shape transformation, and precise control of chakra outside the body. If it were up to me, I would rank it as B rank or even A rank. B rank or A rank. No way. At his age? Well, okay. Mid-sentence, Anko suddenly remembered Hatake Kakashi, the prodigy who had become a jonin at the age of 12. Asterisk, when I think about it like that, I guess it's not that strange. Asterisk. Frustrated, Anko scratched her head as she realized she might not be able to defeat this Uchiha-named student. Then a pressing question dawned on her. Wait a second. If he knows a jutsu of that caliber, why is he even attending the Ninja Academy? Because the academy doesn't just teach ninjutsu, it also covers other subjects. Still, I have the same question as you. Uchiha-kun's presence here was a decision made by my teacher, the third Hokage. Even I don't know the full reasoning behind it. So, he was brought here by the third Hokage himself? That's impressive. To Anko, a typical Konoha ninja, being personally approved by the third Hokage was a tremendous honor. By the way, in terms of pure destructive power, it's possible that I, too, might fall short of this boy your age. So don't feel too bad about losing to him. What? That's impossible. Orochimaru-sensei is one of the legendary Sannin, capable of rivaling Kage-level ninjas from any village. There's no way. Anko's eyes widened in disbelief. She had always trusted Orochimaru's words without question, but this time, his claims seemed utterly absurd. Anko, Orochimaru said patiently, you must understand that destructive power, strength, and ability are not synonymous. Even victory in battle isn't solely determined by strength. With sufficient information and a sound strategy, a weaker ninja can defeat a stronger one. I know. That's what ninja battles are all about. Satisfied that Anko's morale had been restored, Orochimaru turned his attention back to his thoughts. Asterisk, yes, that's how ninja battles work. But what if the opponent isn't a ninja? Asterisk, last night, Orochimaru had revisited some old biographies about Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. In the past, he had dismissed such books as unprofessional and filled with inaccuracies, misnamed jutsu, exaggerated descriptions, and over-the-top phrases like splitting mountains and seas. To him, such artistic embellishments were a distraction from serious research. But now, as he delved deeper into the stories of Hashirama and Madara, he began to wonder, what if those accounts were actually true? Asterisk, Uchiha Jinjwa, with your ability to use Susanoo, could you reach that height? And if Sarutobi-sensei's theory is correct, that those eyes can pass down as a hereditary Kekkei Genkai, well, things are about to get very interesting. Asterisk, although Orochimaru despised abandoning research midway, he didn't mind shifting focus temporarily while his current projects were at a standstill. Investigating the Mangekyo Sharingan, which could rival his own pursuits, was a worthwhile endeavor. At noon, after sharing a bento lunch with his sister, Jinjwa headed alone to the academy rooftop as planned. Good afternoon, Orochimaru-senpai. Jinjwa's gaze quickly fell on the purple-haired girl standing next to Orochimaru. Asterisk, purple hair. This must be Anko. The same Anko who'll eventually become a Chunin exam proctor and is known for her shadow snake hands technique. Right now, though, she's still just a Chunin. Asterisk, and who might this be? Good afternoon, Uchiha-kun. This is my only student at the moment, Mitarashi Anko. She's a Chunin of Konoha. After Orochimaru's introduction, Anko gave a quick greeting. Hello. Jinjwa replied, simply before shifting his attention back to Orochimaru. So, what brings you to me, Orochimaru-senpai? Although Jinjwa had his own reasons for wanting to speak with Orochimaru, he decided to let the latter go first, lest he seem overly eager, which he admittedly was. I heard from Sarutobi-sensei, the third Hokage, about your Kekkei Genkai. It's called Susanoo, correct? To be honest, I'm quite curious about it. In many biographies about Uchiha Madara, Susanoo is described in almost mythical terms. Susanoo? Would you like me to demonstrate its offensive and defensive capabilities in actual combat? That would be ideal. Orochimaru had been pondering how to convince Jinjua to showcase Susanoo, but to his surprise, the boy offered to demonstrate it on his own. Asterisk, he's really proposing a combat demonstration with Orochimaru-sensei? Asterisk, ignoring Anko's shocked expression, Jinjua continued, however, I'd like you to agree to one condition first. Oh, and what might that be? I'd like you to teach me theoretical knowledge about ninjas. Wandering aimlessly through lessons at the academy feels like such a waste of time. Wait a minute. Anko couldn't hold back any longer. You want to become Orochimaru-sensei's student? Well, I imagine many people in Konoha would want the same, wouldn't they? While unrelated to his true motives, it was a perfectly valid point. Anko had no rebuttal because Jinjua was right. Who wouldn't want a teacher as powerful, knowledgeable, and prestigious as Orochimaru, who also happened to be proficient in all 5 elemental releases? Theoretical knowledge, huh? I see. So the reason you're attending the academy is because your understanding of theory is somewhat lacking. It's more than somewhat. I'm the type who's absorbed a ton of incorrect knowledge. I might be worse off than someone who knows nothing at all. Also, if possible, I'd like to further improve my combat abilities as well. While Jinjua doubted Orochimaru, now at best a Kage level minus, could offer him significant advances in strength, he knew his quickest path to improvement lay in mastering his current skill set. The looming crises in the ninja world weren't far off, and any opportunity to grow stronger was worth pursuing. Still, Jinjua was acutely aware that much of his strength relied on his cheat-like abilities. Then again, Orochimaru might just be the kind of person capable of creating cheats himself. No problem. Orochimaru readily agreed to Jinjua's request. Teaching a genius wasn't particularly exciting to him, but if I get to see and study such a valuable research subject every day, why not? When shall we begin? Orochimaru asked. Right now, if possible. However, I'm not familiar with Konoha's larger training grounds, so I'll need you to lead the way. Follow me then. We'll go to Training Ground 44. As for Anko, go back and organize the books and scrolls I mentioned earlier. Understood, Orochimaru-sensei. Receiving what felt like an S-rank mission, Anko immediately left the rooftop via the stairs. Without wasting another word, Orochimaru leapt from the academy building and headed toward Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death. If Jinjua was eager, Orochimaru was no less so. Jinjua followed without hesitation, quickly catching up and keeping pace behind Orochimaru. After some time, the two arrived at Training Ground 44, its immense radius spanning 10 kilometers. It seems Uchiwa-kun is more than just someone with a Kekkei Genkai. Orochimaru's smile turned unsettling, almost grotesque, but Jinjua paid it no mind. He had long since accepted that Orochimaru was, well, a bit of a creep. Then, allow me to begin. Susanoo, initial stage. A translucent blue ribcage emerged around Jinjua, encasing his entire body. This was Susanoo's lowest output form, and while the visual impact wasn't overwhelming, it was enough to ignite Orochimaru's curiosity. So this is Susanoo, and the initial stage, no less. It seems things are becoming more and more interesting. Unlike the more elaborate methods Orochimaru would later develop for summoning the Kusanagi sword, such as snakes regurgitating the blade, or snakes spitting sword that spit other swords, his current method was far simpler and more practical. Like most other ninjas, he released the Kusanagi sword from a sealing scroll. A truly impressive blade, Jinjua remarked, eyeing the sword. It looks incredibly sharp, but I doubt it's the kind of weapon that can break through this defense with simple slashes. His comment was meant as a subtle reminder, just in case Orochimaru was considering a move as laughable as Danzo's infamous attempt to stab Susanoo with a kunai. But it seemed his concern was unnecessary. Wind release, vacuum blade. After swiftly forming hand seals, Orochimaru enveloped the Kusanagi sword in wind release chakra. Compared to a kunai infused with wind chakra, the Kusanagi sword was an entirely different caliber. Not only did it exude an elegant and dangerous aura, but its cutting potential was significantly enhanced. While Orochimaru's wind release proficiency might have been on par with or slightly weaker than Danzo's, the Kusanagi sword was leagues beyond an ordinary kunai. The initial skeletal stage of Susanoo might not hold up against this, but since this is a test, I'll take it head-on first. If it doesn't work, I can always upgrade mid-battle. Susanoo was an incredibly versatile technique. If the initial skeletal form proved insufficient, Jinjua could easily transition to a more advanced stage. As Orochimaru charged forward with his blade, Jinjua extended a skeletal arm from his Susanoo to catch the blade barehanded. Predictably, the arm was cleanly sliced through. Oh, is this some kind of offensive tactic? Orochimaru paused and asked, his tone laced with curiosity. Jinjua shook his head. Not exactly. Susanoo is both an offensive and defensive tool. The skeletal arm, like the ribs, can be used for both purposes. But its defensive strength is about the same as the ribs, so you're moving to the next stage, aren't you? Orochimaru adjusted his stance, readying for another strike. At the same time, he channeled even more chakra into the Kusanagi sword, further enhancing its lethality. That's right. Now, I'll show you Susanoo's true first form. A massive blue skeletal giant with 4 arms enveloped Jinjua, its torso towering over the battlefield. If you look closely, Jinjua continued, you'll notice that the ribs and arms in this form are almost identical to the ones in the initial skeletal stage. So that's why there's a distinction between the initial stage and the first form. Can I interpret it as these two stages being essentially the same, just with a difference in scale and functionality? Hearing Orochimaru's deduction, Jinjua nodded, impressed. Exactly. I don't have much combat experience, but based on what I saw earlier, Orochimaru Senpai's techniques seem capable of slicing through this form with ease. So I'll be using the next stage to counter your attacks. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Jinjua's eyes began to spin, and the skeletal giant underwent a dramatic transformation. Muscle began to form over the bones, while the 4 previously empty arms now wielded glowing blue chakra swords. The entire Susanoo grew in size, its presence becoming even more imposing. A weapon of war on par with a tailed beast. Orochimaru muttered, his eyes narrowing as they gleamed with sharp calculation. Asterisk, this truly isn't the same as the Uchiha's 3-tomo Sharingan. Could Sarutobi Sensei's theory be correct? Asterisk, I'm ready. Orochimaru Senpai. Are we testing blade-to-blade combat, or just the defensive capabilities of this half-giant? Both, naturally. Summoning Jutsu. With a plume of smoke, a large, brown-green snake appeared beneath Orochimaru's feet. Although it wasn't the legendary Manda, it was still an impressively large snake from the Ryuchi cave. Its sole purpose here seemed to be serving as a platform, allowing Orochimaru to fight the taller Susanoo on more even footing. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's clone on the ground wasn't idle. It hurled a single shuriken into the air before rapidly forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The single shuriken multiplied into thousands, creating a veritable storm of deadly projectiles that rained down on Susanoo. Asterisk this technique. It's far more terrifying in person than in the anime or manga. Asterisk. Unlike the vacuum blade, which Jinjua had merely observed and not copied, the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu was something he had fully memorized. He hadn't expected its effects to be this overwhelming in practice. Asterisk an attack like this. It's a good thing I have Susanoo. Asterisk. While the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu had an impressive range and high attack frequency, its individual strikes were still relatively weak. In essence, it couldn't penetrate Susanoo's defenses. High-frequency attacks might accumulate damage over time, but such accumulation wasn't linear. Once the shuriken fully covered the target, additional projectiles would simply knock earlier ones away, negating any further damage. Eventually, the chakra sustaining the shadow clones would dissipate, causing the shuriken to vanish in puffs of smoke. Even as Susanoo's upper body clashed swords with Orochimaru's main body, its lower half effortlessly withstood the onslaught of shuriken. Asterisk, huh? Wait, asterisk. Suddenly, Jinjua felt a sharp sense of awareness strike him, and he noticed a critical detail. Some shuriken had slipped through the narrow gap between Susanoo's half-formed body and the ground. Susanoo, third form. In an instant, the blue giant grew even taller as fully formed legs materialized beneath it. Standing at its full height, Susanoo now had no blind spots. Asterisk, that was close. I really underestimated how much more experienced Orochimaru is. Even Madara, in the second form of Susanoo, was caught off guard by Gaara once. How could I, an amateur, afford to be so careless against someone like Orochimaru? Asterisk. So there's yet another stage. Orochimaru gazed up at the now fully formed Susanoo, his expression growing more serious. It wasn't fear. It was the realization that he had been underestimating the descriptions in the old biographies. Asterisk. So those exaggerated accounts of Madara and Hashirama that I dismissed as artistic embellishments, they were actually quite accurate, weren't they? To think I've been such a frog in a well all this time. Asterisk. Still, one thing was clear to Orochimaru. Jinjua was not the man responsible for the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha. Despite the legendary power he wielded, Jinjua had made a significant mistake in battle, one that someone like the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, could have exploited to end the fight instantly. Asterisk, such a flaw wouldn't escape someone like Minato. Whoever killed him that night, it wasn't Jinjua. It must have been someone, or something, far stronger. Asterisk. Orochimaru's mind briefly wandered. Asterisk. Could have been an overwhelming force. A being so powerful that even Minato, with his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, couldn't cope? Or was Minato not killed at all? Asterisk. For years, Orochimaru had theorized about the events of that fateful night, but he had never been able to fully piece together what might have transpired. Now, with Jinjua's demonstration of Susanoo and his own research into the Uchiha and Senju histories, Orochimaru was beginning to suspect an enemy far beyond the level of a mere Kage. But those were questions for another time. For now, the battle continued. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. The ground beneath Susanoo transformed into a massive swamp, and the giant began to sink into the mire. However, even as it sank, Susanoo's eyes ensured that most of its body remained above ground. With a single, effortless leap, Jinjua freed the giant from the swamp entirely. The A-rank terrain-altering jutsu had been rendered completely ineffective. Asterisk, this is a fantastic technique. Definitely adding it to my repertoire. Asterisk, Jinjua thought to himself as he continued to expand his arsenal. Asterisk, no wonder Sasuke got so full of himself with the Sharingan. This thing is ridiculously convenient. Asterisk, fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Though both techniques were only C rank, Orochimaru's execution elevated their power significantly. Even so, the combined assault fell far short of breaking through Susanoo's third form. Asterisk, it seems none of my offensive jutsu are capable of breaking through this stage of Susanoo. Asterisk, Orochimaru, like Hiruzen, had an extensive arsenal of techniques, but he also knew their limits. Based on his analysis of the previous attacks, Orochimaru concluded that using any other offensive jutsu would yield similar results. His snake-based techniques, in particular, were entirely unnecessary in this situation and would only waste chakra. Likewise, he had no intention of attempting Jinjutsu or Taijutsu. The sheer height of Susanoo alone made it impossible for him to engage in close combat. Resheathing the Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru began to applaud, his tone filled with genuine admiration. A flawless Kekkei Genkai, Jinjua-kun. May I call you that? Of course, Jinjua replied, deactivating Susanoo and descending back to the ground. As he approached Orochimaru, he remained noticeably vigilant, ready for anything. It seems you've gained quite a bit from this exchange as well, Orochimaru remarked, his smile this time far more natural. Indeed, this experience only reinforces my belief that seeking your guidance was the right decision. While the sparring match had been a controlled test, it had nearly resulted in Jinjua embarrassing himself. Asterisk from now on, when facing Kaga-level opponents, always go all out from the start. Asterisk. I'm flattered. With that, the two began walking back toward the Ninja Academy. But just as Jinjua took his first step, winner determined. Daily reward claimed. Gold plus 30. Asterisk what? Was that the dual arena daily reward? This, asterisk. The more he thought about it, the more it stung. Asterisk, if I had come to the Ninja Academy earlier, how much gold did I miss out on? Asterisk. But at this point, it was too late to dwell on it. Asterisk, whatever. The damage is done. Asterisk. Then, Jinjua-kun, please start heading to this location from tomorrow onward. Make sure not to reveal this location to anyone else. As for your Ninja Academy classes, don't worry about them for now. Orochimaru handed Jinjua a slip of paper containing the address of a secret training ground used by Konoha's Umbu. Such training grounds weren't uncommon in the village, and given Orochimaru's status, he could easily make retroactive arrangements with the Hokage to secure its use. Understood. Thank you very much for your guidance, Orochimaru-senpai. Guidance might be too strong a word. However, speaking of guidance, if anyone asks where you learned the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, just say you learned it from me. That should prevent unnecessary trouble. While Jinjua hadn't explicitly mentioned that his eyes had the same copying ability as a regular Sharingan, Orochimaru assumed it to be the case. Techniques like the Dragonfire Jutsu or Great Breakthrough wouldn't raise eyebrows, but the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu was different. As an A-rank jutsu, it was classified as village-level confidential. If questioned, it was better to have a plausible explanation to avoid complications. Of course, this reminder wasn't out of kindness on Orochimaru's part. By now, he had already categorized Jinjua as one of his research subjects, and anything that wasted Jinjua's time was, in Orochimaru's eyes, a waste of his own time. Thank you very much, Jinjua replied. Orochimaru's directness was one of the perks of learning from him. As a student of the third Hokage, Orochimaru could use techniques with impunity, and by extension, so could Jinjua. After Orochimaru left, Jinjua began walking toward the academy building. However, before he could go far, he once again encountered the 6-year-old boy he had seen the previous afternoon, Uchiha Itachi. Of course, Jinjua still didn't know his name at this point. Excuse me, are you Orochimaru-sama's student? Hearing the question, Jinjua nodded without hesitation. While he and Orochimaru hadn't officially formalized their teacher-student relationship, their recent interaction and training arrangement certainly made it true in spirit. Asterisk, I see. So that's why this fourth-year senior is so powerful. Asterisk, Itachi thought to himself. Asterisk, the legendary Sannin, perhaps even stronger than father, and a master of countless jutsu and strategies. Asterisk. Of course, at his age, Itachi didn't have a clear concept of what powerful truly meant. Senior. Jinjua, who had been about to leave, turned back at the sound of Itachi's voice. What is it? I was wondering if you could guide me in my training. But, I apologize. That was rude of me. Itachi quickly bowed in apology. He knew full well that he had no right to ask someone with no obligation to him for such guidance. Still, the image of Jinjua using fire release, Dragon Flame Song earlier had left a deep impression on him. And when he overheard Izuna proudly shouting, asterisk, that's my brother, asterisk during the demonstration, it stirred something in Itachi's usually composed heart. Simply put, he too wanted a day where his younger brother could proudly declare, that's my brother, in front of others. Guidance, huh? I'm afraid I'm not quite up to the task right now. My theoretical knowledge of ninjutsu is terrible. I was just criticized the other day for setting a bad example for the kids. By the way, while we've run into each other twice now, I still don't know your name. What's your name, kid? Though the academy didn't seem all that big to Jinjua, he found it curious to have run into the same child twice in relatively quiet areas. If it weren't for his concern about being a bad influence, he wouldn't have minded helping Itachi out a little. Then, Jinjua heard a name that immediately made his head ache. My name is Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Asterisk, why does it have to be this guy? Asterisk. Jinjua felt a wave of irritation. He had no desire to get involved with this model filial son. He was well aware of his own biases against the Uchiha, and even more so of how much of that bias stemmed from Itachi's actions. Still, Itachi wasn't the infamous figure he would later become. He was just a child. Jinjua wasn't so petty as to suddenly act hostile without reason. Instead, he offered a piece of well-meaning advice. While I'm not the best person to guide you in ninjutsu or ninja knowledge right now, I'd recommend balancing your training with proper rest. Sometimes, ensuring healthy physical and mental growth is just as important. Greatness doesn't have to come early. Even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were just kids skipping stones by the river in their youth. That didn't stop them from becoming legendary figures later in life. With that, Jinjua turned and continued toward the academy building, leaving Itachi standing there, deep in thought. Asterisk healthy growth. Does he mean I should focus on both physical and mental development while training in ninjutsu? I understand now. Asterisk. Meanwhile, back at the Uchiha residence, Uchiha Mikoto was feeding her infant son, Sasuke, when a strange voice echoed in her mind. Do you wish for your eldest son to grow up healthy? Who's there? Mikoto immediately stood up, clutching Sasuke tightly. The baby, sensing his mother's tension, surprisingly didn't cry. Before becoming a full-time mother after giving birth to her eldest son, Itachi, Mikoto had been an active Konoha Jonin. As a Jonin with the Sharingan, her overall combat abilities far exceeded those of most Jonin. Even so, she couldn't detect the source of the voice. Asterisk, could it be? Is it my turn now after Kushina? Asterisk. Mikoto felt a chill. As the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, she had been close friends with Uzumaki Kushina, the fourth Hokage's wife. Given Kushina's recent death, Mikoto couldn't help but wonder if the mysterious enemy that had caused such tragedy was now targeting her. Meanwhile, Obito, currently recovering in his base after losing an arm to Minato's Rasengan, Achu. Yet, despite her heightened vigilance, Mikoto found no signs of an enemy. After standing guard against an unseen intruder for 2 tense minutes, baby Sasuke finally began to wail, hungry and unsettled. Mikoto, keeping her Sharingan activated and her guard fully raised, resumed feeding him. Then the voice spoke again. Do you wish for your eldest son to be healthy? Asterisk, what is going on? And does this mean there's something wrong with Itachi's health? Asterisk, as a mother, Mikoto naturally hoped for her children to be healthy. With no other leads or options, she decided to respond. Of course I do. Every parent wishes for their children to be healthy, and I'm no exception. After her response, the voice didn't speak again. By the time Sasuke had fallen asleep, Mikoto still hadn't heard anything further. Asterisk strange. Could I be imagining things? Am I already at the age where I'm starting to hear things? Asterisk. In the end, the Uchiha matriarch decided to set her concerns aside for now. Asterisk. I'll tell Fugaku about this when he gets home. Asterisk. In the afternoon, at the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage exhaled a thin stream of smoke from his pipe and said, It seems we've been meeting quite frequently lately, haven't we, Orochimaru? It does appear so, Tobi-sensei. Orochimaru didn't even need to guess to figure out that his old teacher was once again entertaining thoughts of having him become Hokage. Thus, he cut straight to the point. Regarding Jinjua-kun, he'll be studying under me for the time being. There's no need for him to attend the Ninja Academy regularly. Additionally, I'd like to request approval for the use of a training ground. I trust the third Hokage will grant this. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment, caught off guard. A smile of pleasant surprise crossed his face as he realized something. Asterisk, so now I suddenly have a grand student. Asterisk, you've taken Uchiha Jinjua as your student? This, Sarutobi's mind quickly began analyzing the implications. The more he thought about it, the brighter Konoha's future seemed. Asterisk, if my judgment alone wasn't enough, Orochimaru's recognition of this boy is an even stronger testament to his potential. This young man might truly be able to carry the future of Konoha. Asterisk, very well, no problem. However, I'm curious. What made you decide to take this boy as your student so suddenly? Sarutobi had anticipated that Orochimaru might interact with Jinjua, but he hadn't expected a student to take such a significant step. Sarutobi secretly hoped for an answer like, asterisk, if Jiraiya could train the fourth Hokage, then let me train the fifth Hokage. But he knew full well that this wasn't Orochimaru's nature. Perhaps I simply found it intriguing, Orochimaru replied with his usual subtle smirk. As for him studying under me, that was actually Jinjukuin's own request, and I believe there's merit to it. He's a boy with an ultimate Kekkei Genkai, one so powerful that I myself couldn't breach it, and yet his ninja fundamentals and tactical abilities are utterly amateurish, as though he's never attended the academy. However, his combat instincts are exceptionally sharp. With just a bit of training, I believe he could surpass an ordinary Kage in strength. Even you couldn't break through it? Are you saying that boy can already utilize the full power of Susanoo? Sarutobi was well aware of Orochimaru's strength. After all, he had personally nurtured him. But to hear that even Orochimaru was powerless against Jinjua's Susanoo came as a surprise. Not necessarily its full power. I don't know what Uchiha Madara's prime looked like, but with my direct combat abilities, even if I could break through the third stage of Susanoo, it wouldn't yield any practical combat advantage. That said, I intend to spend some time studying the mechanics of Susanoo. Perhaps I can develop a method to counter it. Studying how to counter Susanoo, is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard thoughtfully. While researching ways to defeat a village ally might seem distasteful, it wasn't entirely unwarranted. After all, Jinjua's existence proved that the Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't limited to Konoha's Uchiha clan. What if, somewhere out there, another Uchiha, or a branch family, emerged with similar abilities? Even so, Sarutobi preferred that Orochimaru focus his research elsewhere. The third Hokage formed the hand seals for a summoning jutsu, and a scroll materialized out of thin air. He handed it to Orochimaru. "What's this?" Orochimaru unfurled the scroll and skimmed its contents. It detailed the training process for mastering a complex composite jutsu, along with notes on various techniques and their combinations. The ultimate goal of the scroll was a technique called 5-element Great Combo Bullet, a composite jutsu involving 4 shadow clones, each performing a different elemental technique. "I've never seen you use this before, Sarutobi-sensei. Is this a new concept of yours?" Orochimaru admitted that the technique seemed enormously powerful. Successfully mastering it would mean the user had achieved a pinnacle understanding of all 5 elemental transformations. However, the technique came with an obvious drawback: its chakra cost. "That's correct. I conceived it after that night," Sarutobi said, referring to the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha. "It's a new method I devised for dealing with massive enemies. Its destructive range and raw power are both immense. On the battlefield, it could pose a significant threat to enemies. But this jutsu requires not only mastery of all 5 nature transformations, but also a colossal amount of chakra. Even for me, using it would leave me with barely enough energy to continue fighting afterward. Sensei, have you considered that a flashy jutsu like this might not have much practical value? Is it just meant to test a ninja's mastery of the 5 elements? Ninja combat wasn't about flashy exchanges of jutsu. A technique like this had little real-world application. Still, Orochimaru would likely study it anyway. If possible, he wanted to learn every jutsu in existence. That said, he doubted he'd ever use this one in actual combat. It simply didn't align with his tactical style. "My chakra reserves are already far smaller than yours, Sarutobi-sensei. As for Jiraiya and Tsunade, neither of them has mastery over all 5 elemental transformations. In other words, none of Sarutobi's 3 students were likely to ever perform this composite jutsu. That being said, ninjutsu could always be refined and optimized. Sarutobi Hiruzen may have lacked the capacity to improve this technique further, but Orochimaru was different. I believe that if anyone could refine this jutsu into something more accessible, it would be you, Orochimaru. After all, there's no challenge too great for a genius like yourself." As for the purpose of this jutsu, the third Hokage stepped closer and placed a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, a rare gesture of camaraderie. "We are never truly alone, Orochimaru. Konoha ninjas should trust in the strength of their comrades. Even if I were to exhaust myself using this technique, as long as I have you, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Danzo, or any other capable comrade by my side, I could recover enough to rejoin the battle. What an overly demanding condition." Orochimaru's voice was laced with skepticism. By now, he no longer believed in the strength of comrades. He only trusted his own jutsu and research. Even if he had allies nearby, he wouldn't recklessly deplete his chakra in battle. It is indeed a demanding condition, Sarutobi admitted. But I believe there will come a time when this jutsu finds its purpose. The tide of battle can shift in an instant. Who's to say there won't be a moment where I can use it without worrying about chakra consumption? Such things are impossible to predict. Finally, Orochimaru rolled up the scroll and tucked it away. I'll set aside some time to study it. Asterisk. As for when I'll actually start, that remains to be seen. Asterisk. After school in the afternoon. Big brother, I heard that you returned at noon with that legendary ninja we saw this morning. Is that true? What did you two do? Could it be? Izuna thought back to the fire jutsu demonstration her brother had performed earlier in class. Big brother, are you about to become a real ninja? I heard from Funano-sensei that even a chunin like him can't learn ninjutsu as advanced as what you used. Faced with his sister's adoring and admiring gaze, Jinjua couldn't help but contemplate whether he should use his Sharingan to copy a few simple jutsu and teach them to Izuna. Asterisk. Maybe Izuna has some serious talent for ninjutsu as well. Asterisk. I don't think it'll happen that fast, but I did gain quite a bit today. Orochimaru-senpai taught me a few new jutsu. I've memorized the hand signs, but I don't know how to properly explain the techniques in detail yet, so I can't teach them to you for now. You can't teach me? Oh, that's too bad. Izuna visibly deflated, but quickly composed herself, understanding her brother's predicament. At that moment, Jinjua once again spotted the 6-year-old boy he'd encountered twice before, Uchiha Itachi. But this time, Itachi was accompanied by a man dressed in Konoha's standard green flak jacket. The man's clothing bore the unmistakable insignia of the Konoha police force, with the Uchiha clan's crest prominently displayed in its center. Seeing the crest, along with Itachi standing beside the man, Jinjua immediately guessed the man's identity. Uchiha Fugaku. Asterisk. See, this is why the clan crest should be displayed somewhere visible. Asterisk. If Itachi's crest had been on his chest or sleeve instead of hidden on his back, Jinjua would have recognized him as an Uchiha much earlier. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such details. As an outsider, Jinjua couldn't reasonably be expected to recognize the head of the Uchiha clan immediately. He decided to play along and addressed Itachi first. So it's you, Itachi. I didn't expect to run into you again so soon. And this gentleman is... Hello, Uchiha-senpai. This is my father. But, I don't know why. Itachi glanced questioningly at his father. He wasn't sure why Fugaku had suddenly shown up to pick him up from the academy, let alone why they were waiting for Jinjua. Asterisk. Could it be that Uchiha-senpai's family has some connection to the Uchiha clan? Asterisk. Itachi theorized. So you're Itachi's father. Are you waiting for someone? If so, I won't disturb you further. No, Uchiha-kun, I'm actually here to see you. Fugaku's sharp eyes had already discerned that Jinjua's mental maturity was on par with that of an adult. This raised questions about the incident 2 days ago, when 2 members of the police force had been knocked out by Jinjutsu. You're here for me? Jinjua asked, feigning confusion. Of course, he quickly deduced that this probably had something to do with the 2 Uchiha guards he had subdued with Jinjutsu. It's a private matter. There are too many people here. Could I ask you to step aside for a moment to talk? All right. Jinjua turned to his sister. Izuna obediently nodded, indicating she could walk home on her own. Very well, lead the way, sir. Fugaku nodded and started running toward a quieter location. Jinjua and Itachi followed closely behind, but it quickly became apparent that young Itachi couldn't keep up with his father's full speed. By the time Fugaku stopped, Jinjua was the only one still by his side. Noticing his son hadn't caught up, Fugaku finally spoke. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the Konoha police force. I'm Uchiha Jinjua, just an ordinary ninja academy student. May I ask what business the head of the Uchiha clan has with me? Fugaku closed his eyes briefly, as if steeling himself, before speaking directly. Do you know much about your ancestry, Uchiha-kun? This again. Jinjua sighed internally. I'm afraid I don't know much about my lineage. Fugaku nodded solemnly. The Uchiha clan rarely discriminates against outsiders when it comes to marriage. Over the years, many Uchiha have married into other families or even non-ninja families. However, if their descendants don't awaken ninja abilities, they often aren't recorded under the Uchiha name. That said, as long as they carry Uchiha blood, they are typically noted in our clan's genealogy. Are you saying Jinjua began to piece it together? You found the name Uchiwa in the Uchiha clan's genealogy. That's correct. Jinjua's eyes widened. So I'm actually an Uchiha after all? However, I couldn't trace the exact origins of your branch. It seems to date back to the Warring States period before the founding of Konoha. During that chaotic era, even powerful clans like the Uchiha didn't maintain detailed records. Any non-Uchiha surnames were simply noted in passing. I couldn't even determine when the name Uchiwa first appeared, only that it seems to have emerged near the end of the Warring States period. Combining this with Jinjua's apparent familiarity with Susanoo, Fugaku's suspicions deepened. So, Jinjua asked cautiously, "Don't tell me he's about to pull a Huga Hayashi and start making assumptions. I suspect you might be a descendant of a prominent figure from our clan, Uchiha Madara. Have you heard of him? Oh, come on. Why do you people always try to tie me to Madara?" Jinjua thought, exasperated. Upon reflection, he realized he had no solid evidence to dispute the claim. Sorry, but I'd rather not discuss this topic. I really don't know much about my ancestry. Fugaku interpreted Jinjua's reluctance as a sensitivity to the Uchiha clan's decision not to side with Madara in the past. Regarding the Uchiha clan's choice not to follow Madara-sama, even I don't know all the details. But if an apology from the current head of the Uchiha clan could mend things with his descendants, seeing Fugaku about to bow at a sharp 90-degree angle, Jinjua was dumbfounded. What on earth is he thinking? Why is he apologizing to me? Annoyed and flustered, Jinjua instinctively extended a skeletal arm of Susanoo to stop Fugaku mid-bow. The sudden appearance of the arm caused both of them to freeze. Jinjua, slowly retracting the arm and deactivating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Jinjua sighed. "I can't prove my identity, but there's no need," Fugaku interrupted. "You've already proven it. The Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo. There's no ninja in the world more Uchiha than you, Uchiwa-kun. That's not what I meant. I was trying to prove I don't have anything to do with Uchiha Madara." Jinjua felt like he was losing his mind. While Huga Hayashi had dropped the subject after sensing Jinjua's reluctance, Fugaku seemed utterly incapable of picking up on social cues. Alright, maybe this is partly my fault. If I hadn't shown the eternal Mangekyo, none of this would have happened. Taking a deep breath, Jinjua composed himself. From the moment I became aware of my own name, I've always been Uchiwa Jinjua, not Uchiha Jinjua. As for everything else you've mentioned, I know nothing about it. I didn't even learn the name Susanoo until I heard it from the third Hokage. So please, let's not discuss this topic anymore. But if that's the case, then why did you use Genjutsu on those two Uchiha guards 2 days ago? Fugaku asked, still trying to connect the dots. That was simply because they were bullying my sister. I've never seen anything in Konoha's rules about banning fox ear hair accessories. Yet those two lacked any sense of pride as Konoha shinobi. They yelled at a 6-year-old girl and nearly made her cry. Was I not justified in teaching them a lesson? I didn't even go that hard on them, did I? Technically speaking, falling victim to basic Genjutsu only caused a headache for a few days, far less damage than most other jutsu. Additionally, Genjutsu was precise, minimizing the risk of collateral damage to Konoha's streets or bystanders. Fugaku was stunned. So the only reason you attacked them was because they scared your sister? Exactly. There's no deeper, ancestral grudge behind it. And I don't believe I did anything wrong. Unless Konoha has suddenly started regulating hair accessories. Of course not. There is no way Konoha's leadership would waste time imposing restrictions on something as trivial as hair accessories, especially during such a tense period. Fugaku hesitated at a loss for words. He still felt convinced that Jinjua had some connection to Uchiha Madara. How else could he explain the boy's Mangekyo Sharingan, his mastery of Susanoo, and his speed, on par with Fugaku himself? But even Fugaku, dense as he was, could tell that Jinjua didn't want to continue discussing the matter. Finally, Fugaku sighed. In a tone tinged with sincerity, he said, "If, in the future, any Uchiha ninja causes you trouble, please allow me to handle it personally." Fugaku was well aware of the arrogance and ignorance displayed by some members of his clan. He could easily imagine someone foolish enough to try reclaiming Jinjua's eyes through underhanded means. "Understood. I have no intention of causing unnecessary conflict with anyone in the village. After all, the ninja world isn't exactly peaceful. Who knows when we might need to fight side by side as comrades." Jinjua was, of course, referring to threats like Obito, Madara, Black Zetsu, Kagaya, and the Akitsuki clan. Meanwhile, Fugaku interpreted his words as a reference to potential future ninja wars. "Exactly. If only every Uchiha thought the way you do, Uchiha can..." Fugaku sighed deeply. "Every time we fought side by side during missions or wars, we've been comrades. Why can't some people see that?" At that moment, Itachi finally arrived, panting heavily from exertion. "Itachi." Fugaku was surprised. He hadn't expected his son to find his way here. Asterisk, perhaps my son isn't so different from Madara's descendants after all. Asterisk. Jinjua, of course, had no idea what Fugaku was thinking. He merely assumed this location was a place the father and son frequented often. If he had known, he likely would have rolled his eyes in exasperation. "It's getting late. I should head back to make dinner for my sister. Farewell, Uchiha clan leader. I look forward to our next meeting, Uchiha-kun." Asterisk, I really don't. Asterisk, Jinjua shook his head. He was now certain he truly disliked dealing with the Uchiha clan. It's just too exhausting. The Root Division, a unique and secretive organization operating in the shadows of Konoha. Root's stated purpose was to eliminate anything that might hinder the village's prosperity, all while remaining in the darkness, like the roots of a tree buried deep underground. Its members, personally recruited by its leader Danzo, were subjected to rigorous, eradicate the self training. For further secrecy, Danzo placed cursed seals on them, molding these individuals into emotionless tools who existed solely to carry out missions. At this moment, Orochimaru was in Root's base, having a conversation with Danzo. However, as Orochimaru finished speaking, Danzo's face darkened considerably. "You said what? You've taken that brat as your student?" Faced with Danzo's questioning tone, Orochimaru remained completely unfazed. Instead, he calmly countered, "Is there a problem with that? That brat is very likely a descendant of Uchiha Madara. You won't be able to control him." Hearing Danzo's words, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle softly. He didn't even need to think to know what was running through Danzo's mind. "Oh, unable to control him? Then tell me, Danzo-sama, who do you think can control a genius like him?" "Root, of course. Whether it's that Uchiha Jinjua or his little sister, they both belong in Root, where they can undergo proper training to ensure their loyalty to Konoha." Orochimaru shook his head, visibly unimpressed. "It seems you, like Sartobi-sensei, are starting to lose your grip on reality, Danzo-sama. His name is Uchiha Jinjua, not Uchiha. I think it's very important for you to distinguish between the two." Orochimaru had no idea where Danzo's confidence came from, thinking he could tame someone like Jinjua. However, given their recent cooperation, Orochimaru decided it might be worth offering a friendly warning. "If you have anything you want to discuss with Jinjua-kun, I suggest you speak to him directly. And make sure your methods are gentle. Don't even think about using coercive tactics to force him into submission." Though Orochimaru hadn't interacted with Jinjua for long, he had already discerned the key to dealing with someone like him. If Jinjua were merely a genius, his sister might have been considered his weak point. But Jinjua had already transcended the title of genius and stepped firmly into the realm of the truly powerful. For someone with enough strength, their so-called weakness ceased to be a vulnerability and instead became their reverse scale, a line that others crossed at their peril. If Danzo provoked Jinjua to the point of no return, Orochimaru suspected the Root leader would face disastrous consequences. "I don't need a young upstart like you teaching me how to do things. Is that so? Well, I hope you exercise good judgment, Danzo-sama," Orochimaru replied with a faint smile. That was all he intended to say. As for sharing Jinjua's combat capabilities or other details, that was certainly not within his obligations. After Orochimaru left, Danzo slammed his fist into the armrest of his chair. Sarutobi's student, just as weak and corrupt as the man himself. I expected more from someone like Orochimaru, someone I thought had embraced the darkness. But it turns out he's just as disappointing. Asterisk, a descendant of Uchiha Madara is inherently far more dangerous than any ordinary Uchiha. If such a person can't be fully controlled for Konoha's benefit, they must be eliminated while they're still young. Asterisk, as night fell, the Uchiha household received 2 unexpected visitors. This time, however, they weren't high-profile individuals but 2 masked ninjas dressed in standard Umbu attire. No silver-haired spiky hair. This isn't Kakashi, Jinjua thought as he opened the door. Are you 2 here on behalf of the Hokage? The 2 masked ninjas nodded slightly, but said nothing. Asterisk, so stoic. That tiny hint of silence. There's a chance these 2 are from Root, not the main Umbu. Asterisk, could you give me half a minute? Jinjua asked. I just finished cooking. I need to turn off the stove. Even as Umbu, I'm sure you understand the consequences of leaving a stove unattended. Hearing that it would only take half a minute, the 2 ninjas didn't protest. One of them even pulled out a pocket watch to start timing. After closing the door, Jinjua moved quickly. He used the shadow clone jutsu to create a clone, which slipped into the back room. Jinjua himself donned a large hooded cloak, one wide enough to obscure his face from casual onlookers. Once everything was in place, he reopened the door. All right, I'm ready. Let's go. The masked ninjas stopped timing and motioned for Jinjua to follow them. However, their direction was clearly not toward the Hokage's office. Asterisk, Danzo's tactics aren't very subtle, are they? My house is so close to the Hokage's office that anyone could tell we're not heading there. Still, as long as my clone is here to protect Izuna, there's no need to worry about Danzo pulling anything too reckless. Asterisk, it was worth noting that Danzo, in his current state, lacked the enhancements he would later acquire. No Izanagi, no Mangekyo Sharingan from Shursui. At best, he was a Shadow Kage-level ninja, skilled in wind release, sealing jutsu, and summoning, but nothing beyond that. He was even physically impaired. Several minutes into the walk, Jinjua decided to make conversation. Excuse me, Umbu-senpai. If I remember correctly, the Hokage's office isn't in this direction. Where exactly are we going? You'll know soon enough, one of the masked ninjas replied curtly. They didn't seem concerned about Jinjua's growing suspicion. After all, from their perspective, he was just a ninja academy student. Genius or not, there was no way he could escape their grasp. Jinjua, however, had no intention of running. He leisurely followed behind them. A while later, they arrived at an area devoid of residential buildings or commercial establishments. Along the way, no one had paid particular attention to Jinjua's face. This place, Jinjua remarked, surveying the surroundings, looks more like a training ground. Finally, the 2 Root operatives revealed their true intentions. This is the entrance to the Umbu Training Division, Root. You can think of it as a training base, one of them said. An Umbu Training Division? I see. I didn't realize the Umbu selected recruits directly from the academy. Jinjua followed the 2 into the Root base. After navigating through the dimly lit corridors, he finally came face to face with a middle-aged man wrapped in bandages over his forehead and right eye. Asterisk, Danzo, huh? He looks just as distinctive as he does in the anime and manga. Let's see what kind of tricks you've got up your sleeve. Asterisk, Danzo's first words nearly made Jinjua lose his composure. Uchiha Jinjua, I don't care about your past, nor do I care why you've come to Konoha. But since you're here, you should dedicate yourself to serving Konoha. Just a small correction. My name is Uchiha Jinjua. Hearing Jinjua's bold retort, Danzo's lips curled into a faint smile. Are you saying you refuse to dedicate your talents to Konoha? At his signal, a dozen Root operatives emerged from the shadows. Their presence exuded a palpable sense of menace as they encircled Jinjua. Unperturbed, Jinjua casually scanned the group, searching for silver hair. As expected, none of them were Kakashi. What's with that expression? Danzo demanded. A boy of Jinjua's age shouldn't have looked so calm in such a situation. Jinjua answered earnestly. There are many ways to serve Konoha. As a ninja, I could also contribute by running a small business to boost the village's economy. That, too, is serving Konoha. Besides, he continued, this esteemed senior who seems to have lost his right eye in war. You haven't even introduced yourself. If you wanted to work for you, shouldn't you at least state your name and the tasks you expect me to perform? Otherwise, why would I agree? Why agree? A ninja doesn't need to ask so many questions. From this moment on, you will have no name or emotions. You will serve as a root ninja, eliminating all obstacles for Konoha. At Danzo's command, 2 root operatives approached Jinjua, seemingly intending to subdue him. Danzo added, your little sister, Izuna, will be the same. Your parents were bold to give you such names. Hearing this, Jinjua's gaze turned icy cold. Asterisk, so he's targeting Izuna too. I was willing to stay out of his way, but if that's how he wants to play it, he leaves me no choice. Asterisk, still, Jinjua didn't attack immediately. He wanted to frame his actions within a justifiable context. Does the Hokage know about this? Sarutobi? He won't be Hokage for much longer. No, he's long ceased to be Hokage. Danzo declared openly, his ambition on full display. He was clearly confident in Root's ability to brainwash and control recruits. With the suppression of individuality and the cursed seal, even the most strong-willed adults couldn't resist. What chance did a child have? Then can I interpret this as treason? Treason? Don't be ridiculous. Danzo's words were cut short as he caught sight of Jinjua's eyes that sent a chill down his spine. You seem to be mistaken about one thing. 2 massive, skeletal blue arms emerged from Jinjua's sides, grabbing the 2 root operatives who had approached him. The skeletal arms expanded into a half-body Susanoo, which quickly grew muscle and transformed into its second stage with 2 faces and 4 arms. I'm the one asking the questions now. Jinjua surveyed the surrounding root operatives, noting their complete lack of fear, even in the face of Susanoo. The sight reminded him of a particular quote, which he decided to borrow. Any ninja, when attacked, would feel fear, pain, or show some kind of opening. But these people, they don't seem to have any of that. I'll admit, this unit has its own unique qualities, but I don't think it aligns with the will of fire or with my values. The will of fire? A child like you could never understand my will. You're just another inherently dangerous Uchiha. Let me personally rid Konoha of this menace. Wind release. Vacuum bullets. Danzo rapidly formed hand seals, releasing a barrage of high-pressure air bullets toward Jinjua. Meanwhile, the surrounding root operatives began forming seals to attack Susanoo as well. Jinjua, however, remained calm. Manipulating his Susanoo, he conjured 14 glowing blue beads linked together. I don't know much about combat, but I do know how to keep it simple. Yasaka Magatama. The beads were launched toward Danzo's incoming attack. Before the jutsu even clashed, Jinjua began forming seals. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. As the Yasaka Magatama collided with the vacuum bullets, and Danzo realized his jutsu was insufficient, the entire root base was engulfed in a sea of flames. Root operatives scrambled to counter the firestorm with water and earth release techniques, while Danzo switched to his more powerful wind release, Great Vacuum Sphere, to intercept the remaining beads. In stark contrast to the chaos around him, Jinjua focused on chaining his attacks. Using the distraction, he body flickered to the center of the battlefield. Asterisk Magatama into fire, moved to the center. I can't use deep forest emergence without Hashirama cells, and I can't summon meteors without the Rinnegan, so let's bring out Madara's endgame. Asterisk. Perfect form Susanoo. Unlike his earlier casual demeanor, this time Jinjua gathered a significant amount of chakra. Moments after the flames began to subside, the root operatives were greeted by an awe-inspiring sight. A towering blue giant, clad in armor, wings spread wide, with a presence so immense it shattered the ceiling. The sheer scale of it could only be described as monumental. This is impossible. How can a boy his age possess such a vast amount of chakra? I understand now. You're not Jinjua, you're Madara himself. Sorry to disappoint you. Your guess is completely wrong. This form is a bit too attention-grabbing, so I'll make this quick. With that, Jinjua's perfect form Susanoo raised its foot and stomped down toward Danzo's position. Danzo barely managed to body flicker out of the way, but the resulting shockwave was equivalent to a mid-sized Earth release jutsu, sending several already weakened root operatives flying. As I said, Jinjua declared, "I am Uchiwa Jinjua, and only Uchiwa Jinjua. Farewell, Danzo, you treacherous fool who dare to disrupt my peaceful life." Susanoo, twin blades of flame. His mind instinctively mapped out the technique's execution, as if someone were guiding him step by step. Meanwhile, at the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just finished preparing to leave when he received urgent news. A blue giant over 100 meters tall? Wait, that location. Root. Sarutobi immediately donned his battle armor, ready to rush to the scene. But as he stepped out, a thought struck him. Wait, that must be Susanoo. Could it be Jinjua? In truth, someone like Jinjua, an outsider with such immense power, should have been assigned 1 or 2 ninja to monitor him around the clock. However, given the village's current manpower shortages and the proximity of Jinjua's home to the Hokage's office, Sarutobi had opted for more sporadic surveillance. After several consecutive body flickers, he arrived at Jinjua's residence, only to find Izuna practicing in the yard under the watchful eye of Jinjua's shadow clone. Third Hokage. The shadow clone greeted him with a slight tilt of its head. Thanks to the nature of the shadow clone jutsu, the clone was indistinguishable from the original in appearance and possessed its own intelligence, capable of using ninjutsu. Even Sarutobi couldn't tell the difference. Given the urgency of the situation, Sarutobi didn't dwell on it. Assuming Jinjua had nothing to do with the incident, he addressed the clone. Jinjua, I'm issuing you an A-rank mission. Come with me to provide support to the Umbu Training Division, which is currently under attack. Understood. The shadow clone responded without hesitation. After a brief moment of thought, it created another clone and stationed it beside Izuna. Apologies, Hokage-sama. If the situation is as dire as it seems, I must prioritize my sister's safety. As for the shadow clone jutsu, Orochimaru-sensei taught it to me. No need to apologize, child. Protecting your family is important. Now let's hurry. Sarutobi appreciated such a responsible attitude. Despite the chakra drain caused by the shadow clone jutsu, he understood Jinjua's reasoning. Soon, Sarutobi and the shadow clone joined the ninja forces stationed outside the Hokage Tower. The location that once served as the base of Root had now been completely reduced to ruins. Meanwhile, Danzo Shimura no longer bore any semblance of his previous arrogance. Gasping for breath, he lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly incapable of evading Jin Shue's next attack. Just a brat. Yet how could he possess such overwhelming power? But at this moment, Danzo had noticed something. Despite the commotion caused by Jin Shue's strikes so far, even in his anger, Jin Shue had refrained from finishing off the severely injured or unconscious root ninjas lying on the ground. The compassion of a brat who hasn't seen enough blood. Is it? In that case, an idea for a potential counterattack against Jin Shue formed in Danzo's mind. Pretend to surrender, lure him closer, and then launch a surprise attack on his eyes. If the ambush succeeds, all the better. If not, truth be told, Danzo still had one trump card left. It was true that Danzo's right eye had been injured. However, it had long been replaced with an implanted Sharingan. This eye wasn't meant for copying ninjutsu or aiding in conventional genjutsu, but served as a tool to activate the forbidden Uchiha technique, Izanagi. Izanagi, one of the Uchiha clan's ultimate doujitsu, allowed the user to rewrite reality within a limited time, turning everything unfavorable, including death, into mere illusions, while converting beneficial outcomes into reality. However, the cost of using this technique was the permanent sacrifice of one Sharingan. Yet there was a problem. Although Danzo knew the method to activate Izanagi, he had never tested it before. Whether it could truly deliver the invincible effect described in records was uncertain, and even the correct activation process remained ambiguous. Maybe surrendering outright could preserve my life, but Danzo clenched his fist secretly. At this moment, his desire for Jin Shue's eyes grew boundless. If I obtain those eyes, Not even Hiruzen will be able to stop me from becoming the 5th Hokage. Asterisk. Asterisk, I surrender. Asterisk. Danzo's entire demeanor seemed to relax, his voice filled with exhaustion, as though he had truly lost all ability to fight. However, Jin Shui, who had a fairly clear understanding of Danzo's character, showed no intent to stop his assault. Asterisk, surrender? Let you live so you can argue against me in front of the 3rd Hokage later? Why skip the process when I can end it here? Asterisk, while Jin Shui wasn't particularly bloodthirsty, he felt no psychological burden in eliminating Danzo, who had targeted him and his sister. As a transmigrator from a peaceful era, Jin Shui wasn't naive. If he couldn't ensure someone would take responsibility, leaving a man obsessed with his and his family's lives to roam free was truly foolish. Asterisk. Let's test for Izanagi first. Asterisk. There were conflicting accounts about activating Izanagi. Some claimed all that was needed was a Sharingan and knowledge of the technique, such as hand signs and chakra flow, while others suggested it required Hashirama cells. Jin Shui himself was unsure, so he chose to verify through action. Ignoring Danzo's surrender entirely, Jin Shui directly controlled his fully armored Susanoo to stomp down on Danzo's position. After lifting his foot, he worried it might not have been enough, so he stabbed the ground with Susanoo's sword for good measure. The next second, Jin Shui saw Danzo, who was supposed to be dead, standing gloomily not far from the newly formed pit. Asterisk, Izanagi? No, a substitution. Asterisk, Jin Shui felt speechless for a moment. He hadn't expected Danzo to evade with a substitution technique. Substitution jutsu, a category of auxiliary ninjutsu in the ninja world, revolved around replacing the user's body with some other object at the moment of attack, tricking the opponent into thinking the strike had landed. The techniques varied, from the basic ones taught in ninja academies to advanced versions like Earth Substitution, each with its own pros and cons and differing levels of difficulty to learn. Asterisk. Well, at least it wasn't a complete miss. Asterisk. Jin Shui observed Danzo again and noticed that his opponent's previously bandaged right arm was now entirely gone, with blood pouring profusely from his severed stump. Asterisk. Damn it. Izanagi really doesn't work. Asterisk. At this moment, Danzo wished he could drag out the researcher who unearthed Izanagi and kill them on the spot. But clearly, he no longer had that chance. Standing before Jin Shui, who had no concept of chakra conservation and solely focused on raw power, Danzo had no time for further plotting. Asterisk. Fire style. Dragon flame song technique. Asterisk. For dragon-shaped fire constructs, resembling piranhas, chased after Danzo. This time, even with substitution, he couldn't completely evade. And before Jin Shui could even confirm the damage from the attack, he launched his next strike. The blue blade of Susanoo sliced through the lingering smoke, cutting Danzo, who had managed to block the dragon flame song at the cost of exhausting his chakra and clinging to his last breath, cleanly in half at the waist. Asterisk. Phew. Asterisk. Seeing that Danzo was now reduced to a lifeless corpse, Jin Shui deactivated his Susanoo. To be extra cautious, he created a shadow clone to inspect the body, ensuring Danzo wouldn't fake his death and ambush him with Izanagi. Evidently, though this time Danzo was truly dead. Asterisk. It seems that at this point, Danzo really couldn't use Izanagi. Asterisk. Jin Shui didn't go out of his way to kill the remaining root ninjas who had lost their ability to resist. On the surface, it might seem that if he eliminated all the root ninjas and burned their corpses along with Danzo's using a grand fireball, no one would ever know who was responsible for today's events. But Jin Shui wasn't willing to gamble on the intelligence of the ninja world's natives. To him, underestimating others' intelligence was the height of stupidity. Speaking of which, Jin Shui walked over to Danzo's upper body, suppressing his disgust at the blood-soaked scene, and pried open Danzo's right eye. Asterisk. Rewriting seal. Genjutsu condition. Brain probe by secret techniques. It actually worked. It seems the rewriting seal is quite literal. It seals the technique directly into the Sharingan. Asterisk. A few minutes later, the 3rd Hokage arrived at the root base with a group of Konoha ninjas. Asterisk. Hokage-sama. We found a survivor, one of Root's members. Asterisk. Asterisk. Hokage-sama. This root Jonin is alive as well. Asterisk, asterisk, Hokage-sama, this root ninja is critically injured and needs immediate treatment. Asterisk. Hearing that many root ninjas had survived, the third let out a sigh of relief. Although these ninjas had long operated beyond his control, in his eyes, they were still Konoha's shinobi. It was naturally better for them to be alive. As he took a few steps forward and saw a bisected corpse, his already dim old eyes grew even darker. Danzo, even you are gone now. Bending down to gaze at Danzo's body, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a wave of confusion and disorientation wash over him. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a figure lying amidst the rubble. Jin Shui. Asterisk Jin Shui. Asterisk. Could it be? Hiruzen Sarutobi cast a puzzled glance at Jin Shui's shadow clone, which promptly dissolved into a puff of smoke. Afterward, the real Jin Shui, who had been lying on the ground moments earlier, seemed to regain some of his energy as though replenished by chakra. Under the watchful gaze of the third Hokage, Jin Shui pushed himself up with effort and successfully sat upright. That just now was only a shadow clone, Jin Shui explained. I'm the real one. Earlier tonight, 2 individuals claiming to be from the Umbu, though suspiciously so, appeared at my home. I felt something was off, but worried I might be misjudging the situation. So, I used the shadow clone jutsu I learned from Orochimaru-sensei to create a clone to protect Izuna while I followed them here. Then why has this place ended up like this? Why did such a fierce battle occur here? And what exactly did you do during all of this? Answer me, Uchiha Jin Shui. The third Hokage's eyes gleamed sharply as he subtly gestured to a ninja standing not far away. That ninja was Yamanaka Inoichi, a member of the Yamanaka clan, which specialized in techniques related to the mind and thoughts. Their secret techniques could even extract memories from the brains of the deceased. This meant that Jin Shui's verbal response wasn't entirely crucial since the third Hokage could uncover the truth regardless. Jin Shui, don't let me down. The third Hokage fervently hoped Jin Shui wasn't lying and that his old friend Danzo hadn't met his end at Jin Shui's hands. Hearing the Hokage's questions, Jin Shui answered without hesitation. This organization, it's strange. That man, who seemed to be the leader, tried to capture both me and Izuna without any provocation. He displayed clear signs of rebellion. When I pointed out his treasonous intent, he immediately tried to silence me, but I killed him instead. As Jin Shui spoke, he cast another glance at Danzo's mutilated corpse. This time, he couldn't suppress his psychological discomfort and unexpectedly vomited up the dinner he had eaten earlier in the evening. This overly genuine reaction left the third Hokage taken aback. This was your first time killing someone? Yes, my first time, Jin Shui replied. At that moment, the third Hokage heard a shout from Yamanaka Inoichi. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama's eye. His eye. Hiruzen shifted his gaze, only to be greeted by a shocking sight. Danzo's right eye socket, now exposed, contained none other than a Sharingan with 3 tomo, a trait only the Uchiha clan should possess. Because Sharingan implanted in non-Uchiha individuals couldn't be deactivated, the Sharingan in Danzo's socket stood out glaringly. In that instant, Hiruzen thought back to his old friend's attitude toward the Uchiha and found the entire situation utterly absurd. Inoichi, I need you to probe Danzo's memories before his death. As he spoke, Hiruzen glanced at Jin Shui. Seeing that the boy showed no signs of nervousness upon hearing this request, the Hokage felt a slight sense of relief. Asterisk, it seems this truly isn't the child's fault. Danzo, asterisk. As you command, Hokage-sama. Yamanaka Inoichi immediately began using a secret jutsu. At the same time, Jin Shui's rewrite seal was triggered. Unusually, as soon as Inoichi activated his jutsu to probe Danzo's brain, he was bombarded with a flood of images and sounds. Asterisk, Hiruzen, he won't be Hokage much longer. Asterisk, asterisk, only I deserve to wield the Mangekyo Sharingan. Asterisk, asterisk, I'll become Hokage, no matter the cost. Asterisk, these fragments of thought seem to represent Danzo's deepest obsessions. Inoichi quickly located the corresponding memories within Danzo's mind, as though these thoughts had been the driving force behind his every action. After a while, Inoichi returned to Hiruzen's side. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama, did indeed harbor intentions of staging a coup and even assassinating you. As for his clash with Uchiha Jin Shui, it appears to have stemmed from Danzo-sama's desire to seize Jin Shui's eyes. Hiruzen fell silent, staring at the lifeless body of his old friend. He struggled to comprehend how Danzo could have become this way. Once he had listened to Inoichi's full account of Danzo's significant transgressions, the third Hokage found himself unable to hold his composure. I see. I understand now. Hiruzen glanced upward at the night sky before turning to Jin Shui. Jin Shui, you did nothing wrong. Danzo's root had already become the darkest and most corrupted part of Konoha. It needed to be dismantled. In a way, Jin Shui's actions could be summarized as follows. Deceived by imposters in the night, he defended himself during what he initially believed to be an ordinary altercation. In the process, he uncovered a plot threatening the entirety of Konoha. When the conspirators attempted to silence him, he unlocked extraordinary power and successfully turned the tables. Notably, Inoichi made a point of mentioning that, even in the heat of battle, Jin Shui had shouted about Danzo's actions being unworthy of the will of fire. Even in the throes of rage, he instinctively upheld the principles of the will of fire as his moral compass. Moved by this, Hiruzen Sarutobi made a decision. Once you officially become a ninja, Jin Shui, I will credit you with completing an S-rank mission. On top of that, the full mission reward will be yours without any deductions. Thank you, third Hokage-sama. For Jin Shui, the rewards didn't matter as much. What mattered most was that the Hokage now understood this incident wasn't his fault. Moreover, there was no intention to punish him for Danzo's demise. Jin Shui had no desire to create friction with Konoha, not because he couldn't handle it, but because, truthfully, he had grown quite fond of this place. Just then, an unexpected figure appeared, surprising both Hiruzen and Jin Shui. Well, it seems Root is rather lively tonight, Sarutobi-sensei. And you too, Jin Shuiken. The newcomer was none other than Orochimaru. Sauntering casually through the ranks of wounded Root ninjas, he looked entirely at ease, as though he had anticipated this outcome all along. Orochimaru, what's the meaning of this? Hiruzen asked, puzzled. Earlier, when Orochimaru hadn't responded to the emergency summons, Hiruzen had assumed he was too absorbed in his research to notice. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. I came to witness Danzo-sama's downfall, and as I expected, his greed and obsession ultimately overpowered his reason. In truth, Orochimaru had arrived around the same time as the third Hokage, but had chosen to remain hidden until now. Did you already suspect something about Danzo? Hiruzen asked. From Inoichi, he had already learned that Orochimaru had been collaborating with Danzo. However, he hadn't thought much of it. Research partnerships were not unusual, even if they involved studies into forbidden techniques like wood release. Hiruzen had assumed they were still in the theoretical stages, so he hadn't seen it as a major issue. Still, he found it odd that Orochimaru hadn't reported anything suspicious about Danzo to him. Something like that. Though I must admit, I didn't expect him to act so hastily, or to die so hastily, for that matter. Orochimaru glanced at Danzo's corpse and shook his head. He felt no sadness over the man's death. What concerned him now was why Hiruzen wasn't angry upon seeing him. Could it be the Yamanaka clan's techniques can only probe recent memories? If that was the case, Orochimaru had nothing to worry about. He hadn't conducted any particularly egregious human experiments lately. He'd been so broke recently that he could barely afford to feed Anko. Well, if there's no issue, I won't dwell on it. With Danzo gone, the question now is, how do I secure more funding? If possible, Orochimaru would rather not waste time scrambling for resources. At this moment, the Hokage's office was occupied by only 3 people. The third Hokage, Orochimaru, and Jin Shui. After a long silence, the third Hokage finally sighed and began scolding his student of several decades. Orochimaru, the next time you notice anything unusual, report it to me immediately. Even if you think this old fool might show favoritism toward an old friend, can't you at least consider that you yourself would also be someone I'm inclined to favor? It was true that Danzo had been his childhood friend, but Orochimaru was also a student he had personally raised. If he were to show favoritism, it would naturally extend to both sides. Favoring both equally cancels out any bias, doesn't it? Normally, such words wouldn't be appropriate with an outsider present, but since Orochimaru was his pupil and Jinshue was Orochimaru's student, it didn't matter. Why didn't you report Danzo's suspicious behavior to me? If Danzo had merely been scheming against me, I wouldn't have pursued it too harshly. But if he intended to harm others in the village, even if they weren't ninjas, I absolutely would not tolerate that. Hiruzen's thoughts were clear. He knew his own tendencies as an aging and overly forgiving man. If Danzo had sent assassins after him specifically, he might have chosen to forgive his old friend. But if Danzo sought to harm others, that was an entirely different matter. As Hokage, Hiruzen was merely the village's leader, not its owner. If Danzo had only targeted him, Hiruzen, as the victim, had the right to forgive. However, he could not forgive Danzo for crimes against others on their behalf. Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. Why hadn't he informed his teacher? The answer was simple. Because he had his own secrets to hide. It was sheer luck that Danzo's death hadn't exposed certain experiments Orochimaru had been conducting. Otherwise, he would have already been planning his escape. But could he openly admit to conducting human experiments? Of course not. So he had to come up with a different response for his teacher. As it turns out, I didn't have sufficient evidence to prove that Danzo was harboring rebellious intentions. You're aware, Sarutobi-sensei, that I've been engrossed in my research lately. I barely even spoke with Danzo unless absolutely necessary, despite our collaboration. Besides, without concrete evidence, even if I had reported it, all it would have done is make you more cautious. Orochimaru knew full well that even if the evidence was lacking, his teacher would have launched an investigation if he had made a report. With his cooperation, uncovering some clues wouldn't have been too difficult. But was that something he could openly admit? Of course not. Hiruzen remained silent for a moment. It was true that Orochimaru's cautious nature would prevent him from acting without sufficient evidence. However, Hiruzen believed that if Orochimaru had informed him about Danzo, he wouldn't have simply been more cautious. Orochimaru, if you encounter something suspicious in the future and your private investigation yields no results, come directly to me. The Umbu isn't just for show. While I can't guarantee uncovering everything Danzo did, I could at least find some leads. You need to learn to rely on your comrades. Here in Konoha, every ninja can be your comrade. It was sound advice, but Orochimaru didn't take it to heart at all. Whether the other ninjas in Konoha could become his comrades was unclear, but if he were to push his would release experiments a few steps further, those potential comrades would undoubtedly become his enemies. And Jinshue. Turning his gaze to Jinshue, Hiruzen's face was filled with guilt. I truly apologize. You entrusted Konoha with your trust and chose to join us, only for something like this to happen. As the third Hokage, I formally apologize to you. Watching Hiruzen fall into what could only be described as his traditional routine, Jinshue found himself at a loss for how to respond. However, unlike when he had interrupted Fugaka's apologies, he decided not to intervene here. After all, with Danzo's death, it was only right for the third Hokage to apologize on Konoha's behalf. The real question was whether this apology would remain purely verbal or be accompanied by some tangible compensation. This wasn't Konoha's fault, nor was it the fault of the third Hokage. As for the culprit, Danzo Shimura, I've already dealt with him personally, so I think there's no need for you to be so burdened. Is that so? Jinshue, you're truly magnanimous. But aside from this, I do have a small question. Hiruzen locked eyes with Jinshue. Jinshue, your Susanoo, how far can it go? Also, based on my information, it seems you can unleash extremely powerful fire release techniques. What's going on with that? As for Susanoo, normally, I'd say it's about as strong as when I tested it with Orochimaru-sensei. However, tonight, I'm not entirely sure what happened. When I heard that man say he wanted to brainwash and take Izuna, I felt an unprecedented rage. After that, my Susanoo seemed to temporarily break its limits, growing taller and stronger in both attack and defense. If I'm not mistaken, it even seemed capable of flight. Asterisk triggered by rage upon hearing a threat to one's family, leading to an explosive surge of power. That does align with Tobirama-sensei's description of the Uchiha clan's abilities, asterisk thought Hiruzen. As for fire release, I found the seals and general technique in my family's old archives. I never practiced it before, and the fire style, Dragon Flame song that I used at the academy was actually my first attempt. Somehow it just worked. It just worked? Both Hiruzen and Orochimaru had to resist the urge to comment. For once, their thoughts aligned perfectly. He just doesn't want to say more. It wasn't unusual for a ninja to withhold information about their techniques. Both Hiruzen and Orochimaru suspected that Jin Shue's claim about his family's archives was likely true. If he's a descendant of Madara Uchiha, it wouldn't be surprising for some fire release techniques to have been passed down, they both thought. Ahem. In any case, Hiruzen cleared his throat and continued. Given the events of tonight, Jin Shuekun, your overall capabilities have already reached the standard of a genin. Overall capabilities? Jin Shue was confused. He vaguely remembered Hiruzen criticizing his lack of ninja fundamentals just a few days ago, urging him to focus on his academic studies before starting work. You quickly assessed suspicious individuals, extracted critical information through conversation, and ultimately eliminated a powerful rogue ninja. Moreover, you avoided excessive harm to Konoha ninjas who had been under Danzo's control. While your theoretical knowledge as a ninja remains a bit lacking, your overall performance fully meets the requirements for a genin. More importantly, Hiruzen glanced at Orochimaru. I believe that, for theoretical knowledge, you would learn faster under Orochimaru's guidance than at the Ninja Academy. In truth, when Hiruzen learned that Orochimaru had taken Jin Shue as a student, he had already wanted Jin Shue to graduate early. As someone who had taught ninjutsu himself, Hiruzen understood Orochimaru's exceptional capabilities in theory and practice. Teaching a student like Jin Shue would be an easy task for him. Hiruzen's initial decision to place Jin Shue in the academy hadn't been because he doubted Jin Shue's qualifications as a ninja. Rather, it was to give the young man time to integrate into Konoha and develop a sense of belonging. Additionally, Hiruzen held high hopes for Jin Shue's future, believing he could become a well-rounded ninja. His expectations for Jin Shue only grew after learning that Orochimaru had taken him on as a student. If the opportunity arose, Hiruzen even hoped Jin Shue would fully embrace the will of fire and one day become Hokage. And what Hokage could lack a solid foundation in ninja theory? Unfortunately, Hiruzen hadn't anticipated the Danzo incident interrupting his initial assessment of Jin Shue. Asterisk, Danzo. Asterisk while reminiscing about Danzo's younger days, Hiruzen felt a pang of sorrow for his old friend's death. But when he thought about what Danzo had done, Jin Shue interrupted his thoughts by asking, "So, I can just pick up a forehead protector and start taking on missions now?" Indeed. However, we'll need to go through a symbolic process first. Hiruzen pulled out a document. I've arranged an early graduation exam for you. Aside from demonstrating the basic 3 academy techniques, you'll also spar with a young jonin. After saying this, Hiruzen felt the need to add something. Of course, remember to hold back. This is a performance-based match, and I plan to publicize both the process and the results. Publicizing a genius's achievements not only brought individual prestige, but also raised the village's reputation. However, it wasn't something to be done lightly, as rival villages weren't fools. Announcing a young prodigy often added them to enemy target lists. Jin Shue's case, however, was unusual. Hiruzen wasn't worried about him being targeted or assassinated. In fact, if an enemy village attempted such actions, it would likely harm them more than Konoha. Asterisk publicize it. Is this meant to showcase Konoha's new generation to the world? Well, I suppose so. Asterisk. It seems like an unofficial mission of sorts, Jin Shue remarked. For both myself and this village, I'd be more than willing to take it on. So when is this exam scheduled? Asterisk after all, this is where Izuna and I will likely live for the next few decades. And for something this minor, asterisk, he actually understood that. Hiruzen was slightly surprised, but quickly attributed it to Jin Shue's background in running a business before coming to Konoha. The exam will take place in 7 days. By the way, Jin Shuekun, if all goes well, you'll become the fastest graduate in Konoha's history. Congratulations. Hearing Hiruzen's congratulations, Jin Shui didn't feel particularly moved. However, he did care about becoming a genin, not for the rank itself, but because, with a new rank, the system's tier might change. If it's a proper system, it should come with some kind of reward, right? Though the system had been mostly inactive, Jin Shui figured it still had a basic framework. After all, tiers usually came with rewards. The lack of rewards for the apprentice tier was likely due to its nature as a provisional rank. 30 minutes after Jin Shui left the Hokage's office. Orochimaru, what do you think we should do about Root? Hearing his teacher's question, Hiruzen sighed heavily. The Root ninjas have undergone Danzo's dehumanizing training. Reintegration into the village's standard framework would be quite challenging. Even though Konoha was currently short on manpower, Hiruzen was reluctant to place these brainwashed Root ninjas directly into Konoha's ninja system. Beyond their suppressed emotions, rendering them incapable of certain tasks, their loyalty to Konoha itself was questionable. Root's ideology wasn't just about loyalty to Konoha or to missions. It was primarily loyalty to Danzo. Now that Danzo was dead, there was no telling what deeply brainwashed individuals might do. If only someone could take over Root's leadership, keep them in check, and gradually smooth things out over time. Hiruzen cast a meaningful glance at Orochimaru. The latter understood his implication perfectly, but had no intention of fulfilling his teacher's wishes. Root was originally established as a training division for the Umbu. Now that Danzo has trained them, they can simply be absorbed back into the Umbu. But the Umbu shouldn't grow too large. It's only a few dozen people. Besides, this isn't something I need to concern myself with. Orochimaru turned and headed for the door. He had no interest in debating such trivial matters with his teacher. If not for Jin Shui's impressive performance earlier, which had put him in a good mood, Orochimaru wouldn't have spoken this much tonight. However, just as Orochimaru's left foot crossed the threshold, he heard Hiruzen mutter a word that piqued his interest. Funding. Orochimaru stopped in his tracks. The funding for Root, Hiruzen said calmly. I have no intention of cutting it. As for how Root's future leader chooses to restructure it, I won't interfere. Whether it becomes a research division or a massive training facility, as long as it continues to benefit Konoha, it doesn't matter to me. That's quite an enticing offer, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips. Of course, research on would release or the first Hokage cells is strictly forbidden. However, I hope you'll focus on projects that can be openly showcased. If that's the case, I wouldn't mind allocating additional research funding to you. Those things are irrelevant to me. After all, what I'm most eager to research now is the subject of Susanoo. After returning to what could loosely be called his home, Orochimaru picked up a book that he had previously dismissed as the ramblings of a third-rate author, an apocryphal account about Uchiha Madara. The book recounted the following. After his earth-shaking battle with Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara did not perish on the battlefield, as most believed. Instead, he quietly disappeared from the tumult of the ninja world, retreating to a remote village inhabited by ordinary people far from the chaos of war. There, Madara appeared as a mysterious traveler, shedding the majesty and bloodlust that once defined him as one of the ninja world's pinnacles. Adopting the guise of a humble carpenter, he began an unknown chapter of his life, one of simplicity and normalcy. As far as apocryphal tales go, this one is quite wild. But Orochimaru set the book down and began to ponder. Uchiha Madara was the strongest ninja of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan possesses the forbidden technique Izanagi, which can evade death. An outsider boy with a distorted understanding of ninja principles, who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and demonstrated an extraordinary command of fire release. The more he thought, the more Orochimaru found the wild story plausible. As the strongest member of the Uchiha clan, it's impossible that Madara didn't know Izanagi. This means there's a slim but real chance that he survived that battle. If that's the case, and if the siblings from the Nara family are truly his descendants, then perhaps this so-called apocryphal account holds a surprising amount of truth. At that moment, a strange electronic voice interrupted Orochimaru's train of thought. Do you wish to understand the true meaning of life? Do you want to explore the truths of the world more conveniently? Orochimaru tilted his head. He was certain he wasn't hallucinating. After confirming he wasn't under the influence of any jinjutsu, he chuckled softly. Interesting. A moment later, a document resembling a contract floated into his hand. Across the entire ninja world, any experiments conducted by Orochimaru will have their funding requirements reduced by 90% through various means. Signature line, ****. The ninja world never runs out of intriguing things, does it? Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued, not just by the content of the contract, but by the mysterious nature of the document itself. Unsheathing his Kusanagi sword, he thrust it directly into the suspicious piece of paper. The paper tore as easily as ordinary parchment. However, as soon as Orochimaru withdrew his blade, he noticed that the text on the torn paper had changed. Specifically, the funding reduction percentage had decreased from 90% to 70%. Oh, it's angry. Orochimaru smirked, his expression alight with interest. Fascinating. It seems there's indeed some entity behind this. Could it be that beings akin to the legendary sage of 6 paths truly exist in this world? Could there be a layer of myth and divinity beyond the legends we know? If that's the case, then perhaps I should respond in a manner befitting a fantastical narrative. Biting his finger, Orochimaru pressed a bloody fingerprint onto the designated signature line. The moment he did, the paper began to emit a soft white glow before vanishing entirely within seconds. Despite the rapid sequence of events, Orochimaru managed to catch the updated contract terms before it disappeared. The funding reduction percentage had reverted to 90%. If such a thing exists, does that mean? Orochimaru's slit-like pupils gleamed with anticipation. Immortality, or even becoming a being akin to the sage of 6 paths, might actually be attainable. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku was struggling to fall asleep. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku often interacted with ninjas of various temperaments within the clan. After each interaction, he would mentally review their personalities and desires, using this insight to facilitate future communication. Narujin Shue. This boy displayed obvious impatience when I repeatedly brought up the idea of him being a descendant of Uchiha Madara. There are only 2 possibilities for such a reaction, Fugaku thought. Either he truly isn't a descendant of Madara, or he harbors resentment toward his ancestor. Determining whether Jin Shue was Madara's descendant was impossible at this point, or at least Fugaku didn't have the means to confirm it. However, given Jin Shue's Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo, Fugaku couldn't help but lean toward the second possibility. He also seems willing to take the time to talk with Itachi, which suggests he doesn't dislike the Uchiha clan. Yes, that must be it. Fugaku didn't consider the possibility that Jin Shue might not have recognized Itachi as an Uchiha. After all, Uchiha members always displayed the clan crest on their clothing when operating outside the clan's territory. According to Itachi, Jin Shue's advice about balancing work and rest came during their second meeting. Even if Itachi hadn't introduced himself by name, Jin Shue should have seen the crest on his back. Thus, Fugaku didn't entertain the idea of Jin Shue being unaware of Itachi's Uchiha affiliation, further bolstering his second hypothesis. If only we could integrate him into the Uchiha clan. It's been so long since the clan produced someone both composed and exceptionally gifted. While sure Sui is impressive, he sometimes feels a bit too naive. Speaking of which, Itachi and Jin Shue's younger sister are classmates. If Itachi could express goodwill through her, that might be a good approach. But Itachi doesn't seem particularly skilled at socializing. Never mind, I'll take it one step at a time. Temporarily setting aside his thoughts about Jin Shue, Fugaku turned to another matter that had been bothering him. That voice Mikoto heard, what was it? Who or what is behind it? And what about Itachi's health? Could there really be something wrong with his body? The slight comfort Fugaku had felt from his eldest son's talent was once again overshadowed by worry as he considered the possibility of Itachi having health issues. Come to think of it, Jin Shue also advised Itachi to pay attention to his health. Could there be a connection between that mysterious voice and Jin Shui? In fact, could the voice itself have been Jin Shui? Although Jin Shui was under my observation during that time, the Mangekyo Sharingan's powers defy conventional reasoning. Asterisk. But how would I even confirm that? Asterisk. Fugaka sighed quietly to himself. Asterisk. In any case, I should take Itachi to Konoha Hospital for a checkup. Better safe than sorry. Asterisk. Please, let there be nothing wrong. Asterisk. 5 days later, Konoha was still dealing with both internal and external turmoil. But ever since rumors about Jin Shui began spreading, the villagers finally had some fresh gossip to discuss over their meals. Did you hear? There's a genius who's going to graduate early from the Ninja Academy. Someone even beyond Kakashi Hitaki. Guess how many days he's been at the academy? 9 days. If he graduates in 2 days, it'll mean he's only been there for a total of 9 days. What are you talking about? You've missed the key point entirely. Don't you know that this Naru kid is actually Orochimaru-sama's student? Who knows how many years he's been training under Orochimaru before even setting foot in the academy. The title of genius is probably just something to impress outsiders. Orochimaru-sama's student? That doesn't sound right. Isn't Naru supposed to be from outside the village? Outside the village? So what? Does living outside the village prevent him from being Orochimaru-sama's student? Maybe Orochimaru-sama discovered this talented kid during one of his missions, trained him for a while, and then brought him back to the village. Still, the title of genius doesn't seem fake either. Didn't they say he used a B-rank fire release while at the academy? Isn't that the kind of technique usually only Jonin can learn? That's strong. Then maybe he really is something but surpassing Kakashi Hitaki? Not likely. At the same age, Kakashi was already a Jonin. This Naru kid might be graduating quickly, but he's already 12. At best, I'd say he's on par with Kakashi. Conversations like this, comparing Jin Shui with Kakashi, were spreading throughout Konoha. Clearly, this was the result of deliberate publicity. Meanwhile, Jin Shui was absorbing ninja knowledge at an accelerated pace under Orochimaru's guidance. Asterisk. Orochimaru's efficiency really is on another level. Asterisk. A few days earlier, Orochimaru had compiled the curriculum of the Ninja Academy, filtering out anything irrelevant for someone like Jin Shui, who had combat ability but lacked theoretical knowledge. Afterward, Orochimaru gave Jin Shui a set of test questions based on the filter material and spent an evening refining the curriculum further based on the results. Asterisk. I feel like I could finish learning all of this in less than 3 months. What is this? Some kind of 100-day cram session for Jonin exams. Asterisk. Although his Jonin exam was still 2 days away, Jin Shui wasn't concerned about anything beyond the practical test. His strength was undeniable, and he didn't even take the Jonin he was set to spar with seriously. As for his ninja resume, he already had an S-rank mission under his belt before even graduating. If the Jonin rank was akin to passing college entrance exams, then having an S-rank mission record as a student was like publishing a groundbreaking paper in an international science journal while still in high school. At that moment, a figure clad in a green vest entered the room. It was Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sensei, Jin Shui greeted. Although he didn't feel that his relationship with Orochimaru was as close as the legendary bonds of Hiruzen and Orochimaru, or Jiraiya and Minato, Jin Shui still regarded Orochimaru as his teacher in a purely academic sense. Calling him Orochimaru-sensei felt natural and far less awkward than addressing him as Orochimaru-sama. Asterisk, it's definitely more comfortable than using sama. Even after living here for years, I still can't get used to the ninja world's habit of throwing sama around so casually. Asterisk, Jin Shuekuin, I've encountered a problem, and I hope you can help me with it. A problem that needs help from a theory-challenged person like me? What kind of problem is this? Jin Shui was puzzled. Don't tell me Orochimaru's about to ask me to participate in an experiment. To his surprise, Orochimaru brought up something Jin Shui had nearly forgotten about. When the Yamanaka clan uses their secret techniques to probe someone's memories, they have methods to retrieve even childhood memories if necessary. They also possess excellent filtering techniques to eliminate irrelevant details and extract key information. But I noticed that during the memory probe on Danzo, the Yamanaka Jonin seemed to have overlooked several crucial details. This doesn't align with the usual level of professionalism displayed by the Yamanaka clan. Orochimaru had investigated the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques and found it strange that Yamanaka Inoichi hadn't uncovered Danzo's involvement in human experiments, especially since his last experiment wasn't even that long ago. Orochimaru deduced three possible explanations. 1. In Danzo's mind, information about Orochimaru wasn't considered key intelligence by the Yamanaka's criteria. 2. The Yamanaka Jonin, despite being an heir to the clan, lacked sufficient skill. 3. Someone had tampered with Danzo's memories to interfere with the Yamanaka's judgment. As Orochimaru pondered the third possibility, he realized that Jin Shui was likely the only person with both the opportunity and the motive to do so. This asterisk, well, I'll need Orochimaru's help in the future, so I might as well admit to this. It's not a big deal anyway. It could even strengthen our connection. Asterisk, it was indeed my doing, Jin Shui admitted. That guy seemed to hold a very high position in Konoha, so I was worried that the third Hokage might punish me for killing him. I used Genjutsu to manipulate his memories a bit. The rewrite seal was, of course, something Jin Shui couldn't reveal, so he chose this explanation instead. Genjutsu? Just Genjutsu. Orochimaru was skeptical. He doubted Jin Shui could openly use Genjutsu in front of the third Hokage without being detected. It was Genjutsu, specifically a powerful one based on these eyes. While the rewrite seal was the key, the Genjutsu itself had carried out the task of guiding Yamanaka Inoichi during the memory probe. Based on those eyes, on that note, Jin Shuequin, when did you acquire these eyes? Hearing Orochimaru's question, Jin Shui held up 2 fingers. Asterisk, I can't let him push too far. Asterisk, that's the second question, Orochimaru-sensei, Jin Shui said with a sly grin. At this, Orochimaru chuckled. Fair enough. That's my mistake, Jin Shuequin. Although Jin Shui didn't answer his question, Orochimaru wasn't upset. After all, Jin Shui had just done him a significant favor. However, I can at least answer your question a little, Jin Shui added. Oh, I'm all ears, Orochimaru replied, adopting a listening posture as Jin Shui prepared to spin a tale. 6 years ago, my parents passed away one after the other. That's when my eyes started showing strange changes. At first, the pain was so intense that I couldn't even open them. On the rare occasions I forced myself to look in the mirror, I could only see a faint red glow. I'm certain the pattern in my eyes back then wasn't the same as it is now. It probably resembled the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Asterisk sounds like the process of awakening the Sharingan. Awakening it after the loss of one's parents. That does sound plausible, asterisk Orochimaru thought. My eyes took their current form about 1.5 years ago. However, they were unstable at first and couldn't maintain their state for long. This instability persisted until recently. Asterisk, I see. So once his Mangekyo Sharingan stabilized, he felt confident enough to come to Konoha. That fits with his composed demeanor, which is unusual for someone his age. Asterisk, that's about all I can say. I'm not sure how else to explain it. I understand. Thank you, Jin Shuequin, for clarifying. Orochimaru's gratitude wasn't just lip service. It came with a tangible reward. He handed Jin Shui a scroll. What's this? Jin Shui asked as he accepted it, holding back his curiosity for a moment. Some techniques that might be useful to you, Orochimaru replied. Useful ninjutsu? Specifically what kind? Jin Shui asked. Naturally, it's for your performance 2 days from now, Orochimaru replied with his signature sly tone. Performance? Jin Shui's interest immediately waned, but he still opened the scroll. Fire style, flame meteors. What's this technique? Never heard of it before. It's a technique passed down by the Sarutobi clan, Orochimaru explained. This jutsu lets you unleash a series of small fireballs from your mouth to attack your enemies. It's classified as a C-rank technique and could be considered a lesser version of the fire style, dragon flame song technique you've used before. Hearing this, Jin Shui looked puzzled. He didn't understand why he needed to learn a lower-tier jutsu when he already knew a more advanced one. Orochimaru, noticing the look on Jin Shui's face, could immediately guess what he was thinking. A ninja's intelligence is critical, Orochimaru said. Unless absolutely necessary, you should avoid revealing your trump cards. During the performance in 2 days, there's no need to expose too much of your true abilities. That makes sense, Jin Shui admitted. Asterisk, hold on. Is Orochimaru showing concern? Asterisk, Jin Shui found it surprising. He knew Orochimaru was skilled at winning people over, but he didn't expect him to genuinely show care for others in private. Asterisk, or maybe it's just that Orochimaru hasn't fully gone dark yet. Makes sense. I remember that around this time, Orochimaru was still the kind of person who'd stop children from dangerous training while muttering about how reckless they were. Asterisk. Orochimaru continued. The scroll also contains 9 additional C-rank techniques. You can select whichever ones suit your preferences to prepare for the performance. Hearing this, Jin Shui raised an eyebrow. No chakra paper to test elements first? You're just throwing techniques at me. But soon, he realized there was no need for chakra paper. The other 9 techniques were all fire release jutsu. In fact, half of them were techniques his template, Uchiha Madara, already knew. Jin Shui guessed that if these jutsu weren't niche or low in combat efficiency, Madara would probably have known all of them. The 10 C-rank fire release techniques included various forms of fire manipulation: fireballs, fire streams, fire lines, fire rings, and so on. It was clear that Orochimaru had intentionally selected these jutsu as part of a structured learning path, not just for the upcoming performance, but also as foundational training. Oh, Jin Shuekoin, you've never tested your chakra attributes before? That's my oversight, Orochimaru remarked. Since Jin Shui had never shared his chakra attributes, Orochimaru had assumed he could only use or excel in fire release. Orochimaru walked over to a cabinet, retrieved 2 plain-looking sheets of paper, and held one up. This is chakra paper, which reacts differently based on chakra attributes. Since you've heard of it, you should know the reactions, like this. As Orochimaru infused his chakra into the paper, it exhibited 5 different reactions: burning, splitting, crumpling, dampening, and shattering. This demonstrated that Orochimaru possessed all 5 basic chakra natures. The more chakra natures a person can wield, the greater their versatility in battle, Orochimaru explained. I'm not just talking about raw power. I mean the ability to counter opponents more efficiently by using techniques that exploit their weaknesses. That said, even mastering just one chakra nature doesn't make someone weak. For those with an exceptionally large chakra reserve, it doesn't matter if they only specialize in one nature, or even just one jutsu. They can still become incredibly powerful. In Orochimaru's view, Jin Shui was one of those rare individuals with chakra reserves so immense they defied logic. When Jin Shui took the chakra paper and infused it with his chakra, the paper ignited almost instantly, without showing any other reactions. Asterisk, what the hell? Didn't Uchiha Madara have all chakra natures? Is this template incomplete? Or maybe, is it something that slowly unlocks? No way, right? What am I, collecting puzzle pieces of Madara? Asterisk. Or maybe Madara, in his youth, only had fire release besides Yin? Asterisk sigh. Whatever. For now, it looks like I only have fire. Guess I'll stick to learning fire release. Wait, hold on. Maybe I don't even need to spend time learning them. Asterisk. Jin Shui suddenly had an idea. By the way, does Konoha have any rules about forbidding the casual copying of other villagers' jutsu? Asterisk, so this is the power of the Sharingan, huh? If only I could have a pair of Sharingan, or even Mangekyo Sharingan. Asterisk, Orochimaru thought, though he masked his envy well. To answer your question indirectly, Jin Shuekoin, the Konoha police force is made up of Uchiha. Oh, I see. Asterisk, that makes sense. The police force is all Uchiha. They wouldn't waste time banning their own clan's signature ability. Guess I'll find a quiet spot in the woods and copy some jutsu for free. Way more fun than slogging through training. Asterisk. Although Orochimaru couldn't read minds, he could tell from Jin Shui's expression exactly what the boy was thinking. However, he didn't reprimand him. In Orochimaru's view, being able to take shortcuts was a skill in itself. Asterisk, besides, Konoha's leadership has been working hard to shape Jin Shui into a widely recognized genius lately. This fits perfectly with Sarutobi Sensei's intentions. Asterisk. While Orochimaru knew all the C-rank fire release techniques himself, he chose not to mention it. Similarly, Jin Shui had no intention of troubling Orochimaru with tasks he could handle independently. Just as Orochimaru was about to leave, Jin Shui suddenly asked another question. By the way, could the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu be combined with Fire Style Phoenix Flower Jutsu for some kind of combo? I mean, like a composite jutsu where Shuriken Shadow Clones are mixed into the Phoenix Flower Fireballs. Asterisk, if I remember correctly, Itachi used a jutsu called Fire Style Phoenix Sage Fire Crimson Claw. Feels like it'd work great for a performance. Plus, combining it with Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu would probably make it ridiculously strong. Asterisk. Phoenix Flower with Shuriken Shadow Clones. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before shaking his head slightly. You're referencing Phoenix Sage Fire Crimson Claw, aren't you? But its practicality in real combat is questionable. Fire Style Phoenix Sage Fire Crimson Claw, a B-rank derivative of Fire Style Phoenix Flower, essentially involved adding shuriken to the fireballs as they were unleashed. While not overly complex, Orochimaru saw it more as a low-cost distraction technique rather than a serious offensive tool, given its modest chakra consumption. But Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu? While it allowed control over the number of shuriken created, using too few would waste precious chakra to reduce ninja tool consumption, a contradiction in purpose. Using too many would create a massive, net-like attack that far exceeded the range of the Phoenix Flower Flames, making the combination less practical. Even so, Orochimaru could guess what kind of flashy combat style Jin Shui preferred. I have a suggestion. How about creating a shadow clone to use Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, while the main body casts Fire Style Great Fire Annihilation? Jin Shui had already demonstrated Fire Style Great Fire Annihilation during sparring with Orochimaru, so the latter was familiar with it. As for this combo strategy, Orochimaru himself wouldn't use it. In battles against opponents of similar strength, it was an inefficient waste of chakra. But he also knew Jin Shui would probably enjoy it, and had the chakra reserves to make it work. Asterisk damn, I didn't expect Orochimaru to have such a pure approach to combat. But yeah, splitting off a shadow clone would let me chain jutsu back to back. Heck, I could make 4 shadow clones and have all of us launch Great Fire Annihilation at once. Who says 5 fire releases can't count as 5 natures? After the explosions, I could follow up with Susanoo, slicing through the lingering smoke for a perfect blue finisher. Asterisk. Asterisk note. Blue finisher refers to ending with an ultimate move. Asterisk. This strategy even has potential for a youth-themed variation. As it turned out, Jin Shui not only liked the idea, but also found ways to innovate, coming up with techniques that would probably make Orochimaru, Konoha's second most renowned ninjutsu researcher, cough up blood. Not long after Orochimaru left, Jin Shui headed to his personal training grounds. He began by recalling the chakra flow details of Wind Style Great Breakthrough, which he'd copied earlier. Wind Style Great Breakthrough. After a series of hand signs and chakra manipulation, a gust of wind whooshed forward, though it was more like an awkward breeze. Asterisk yep. Looks like I really can't use copied wind release jutsu. Let's try fire release instead. Asterisk. Fire Style Dragon Fire Jutsu. A straight jet of flame erupted forward. Even though Jin Shui hadn't used much chakra, the technique was still quite powerful. Alright, now let's practice that combo I was thinking about. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A puff of smoke later, 4 identical shadow clones appeared on both sides of Jin Shui. Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. ×5. The Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. Arguably the most iconic fire release technique. Despite its infamy for rarely hitting humanoid targets until Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, its popularity and reputation never waned. This was one of the techniques included in Orochimaru's scroll, although Jin Shui didn't need to learn or copy it since Madara's template already came with it. The 5 fireballs collided with a humanoid target, creating a fiery explosion. Jin Shui immediately dispelled his clones and activated the skeletal form of Susanoo, complete with an arm gripping a sword. In one swift motion, he charged forward and slashed through the still-burning remains of the target at high speed. Asterisk too slow, and I think I overdid it on the force. Guess I'll have to practice more. Asterisk. Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. ×5. That afternoon, Jin Shui stood atop a large tree near Konoha Hospital, his left hand raised and his expression one of mild frustration. So it's confirmed. I can't copy medical ninjutsu like the mystical palm technique. Ugh. Although he'd already suspected he didn't have yang release chakra, he still came to the hospital to see if he could swipe the mystical palm technique. The potential benefits were too great to ignore. Unfortunately, the result was a clear failure. Sigh. While Jin Shui could still use the Sharingan's chakra tracking ability, that wasn't what he came for. He'd been hoping to snag a free jutsu. At that moment, through one of the hospital windows, Jin Shui spotted a familiar pair of figures, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. What are they doing at the hospital? Could it really be because I told Fugaku to pay attention to Itachi's health a few days ago? Whatever. Not my problem. Guess I'll head to a busier training ground. If that doesn't work out, I'll swing by the Uchiha or Sarutobi clan grounds. When it came to borrowing fire release techniques, the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans were the top candidates. After all, their fire release techniques were unmatched in Konoha, and even the entire ninja world. That said, Jin Shui figured he wouldn't find many fire release jutsu among the Uchiha that he didn't already know. Meanwhile, inside the hospital, Uchiha Fugaku was anxiously waiting for the doctor to finish examining Itachi. Initially, he had planned for his wife, Makoto, to bring Itachi in. However, considering the needs of their younger son, Sasuke, Fugaku decided Makoto should stay home to care for him instead. Itachi's feelings were similarly complicated. While he was happy his father had taken time out of his busy schedule to accompany him, he also felt a deep sense of unease about his health and his future. Most importantly, if there really is something seriously wrong with me, will I even be able to see Sasuke grow up? After what felt like an eternity, the doctor finally delivered his verdict. Patient, Uchiha Itachi. Status, healthy, ***. Overall, this boy named Itachi doesn't seem to have any illnesses, or perhaps it's something we simply can't detect. Does the Uchiha clan have any known hereditary conditions? The doctor asked. Despite his personal dislike of the Uchiha, his professional ethics wouldn't allow him to ignore a potentially serious condition. Hereditary conditions. Fugaku was momentarily at a loss. If he had to name one, would depression or mania count? It feels like those are particularly common in our clan. Of course, Fugaku had no intention of admitting anything that might tarnish the family's reputation. Father, hearing Itachi's voice, snapped Fugaku out of his thoughts. Let's head home, Itachi. For now, it seems there's no cause for concern. Understood, father. The father and son said their goodbyes to the doctor before leaving Konoha Hospital. Interesting. Near one of Konoha's bathhouses, a white-haired man wearing a forehead protector with the kanji for oil engraved on it held a telescope, directing it toward the bathhouse with an absurd level of enthusiasm. His behavior was anything but dignified, yet this seemingly perverse man was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Perhaps because he was too focused on his research or simply overly immersed in his craft, the legendary ninja failed to notice a black-haired boy quietly approaching him from behind. That thing in Jiraiya's hand. All right, how could I forget about this? The boy behind him was Jin Shui. In fact, he had been wandering around this area for half a minute. Initially, his intention was merely to approach Jiraiya, introduce himself, and build some rapport with this iconic yet tragic figure from the series. But after circling around Jiraiya without so much as a glance his way, Jin Shui's attention was drawn to the item in Jiraiya's hand, a telescope. To be fair, Jin Shui didn't have Amaterasu, so he couldn't test whether it was possible to use a telescope for pinpointing targets with the black flames. But that didn't mean the telescope was useless. While the telescope couldn't facilitate direct eye contact necessary for conventional Sharingan Genjutsu, it wouldn't hinder the Sharingan's ability to observe hand seals and chakra flow. Through the telescope, the Sharingan's ability to copy ninjutsu and taijutsu could still be fully utilized. After clearing his throat twice and receiving no response from the absorbed Jiraiya, Jin Shui decided to summon the skeletal form of his Susanoo and clapped his hands loudly. The sudden display of power finally prompted Jiraiya to spin around and assume a defensive stance. So his alertness while peeping is this. Advanced? Asterisk Jean Shui noted inwardly. Despite appearing completely engrossed in his voyeuristic activities, Jiraiya had reacted the moment Jean Shui summoned his Susanoo, even before the hand clap. This meant that even in his seemingly distracted state, Jiraiya was fully prepared to defend against any genuine threats. What he ignored was merely anything he deemed non-threatening. This chakra, Jiraiya muttered. As one of the rare few who had mastered Sage Mode, his sensory abilities, even in his normal state, far exceeded those of ordinary ninjas at his level. He could faintly sense the icy and oppressive aura emanating from Jean Shui's skeletal Susanoo. Asterisk, those eyes, they look like the Sharingan, but the pattern is different. Could it be a similar Kekii Genkai? There's no hostility, and judging by his appearance, he's likely one of the village's younger generation. Asterisk, kid, are you a Konoha ninja? Why aren't you wearing your forehead protector? Forehead protector? I'm still just a fourth-year student at the Ninja Academy, Jean Shui replied, addressing Jiraiya's question. But being admonished about not wearing a forehead protector by a Konoha ninja, who himself wasn't wearing one, Jean Shui couldn't help but quip, but aren't you also not wearing a forehead protector, Jiraiya-senpai? Well, there are a lot of reasons for that. Reasons I can't really explain right now. Wait, you recognized me? Jiraiya suddenly paused mid-sentence, realization dawning on him. What did you get here? You didn't see or hear anything, did you? Jiraiya immediately broke into a cold sweat. At this point in time, he was far from the shameless persona he would adopt years later. Being caught peeping by one of Konoha's juniors was still something he couldn't shrug off without embarrassment. I didn't see much, but I wanted to ask, where can I buy a telescope like that? They seem pretty rare. The truth was, in the 6 years since Jean Shui had been in this world, he had only just remembered the existence of telescopes upon seeing the one in Jiraiya's hands. The ninja world's technological tree was bizarrely skewed. Despite running a general store for years, he had never once come across a telescope. Clearly, while the ninja world did have telescopes, they were exceedingly rare. A telescope? Oh, so you're a fellow connoisseur. Jiraiya's demeanor changed instantly. Seeing Jean Shui dismiss his Susanoo, he immediately teleported to Jean Shui's side with a wide grin, clearly mistaking him for a kindred spirit in the art of bathhouse research. While Jiraiya's reaction left Jean Shui momentarily speechless, he still answered the question seriously. These are actually classified as strategic supplies. You won't find them in regular shops, and since they aren't ninja tools, most ninja tool shops don't carry them either. But you could try this address. Jiraiya pulled out a pen and paper from his pocket and began to jot down the address. However, just as he started writing, he realized the pen had run out of ink. Not one to be deterred by such trivial matters, Jiraiya raised a finger and pressed it against the paper. What's this? Jean Shui instinctively activated his Sharingan to observe. Asterisk, as I thought, it's a jutsu. But it doesn't seem to be a conventional one. Asterisk. Oh, so your eyes can copy ninjutsu, huh? Jiraiya immediately noticed the change in Jean Shui's eyes, but didn't seem to mind the blatant copying attempt. Sorry, Jiraiya-senpai. It was just instinct. Jean Shui began to deactivate his Sharingan, but Jiraiya waved him off. No need to apologize. If this counts as a jutsu, it's probably only a C-rank one. I use it as an alternative to ink when inspiration strikes, and there's no ink around. Oh, and it has an advanced application, too. After tearing off the page with the address and handing it to Jean Shui, Jiraiya smirked and performed a few hand seals. With a tap of his finger on another sheet of paper, an elegant sketch of a bathing beauty appeared on the page. This is one of my secret techniques. But if you teach it to someone else, don't you dare say I taught it to you, Jiraiya said with a grin, tossing a notebook to Jean Shui as if to encourage him to try the technique. Impressive, as expected of the greatest writer in the ninja world. Jean Shui remarked sincerely. While the technique had no offensive capability, it was undeniably practical and convenient. In Jean Shui's mind, Jiraiya was indeed a famous and accomplished author. Admittedly, Jean Shui had never read Jiraiya's books, largely because he doubted the ninja world's adult novels could compare to the standards of his previous life. What Jean Shui didn't realize, however, was that Ica Paradise, the book that would become a bestseller across the ninja world, hadn't even been published yet. Asterisk, the greatest writer? My books aren't exactly bestsellers yet, though I'm confident about my new work. But I only told Sarutobi-sensei and Orochimaru about it. Asterisk, Jiraiya fell into thought for a moment before a realization struck him. Wait a second, kid. Do you have some connection to Orochimaru or the third Hokage? Jinchue saw no reason to hide it. In fact, he figured this was a good opportunity to build rapport. Orochimaru is my teacher. As for the third Hokage, he helped me and my sister find a place to live. Without his guidance, we wouldn't have been able to live so close to the Hokage's office for such a reasonable price. Now it makes sense why you're so eager to learn. You're Orochimaru's student. That explains everything, Jiraiya said with a look of sudden understanding. As someone who had grown up being overshadowed by Orochimaru's intellect, Jiraiya was well aware of his peers' relentless pursuit of ninjutsu. Orochimaru had been secretly cramming since childhood, even learning A-rank techniques like the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu before their teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had formally taught it. Asterisk, but Orochimaru, it seems your student's interests align more with mine. And since your student called me the greatest writer, you must have been secretly reading my books and praising them behind my back. As expected of my best friend. Asterisk, clearly, Jiraiya had misunderstood something. By now, Jinchue had completed his attempt at the unnamed jutsu or sealing technique and handed his homework to Jiraiya. Oh, let me see. Is this your ideal type? No, this is too small. The image on Jiraiya's notebook was of a petite girl with a noticeable cowlick, a delicate face, and a decidedly flat chest. Fully aware of what Jiraiya meant by small, Jinchue immediately abandoned his usual composed demeanor and retorted passionately. What's wrong with small? Small is better. You're too young to understand. Let me tell you, the appeal of a voluptuous beauty isn't just about visual satisfaction. It's also about the feeling of MMPH. Before he could finish, several brown snakes materialized and wrapped around Jiraiya's mouth and body, silencing him. This was Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hands, one of his signature serpent-based techniques. Orochimaru-sensei. Glancing at Jinchue, Orochimaru spoke in a calm tone. Jinchue-kun, when interacting with certain fools, remember to keep your distance. Otherwise, they'll gradually lower your intelligence to match theirs. Understood. I'll leave you and Jiraiya-senpai to catch up then. Orochimaru nodded, and Jinchue vanished with a body flicker technique. Shortly after, Jiraiya managed to free himself from the snakes. Of course, this level of attack posed no real threat to him. Had it been a serious fight, he would have dodged or blocked it with ease. Still as unique as ever with your greetings? Orochimaru. Jiraiya laughed awkwardly, knowing he was in the wrong. By the way, where did you find a student like that? His talent is incredible. Those eyes of his, are they some kind of Sharingan? Those are Mangekyo Sharingan. Theoretically, it's an advanced form of the Sharingan. Orochimaru replied, keeping his explanation brief. He knew there was no point in over-explaining to Jiraiya. It would only lead to more questions. So they really are Sharingan. I thought they looked familiar. Oh, and by the way, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. While I was outside the village, I heard rumors about another large-scale battle breaking out in Konoha a few days ago. But when I got back, everything seemed normal. What's going on? Last night, while drinking, Jiraiya overheard someone mention Konoha's endless waves of trouble. Alarmed, he had rushed back to the village, but along the way, he heard no other details about this supposed post-Nine Tails chaos. Upon seeing the village looking just as it had when he last left it, Jiraiya decided to relax a bit, which led to his encounter with Jinchue. A large-scale battle? There was one, but I don't think it had much impact, Orochimaru replied. A large-scale battle inside the village that didn't have an impact? What are you talking about? Jiraiya asked, confused. The leader of Root attempted to defect and was executed on the spot. That's all there is to it. Orochimaru's casual tone only deepened Jiraiya's confusion. Wait, what? Danzo defected? I thought Sarutobi-sensei always said Danzo loved Konoha more than anyone, even more than him. That's just what he liked to think. People change. Oh, and by the way, Sarutobi-sensei saw you just now. As a matter of fact, Orochimaru had originally been heading to meet the third Hokage to discuss funding. But when he arrived, he found his teacher preparing to use his telescope jutsu. Coincidentally, the first thing Hiruzen saw through it was Jiraiya, prompting him to send Orochimaru to fetch him. What? While Jiraiya wasn't particularly close to Danzo and didn't feel the need to press further, the thought of facing the third Hokage made him panic. It wasn't that he feared being asked to become Hokage again. His guilt over Minato's death still weighed heavily on him. Even though Minato's death wasn't Jiraiya's fault, he blamed himself for not being there when his student needed him most. And since Hiruzen's current exhaustion was a direct result of Minato's death, Jiraiya couldn't bring himself to face his teacher. I think I'll pass. This guilt was something only time could heal, unless Orochimaru took the initiative to console him, which of course he wouldn't. Still, seeing you here in the village and knowing Konoha has such talented newcomers puts me at ease, Jiraiya said with a small smile. Despite Orochimaru's gloomy demeanor, Jiraiya trusted him implicitly. If the village is fine, I'll take my leave for now, but I'll be staying near Konoha for the time being. With a puff of smoke, Jiraiya disappeared from Orochimaru's sight. Humans. The only lesson they ever seem to learn from the past is that they never learn anything at all. To Orochimaru, Jiraiya's unconditional trust in him felt eerily similar to Hiruzen's blind faith in Danzo. Location. An underground base near the borders of the Land of Fire. Rin. Obito Uchiha, whose face was half disfigured yet still retained enough youthful features to mark him as a boy, sat up on the stone slab that served as his makeshift bed. Moments ago, he had once again dreamed of the scene where Rin was killed by Kakashi. That memory, a shadow of unrelenting pain, continued to haunt this young man who had recently, in some sense, committed the act of killing his own master. This world, reduced to nothing but ashes, has no purpose to exist. I must create a world where Rin is still alive, where she can live a happy life. After uttering this mantra of self-motivation, Obito shut his remaining eye. But instead of darkness, the memories of a time before the war flooded his vision. A memory: if you dare come back injured, I'll give you another round with my fists. You hear me? Who do you think I am? I'm the man who's going to become Hokage. Uchiha Obito. I'll bring everyone back safe and sound. It's a promise. We have a deal. It was a promise made before the Watergate squad set out for war, a promise to Kushina Uzumaki, Obito's sister-in-law figure and the fourth Hokage's wife. She was a woman who, despite her seemingly fiery temper, was warm and kind at heart. But now, that woman, who had only just become a mother, had died on her first day as one, her death orchestrated by none other than Obito himself. Kushina. The thought barely formed in Obito's mind before he shook his head violently. No, she was just a nine-tails Jinchuriki. But before that image could fully fade, Obito found himself slipping into another memory. A memory. And what about Rin? Let's talk about her later. Completing the mission always takes top priority, even if it means sacrificing comrades. In this gray and lifeless recollection, Obito punched Kakashi to the ground. It was perhaps the cleanest victory Obito had ever achieved against Kakashi in all their years of rivalry. Perhaps even his only victory. Yes, breaking the rules and laws of the ninja world makes you scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Kakashi Obito's feelings toward his childhood teammate, who was both a companion and Rin's killer, were tangled and deeply conflicted. Guided by an emotion that was either pure rage or something more complicated, Obito slammed his fist into the stone wall beside him. The result? The white Zetsu arm grafted onto him, barely healed, was ruined once more, collapsing into a pulp of white slime. At that moment, a humanoid figure, entirely white and vaguely human-shaped, emerged from the floor. Broken again? I told you to be careful. Now we'll have to replace the tissue again, the white Zetsu said in a playful yet chiding tone. Shut up and just fix it, Obito snapped, though he obediently laid back down on the slab, letting the spiral-faced Zetsu reattach his arm. Even as he worked, the Zetsu's mouth never stopped. Hey Obito, don't call me Obito. My name is Madara now. Yes, Madara. So did you hear? There's been talk near Konoha about a genius who supposedly surpassed Kakashi. At the mention of Kakashi, Obito's gaze turned sharp, his expression cold and hostile. Kakashi? Oof. That scum being surpassed is hardly surprising. Yet, after a few moments of silence, Obito asked, "What's the name of this genius who surpassed Kakashi?" "His name is Madara." "I'm not joking," Obito said, his voice low and dangerous. "I'm not joking either." That's what they're saying. Apparently, this person named Madara is one of Orochimaru's students. Funny, isn't it? The fourth Hokage was trained by Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, and now this Madara guy is another Sannin student. And he's being called a genius, just like Kakashi was. What do you think? Could he become Hokage someday? Hokage? Heh, that title means nothing to me anymore. Obito muttered. You say he's a genius. What kind of genius? A Kekkai Jinkai? A secret technique? Having calmed down, Obito reasoned that this genius was likely just someone who coincidentally shared the name Madara. As someone who now saw Konoha as the greatest obstacle to creating his new world, Obito naturally didn't want another true genius to emerge from the village. However, as the inheritor of Uchiha Madara's legacy in every sense of the word, Obito had already glimpsed some of the world's deeper truths. Even someone like Kakashi, who became a Jonin at 12, was insignificant in the face of true talent. I wouldn't know, the White Zetsu replied. No one's been spying on Konoha lately. I only know about this because the rumors have spread so widely. You're not planning to head to Konoha again, are you? That'd be dangerous. If you don't make it back this time. Though the tone was odd, there was an unmistakable hint of concern in the Zetsu's words. Obito, however, was unmoved, growing more agitated instead. Just because I lost to the fourth Hokage doesn't mean I'll lose to anyone else, Obito said, touching his eye socket and revealing the unique pattern of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Besides, the final outcome of that battle was this. The fourth Hokage died, and I walked away with only injuries. Sitting back up, he continued, but now isn't the time to deal with Konoha. Even if I wanted to, it wouldn't be now. Ah, good. That's a relief. After reattaching Obito's arm, the White Zetsu left the room. Obito, now alone, stared absent-mindedly at the pitch-black ceiling. It was unclear whether he was contemplating his plans for the future or dwelling on the scars of his past. At that moment, 3 unidentified objects suddenly materialized out of thin air and hurtled toward Obito. Kamui. Reacting instinctively, Obito activated Kamui, prepared to phase out and avoid damage. To his shock, the 3 objects ignored his intangibility entirely and struck him squarely on the head. Impossible. Obito froze, expecting serious injury, yet discovered he was completely unharmed. He glanced at the objects. 3 books. What the? The titles read, How the Steel Was Tempered, the Old Man and the Sea, and Awakened the Giant Within. What is this? Why did these appear here? Flipping through the introductions, Obito realized these books seemed to be about developing mental resilience and unlocking one's inner strength. Could this be a revelation from the Sage of 6 Paths? Is he acknowledging my mission and telling me to strengthen my resolve? I see. I understand now. In that case, I'll start with this one. Obito picked up one of the books, a type of item he hadn't willingly touched even during his days at the Ninja Academy. Wait for me, Rin. On the morning of the early graduation assessment day, Izuna had already lost count of how many times she wanted to leap onto Makoto back, only to be bounced away by some strange force. However, she had long grown accustomed to this, so without hesitation, she simply changed direction and hugged Makoto's arm instead. Big brother, are you becoming a ninja today? Not exactly, Makoto replied, mentally reviewing all the Jonin of Konoha he could recall. He found there was nothing worth fretting about. Aster's future 8 Gates guy isn't even a Jonin yet. The others, there's no way someone like Kakashi, who could snap necks effortlessly, would suddenly show up, right? Asterisk. While Orochimaru and Jiraiya were technically Jonin, Makoto believed that it was unlikely for someone of that caliber to serve as his examiner. Besides, this exam was essentially just a performance. I think you'll do great, big brother. And becoming an official ninja means you'll get a forehead protector, right? Izuna suddenly began fidgeting at the mere mention of a forehead protector. Haha, of course. Since I've decided to become a ninja, I wouldn't let something so trivial stop me. Once I have my forehead protector, I can let you play with it privately. Makoto easily saw through his little sister's playful intentions and made a slightly rule-bending decision. Although he was generally a law-abiding person, he had his own set of principles when it came to family. But remember, you can't wear it outside. You'll have to wait until you pass your own graduation assessment. Asterisk, she's usually quite sensible about things, so I doubt she'd actually wear it out. It's not a big deal anyway. Asterisk Makoto thought to himself. In fact, even if she did wear it outside, it wouldn't cause much trouble. After all, Konoha, no matter the era, never lacked mischievous kids. Got it. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Meanwhile, at a breakfast stall in Konoha, Kakashi, I heard from Lord Hokage that you're going to assess Lord Orochimaru's disciple. A young ninja with a slick Kappa-style haircut and thick eyebrows leaned over to a boy with spiky white hair, a face mask, and a forehead protector covering one eye, whispering to him. These two boys were none other than the future legends of the ninja world, Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi. However, at this point in their lives, they were far from their prime. Guy was still only a chunin. Kakashi, who had been staring blankly with a somewhat dazed expression, seemed to perk up slightly upon hearing that Guy was aware of this matter. How did you find that out? Of course, I asked Lord Orochimaru directly. The other day, I was running when I happened to bump into Makoto-kun. He seemed to recognize me and even greeted me, but he seemed to be in a hurry and left right away. Then, yesterday when I went to the Hokage's office, though I didn't get any important missions, I ran into Lord Orochimaru. Thinking about how Makoto-kun is his disciple, I asked about Makoto's situation, and that's when he mentioned your upcoming match with him. Orochimaru, Kakashi found this odd. In his impression, Orochimaru didn't mind answering questions from other ninjas, but he would only answer as much as was asked. Asterisk, if Guy asked about Makoto's situation, Orochimaru should have only commented on that, not brought me into the discussion. Strange, but it's none of my business. Asterisk. At that moment, Guy asked again, Kakashi, although I've only met Makoto-kun once, his body flicker technique seemed insanely fast. He looks really strong. So do you think I'll lose? Huh. Guy was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his enthusiasm. What are you talking about? I didn't even finish asking. Besides, I have total faith in you, Kakashi. Faith, huh? That doesn't mean much. Winning or losing isn't determined by faith. Besides, this is just an assessment. I'm a jonin, and he's an academy student. Do you really think I'd give him my all? But I feel like Makoto-kun might be stronger than a jonin. Guy scratched his head, recalling the oppressive aura he felt when Makoto passed by him that day, even though he lacked advanced sensory abilities like Byakugan. Stronger than a jonin? Kakashi was dismissive. Though his psyche had grown darker due to the losses of his closest friends, comrades, and mentors, his pride hadn't entirely faded. To him, at the age of 12, having strength comparable to a jonin was already the peak of natural talent. But Kakashi didn't want to continue the conversation. He wasn't in the mood. In fact, he hadn't been in a good mood for quite some time. It doesn't matter anyway. Asterisk. After all, this is just an early graduation assessment for an academy student. Asterisk. If you say so. Seeing Kakashi's indifference, Guy eventually grinned widely, flashing his dazzling teeth. Good luck, Kakashi. Show them what it means to be a jonin. Yeah, Kakashi waved dismissively, signaling him to focus on eating. Around 10 a.m., a large training ground in Konoha gathered quite a crowd. At the forefront was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, who rarely appeared before ordinary ninjas. Ordinarily, graduation assessments weren't particularly noteworthy, and even early graduation wasn't all that uncommon. But this time was different. Just an hour earlier, a piece of news had spread like wildfire among Konoha's ninja circles. During the early graduation combat assessment for Orochimaru's disciple, the examiner would be none other than the renowned genius ninja, Hatake Kakashi. The passing of the torch between two prodigies was undoubtedly an attention-grabbing event, drawing both eyes and ears alike. Any Konoha ninja or villager familiar with Kakashi's name knew that he had already become a jonin 2 years ago. A genius academy student going up against a genius jonin right after graduation. This kind of spectacle reignited the spirits of Konoha, still somber after the Nine Tails attack. What surprised many of the spectators was the presence of members from the Huga and Uchiha clans, families typically indifferent to such events. Even more shocking was that the clan heads themselves had come to observe. Asterisk, I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. But Makoto's opponent, Asterisk Huga Hayashi, activated his Byakugan, comparing the chakra levels of Kakashi and Makoto, then shook his head in mild exasperation. Asterisk, the chakra difference is too significant. But I doubt the third Hokage arranged this exam just for the sake of graduation. It's probably to showcase Konoha's next generation to the outside world. Asterisk, not far from him, Uchiha Fugaku was contemplating similar thoughts, though his concerns extended further. Asterisk, I wonder if Makoto will reveal the Sharingan or even Susanoo during the fight. If he does, how should the Uchiha clan respond? Asterisk, though the third Hokage wasn't present at the scene, Fugaku was certain he was watching closely. Meanwhile, Makoto, who had just arrived at the training ground and learned his opponent was Kakashi, couldn't help but feel a twinge of helplessness. Asterisk, it really is Kakashi. Could it be that the third Hokage wants to use my strength to knock some sense into him? If that's the case, Asterisk Makoto donned a professional smile, which quickly softened into a warmer, more approachable expression. Asterisk, then I might as well put on a little show about the will of fire. Asterisk, after Makoto gave Izuna an okay hand gesture, the combat assessment, officially labeled as a graduation exam, began under the instruction of an unnamed jonin acting as the referee. Since this is an assessment, I'll let him make the first move, Kakashi thought to himself. Meanwhile, Makoto noticed that Kakashi opted to skip any pleasantries or warnings about seriousness and instead chose to communicate through action. Makoto immediately crossed his hands into a cross shape and formed the tiger hand seal, shadow clone technique. In an instant, 4 identical clones materialized around Makoto, much to the astonishment of the more experienced ninjas among the spectators. The shadow clone technique had a B-rank difficulty, meaning it was typically a jutsu only jonin-level ninjas could master. Asterisk shadow clones. Wait, he's still forming seals. And at this speed, Asterisk Kakashi wasn't concerned solely by the shadow clones, as it wasn't entirely impossible for a prodigy to learn the jutsu during their academy years. What caught his attention was that after creating 4 clones, Makoto, along with his clones, simultaneously began forming seals for another jutsu. That level of coordination was far from ordinary. Makoto deliberately slowed his hand seal speed to a jonin standard as he executed his next move. Fire style. Great Fireball Jutsu. Times 5. 5 massive fireballs surged toward Kakashi from different directions. Fortunately, Kakashi had already begun forming seals the moment the first fireball ignited. He countered just in time with another jutsu. Earth Style Wall. A solid wall adorned with 4 dog carvings rose from the ground, barely withstanding the barrage of fireballs. However, the wall cracked under the force of the explosion. In response, Kakashi lifted his headband, exposing his Sharingan. As the wall crumbled to dust, the two faced off again. Now you'll take this seriously, won't you, Hatake Kakashi? Makoto stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence that didn't fit the typical demeanor of someone undergoing an assessment. Without saying anything further, he began rapidly refining his chakra. Asterisk, what's going on? That chakra. This is no ordinary amount. Asterisk Kakashi thought, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But before he could dwell further, Makoto revealed his next move, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. To be fair, Makoto could have used the standard 3-Tomo Sharingan, but, asterisk, why waste the perks of this ability? I didn't unlock this cheat mode just to ignore its benefits, asterisk Makoto thought. Since the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan didn't suffer from ocular energy depletion and consumed chakra at a rate similar to the 3-Tomo Sharingan when not using large-scale techniques, he preferred to use it as his default. Additionally, he didn't want to look too much like a typical Uchiha in front of the crowd. What is this? The Sharingan? But it seems different, Kakashi muttered under his breath. Despite Kakashi's low voice, Makoto caught the words and offered an explanation. This is a power distinct from the 3-Tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. However, its effects share some similarities. Drawing a kunai, Makoto instantly closed the distance to Kakashi, initiating a battle of taijutsu. Although Makoto had never undergone formal taijutsu training, he easily outmaneuvered Kakashi, a genius often hailed for his all-around talent. Asterisk, as expected, even in the fast-paced chaos of close-range taijutsu, my body instinctively makes optimal movements in line with my conscious intent. This combat template, it might be more than just a skills and abilities framework, asterisk Makoto analyzed mid-fight. At the next moment, Makoto's body, moving with an almost mechanical precision, struck Kakashi's kunai hard with his own, causing a sharp metallic screech. Exploiting the reverberation from the impact that momentarily disrupted Kakashi's grip, Makoto used his left hand to push Kakashi's right wrist outward and yank it downward with force. In an instant, Kakashi lost his balance. Asterisk such power. And this speed? I can't keep up. Asterisk Kakashi's eyes widened as he struggled to realign his chakra flow to regain balance. But before he could stabilize, Makoto delivered a powerful kick to his chest. To the shock of the onlookers, Kakashi was sent flying several meters away. However, thanks to his fine chakra control, he managed to land in a crouched position, though the damage was undeniable. Asterisk, what incredible taijutsu! Asterisk, Mike Guy's eyes lit up as he observed the fight. He now had another rival to challenge in the future. Asterisk, his movements. They're crude and aggressive, yet I can see traces of the Uchiha clan's early taijutsu techniques hidden in the details. Asterisk Uchiha Fugaku thought, his three-tomo Sharingan closely analyzing Makoto's every move. Makoto's fighting style reminded him of the ancient Uchiha techniques from the Warring States period. Who are you? Kakashi asked, now drenched in sweat. He never anticipated that this assessment could turn into such a one-sided battle. Glancing at Orochimaru, he noticed the Sannin watching the scene with a sly smile, as if everything had unfolded precisely as expected. Asterisk, did Orochimaru and even the Hokage already know about Makoto's strength? If so, what's the real purpose of this exam? Surely it isn't just to let me get beaten up? Asterisk Kakashi wondered, unable to make sense of the situation. At that moment, Makoto's voice broke his train of thought. Hatake Kakashi. I don't care about titles like genius, nor do I have any intention of building my reputation by stepping on yours. As Makoto spoke, his shadow clones returned to his side, standing in formation. Kakashi began to process his words. Asterisk, could it be that the Hokage and others aim to elevate another genius to boost Konoha's morale? Asterisk Kakashi quickly pieced together this possibility. At this point, he no longer viewed this fight as a mere assessment. Makoto continued, I've heard about your story, Kakashi. In my eyes, whether it's White Fang, the fourth Hokage, or Aido Uchiha, they all upheld the will of fire until their final moments. As someone about to become a ninja, I can't openly endorse abandoning missions to save comrades. But that doesn't stop me from admiring them. I'll oppose such un-ninja-like behavior at any time, unless I have to do it myself. In other words, Makoto was basically saying, asterisk, I'll criticize the behavior all I want, but if it comes down to choosing between saving my comrades or the mission, I'll save my comrades. Forget the mission. I have zero professional ethics. Asterisk, that's quite the philosophy, Kakashi muttered, as if something clicked within him. But he quickly pushed those thoughts aside and responded, So, is that the will that drives your strength? No, I'm just a simple family knight. But the third Hokage seems to think that aligns with the will of fire. Seeing that Kakashi seemed to buy into his reasoning, Makoto mused internally. Asterisk, it's not much, but I guess I have some talent for talk no jutsu. Still, if I keep talking, the performance will lose its impact. Asterisk. Of course, Makoto's primary concern was that talk no jutsu only works after overwhelming your opponent. While he was dominating the fight, he hadn't completely crushed Kakashi just yet. Kakashi, however, couldn't help but envy Makoto's self-proclaimed family knight philosophy. Unfortunately for him, his family register was down to just one page. At that moment, the sound of crackling electricity filled the air. Kakashi's hand began to glow with blue lightning as he activated his signature technique. Lightning Blade, Makoto remarked, recognizing the jutsu. You developed this, right? Then I'll end this battle with a jutsu I recently created myself. Ho ho, this technique, muttered Ruthen Sarutobi, a faint smile playing on his lips as he gazed into the crystal ball in front of him from his office in the Hokage building. This was the telescope jutsu. Once the chakra signature of a target was locked onto, it allowed long-distance monitoring through the crystal ball. Even though Hiruzen wasn't physically present at the scene, he could clearly observe the entirety of Makoto's performance during the assessment. First, he creates 4 shadow clones, and then uses the simplest form of Susanoo to summon weapons, following up with rapid strikes against the enemy. Up to this point, it's very reminiscent of the Crescent Moon dance. The difference, however, lies in the fact that ordinary ninjas can't manifest physical chakra weapons like that, nor do they possess such incredible speed for body flicker. The Crescent Moon dance was a technique where 2 shadow clones were created, and all 3 attackers struck vital points of the enemy simultaneously at high speed. But then, using Susanoo, well, that's something no ordinary person can pull off. Still, there's undeniable value in this technique. To replicate it perfectly was out of the question for most, given the reliance on bloodline limits. Without the Mangekyo Sharingan, or Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it would lose much of its practical value. Yet, Hiruzen believed that, even so, the appearance of such a jutsu at this point in Konoha's history carried significant merit. Asterisk, the village needs this right now. It's been too long since we've had a symbol to rally around. To establish a young, talented prodigy like Makoto, someone with a strong will of fire, immense talent, and undeniable strength, as a model for Konoha's new generation might bring a much-needed morale boost to the village. Asterisk, at that moment, Hiruzen noticed Makoto putting away a kunai styled after the 4th Hokage's signature Flying Thunder God kunai. However, it was merely a replica purchased from a ninja tool shop, devoid of the Flying Thunder God markings. The difference between this child and Minato is probably their personalities. Minato's brilliance was more focused on combat, while Makoto demonstrates meticulous thinking in his everyday life. After all, this is a boy who took over his parents' general store at 6 years old and expanded it while maintaining stability. That's remarkable for someone his age. Although Hiruzen was a ninja, his vast experience gave him insights into the civilian world. Outside the ninja village, age and seniority carried great weight. Running a business at 6 years old and ensuring its successful growth required more than just talent. It demanded overcoming challenges far beyond what most could imagine. But his expression grew contemplative as he reviewed the details of Makoto's family background, particularly the recorded cause of his father's death. Asterisk, died from an eye-related illness. Considering Makoto's abilities, his father was likely a powerful ninja, even if he chose to live a reclusive life. Could it be that the Mangekyo Sharingan has some sort of hidden side effect? Asterisk, I should ask him about it when I have the chance. While it might be impolite to inquire about a ninja's bloodline limit, a healthy body is the foundation of everything. He had no desire to see a prodigy with so much potential succumb prematurely to unforeseen ailments. After escorting Izuna back to the Ninja Academy, Makoto made his way to the Hokage building, where Orochimaru was waiting for him at the entrance. Today is your first time accepting a mission, so this will be the only time I personally accompany you. From now on, Makoto-kun, you can come here directly to take on missions. Besides, given your strength, I doubt you'll need teammates assigned to you. Unlike other Jonin instructors in Konoha, who emphasize teamwork and building bonds among their students, Orochimaru had no such inclinations. In his view, his other disciple, Anko, was leagues beneath Makoto in terms of ability. Pairing the two together would do nothing but hinder Makoto. Initially, Orochimaru had considered forming a team with Anko and Makoto, using the opportunity to collect combat data on Makoto. However, after witnessing Makoto's performance earlier, Orochimaru realized Makoto's talent for acting was far too advanced. He worried that Anko might misinterpret critical data, ultimately slowing down his research progress. Allowing a genin to take on missions directly, is this because the local conflicts haven't settled yet? Makoto asked. No, the special circumstance here is you. Question mark. As they entered the Hokage's office, they were greeted by Hiruzen, who wasted no time presenting 3 mission scrolls. Orochimaru Makoto. I'll get straight to the point since work is piling up. Here are 3 missions of varying difficulty: a D-rank mission, a C-rank mission, and a B-rank mission. Makoto was about to inquire further when Orochimaru interjected. Choose a B-rank mission that requires killing. I believe this is a problem Makoto-kun needs to address sooner rather than later. Makoto's thoughts immediately drifted to the memory of slicing Danzo in half that night. To put it bluntly, as someone who had transmigrated from a peaceful 21st century world, Makoto found it incredibly difficult to take a life without deep grievances. In a ninja world, this was undeniably a major weakness. Asterisk, I even feel nauseous at the sight of mutilated corpses. Ugh, I guess I'm still not fully acclimated to the ninja world's laws. Good thing I'm strong enough to compensate for it. Asterisk, Makoto thought. Is that so? Hiruzen, recalling Makoto's reaction during that incident with Danzo, noted that it was likely the boy's first time killing someone. Turning to Makoto, he asked, "What's your opinion on this? If excessive killing goes against your ninja way, you can avoid assassination missions. After all, not every ninja walks solely in the shadows. In Konoha, the ones truly immersed in the shadows were the ANBU. Other ninjas weren't constantly assigned missions involving bloodshed. Otherwise, the population of the ninja world wouldn't be what it was." Avoiding it, Makoto thought for a moment before making his decision. "If I have the choice, I'd prefer to avoid it." Makoto-kun, you should know that a rather naive perspective, Orochimaru commented, not with the intent to lecture, but out of genuine curiosity. To him, someone like Makoto didn't seem the type to believe in ideals of mutual understanding between enemies. There had to be a deeper reason behind his decision. "I know I'll have to face this issue eventually," Makoto admitted, "but I don't think there's a need to force it just yet. For example, while I may not be comfortable with a B-rank assassination mission, I'm confident I can handle an A-rank intelligence gathering mission." If he didn't hold back, Makoto was certain he could single-handedly wipe out any of the hidden villages, be it Kumogakure, Kirigakure, or Sunagakure. Iwagakure was the only exception, and that was because if that little potato Inoki decides to ambush me with dust release, I might be in trouble, he thought. Makoto had never tested the absolute limits of his reaction speed, and he wasn't sure if he could counter a sneak attack. While he doubted Inoki would sit back and let his ninjas be attacked, Makoto preferred to err on the side of caution. An A-rank intelligence-gathering mission. Hiruzen mulled over the idea. If the mission can be completed, then whether it involves killing or not is irrelevant. Now that I think about it, intelligence gathering does seem well suited to you. But an A-rank mission might be a bit premature, no? After all, this was Makoto's first day as a genin. It was unprecedented for a genin to undertake an A-rank mission solo without a team. Hiruzen turned to Orochimaru, who responded with a light chuckle. In terms of strength, Makoto-kun should have no issues. His development shouldn't be stifled by something as trivial as protocol. Is that so? If you're both insistent. Hiruzen pulled out a scroll. This mission was originally assigned to Root, but given the current situation, it's best not to send Root ninjas outside the village. Root's unfinished business. Makoto was puzzled. What sort of mission required Root to leave the village? This is an A-rank reconnaissance mission. The location is the Land of Rain, so I'm assigning Orochimaru to accompany you. This is a direct order from the Hokage. At the mention of the Land of Rain, both Makoto and Orochimaru showed varying degrees of surprise. Their reactions were tied to a certain individual associated with the region. Asterisk Hanzo, the salamander who once bestowed the title of Sennin upon us. It's been a long time, Asterisk thought Orochimaru, reminiscing about the leader of Amigakure who had defeated him, Jiraiya, and Tsunade during the Second Great Ninja War. Makoto, however, was focused on someone else entirely, a figure far more significant to the future of the ninja world, Nagato. Asterisk, with Danzo gone, the development of the Akitsuki might take a different turn, though it's hard to say. There's still Hanzo and Aido to consider, asterisk Makoto thought. The Akitsuki, initially founded by Yahiko, Nagato, and Konin, was a starkly different organization in its early days. Unlike the future Akitsuki, which sought to gather the tailed beasts and impose peace through overwhelming force. Its original aim was to achieve world peace without resorting to violence. While Makoto found their ideals overly naive, he respected their intentions. Those who light a fire for others shouldn't be left to freeze in the snow, he thought, borrowing a maxim from his past life. Since it's an order, I'll carry it out, Makoto said, taking the scroll from Orochimaru. But upon reading the mission details, he froze. Investigate the Akitsuki. That's correct, Hiruzen explained, assuming Makoto was confused. It's a strange organization that recently sprung up in the Land of Rain. Your task is to investigate whether they have any ties to Hanzo of Amagakure. Any evidence linking them, or proving no connection, will suffice to complete the mission. Asterisk, can I just submit the mission report now? Asterisk Makoto thought wryly. The original Akitsuki had no ties to Hanzo. If Hanzo ever acknowledged the Akitsuki, it would only mean the organization was on the brink of collapse, rendering further investigation pointless. Still, he couldn't exactly tell them. Asterisk, I read about this in Naruto. Asterisk, if he wanted the A-rank mission rewards and credit, he'd have to play along and gather evidence, such as reports of skirmishes between Hanzo's forces and the Akitsuki. Root has already pinpointed the Akitsuki's approximate location, as well as their estimated numbers and strength. You'll need to confirm the details yourselves. Given the potential involvement of Amagakure, this mission is classified as A rank. After a pause, Hiruzen added, if you encounter Hanzo, consider the mission complete. This wasn't a loophole to escape the mission unscathed, but rather an acknowledgement that encountering Hanzo would provide the definitive answer they sought. In such a case, retreating would be the logical course of action. Of course, Hiruzen had considered the risk. However, he believed Orochimaru was no longer the young ninja who had been overpowered by Hanzo in the past. And with Makoto's unstable but undoubtedly powerful abilities, the duo should be able to retreat safely, if not outright triumph. Asterisk, Susanoo, as recorded, possesses the ability to dispel toxins and even some curses. It should provide near-perfect defense in most scenarios. Hanzo's poison likely won't be effective. Asterisk. Besides, Hanzo's poison had been countered long ago. As a former teammate of Tsunade, Orochimaru undoubtedly had access to her antidotes. Encountering Hanzo, that would elevate this to an S-rank mission, wouldn't it? Makoto asked. Naturally, Hanzo the Salamander should be treated as a Kaga-level opponent. So, knowing this, do you want to reconsider and take the B-rank mission instead? Not a chance. I was the one who pushed for a mission change in the first place, Makoto replied with a faint smile. Besides, this mission seemed like an easy win. Turning down free rewards would be foolish. Very well. Then I'll await your report. And so, Makoto officially received his first mission as a ninja. The mission start date was set for 7 days later. As for the delay, I have a lot of research to finish, so please be patient, Orochimaru explained. Clearly, he wasn't particularly eager to leave the village. That night, as Makoto was on the verge of falling asleep, he suddenly bolted upright. Asterisk, wait a second. This easy win might not be so easy after all. If I run into Aido, how am I supposed to counter Kamui? Asterisk. Asterisk, Kamui. It's definitely a tough one to handle. Asterisk. After sitting up again, Makoto began analyzing strategies to counter Uchiha Aido's Mangekyo Sharingan ability. Ignoring derivative works for now, there was no doubt that Kamui was one of the most broken abilities among the Mangekyo Sharingan powers. Its primary function was to transport oneself, others, or objects into a separate dimension. Due to Aido gifting one of his eyes to Kakashi, the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan have been separated for years, with notable differences manifesting in their abilities. Asterisk, it seems like only Kakashi's I can perform long-range warping, while Aido has to be close or make physical contact to pull someone into the other dimension. But Aido's I has the passive intangibility feature. Asterisk. Indeed, in terms of offensive power, Aido's right eye might seem inferior to Kakashi's left eye. However, Aido possessed something most ninjas in the ninja world lacked: exceptional anti-ambush capabilities. Kamui could activate without conscious effort, greatly enhancing Aido's survivability. Conventional combat methods were practically useless against him. Asterisk, every time Aido gets injured in the series, it's almost always because he overextends himself and gets countered. Counter. That's it. Asterisk. The moment the word counter came to mind, Makoto's thoughts suddenly became much clearer. Kamui could activate under any condition, but Makoto recalled another jutsu with a similarly extraordinary potential. Asterisk. In this ninja world, Kamui isn't the only unreasonable technique. But before I move forward, I'd better test just how abstract the conditions for this one can be. Asterisk. The technique Makoto had in mind was transcription seal. On the surface, it seemed like a simple ability to seal the effect of a technique into one Sharingan, triggering automatically upon a set condition. But the real complexity of this jutsu lay in the conditions, which could be ridiculously abstract. For instance, upon seeing someone's eyes, or even exactly 7 days after my death. Transcription seal, Susanoo. Condition. The tip of my left index finger taps the table. Makoto sealed Susanoo into a Sharingan and set the condition. He then tapped the table with his whole left hand. Naturally, since the tip of his left index finger didn't make direct contact, Susanoo didn't activate. Next, he raised only his left index finger and lightly tapped the table. Instantly, a skeletal arm materialized beside him. Asterisk. All right, let's try again. Asterisk. Transcription seal. Susanoo. Condition. The tip of my left index finger taps the table 3 times in pairs of 2 consecutive taps. Makoto tapped the table lightly once. Susanoo didn't activate. Even after 6 taps total, 2 sets of 3 consecutive taps, it still didn't activate. Only when he tapped the table exactly as specified in the condition did Susanoo trigger. Asterisk. Now let's see if I can incorporate time-based conditions. Asterisk. Transcription seal. Susanoo. Condition. The tip of my left index finger taps the table 3 times in pairs of 2 consecutive taps within 10 seconds. As before, Susanoo only activated when the condition was fully met. Exceeding 10 seconds or deviating from the specified pattern caused the seal to remain dormant. This meant that even with conditions as abstract as this, transcription seal could reliably trigger when fulfilled. And now for the final test. Transcription seal, Susanoo. Condition, being asleep. Makoto immediately lay back down, and the room seemed to return to stillness. A few minutes later, a blue skeletal frame suddenly erupted into existence, utterly demolishing Makoto's pristine, newly purchased bed. Woken by the destruction, Makoto stared at his now uninhabitable room, but instead of feeling upset, a grin crept across his face. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Makoto's laughter grew louder and more maniacal, echoing through the room, until, knock, knock, knock. Big brother? What's going on? Izuna's voice came from outside the door. Ha cough, cough, cough. Makoto immediately choked back his laughter, clamping his throat to stop himself. Though it caused him to nearly gag, the effort paid off. It's nothing, Izuna. Go back to bed. You have school tomorrow. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine. I wouldn't lie to you about something like this, would I? Be a good girl and go back to sleep. All right then, if you're sure. Hearing Izuna's footsteps fade into the distance, Makoto finally let out a sigh of relief. Asterisk. It must be Uchiha Madara's residual influence. There's no way I'd naturally have the habit of laughing like a lunatic, let alone so fluently. Whatever. That doesn't matter now. What matters is asterisk. Transcription seal can be written with any condition. Transcription seal, Susanoo dual flame dance. Condition. The instant I'm hit by an enemy possessing Mangekyo Sharingan, in any form. Perfect. From now on, this will be my Mangekyo ability. Although transcription seal could technically be learned by others later in life, Makoto wasn't keen on opening that Pandora's box for the rest of the ninja world. He decided to disguise his use of transcription seal as his unique Mangekyo Sharingan ability, especially when deploying it in a counterattack format. Asterisk, it's better to keep something this abstract under wraps and throw in a few smokescreens so no one catches on. Asterisk. With that thought, Makoto quietly pulled a spare blanket from a nearby cabinet and headed to the couch in the living room. Asterisk, I'll buy a new bed tomorrow. Ugh, I really don't like sleeping on tatami mats. Asterisk. The next day, after dropping Izuna off at the academy and leaving a shadow clone nearby to keep an eye on her, Makoto made his way to Orochimaru's lab. The reason? After spending half the night refining his thoughts on transcription seal, Makoto had remembered another ninja art that was, in its own way, incredibly powerful. However, it was something he hadn't mastered yet, but Orochimaru was particularly adept at. The moment Orochimaru spotted Makoto entering, he casually shifted a small petri dish out of Makoto's line of sight. "Oh, Makoto-kun? I didn't expect even you to be so eager about your first mission. I thought you'd be a bit more composed." Makoto immediately shook his head. "It's not about the mission. Last night, while strategizing, I suddenly thought of the summoning jutsu. I wondered if you, Orochimaru-sensei, might have any guidance on learning or contracting it." The summoning jutsu. Orochimaru's previously neutral expression shifted to one of delight. But of course, almost as if he were more excited than Makoto, Orochimaru quickly retrieved several scrolls. What's all this?" Makoto asked, his eyes widening slightly. While he had expected Orochimaru to pull out a summoning contract, he hadn't expected him to whip out so many at once. After spreading out the scrolls, Orochimaru said, "There is one prerequisite for mastering the summoning jutsu, something called fate, which I personally find distasteful." Makoto immediately understood what Orochimaru meant, as he too disliked such vague concepts. "Indeed, I've always found things like destiny and predestination quite annoying. That being the case, it seems unlikely you'll be favored by the creatures of the 3 great sage regions. But that doesn't matter. Let's give it a try. Leave a drop of blood on each scroll. If there's a reaction, it means you can form a contract with that summoning creature." Initially, Makoto was confused. He remembered that all you needed to do was write your name, not leave blood. But he quickly realized Orochimaru's intention. I see. So that's what Orochimaru's up to. He wants to study my blood. Huh? All right, let's give him what he wants. Makoto's thoughts were straightforward. He would use Orochimaru's curiosity as an opportunity to determine if his bloodline carried any hidden dangers. If there were any issues, he'd deal with them as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Makoto bit his finger and left a drop of blood on each of the 8 summoning scrolls in front of him. "And what's this supposed to be?" Makoto asked as he glanced at Orochimaru, noticing the man's eyes fixated on the first drop of blood he'd left. Orochimaru's gaze was so intense, it seemed like he might literally lick the blood off the scroll. Is this what science does to people? This is absurd. Fortunately, Orochimaru quickly regained his composure. "Congratulations, Makoto-kun. The creatures of Ryuchi Cave's Snake Clan and the Rashomon have responded to you." The Rashomon can respond to people? Really? Besides, aren't these the only 2 types of summons you've mastered at this point? Although technically, the Edo Tensei reanimation jutsu was also a summoning technique, Orochimaru clearly hadn't learned it yet. Well, the snakes of Ryuchi Cave should suffice. After all I need is a summoning creature capable of facilitating reverse summoning. Makoto hadn't intended to rely on the combat power of summoning creatures. What he needed was the summoning jutsu's broken mechanics. The summoning jutsu was a ridiculously overpowered technique in the ninja world. It was a space-time ninjutsu that allowed the user to summon a creature they had formed a blood contract with. This summoning could be either forward, summoning the creature to the user's location, or reverse, the creature summoning the user to its location. In other words, it was an unparalleled escape mechanism. Ever since Makoto found himself in the ninja world, he had frequently replayed key moments from the anime in his mind. While some character names and jutsu details slipped his memory due to lack of familiarity, he retained a clear recollection of major plot points and critical details. One such moment was for Boruto, where a clone of Jiraiya used the summoning jutsu with just his mouth while his body was nearly immobilized, escaping from an Akitsuki by employing reverse summoning. At that moment, Orochimaru had already rolled up the scrolls and asked Makoto, "Makoto-kun, may I ask how you view the summoning jutsu?" The summoning jutsu? Closing his eyes, Makoto recalled the scene where Sasuke casually summoned a hawk in Kagaya's dimension. He replied, "I think the summoning jutsu is the fundamental logic of the ninja world." Question mark. Orochimaru, as sharp as he was, found himself utterly baffled by Makoto's statement. What do you mean by fundamental logic of the ninja world? He understood every word individually, but when strung together, the meaning completely eluded him. For example, Makoto explained, "Imagine a ninja who knows the summoning jutsu and encounters an enemy they can't defeat. They could summon a large-mouthed creature to swallow them, and then use reverse summoning to escape to the creature's base, achieving a perfect retreat. Take our mission 6 days from now. If we encounter the legendary salamander Hanzo, it's no big deal. We wouldn't even need to fight him. We could simply leave." That's... Orochimaru pondered this for a moment and realized Makoto was right. Among all the jutsu he had studied, there was virtually no way to intercept such an escape once the summoning jutsu was activated. Terrifying. Unless the enemy knows in advance that reverse summoning will be used, it's almost impossible to stop. This meant that as long as one formed a contract with a summoning creature capable of reverse summoning, they would gain the ability to retreat from almost any situation. The more Orochimaru thought about it, the more he realized how groundbreaking Makoto's idea was. But soon, he would learn what truly revolutionary thinking looked like. Oh, by the way, Orochimaru-sensei, does the Rashomon know how to reverse summon? What? As a scientist and a ninja who prided himself on logic and precision, Orochimaru rarely found himself at a loss for words. Yet Makoto's question completely short-circuited his brain. Coming from someone as intelligent as Makoto, this question was particularly unexpected. Still, Orochimaru composed himself and searched his knowledge for an appropriate answer. The Rashomon has a degree of sentience, but it is ultimately an object-based summoning, not a summoning creature. While snakes with extraordinary talent might be able to use their mouths, eyes, or tongues as substitutes for hand seals, a gate, that's asking a bit much of it. So you're saying reverse summoning requires the other party to be capable of forming seals? Makoto asked, extracting the key takeaway from Orochimaru's response. Extraordinary talent. So even among the snakes of Ryuchi Cave, not all of them might be capable of reverse summoning. I'll need to choose carefully. Exactly. Orochimaru finally understood the purpose behind Makoto's earlier peculiar question. So he was inquiring about the conditions for reverse summoning. Makoto then used his blood to write his name and leave his fingerprint on 2 of the scrolls, officially forming contracts. Once he confirmed there were no additional steps, he said to Orochimaru, "Thank you very much. As for the usage of the summoning jutsu, I've already got it down. See you later, Orochimaru-sensei." As he watched Makoto leave, Orochimaru once again marveled at the convenience of a Sharingan. Years ago, Orochimaru himself had learned the hand seals for the summoning jutsu in a single glance. But knowing the seals wasn't enough to perform the technique proficiently. It had taken him a great deal of practice to master it. Seal of blood. Release. Completing a series of hand seals, Orochimaru extracted the blood imprint Makoto had left on one of the scrolls. The droplet of blood coalesced and floated before him. Now, let's see what lies hidden within your bloodline, Makoto-kun. Ryuchi Cave, a sacred place alongside Mount Myaboku and the Shikatsu Forest, served as a haven for countless serpents. At its heart resided the White Snake Sage, the revered master of Ryuchi Cave, who lived deep within a temple cloaked in mystery. Orochimaru has brought Ryuchi Cave a new contractor. Has he? Who did he sign? The White Snake Sage felt as if her serpentine brain had been jolted by a bolt of lightning release. Uchihamada, muttering the name aloud, the White Snake Sage furrowed her brow, pulling out a calendar. I didn't accidentally nap myself back several decades, did I? After a moment, she realized her mistake. Not the same person. Uchiha Makoto, is it? This contract, how peculiar. Interesting. At the very least, he deserves an opportunity. Minutes later, atop the roof of a tall building near the Yamanaka clan's training grounds. This mind transfer jutsu doesn't seem all that difficult, Makoto muttered, using a combination of binoculars and his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to observe a Yamanaka clan member practicing their secret technique. He questioned the difficulty of mastering such a jutsu. What he didn't realize, however, was that the mind transfer jutsu, despite its impressive one-on-one utility, was only classified as C rank in terms of training difficulty. Maybe I should refrain from commenting on the difficulty of techniques I haven't tried myself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Makoto suddenly felt an entirely new sensation. This feeling, is it a reverse summoning permission? Makoto was unsure, but he could distinctly sense a force pulling him toward somewhere very far away. It seems I can reject it by manipulating my chakra, but there's no need for that. Makoto was fully aware that he had only signed 2 summoning contracts, and since the Rashomon couldn't perform reverse summoning, this pull could only mean that the summons came from Ryuchi Cave, likely one of its sages or attendants. There was no reason to turn down such an opportunity. With a puff of smoke, Makoto vanished from the rooftop. The next moment, Makoto found himself before a structure that, at first glance, didn't resemble a cave at all. Instead, it was an elaborately designed building, with the words Ryuchi Cave prominently displayed above the entrance. The character for dragon was even written in traditional Chinese script. So, this is Ryuchi Cave's trial, huh? Sage mode. I guess it's worth a shot. Though Makoto's primary aim was simply to utilize summoning and reverse summoning, the prospect of learning Sage mode was undeniably tempting. Still, Makoto had full confidence in the strength of his Uchiha Madara template, but he wasn't entirely confident in his own mental preparation. Hopefully, the difficulty isn't too absurd. With this thought in mind, Makoto pushed open the grand, ornate doors of Ryuchi Cave. Behind them, someone was already waiting. It was a woman with long green hair, clad in elegant robes. Her demeanor was poised and dignified, at least until she laid eyes on Makoto. The moment she sensed his chakra, her composure visibly faltered. This chakra, let him in here. Tanishiheim, one of Ryuchi Cave's senior attendants, froze in place. From the moment she began overseeing trials for those entering Ryuchi Cave, she had never encountered a chakra presence as overwhelming or dangerous as the one emanating from this boy. Hello, I'm Uchiha Makoto, the new contractor. May I ask when the trial begins? To ensure he showed respect to the woman whose name he vaguely remembered as one of the Heim figures, Makoto activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as he spoke. The trial? What would you like to test me on? I'll do my best. Wait, hold on. It took Tanishiheim a moment to realize that she was supposed to be the one testing Makoto. But no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure out what to test. Her role was typically to evaluate a visitor's resistance to manipulation or temptation. However, the sheer pressure of Makoto's chakra made her want to retreat. If I upset him, what if he kills me? Makoto, noticing her growing unease, kindly deactivated his Sharingan. But despite his effort to appear non-threatening, Tanishiheim remained on edge, fearful that he might lash out at any moment. If you don't plan on assigning me a trial, could you lead me to the next stage? Makoto asked. My apologies. I'll take you to the next stage immediately. Tanishiheim bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, hastily gesturing for him to follow her. Her behavior left Makoto utterly speechless. Why are the inhabitants of Ryuchi Cave acting more timid than the Huga clan? Makoto knew that creatures trained in sage arts had exceptional sensory abilities, but he felt their reaction was a bit over the top. Much appreciated. Regardless of the situation, Makoto maintained his manners, a personal rule he set for himself. Even though the other party seemed easy to intimidate, he refrained from taking advantage of the situation. Besides, I should show some respect to the White Snake Sage. She's lived for so long, after all. Makoto had developed a slight fondness for Ryuchi Cave, especially after seeing the character at the entrance. Despite being the only human here, he found the place surprisingly pleasant. As Tanishiheim led the way, Makoto reactivated his Sharingan to guard against potential illusions. This only heightened her anxiety, as she could sense the shift in his chakra. Halfway through their journey. By the way, may I ask your name? Makoto inquired. Tanishihaime. My apologies, how rude of me. Out of habit, she initially responded with her back turned, as she had with previous trial participants. Realizing her mistake, she quickly turned around and apologized earnestly, as if she had committed a grave offense. At this point, Makoto couldn't hold back anymore. Tanishihaime, could you explain your attitude toward me? I like to think I'm a relatively kind person. Well, after sensing Makoto's seriousness, Tanishihaime carefully chose her words. Makoto-sama, your chakra is completely exposed to us who have trained in Ryuchi cave sage arts. The aura of your chakra. It's exceptionally dangerous. So it's my chakra, huh? Fair enough. But I assure you, I'm quite amicable. By the way, Tanishihaime, how many of the snakes in Ryuchi cave can perform reverse summoning? Reverse summoning? As far as I know, fewer than 10, including the white snake sage and us 3 attendants. Reverse summoning clearly had its limitations. Just as not all ninjas could master the summoning jutsu, not all snakes in Ryuchi cave were capable, or even willing, to learn reverse summoning. After all, it didn't directly enhance their combat abilities. No snake had ever used it to call a human for backup during an internal dispute. Most importantly, unlike the frogs of Mount Myaboku, snakes lacked hands. To master reverse summoning, they first needed to find alternative ways to form seals, which significantly limited the jutsu's prevalence within Ryuchi cave. Makoto latched onto the key information. So, Tanishihaime, you're capable of reverse summoning, correct? Yes, I am. Tanishihaime was surprised by Makoto's persistent focus on reverse summoning. Asterisk, shouldn't humans be more interested in Sage Mode? Asterisk, Sage Mode allowed a ninja to harness natural energy, enhancing their strength and defense while extending the range of their taijutsu and sensory abilities. Mastering Sage Mode provided a massive boost to ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu alike, regardless of the user's current level. Though Makoto did desire Sage Mode, his more immediate interest lay in testing an idea he'd come up with the previous night. I have one more question. Is it possible to activate reverse summoning in a preset manner, similar to how the summoning jutsu can be triggered by pre-drawn seals? For example, could I inscribe the jutsu onto a kunai and trigger it remotely to reverse summon myself? The summoning jutsu didn't necessarily require hand seals to activate. By pre-drawing the summoning formula and using an alternative trigger, the jutsu could be automated. This method, famously used by Orochimaru when his hands were incapacitated, had left a lasting impression on Makoto. I've never tried it, but in theory, it should be possible, Tanishihaime replied. She found the idea absurd, yet couldn't dismiss it outright. Reverse summoning shared the same principles as the summoning jutsu, so any derivative techniques applicable to summoning should theoretically work for reverse summoning as well. That said, I don't know how to achieve it. Perhaps the White Snake Sage might have a solution. If not, we could always experiment. The White Snake Sage, huh? Understood. 10 minutes later, Makoto arrived at the trial site of the second Ryuchi cave attendant, Tatsuhaime. Having sensed Tanishihaime leading a visitor her way, Tatsuhaime initially prepared to intercept the newcomer with a venomous bite. However, upon seeing Makoto's Sharingan and sensing his chakra, she abandoned her plan. Instead, Tatsuhaime made an elegant gesture of invitation. Please, allow me to guide you to the next trial. How about we introduce ourselves first? My name is Uchiha Makoto, the new contractor of Ryuchi Cave. Makoto extended his hand for a handshake, and while Tatsuhaime hesitated, she dared not refuse. I am Tatsuhaime, a member of Ryuchi Cave. My position is negligible. So, there's no trial here either. A gust of wind swept across Makoto's forehead, revealing his Konoha forehead protector. Tatsuhaime immediately seized the opportunity to respond. Here in Ryuchi Cave, we snakes place great trust in our companions. Since you passed Tanishihaime's trial, you naturally pass mine as well. Asterisk, Konoha ninja. I imagine most of them, aside from Orochimaru, would fall for this sort of flattery. Asterisk, Tatsuhaime thought. Makoto, however, wasn't so easily swayed. While he understood and appreciated the sentiment, he saw no need to put on an exaggerated display of the will of fire in this situation. That said, he could tell Tatsuhaime was trying to win his favor, so he decided to play along. All right, that worked for me. With the guidance of the two attendants, Makoto finally reached the location of the last trial overseer. Ichikishimaheim, unlike the previous two attendants, had a much younger appearance. Asterisk, she looks much more approachable, though I know better than to trust appearances. Asterisk, in truth, seeing through the facade of the three Ryuchi cave attendants required the Byakugan, but Makoto still retained a vivid memory of their true serpentine forms. Asterisk, still, this one's demeanor doesn't seem as timid as the last two. Could it be that the trial actually starts here? Asterisk, Makoto was genuinely curious about experiencing Ryuchi Cave's trials. However, he wasn't blind. He had already scared the first two attendants nearly out of their skins. Under such circumstances, any meaningful trial would seem pointless. But soon enough, Makoto was left speechless. The third attendant was even more absurd than the first two. Could I have a bite of your chakra? Just a little. Even a tiny bit would suffice. If you satisfy my craving, I'll do anything you ask. Before she even finished speaking, Ichikishimaheim lunged forward, attempting to sink her fangs into Makoto. Unfortunately for her, before she could get within 5 steps, a skeletal blue hand materialized and caught her mid-air. As Tanishiheim and Tatsuhaime watched in terror, Makoto remained calm and even smiled as he asked, "May I ask, is this trial overseer relatively young in age?" "Yes, Ichikishimaheim is the youngest among us three." "Please, we hope you can." "So, even by Ryuchi Cave standards, she's quite young." "Don't worry, I wouldn't lose my temper with a child." Of course, Makoto himself wasn't much older. Asterisk, what's with the chakra addiction? There's no way she's after ordinary chakra. If it's something like Sharingan ocular energy, there's no way I'm feeding it to a random snake. Asterisk, though Makoto verbally reassured them, his Susanoo began to grow larger, transforming into a full humanoid form. Without hesitation, the Susanoo hurled Ichikishimaheim away like a pitcher throwing a baseball. Only after this did Makoto deactivate the Susanoo. That should be fine, right? She shouldn't be too badly hurt, Makoto asked. In his mind, physical attacks shouldn't pose much of a threat to these human-like snakes. Asterisk, I mean, even Orochimaru isn't bothered by standard physical attacks. Asterisk, yes, she'll be fine. X2. Tanishiheim and Tatsuhaime nodded fervently. At that moment, an aged yet authoritative female voice echoed through the air. "Come to me, Uchiha Makoto. Ryuchi Cave has acknowledged your strength." Though unfamiliar with the voice, Makoto had no doubt about its owner. Only the White Snake Sage could say such words. Asterisk, sage mode, huh? It seems I'm almost there. Asterisk, this was the deepest part of Ryuchi Cave, the dwelling place of the White Snake Sage. Asterisk, so this is the White Snake Sage. Asterisk, as Makoto gazed at the massive white-scaled serpent coil beneath the enormous dragon head statue, he felt a sense of awe. This was a sight he would never have been able to witness in his previous life. Asterisk, this composition, if I took a photo of this, it could probably win an award in photography. Asterisk, asterisk, what's with this boy's expression? Why is it so strange? Asterisk, the White Snake Sage had been observing Makoto ever since he first entered Ryuchi Cave. Her sensory abilities far surpassed those of the 3 snake princesses, and nothing that happened within Ryuchi Cave escaped her perception. Having dealt with countless humans seeking contracts with Ryuchi Cave, she prided herself on understanding the intentions of those who came here. But Makoto's gaze puzzled her. Asterisk, is he awestruck by my form? No, it doesn't seem like that. Asterisk, Uchiha Makoto. The White Snake Sage finally spoke, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. You are quite unique. Hearing such a declaration from a being that had lived for over 1,000 years, Makoto's mind raced through several possibilities. May I ask in what way I'm unique? Is it my chakra, my body, or my soul? Oh, it seems you're already aware of your own peculiarities. In that case, this old one won't state the obvious. But tell me, what is your purpose in forming a contract with Ryuchi Cave? Though this is our first meeting, you don't seem like the kind of person obsessed with power, even though your chakra is exceedingly dangerous. When the Whitesnake Sage first sensed Makoto's strength, she had assumed he sought Sage Mode. After all, Sage Mode was beneficial to ninjas of any level. But Makoto's first question upon arriving had been about reverse summoning, a surprising departure from the usual motivations. To answer your question, Sage, my primary purpose here is to find a summoning companion capable of assisting me with reverse summoning. If possible, I would also like to begin training in Sage arts, though I don't have high hopes for my aptitude. You doubt your own aptitude? The Whitesnake Sage once again assessed Makoto's chakra reserves, her mind immediately filling with questions. With such an immense amount of chakra, why would you doubt your ability to learn Sage arts? Chakra reserves? Makoto frowned slightly. Doesn't aptitude depend on more than just chakra? I'd heard that only those with unwavering determination can become sages. Of course not. That nonsense is something only those frogs from Mount Myaboka would say, the Whitesnake Sage scoffed. Such matters should have been explained to you by Tanishi Haim and the others. But it seems they're not yet qualified to teach you. Honestly, I believe in the saying, everyone has something to teach, Makoto thought. He wasn't the type to judge a teacher by their status, strength, or identity. Still, he refrained from saying this aloud, not wanting to offend the Whitesnake Sage, who had been generous with her respect thus far. The Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave is based on gathering natural energy to create Senjutsu chakra, using already produced chakra as the foundation. The greater the amount of chakra you possess, the more natural energy you can absorb. Here, in Ryuchi Cave, the training method involves this old one directly injecting a fixed amount of natural energy into the trainee. Those who cannot endure it become my food. But with your chakra reserves, that amount of natural energy is trivial. Thankfully, the Whitesnake Sage's method involved fixed amounts of natural energy, Makoto realized. Otherwise, she might have been unable to handle the strain of training someone with such enormous reserves. Makoto quickly understood. So, Ryuchi Cave Sage training doesn't include the slow process of sensing natural energy, like Naruto's training. Instead, it's a brute force injection. Sounds risky. Good thing my chakra reserves are large enough. He also knew that no matter where Sage Mode was learned, the process was inherently dangerous. While the frogs of Mount Myaboku didn't eat people, even with the guidance of the two sages Fukasaku and Shima, many trainees had failed and been turned into frog statues. Whether one turned into a statue or was devoured, the result was the same. No trace of the body remained. The only difference was how painful the death was. In that case, may I ask how long it typically takes to learn Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode? To be honest, I didn't come here fully prepared for a long stay. The truth was that Makoto had little knowledge of Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode, as he hadn't paid much attention to Kabuto's storyline. However, he did know that the gap between Sasuke killing Orochimaru and the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War was less than 6 months. This meant Kabuto couldn't have spent more than 6 months mastering Sage Mode. But Makoto hadn't made arrangements for his sister, Izuna, nor had he prepared for his upcoming mission in Amage Cure. Time? This old one has not studied such matters, and has no concept of your human time frames. After all, the time you humans experience in a lifetime is but a fleeting moment to me. To humans, a decade might pass in the blink of an eye, but to the Whitesnake Sage, centuries could pass just as quickly. She cared little for how long it took humans to succeed or fail in their training. However, the Whitesnake Sage understood Makoto's concern. It seems you don't have much time to spare on this visit. That is rare. Few humans who reach me in Ryuchi Cave can resist the allure of Sage Mode. To the Whitesnake Sage, everything about Makoto was unusual, which only piqued her curiosity further. How far could someone so unique go in the ninja world with Ryuchi Cave's assistance? At that moment, Makoto brought up his earlier question again. By the way, Sage, I'd like to ask about reverse summoning. Is it possible to pre-engrave the jutsu formula somewhere and then trigger it remotely to summon myself to a target location? Oh, such a thing. The Whitesnake Sage pondered for a moment. The summoning jutsu requires a contractual connection between the summoner and the summoned. Reverse summoning, in essence, is the other party summoning you using the summoning jutsu. If you have the means to remotely and automatically trigger the formula, then yes, you could achieve what you're describing. However, to this old one's knowledge, no such jutsu formula exists in the ninja world with the precision necessary to accomplish this remotely. Unless, of course, you had help from Ryuchi Cave. Help from Ryuchi Cave? What kind of help? Sage art. Inorganic reincarnation. This technique animates inorganic matter and allows you to control it. If you use it on an object inscribed with a reverse summoning formula, you could manipulate it within your chakra sensing range and use it to trigger the formula as needed. Asterisk, huh? That technique has this kind of functionality? Asterisk Makoto was momentarily stunned. He had a strong impression of sage art, inorganic reincarnation, not because it was particularly powerful, but because it seemed underwhelming. In the original series, Kabuto, enhanced by Sage Mode, used this technique during his fight against Edo, Itachi, and Sasuke. Despite its grand name, it simply manipulated stalactites to attack the Uchiha brothers. While it had some power, the way Kabuto used it made it seem no different from a standard Earth release technique that manipulated rocks. Asterisk, but if the Whitesnake Sage says so, then my idea might actually work. Asterisk, Makoto's goal wasn't just to use the summoning jutsu for retreats. It was to create a pseudo-flying thunder god technique. His idea involved pre-engraving a reverse summoning formula on a kunai and remotely triggering it to teleport himself. To him, this could serve as a precursor to the flying thunder god jutsu, paving the way for future mastery. Now, with the added functionality of inorganic reincarnation, Makoto couldn't help but imagine the synergy between the two techniques. Asterisk, if I can use inorganic reincarnation to animate the entire battlefield as a target and move the formula as needed, wouldn't that create the possibility of true full-screen teleportation? Asterisk, the original Flying Thunder God Jutsu was limited by the placement of Flying Thunder God Kunai. If an enemy specifically targeted the kunai, it would prevent the technique from achieving full-field teleportation. Asterisk, and with only one marked location, there's no risk of teleporting to the wrong spot by accident. Asterisk, recalling the scene of Minato Namikaze flashing through dozens of enemies in a single moment during the Third Great Ninja War, Makoto couldn't help but feel admiration. If it were him, he doubted he could accurately spin the wheel to the right location, even with just 5 marks. Asterisk, reducing the number of marks to 1 is definitely necessary. Asterisk, in that case, does Ryuchi Cave have the knowledge to engrave reverse summoning formulas? You can collaborate with the 3 attendants on that. This old one has never personally researched it. The Whitesnake Sage curled her body further and rested her head, signaling that she was done speaking. Makoto realized he had asked enough questions for now. After leaving the Whitesnake Sage's abode with Tanishi Haim, Tatsu Haim, and a now calmer Ichikishima Haim, Makoto turned to face the 3 attendants. Before Makoto could say anything, Ichikishima Haim eagerly volunteered, "Makoto-sama, I can help you research this formula. All I ask is for just a tiny bit of your cha." MMPH. Before she could finish, Tatsu Haim clamped a hand over her mouth. Tanishi Haim wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead, recalling Makoto's earlier display of Susanoo. Asterisk, she still dares to make demands? Asterisk, in the end, Tanishi Haim bowed slightly and said, "We are at your service, Makoto-sama." Tatsu Haim quickly followed suit, expressing the same sentiment. As for Ichikishima Haim, despite her earlier impulsiveness, her mental maturity was far greater than her youthful appearance suggested. Becoming a high-ranking member of Ryuchi Cave required more than brute strength. Such incredibly high-quality in chakra. What a waste, Ichikishima Haim thought to herself. Over the years, she had developed a taste for consuming particularly unique chakra, a habit she hadn't even been fully aware of until she encountered Makoto. "At your service, Makoto-sama," Ichikishima Haim eventually affirmed. With this, Makoto had effectively secured a position of authority within Ryuchi Cave, second only to the Whitesnake Sage herself. None of the attendants felt any discomfort about this, as strength was the ultimate law in Ryuchi Cave. Those with power naturally commanded respect. "In that case, I won't hold back," Makoto said. "First, I'll need to return to Konoha briefly. After 1 minute, please reverse summon me back here." I can't leave Izuna unattended, Makoto thought. His earlier arrival had been rushed, and he hadn't had time to leave his shadow clone in Konoha. Since he planned to spend several days in Ryuchi Cave, he wanted to ensure his sister was cared for. Understood, X3. The three attendants immediately canceled the reverse summoning, sending Makoto back to the location where he had first been summoned. Upon returning, Makoto quickly performed the shadow clone jutsu. Take care of Izuna. I'll likely remain in Ryuchi Cave until just before the mission. Leave it to me. The moment the 1-minute mark passed, Makoto vanished in a puff of smoke, returning to Ryuchi Cave. Meanwhile, in Obito's hideout, a Mangekyo Sharingan? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Obito asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. While ordinary enemies, even Kaga-level ones, didn't pose much of a threat to him, an Uchiha with a Mangekyo Sharingan was a different matter. Without sufficient intel, there was no way to predict what kind of abilities the Mangekyo might possess. I'm certain, reported a white Zetsu clone. I couldn't get close enough to see the pattern clearly because of the crowd, but I saw Susanoo. The clone had secretly infiltrated Konoha to observe Makoto's graduation assessment, and had witnessed his use of Susanoo. Susanoo. As someone who prided himself on inheriting Uchiha Madara's legacy, Obito understood the significance of Susanoo all too well. To be honest, he didn't want to fight anyone capable of wielding it. Still, if he overuses Susanoo, he should burn out quickly. But just to be safe, I'll have Zetsu investigate further. However, as one half of Zetsu, the black half, received Obito's orders, his thoughts were far from calm. Could this be a lost descendant of the Uchiha clan? But if so, how could they have reached this level? How did they awaken Susanoo? And this name, to Black Zetsu, this was the closest he had come millennia to reviving his mother, Kaguya Akitsuki. He couldn't afford any unexpected variables. A newly emerged Mangekyo Sharingan was precisely the kind of unstable factor that could jeopardize his plans. At the very least, I need to confirm the abilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru's laboratory, When Anko noticed that Makoto hadn't shown up for lessons that day, she couldn't help but voice her curiosity. Orochimaru-sensei, didn't that Uchiha come today? Wasn't he supposed to finish catching up on his ninja theory? Orochimaru, engrossed in flipping through a genetics manuscript, didn't even bother looking up. However, he still answered her question with a simple remark. That sort of thing depends entirely on Makoto-kun's own intentions. So, it's not mandatory? It's up to him whether he comes or not. Anko replied, her tone laced with sudden understanding. Orochimaru, however, silently dismissed her conclusion in his mind. No, it's not merely about his willingness. The truth is, if he doesn't want to come, no one can force him to Having directly experienced Makoto's strength, Orochimaru was well aware that if Makoto ever started acting seriously from the very beginning of a fight, the only option would be to run. And running would only be feasible if he used the reverse summoning technique Makoto himself had taught him. With that in mind, Orochimaru knew better than to push Makoto's temper unless he was completely prepared. Come to think of it, if I had informed Danzo about Makoto's strength earlier, would Danzo have avoided his death? The thought crossed Orochimaru's mind, but he quickly brushed it aside, feeling no remorse over Danzo's demise. To him, Danzo was merely an arrogant opportunist who boasted loudly, but was miserly when it came to funding Orochimaru's research. They had no real rapport to speak of, let alone a reason for mourning. As for the argument that Konoha's current troubles, including Danzo's lack of funds and the loss of a Kaga-level combatant, were problematic, Orochimaru simply didn't care. The only reason he remained in Konoha was the convenience of obtaining research, funding, and access to subordinates. Otherwise, he felt no attachment to the village. Returning his attention to the research on Makoto's cells, Orochimaru was perplexed by the peculiarities he observed. Makoto-kun cells are worlds apart from the cells of the first Hokage. Theoretically, someone with such immense chakra reserves should have cells capable of storing chakra for long periods after being separated from the body. However, during his analysis, Orochimaru discovered a baffling anomaly. Normally, a ninja's cells naturally stored a residual amount of chakra proportional to their overall reserves. The greater the reserves, the longer that chakra could remain in the cells after separation. Makoto's cells, on the other hand, completely defied this principle. While Orochimaru hadn't yet delved into the genetic structure of the cells, the preliminary data was far too ordinary. So ordinary that it felt like these cells came from a low-ranking genin or even an academy student. Still, this might be the key to Makoto Koin's uniqueness. He possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan and commands a tremendous amount of chakra in battle. His genes must hold some secrets. Ryuchi Cave. Meanwhile, Ichikishima Haim stood frozen, holding a scroll stained with Makoto's blood from his earlier summoning jutsu practice. She seemed lost in thought, prompting Tatsuhaime to approach her with curiosity. "What's the matter, Ichikishima Haim?" Raising an eyebrow, Ichikishima Haim replied, "Something strange. I've noticed that Makoto-sama's blood changes drastically after being separated from his body for 30 seconds. Take a look." Though the scrolls still bore traces of Makoto's blood, Ichikishima Haim no longer showed any interest in it. In fact, she seemed slightly repulsed. Intrigued, Tatsuhaime took the scroll and carefully examined it. Sure enough, the residual chakra within the blood had diminished to the level of an ordinary person. However, she didn't dwell on it too much. The White Snake Sage did say Makoto-sama is very unique. I doubt such remarks were baseless. Perhaps, Ichikishima Haim murmured, still visibly uneasy. Elsewhere in Ryuchi Cave, Makoto followed Tanishi Haim's guidance as they explored various areas in search of a suitable summoning creature. "Makoto-sama," Tanishi Haim began, "you can simply channel different amounts of chakra to automatically summon a snake of the appropriate rank. There's no need to interact with us beforehand. Even so, I'd like to communicate with the residents of Ryuchi Cave beforehand," Makoto replied. The snakes of Ryuchi Cave were highly intelligent, which meant they possessed a wide range of emotions. Blindly forcing summons might lead to unnecessary complications down the line. It's better to establish some rapport beforehand. It was then that Tanishi Haim said, "Ahead lies the territory of Manda. The snake Orochimaru frequently summons." Manda, the infamous 98, are purchase. He's certainly powerful, but his attitude leaves much to be desired. Manda, Orochimaru's summoning creature, was a massive purple-black striped serpent with incredible speed and attack power. However, from Makoto's recollection, Manda had never displayed any particularly unique abilities. If it's purely about raw stats, I suppose that'll do. After all, I'm not relying on these summons to increase my combat strength. Makoto's goal in seeking a summoning creature wasn't to bolster his fighting capabilities. After all, even the strongest creatures from the 3 Great Sage regions couldn't rival the power of the tailed beasts. What he needed was a large summoning creature capable of reverse summoning him to safety in dire situations, such as encounters with the Akitsuki clan. Strength wasn't the priority, the ability to reverse summon was. "Does Manda know how to perform reverse summoning?" Makoto asked. Of course. While Manda isn't particularly skilled in Ryuchi Cave's secret arts, his strength is undeniable, and he is capable of reverse summoning, Tanishi Haim confirmed. "Good. I'll handle this on my own. You stay here." "Yes, Makoto-sama. I paid for the Manda DLC in my previous life. Summoning him now feels justified." Makoto entered Manda's territory, quickly drawing the giant serpent's attention. A human. Manda's raw power wasn't inferior to that of Tanishi Haim or the other snake princesses, but his sensory abilities and mastery of special techniques were far less refined. Just as Manda prepared to intimidate the newcomer, Makoto activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and enveloped himself in the fully formed humanoid Susanoo. In an instant, Manda closed his mouth, swallowing the words he had been about to utter. His poor sensory skills aside, the overwhelming presence of Makoto's Susanoo was something even he could clearly perceive. Then Makoto spoke. "Manda, I'm a new contractor of Ryuchi Cave. If possible, I would like to summon you in future battles to assist me." Manda was taken aback. Never before had a human sought his cooperation so politely before summoning him. Moreover, The sheer strength Makoto exuded made him wary. "I can agree to that," Manda replied cautiously, "but I demand 10 humans as sacrifices each time you summon me." This was a significant concession from Manda, who typically demanded 100 sacrifices from Orochimaru. However, Makoto's response was entirely unexpected. "Manda, you're not human, so I won't judge you by human moral standards. But I refuse to offer you living sacrifices." Instead, Makoto deactivated his Susanoo and leaped onto Manda's head. Then, much to Manda's astonishment, he activated a specialized form of Susanoo. Susanoo, Armored Enhancement. In an instant, Manda's entire body was encased in a glowing blue armor. The power coursing through him was unlike anything he had ever experienced. This power. Manda swung his tail, causing the ground to quake and mountains to tremble. For the first time, he felt truly unstoppable. But his euphoria was short-lived. The armor tightened around him, restricting his movements entirely. From a peak of exhilaration, Manda was suddenly plunged into a pit of despair. "Don't stop now," Manda roared, unable to suppress his primal desire to revel in the newfound strength, even as his rational mind warned him that this power was not his own. "So, will you answer my summons and follow my commands?" Makoto asked gently. "Oh, and by the way, my name is Uchiha Makoto." Despite his massive size, Manda's physical stature paled in comparison to the overwhelming dominance of Makoto's Susanoo. At that moment, Manda made his decision. Manda, have wandered aimlessly for years, never encountering a worthy human contractor. If you, Makoto-sama, would have me—" "Stop," Makoto interjected quickly. "Just answer yes or no." "Yes, of course," Manda exclaimed. With Manda subdued, Makoto returned to where he had parted ways with Tanishihaime. She now bowed, even lower than before. "What happened?" Makoto asked, puzzled. "Makoto-sama, did you engage in combat with Manda?" Tanishihaime asked hesitantly. She had sensed the full-body Susanoo earlier, followed by an even stronger surge of chakra. Coupled with the commotion in Manda's territory, she couldn't help but assume that Manda had provoked Makoto and been punished for it. "Combat? No, not at all. Manda has agreed to respond to my summons in the future," Makoto replied casually. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "By the way, Tanishihaime, how does your size compare to Manda's?" "Size? Few in Ryuchi Cave can compare to Manda in size, but there are exceptions, such as... Makoto's mind immediately recalled the red one-eyed snake from Boruto. Tanishihaime confirmed his suspicion. "There's a snake named Garaga, a one-eyed serpent. While his size is slightly smaller than Manda's, his strength is comparable. However, his temperament is even more volatile, and he harbors a deep-seated animosity toward humans. I fear he may offend you." "Garaga," Makoto murmured, recalling fragments of his past life knowledge. So that's his name. But taming him would require psychological counseling. "Forget it. I don't have time for that." Makoto saw no point in capturing a summon he held no particular attachment to, especially one with limited utility. "Let's head back and continue researching the reverse summoning formula. As for this Garaga, I'll pass." "Understood." From Tanishihaime's perspective, Makoto's disinterest in Garaga seemed tied to the snake's possible lack of reverse summoning capabilities. She couldn't fathom why Makoto, with his already overwhelming power, was so fixated on reverse summoning. Could it be that there are beings in the ninja world even stronger than Makoto-sama? Perhaps beings on par with the Sage of Six Paths. The ninja world is truly terrifying. 3 nights later. A quiet forest in Konoha, A face split into 2 distinct halves, one white, one black, slowly emerged from the ground before retracting again. This was Zetsu, utilizing the mayfly technique. By connecting to organic networks such as plant roots and underground water veins, Zetsu could move at high speeds and infiltrate virtually any location undetected. The only risk came when he surfaced, which made him cautious, especially here in Konoha. Even though he had bypassed the village's barriers, Zetsu knew better than to assume complete safety. Konoha was not a place to let down one's guard. At this point, Zetsu had already gathered a considerable amount of intelligence on Makoto from both inside and outside the village. However, something feels off, Black Zetsu remarked, his tone laced with suspicion. White Zetsu, sharing the same body, tilted his metaphorical head in confusion. What do you mean? Everything seems reasonable, doesn't it? Sure, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan at 12 is unusual, but wasn't Madara the same age when he awakened his? I'm not talking about just the Mangekyo, Black Zetsu replied. Age isn't an absolute factor for the Sharingan. Haven't you noticed? This guy doesn't behave like an Uchiha at all in the eyes of the Konoha villagers. He's already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet they talk about him like he's some excitable academy student. How does someone like that even get into the academy? And why would someone capable of wielding Susanoo so skillfully choose to become Orochimaru's student? White Zetsu took a moment to process this before venturing a theory. Could it be that this Uchiha Makoto is some kind of artificial being created by Orochimaru using Madara's cells? You know, like that kid with would release? Orochimaru? Does he really have that level of technology? Black Zetsu instinctively wanted to dismiss the idea. If Konoha had reached that level of scientific advancement, the other four great nations might as well surrender on the spot. When they first discovered Konoha's attempts to replicate would release, they had been alarmed, only to later realize the results were underwhelming. The so-called would-release user, created from Hashirama cells, couldn't even compare to a fraction of the original's power. Makoto, on the other hand, had chakra reserves equivalent to half of prime Uchiha Madara's. This level of power gave Black Zetsu a headache, making him feel that the Moon Eye plan might need a complete overhaul. Yet without fully understanding Makoto, he couldn't even begin to adjust the plan. I've considered that possibility, of course, Black Zetsu continued, but there are three major issues with it. First, if Makoto were an artificially created being, what explains his documented life in Konoha's Fire Country outpost, Maple Town? His history there is too perfect. There are even villagers who vividly remember him and his sister. Second, his younger sister seems to be a normal child who just happens to enjoy playing with explosive tags. If Konoha had the technology to create someone like Makoto, why is the sister so ordinary? Third, where would Konoha have gotten their hands on Madara's cells in the first place? White Zetsu pondered this and added, what if it goes like this? Makoto was originally just an ordinary Uchiha from a branch family. Orochimaru noticed him and performed experiments on him, granting him power. Out of gratitude, he became loyal to both Orochimaru and Konoha. Meanwhile, his sister wasn't experimented on at all. As for Madara's cells, remember how Madara was dead for a few days? Maybe Konoha managed to collect some samples during that time, and when Madara revived, he didn't realize it. And storage? How would they preserve the cells? Who knows? Maybe Uzumaki Mito developed some kind of special sealing technique. Or maybe Tobarama Senju left behind some weird gadget before he died. Black Zetsu considered this explanation. That does make a certain amount of sense, he admitted. But at the end of the day, we still lack sufficient information. Even with the Mayfly technique and exceptional chakra perception, Zetsu faced limitations in gathering intelligence. Makoto was an enigma, someone who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Worse, most of the intel they had collected on him was riddled with uncertainties. The only things Black Zetsu could confirm with absolute certainty were that Makoto's chakra reserves were immense, he could wield Susanoo proficiently, and he was an obsessive protector of his younger sister. Everything else, marked as questionable. We'll need to observe him further, especially during a mission or combat. One way or another, I need to confirm the nature of his Sharingan. If it's just a Mangekyo, I can wait until he burns himself out. But if it's an eternal Mangekyo, that's going to be a problem. If Makoto's eyes were ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, Black Zetsu figured he could outlast him. After all, overusing Susanoo would eventually blind the user. But an eternal Mangekyo meant a completely different level of planning would be required. Plans that could only be devised after more intelligence was gathered. Keep gathering intel, Black Zetsu resolved. At that moment, White Zetsu voiced another possibility. Say, do you think those siblings could be Madara's descendants? Madara's descendants? Impossible. I know him too well. Over millennia, Black Zetsu had meticulously studied each reincarnation of Indra's chakra, especially Madara Uchiha. He was certain that Madara never had any intention of leaving behind offspring, and indeed hadn't done so. Meanwhile, in Ryuchi Cave, unlike Zetsu, who was frustrated by the lack of progress, Makoto was positively ecstatic. With the full cooperation of Tanishiheim, Tatsuheim, and Ichikishimaheim, Makoto had finally developed a method to inscribe a reverse summoning formula onto a target object. Despite the apparent complexity, the process turned out to be relatively simple, mostly because Makoto's requirements were minimal. He didn't need a versatile technique. He just needed something that could reverse summon him specifically. By simplifying the scope, the formula became unusually straightforward. All it required was a drop of blood from a Ryuchi cave serpent and a small amount of chakra to activate. Once triggered, Makoto could be reverse summoned to the object's location. Crucially, the formula didn't require the summoner's chakra to match Makoto's. It simply needed the serpent's blood as a conduit. To Makoto, the formula had only two significant limitations. First, the process of granting reverse summoning permission took time, making it less effective in high-intensity close combat. Second, Makoto couldn't remotely trigger the formula on his own. He would need someone else to activate it. If judged by the standards of a pseudo-flying thunder god technique, this solution was undoubtedly incomplete. The marker couldn't move dynamically, and Makoto had no direct control over its activation. However, this didn't bother him. He already had a plan to address these issues using inorganic reincarnation. What's more, this intermediate stage of quick reverse summoning had practical applications beyond its milestone significance. For instance, it allowed others to summon him in critical moments to act as a game-changing reinforcement. Later that evening, accompanied by a puff of smoke, Makoto returned to Konoha and hurried home. After dismissing his shadow clone, Makoto reviewed its memories to check on Izuna's behavior during his absence. It seems Izuna has adjusted well to the ninja academy. As Makoto had hoped, Izuna had befriended a classmate named Inuzuka Hana, a member of the Inuzuka clan. Additionally, Uchiha Izumi appeared to be trying to join their circle of friends. Uchiha Izumi. She's quite different from the other Uchiha. Making friends shouldn't be an issue. Makoto then brought out two items, a pendant with a reverse summoning formula inscribed on it, and a small vial of Ryuchi Cave serpent blood. Relying solely on shadow clones to protect Izuna isn't truly safe. While shadow clones could act as bodyguards, they were inefficient. The need to transfer half of his chakra to create one made it costly, and even though Makoto deliberately allocated significant chakra to ensure his clones were strong, they still had blind spots. If Izuna ever found herself in danger outside the clone's line of sight, the protection would fail. To Makoto, this gap was unacceptable, particularly given the possibility of Aido using Kimui for a sudden kidnapping. The pendant and vial were his solution. The pendant bore the reverse summoning formula, while the vial contained blood to activate it. No matter when or where Izuna faces danger, she can pour the blood onto the pendant, inject chakra, and summon me instantly. Once this formula is refined further, I might even combine the items into a single, one-touch mechanism. Unfortunately, my technical capabilities aren't there yet. The next morning. You mean I can call you if I'm in danger? Izuna asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Is this the summoning jutsu you told me about before? Technically, it's reverse summoning, but there's no fundamental difference. Reverse summoning is just a subset of summoning, Makoto explained. Though Izuna had already absorbed plenty of unconventional knowledge from her brother, she trusted him unconditionally. This time, her trust was well placed, as Makoto's explanation was entirely accurate. Makoto added, but remember, you can't let anyone know you can summon me, not even your friends. And when you use it, try to be as discreet as possible. Got it. Ninja must never reveal their secrets, Izuna chirped, demonstrating an impressive understanding of ninja principles despite being a student for less than half a month. Good. That puts my mind at ease. After dropping Izuna off at the academy, Makoto headed to Orochimaru's laboratory for the first time in several days. However, instead of Orochimaru, he found Anko waiting for him. Well, long time no see, Makoto, Anko greeted teasingly. Where have you been these past few days? Don't tell me you think your theory knowledge is good enough. Want me to test you with a quiz? She reached for a stack of papers, but Makoto quickly waved her off. No need to trouble yourself. I'm terrible at that kind of thing anyway. And yes, I've been busy with some personal matters. Didn't have time to inform Orochimaru-sensei. Personal matters? Anko raised an eyebrow. Isn't your mission with Orochimaru-sensei scheduled for the day after tomorrow? Speaking of which, her expression darkened. Why is he taking you on a mission alone? I'm the one who's supposed to be his real student. To Anko, Makoto was merely a part-time student, someone who called Orochimaru-sensei but lacked the depth of a true master-disciple relationship. Makoto, unaware of Anko's thoughts, calmly replied, I can't go into too much detail, but I can tell you the mission's rank. It's an A-rank mission that could escalate to S rank. That's too dangerous for a chunin. Hearing Makoto's serious explanation only made Anko feel worse. She couldn't argue. He wasn't wrong. But the fact that Makoto, a genin, was going on such a mission while she, a chunin, wasn't, left her deeply frustrated. Makoto, oblivious to her turmoil, asked, By the way, don't you usually go on missions? Don't you want to become a jonin? Of course I do. But Orochimaru-sensei's research is important too. Anko replied, her tone conflicted. Makoto couldn't help but admire Orochimaru's ability to inspire such loyalty. Truly, the man had a way of getting people to prioritize his interests. Makoto didn't bother asking about Orochimaru's whereabouts. He already knew the man was likely holed up in some secret lab conducting experiments. Asterisk, he's probably studying my blood. If that's the case, I wish him the best of luck. Asterisk, turning to a nearby shelf, Makoto picked up a notebook he hadn't seen before. Asterisk, notes on summoning? Definitely Orochimaru's handwriting. Let's see, adjustments for summoning creature landing points. Asterisk, what meticulous service. Well, since it's here, I might as well learn. Asterisk, Amage Cure. The Hidden Rain Village. Still no news about Shimura Danzo? A man wearing a distinctive breathing apparatus finished reviewing a document and turned to his assistant, asking about Danzo. None, sir. I see. It looks like our cooperation, which hadn't even begun, has already ended. Well, no matter. That man was never trustworthy to begin with. For the past half-month since Danzo's death, Konoha had kept his demise under wraps. Internally, they declared him a rogue ninja who had been apprehended and executed, but they didn't publicize this information to the outside world. As such, Hanzo, the leader of Amage Cure, who lacked reliable intel on Konoha, simply assumed the cooperation had been unilaterally terminated. At the border between the land of fire and the land of rain, Orochimaru-sensei, what exactly makes Hanzo so strong? Setting aside his poison's lethality against weaker ninjas, what other factors contribute to his strength? Makoto asked, his tone casual but tinged with curiosity. Hanzo, his poison isn't merely effective against weaker ninjas. Even for someone like me, facing Hanzo requires utmost caution. Beyond his poison, his mastery of the body flicker technique, taijutsu, and kenjutsu are all exceptional. And as for explosive tags, his methods are unparalleled. If my intel isn't outdated, Hanzo is currently the ninja world's foremost expert in the creative use of explosive tags. If you encounter him, Makoto-kun, I suggest using your Sharingan to copy his techniques. Asterisk, so, basically, aside from his poison, the only thing that stands out is how he uses explosive tags. Asterisk, though Orochimaru appeared nostalgic as he spoke, Makoto could discern his underlying tone. Clearly, Orochimaru held no particular reverence for Hanzo despite their past encounter. If anything, Orochimaru seemed more impressed, or perhaps haunted, by the mention of explosive tags. Makoto, however, was skeptical about the utility of explosive tags. Asterisk, sure, the real deal is probably much stronger than the cheap ones I bought for Izuna, but in high-level battles, how useful can they really be? They're not Conan's paper explosives, or that ridiculous infinite explosive tag, jutsu. Still, I guess I could copy the technique and teach it to Izuna later. Asterisk, information often determines the outcome of a battle between ninjas. As for Hanzo now, Orochimaru's words were abruptly interrupted by the arrival of a patrol ninja from Amage Cure. "Stop right there, Konoha ninjas. You must." Interrupting a Kaga-level ninja mid-sentence turned out to be a fatal mistake. "Oh, instead of retreating to relay information, you choose to stand in my way," Orochimaru said, his voice dripping with amusement. The Rain Ninja's bravado evaporated instantly. His face turned pale as he imagined countless scenarios of his imminent death. Paralyzed by fear, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he couldn't move an inch. Moments later, 4 snakes slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeves, their menacing hisses filling the air. The Rain Ninja finally realized the gravity of the situation. "Wait, you're..." Orochimaru cut him off, this time permanently. The Rain Ninja lost not only the ability to speak, but also the ability to breathe. After disposing of the Rain Ninja, Orochimaru turned to Makoto with a curious expression. "I didn't expect you to let me kill him without intervening, Makoto-kun." "Well, if it were up to me, I wouldn't have killed him. But I'm not going to impose my standards on others," Makoto replied, though he deliberately averted his gaze from the corpse on the ground. Asterisk. I should probably use some self-inflicted genjutsu to get over this queasiness. Asterisk. Oh, that's an interesting perspective, though it doesn't quite align with the will of fire as the third Hokage describes it. Orochimaru briefly reminisced about an incident that had happened in Amage Cure years ago. After losing to Hanzo, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya had encountered 3 war orphans. Orochimaru had intended to free the children from their suffering, but Jiraiya had stopped him. "I wouldn't say I embody the will of fire. The most I can do is maintain self-discipline," Makoto said candidly. Knowing Orochimaru didn't believe in the will of fire either, Makoto saw no need to pretend otherwise. While the third Hokage often attributed Makoto's actions to his supposed adherence to the will of fire, Makoto himself didn't buy into it. Self-discipline, huh? Heh. Yes, a ninja must be self-disciplined. Still, to avoid unnecessary trouble, we should disguise ourselves, Orochimaru suggested. In theory, they could ensure a flawless infiltration by eliminating all witnesses. However, without the Byakugan or similar abilities, such a method was impractical. Earlier, at the border, they hadn't bothered with disguises due to the lack of patrols, but now that they were entering Amage Cure's territory, walking around with Konoha headbands was hardly ideal. Agreed. The 2 of them donned black cloaks and wide-brimmed hats, ostensibly as a form of disguise. Makoto's immediate reaction to their new look: "Doesn't this make us stand out even more?" A simple disguise is enough to show respect. Amage Cure's position between the major villages has made them accustomed to foreign ninjas passing through. Asterisk. What a sad reality for a weak nation. Hanzo's life can't be easy either, Asterisk Makoto thought, unsure whether to sympathize or criticize. Unbeknownst to them, a black and white face emerged from the nearby grass after they departed. "This Orochimaru is such a nuisance." That Makoto didn't even lift a finger, White Zetsu grumbled. Black Zetsu, however, noticed something far more troubling. Against opponents of this level, it's not surprising he didn't act. But he wasn't even moving particularly fast, yet I couldn't see the residual afterimages of his back. His back? Wait, yeah, how is that possible? Black Zetsu pondered this phenomenon, unable to make sense of it. Perhaps it's some kind of advanced genjutsu, or a bloodline limit capable of interfering with perception. If Uchihamadara had mastered something like this back then, the outcome of that battle might have been very different. Still, Black Zetsu continued, dwelling on the past won't change anything. At least we've gathered another useful piece of intel. I've come up with a plan. Let's head to Hanzo. Oh, are you planning to pit Amage Cure's leader against this guy who looks so much like Madara? Plan might be too strong a word. Let's call it subtle persuasion. Asterisk, but what exactly is Makoto doing in the Land of Rain with Orochimaru? Asterisk, no matter. Split off a clone and call Aido. Make sure he uses Kamui to arrive quickly. No need to remind him. Ever since the 4th Hokage slapped him down last time, he's been a lot more cautious. Outside an unremarkable village in the Land of Rain. I wonder, where will Makoto-kun start his investigation? Originally, Orochimaru wanted to see if Makoto had truly learned the art of intelligence gathering, but the answer Makoto gave him was, in Orochimaru's view, rather absurd. I think maybe I could just go and ask directly. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback. What makes you say that? Isn't it stated in the intel that the Akitsuki slogan is to achieve world peace without relying on extreme violence? Then why not give a try? I'll just take off my forehead protector and go visit them directly. That's quite an unexpected approach to completing a mission. Well then, let me see just how much information you can gather, Makoto-kun. A few minutes later, within the village. In the blink of an eye, the Akitsuki has grown so much. Looking at the organization members resting below, the Akitsuki's leader, Yahiko, couldn't help but smile. Standing next to him, the red-haired young man, Nagato, added, "It's Yahiko's dream that resonated with everyone. Honestly, people have long since grown weary of war. As long as we unite as one, peace will surely come." As Yahiko was envisioning the future, a member of the Akitsuki who had been standing guard outside suddenly ran in. "Boss, someone's here to visit. It's a merchant from the Land of Fire, saying he's heard of our ideals and has come to pay a visit." "A merchant?" Nagato repeated the word with a hint of doubt, while Yahiko's face lit up with anticipation. "Could it be that someone else wants to join us? Let's go, Nagato. Let's greet them together." All right. Soon, Yahiko and Nagato, along with the Akitsuki member who had delivered the news, arrived at the entrance of their temporary base. And as the figures with orange and red hair approached, Makoto removed his wide-brimmed hat. "It's an honor to meet you, Yahiko-san and Nagato-san of the Akitsuki. My name is Nara Makoto, a merchant from the Land of Fire. So, this is the young man who later became Tendo Pain, and the one who transplanted Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. I wonder if someone like me, with my modded abilities, can handle this. Though once my template reaches 4 or 5 stars, my strength should increase. Maybe then I'll even unlock the Rinnegan." Makoto pondered to himself. Ever since he completed his card collection and acquired a large sum of gold coins, his drop rate had plummeted to what he recalled from his previous life. A whopping 27 10 pulls had only yielded 61 fragments. At this rate, earning a maximum of 40 gold coins a day, if I keep hitting the pity rate, it might take me years to save up for anything substantial. Makoto's tone was filled with kindness and sincerity, which only reinforced Yahiko's belief that his guess was correct. As for the surname, Naren, which sounded vaguely similar to Uchiha, Yahiko didn't give it much thought. "So it's Naren-san. Please come in. It's still raining outside. Take a seat inside. Then I'll take you up on your offer." Shortly after, Makoto followed Yahiko and Nagato into a small meeting room. Along the way, Yahiko called over a girl with long, pale lavender-blue hair adorned with a paper flower. She joined Nagato at his side. By all accounts, if Makoto were truly here on an intelligence mission, he should have continued to converse with Yahiko and the others under the guise of a merchant. However, in Makoto's mind, there was no real point in further investigation for this mission. So, he dropped a bombshell instead. "In truth, I'm a ninja from Konoha. My full name is Nara Makoto, but you can just call me Makoto. If I'm not mistaken, you were once students of Master Jiraiya, correct? Technically speaking, that would make us fellow disciples under the same Grandmaster." At first, when Yahiko and the others heard him say he was a Konoha ninja, they were immediately on guard. But the moment they heard Jiraiya's name, a surge of emotion overtook them. The girl with the paper flower, Konan, immediately asked, "How is Master Jiraiya doing these days?" Since Makoto had directly brought up this connection, Konan didn't bother concealing anything and instead inquired directly about the mentor who had taught them for 3 years. "Master Jiraiya? Well, after the 4th Hokage's passing, he's been wandering near Konoha, probably to clear his mind. After all, the 4th Hokage was also one of Master Jiraiya's students. I met him about half a month ago." At this point, Makoto pulled out a small telescope. "I even bought this from a shop Master Jiraiya recommended. But let's get back to the main topic. What I'm about to say is classified information. Do you have a soundproof barrier or something similar?" "Soundproof barrier?" Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. "Then let me handle it." Summoning Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, the figures of Tenkashinheim, Tatsuya Heim, and Ichikishima Haim appeared beside Makoto. Huh, summoning jutsu can summon people. Yahiko was utterly stunned upon seeing the three snake princesses, while Nagato, with his Rinnegan, noticed something unusual. They don't seem human. After Nagato pointed out their non-human nature, the three snake princesses instinctively glanced at him. But the moment they saw the ethereal purple ripples of the Rinnegan in his eyes, they froze. The Rinnegan. This is definitely the Rinnegan white snake Sage mentioned. I knew it. The ninja world is dangerous. Tinka Shinheim screamed internally, but quickly snapped back to reality upon hearing Makoto's instructions. No need to worry. Everyone here is a friend. Please help me set up a barrier, completely sealed on all sides, top and bottom, ensuring that no one else can overhear our conversation. Makoto emphasized the word no one, and the snake princesses immediately understood his intent. As you command. *3. As expected of Lord Makoto, to be acquainted with someone wielding the Rinnegan. *3. The three snake princesses revealed their snake-like forms, startling Yahiko and Conan. They then exited the room and erected a semi-transparent purple cube barrier that completely enclosed the space, even isolating themselves outside. The snake princesses didn't even consider eavesdropping. To them, a ninja of Makoto's caliber conversing with a Rinnegan wielder was far beyond their station. At this point, Yahiko and the others finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Realizing Makoto's intentions, Yahiko scratched his head and asked, "Naren-san, just how important is this information for you to go to such lengths?" "Because I have a paranoia about being eavesdropped on," Makoto responded bluntly. In truth, it was to guard against Zetsu. Makoto didn't immediately answer Yahiko. Instead, he pulled out a small notebook and used a quick sketch ninjutsu learned from Jiraiya to rapidly draw a figure dressed as white Zetsu, as well as one wearing tiger stripe patterns and a hood. If you ever see someone dressed like this, claiming to be Madara and attempting to negotiate with you, be extremely cautious. This person is a deranged Uchiha, and he's already set his sights on Nagato's Rinnegan. What? Nagato was stunned to learn that his Rinnegan had once again drawn trouble. He was equally shocked that Makoto knew about his eyes. Yahiko's reaction, however, was even more intense. What? He's targeting Nagato's eyes. That's absolutely unacceptable. By the way, this individual is also the culprit behind the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha. I've uncovered his former identity, but I believe he no longer deserves that name. So for now, let's just call him the Masked Man. The Masked Man, huh? I understand. After listening to Makoto's brief explanation of Aido's abilities, Yahiko clenched his fists tightly. His anger wasn't just due to the revelation that someone was scheming against his friend. More than that, it was frustration directed at his own weakness. Yahiko realized that even with the intel Makoto had shared about the Masked Man, he couldn't think of a way to counter the enemy's powers. He couldn't bear to see his friends step into danger, yet he was powerless to stop it. Naturally, as Yahiko's closest friend, Nagato quickly picked up on Yahiko's emotions from the subtle details in his movements. "Yahiko, since the enemy is targeting me, then I should be the one to deal with him. I believe that as long as I rely on the power of the Rinnegan, I can defeat that guy." Though Nagato had always detested this cursed power, if it could ease his companion's worries, he didn't mind using it. But there was a problem. Can Nagato really win at this stage? Makoto calculated Nagato's current skill set during this period when Yahiko was still alive. It didn't look promising. Sure, the fully realized Nagato could use all the 6 paths of pain abilities, but that was a future version of him. The current Nagato, while still mobile, hadn't developed many of those techniques yet. From Makoto's perspective, Nagato's situation was similar to his own, playing with someone else's account while still figuring out the skill tree. I wonder if Nagato could pull off a combo like Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull, plus Soul Extraction plus Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push It. Makoto had once fantasized about a Rinnegan combo, using Universal Pull to drag the opponent close, following up with Soul Extraction to draw out their spirit, and then finishing with Almighty Push to blast away their body, thereby overcoming the long operation time of Soul Extraction. At that moment, Conan suddenly asked a question. "By the way, Makoto-san, why did you go out of your way to warn us?" Nagato glanced at Conan. He, too, shared the same question. Admittedly, they had the connection through Jiraiya, but Conan still found it overly altruistic for someone like Makoto to travel such a long distance just to warn them. As a war orphan, such sudden goodwill felt unreal to both her and Nagato. Yahiko, however, had a completely different attitude. Haha, I think it's because Makoto-san heard about our Akitsuki ideals and wanted to lend us a hand, just like he said to our comrade at the gate earlier. Something like that. Makoto nodded. I believe those who carry firewood for the people should not freeze to death in the snow. Maybe I'm a selfish person, but since I happen to be on a mission nearby, offering a few warnings is relatively easy for me. Those who carry firewood for the people should not freeze to death in the snow. Yahiko repeated the phrase thoughtfully. Then, with great sincerity, he said, Makoto-san, someone who can say such words could never be a selfish person. Please don't belittle yourself. If it were Master Jiraiya, he'd probably stay here for a long time to protect Nagato or find a special place to take him for further training. But me? I'm just here to move my lips for a bit. Makoto took a sip of water. For a moment, the Akitsuki trio didn't know what to say. To them, Jiraiya had once selflessly guided them and was like a second father, while Makoto's warning now was undeniably an act of unconditional help. Yet here Makoto was belittling himself. Eventually, Yahiko spoke up again. Makoto-san, is there anything we can do for you? My abilities are very limited, but I'll do my best to help. There's no need for that. Just don't turn to the dark side. That's good enough for me. Especially you, Nagato. Makoto's gaze locked onto Nagato. Those Rinnegan eyes are of immense importance. A single misstep could plunge the ninja world into turmoil because of them. If I were to act cautiously, I should probably eliminate you now and take those eyes. But I can't bring myself to do something like that. So that's what it is. Nagato lowered his head, his long red bangs falling forward and completely obscuring his face, making it impossible for Makoto to read his expression. Suddenly, Nagato did something that shocked everyone in the room. He raised both hands and abruptly thrust them toward his eyes. Fortunately, two skeletal arms quickly grabbed Nagato's hands, stopping them inches away. Makoto used the arms of his Susanoo to seize Nagato and drag him close. For the first time in a long while, Makoto felt genuine anger. You idiot! Are you insane? With that level of mental resilience, how do you expect to bring peace to the ninja world? Makoto-san. Yahiko and Conan quickly ran over to try to mediate, but Nagato spoke up. These eyes, ever since I first saw them, they've only brought disaster to me. If it were just me, I'd willingly bear it. But if they threaten the peaceful world we long for, then these cursed eyes, I will destroy them with my own hands. What is with you in this self-destructive attitude? Makoto felt a headache coming on. He had only intended to remind Nagato of the importance of the Rinnegan, but he hadn't expected Nagato to immediately try to gouge them out. If these Rinnegan eyes are destroyed, it might indeed prevent the ninja world's crises for the next 30 years. But if I completely derail the Shippuden storyline, what would the future of the ninja world look like? Without a fully realized Naruto and Sasuke, or even Boruto, how will the ninja world handle the alien threats? Would I have to step in? Makoto had no aspirations of saving the world, nor did he believe he had the ability to do so. In his eyes, he was just an ordinary person, someone who had been lucky enough to receive a power boost in this world. He didn't dare shoulder the consequences of completely derailing the plotline. He didn't want the responsibility of saving the ninja world, but he also feared that external threats might one day disrupt his peaceful life and affect his loved ones. I guess I'm just as cowardly as he is. With that thought, Makoto released Nagato. Yahiko and Conan quickly moved to support Nagato, firmly holding down his hands. This scene lingered for a long time until... Wait a second. I've already spoiled Nagato about Aido's plans, haven't I? Why am I even worried about disrupting the plot at this point? The storyline's already in shambles. Recalling the macro he developed specifically to deal with Aido, Makoto couldn't help but smack his own forehead. Screw it. Why am I hesitating? If I can take out Aido, there won't be much of a storyline left anyway. Peace, however temporary, is still peace. As for the future, I'll leave that to the future. Even if I'm still alive 30 years from now, well, Makoto finally spoke again. If you're dead set on destroying those eyes, I won't stop you. But if you truly want to protect someone's dream and not become a burden, then stop thinking about turning yourself into a blind man. That's all I have to say. Think it over carefully. Makoto stood up. Thank you for your hospitality. I should return and regroup with my teammates. In any case, thank you so much for your help, Makoto-san. Yahiko, still holding on to the stunned Nagato and Conan, bowed deeply. Makoto exited the soundproof barrier shortly after. Thanks for your hard work, all three of you. This is merely what we should do. With those words, the three snake princesses vanished in a puff of smoke. After dismissing the snake princesses, Makoto summoned a new creature, a small snake, barely larger than the palm of his hand when coiled. Stay nearby and observe the three key members of this organization. These three. Makoto quickly sketched a portrait of Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan. If that red-haired ninja ever attempts to blind himself, activate the reverse summoning seal I've placed in your mouth immediately. Understood. Understood. This snake, a liaison from Ryuchi Cave, lacked compatibilities but excelled in stealth and tracking. It was also far smarter than the average Ryuchi Cave snake. After briefly coordinating with it and engraving a reverse summoning seal in its mouth, Makoto gave further instructions. Don't worry too much if he notices your presence. He should be able to recognize my chakra. If necessary, just say I left you behind to keep in touch with them. The little snake mimicked a human nod. Then Makoto left the Akitsuki base and began walking through a desolate area, his brow furrowed as he contemplated something deeply. Suddenly, a rain ninja appeared before him. Hey, what's your name? I don't think I've seen you before. My name is Makoto. Uchiha Madara? What nonsense is this? Don't play games with me. I'll irk. Before the rain ninja could finish, a blue hand grabbed him. Though Makoto demonstrated his strength, he was careful to handle the ninja lightly. When the rain ninja hit the ground, he was too frightened to move, but otherwise unharmed. I'm 12 years old. I live at 77 Hokage Street in Konoha, and I'm single. I don't have a fixed job, and this is my first mission. I don't smoke, and I'm not old enough to drink. I never fall asleep before 11 at night. Being young, I tend to be a bit reckless. My name is a type of fish, but unless I'm teaching my little sister not to be picky about food, I don't eat fish because I don't like seafood. I don't train, I don't study, and I've never identified with the will of fire, though the third Hokage seems to think otherwise. The rain ninja tried to say something, but fear rendered his throat incapable of producing coherent sounds. I'm just saying, I don't have grand ambitions. I just want to live a peaceful life. Winning or losing, strength or weakness, those things don't matter to me. They only bring trouble and enemies. That's the kind of content person I am. Maybe that's just my view on life. But anyone who threatens to disrupt my peaceful life, I will not hold back against. Makoto turned his back and began walking toward the rendezvous point with Orochimaru. Thank you for listening to my ramblings, stranger. I think I've finally found something that could, perhaps, be called a goal. As the rain ninja's heart skipped a beat, Makoto suddenly turned back. By the way, could you pretend you never met me? I'd really appreciate it. And no problem. The rain ninja practically squeaked the words. Suddenly, the oppressive aura Makoto had exuded, a presence like the embodiment of hell itself, vanished entirely. Now, the man before him felt almost ordinary. Before long, the rain ninja was alone. What a terrifying guy. Is this what Konoha ninjas are like? Was Lord Hanzo really fighting against monsters like this back in the day? In the office of the leader of Amagekure, Lord Hanzo, a rain ninja, missing his entire right arm, knelt on one knee. Rokazuke, what happened out there? Hanzo removed his bandages. Though the wounds were hard to identify at first, Hanzo's experienced eyes quickly spotted traces of snake bites. Snakes? Could it be? It's Orochimaru. Lord Hanzo. That Orochimaru brought a 12-year-old prodigy to the land of rain on a mission. That boy defeated me in just a few moves with his hidden shadow snake hands, even disabling my arm. Thankfully, the boy seemed inexperienced with killing and spared me. He even persuaded Orochimaru not to finish me off after I'd lost the ability to fight. Also, he said their mission wouldn't harm the interests of Amagekure, and made me swear not to report their activities. But how could I not? Urk! Suddenly, the rain ninja's body began to swell in certain areas before exploding into a mass of white fluid. Hanzo narrowly avoided getting splattered. Lord! A nearby assistant rushed over to check, but Hanzo stopped him. There's no need. This peculiar method, it does resemble something Orochimaru would do. Sparing those 3 Sannin back, then, was a mistake. In his youth, Hanzo hadn't yet abandoned his ideals. When he faced the young Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, he had admired their talents and spared their lives. But now, seeing geniuses from other villages, especially one who had killed his own ninja, Hanzo could only think of how to eliminate them. Rokazuke wasn't as strong as a Jonin, but he was an exceptional Chunin. For a boy to easily defeat him and even plant a special toxin in his body, I can't let that prodigy leave the land of rain alive. Orochimaru, you owe me a debt for sparing your life back then. I'll collect it by taking the life of this so-called student of yours. Hanzo believed he could defeat Orochimaru, but wasn't confident in killing him. However, killing a young prodigy, even one with Jonin-level skills, seemed like a simple task to him. At the Akitsuki base, Don't overthink it, Nagato. As long as we help each other, no difficulty is insurmountable. With his hand resting on Nagato's shoulder, Yahiko gave a confident smile. After some serious thought, I've come up with a way to deal with that masked man Makoto-san warned us about. Hearing this, a flicker of curiosity appeared in Nagato's eyes. What's your plan? Think about it. Didn't Makoto-san say that the masked man's phasing ability is triggered passively? That means we can force him to use it. The moment we spot him, we can launch a ninjutsu if he's at a distance, or feign an attack if he's close. Then, the moment he materializes to counterattack, we strike again immediately. Nagato considered Yahiko's idea. It did seem to have some logic behind it, but it still felt risky. That could work, but this would only deal with him once, right? A single strike or a basic ninjutsu might not be enough to kill a ninja with Jonin-level strength or higher. The next time he comes back, I doubt he'd fall for the same trick again. To Nagato, seasoned ninja rarely make the same mistake twice. However, they currently lack the kind of overwhelming power needed to take out such an opponent in one blow. Even if they could severely injure the enemy once through a combination of intelligence and targeted tactics, what would they do the next time? Well, at least it's a starting point, Yahiko said cheerfully. I remember Jiraiya-sensei once said that battles between ninjas are a process of testing and gathering information. By fighting that masked man, it's not just him who'll gain intel and experience. We will too. For instance, we'll learn about his strength, speed, overall taijutsu skills, and preferred tactics. These are things we can only confirm through actual combat. After hearing Yahiko's reasoning, Conan added, Exactly, Nagato. Plus, thanks to the intel Makoto-san provided, we'll be able to focus more specifically on analyzing his abilities. So even if we have to face him again, there's no need to panic. And also, Nagato instinctively followed up. And also, who knows, maybe this masked man is an idiot or something. Not all ninjas truly learn from their failures, after all. So, instead of worrying so much, we should spend the time training. Conan's right, Yahiko said firmly. Now that we know there's an enemy lurking in the shadows, we need to stay vigilant while continuously improving ourselves. But these eyes, Nagato muttered. Stop thinking about destroying your eyes. Yahiko gripped Nagato's head, forcing him to meet his gaze. The two were barely 10 centimeters apart, leaving Nagato no room to avoid Yahiko's determined eyes. Look at me, Nagato. Our ideals aren't just words. In this world, countless people bury their longing for peace deep in their hearts. To ensure they listen to us, we need to have the strength to knock our enemies down if necessary. While we'll try to avoid killing, having sufficient power is indispensable. Maybe we don't need the Rinnegan specifically, but we can't go so far as to blind ourselves just because one enemy is hard to deal with. Otherwise, how can we achieve our dream of bringing peace to the entire ninja world? If you're talking about challenges, our ideal of creating peace without relying on extreme violence is far harder, isn't it? If you destroy your eyes this time, what will you destroy next time? Gradually, Nagato's expression softened. Unlike when they were first recruiting members for the Akitsuki, Yahiko had grown significantly more skilled in persuasion after countless experiences rallying people to their cause. While talk no jutsu might require beating enemies into submission, sometimes repeatedly, as a prerequisite, it wasn't necessary when dealing with friends. I understand, Nagato finally said. That's more like it. Come on, let's go train. Conan, gather everyone together. Based on what Makoto-san said, that guy's ideology is extremely twisted. I'm worried he might target more than just Nagato. Makoto hadn't revealed anything about the Ten Tails or the Eye of the Moon plan, but he had explained Abido's intent to forcibly destroy the current world and remake it through brute power, disregarding the wishes of its inhabitants. This directly clashed with Yahiko's ideals. You're right. I'll go right away. After Conan left, Yahiko patted Nagato's shoulder again. Let's keep striving for peace. If things ever get too difficult, then go find Jiraiya-sensei. If it's him, I'm sure he can at least ensure your safety. With that, Yahiko also left the room, leaving Nagato alone to sit on a chair, lost in thought. About 5 minutes later, I won't let you and Conan face these challenges alone, Yahiko. Nagato's resolve reignited, just as it had when he first heard Yahiko articulate his dream. Suddenly, a scroll appeared before his eyes. HM? What's this? The scroll slowly unfurled, and its contents left Nagato utterly baffled. Even the title alone was enough to confuse him. Instructions for using Nagato? Instructions for using me? What does that even mean? When the scroll fully opened, Nagato was surprised to find it mostly blank. Aside from the title, there were only 11 words. Wind, lightning, water, fire, earth. Animal, deva. Human, asura. Preta, naraka. The first 5 are definitely the 5 chakra nature transformations, but these other ones. Animal, deva, human, asura, preta, naraka? What does that mean? Though I don't know where this came from, and I don't understand what it's trying to tell me, something about it doesn't feel simple. After pondering for a while, Nagato decided to put the mysterious scroll away for the time being. Elsewhere, Makoto finally reached the agreed-upon meeting point with Orochimaru. As Makoto approached, Orochimaru set down the book he'd been reading and scrutinized Makoto carefully. There was something different about him compared to when he'd left earlier. For a moment, Orochimaru even thought someone might be using a transformation jutsu to impersonate Makoto. But as Makoto drew closer, Orochimaru sensed his unique chakra and confirmed it was indeed him. Oh, Makoto-kun, you seem different somehow. Could it be that you've had an unexpected epiphany? Something like that. I've come to understand a few things. I used to fear that my actions might inadvertently lead the world down a worse path. But now I realize I've already done more than enough to shape events unintentionally. So, I've decided to fully embrace it. Makoto stepped into the shelter of the pavilion, removed his black cloak, and used a Susanoo arm to shake the rainwater off it. Oh, could it be that Makoto-kun has decided to take some kind of action? I've always believed that if you ever set your mind to it, this ninja world might not be big enough to contain you. Rule the ninja world? No, quite the opposite. I intend to beat down everyone who tries to disrupt my peace and cure them of their obsession with causing trouble. If they persist, I'll make sure they can't cause trouble ever again. The Susanoo-powered clothes dryer proved to be highly effective. In no time, Makoto's cloak was nearly dry. After folding it neatly and placing it on a nearby stone table, Makoto continued. As for the mission, it went smoothly. The Akitsuki organization does seem to genuinely aim for peace, as their propaganda claims. While they admire Hanzo, they haven't gained his recognition yet. Also, their leader happens to be one of Jiraiya-sensei's students, which explains a lot. Jiraiya's students? In the Land of Rain, Orochimaru recalled the 3 war orphans he had nearly killed during the Second Shinobi World War. I see. It does seem like something that idiot students would do. Orochimaru didn't think Makoto would fabricate a story over such a trivial matter, so there was only one explanation. It was all Jiraiya's fault. In that case, this mission is essentially complete. There's no reason to linger in the Land of Rain. Let's head back. Orochimaru casually draped his cloak over his shoulders, prepared to leave immediately. Makoto, who had just dried his clothes and was hoping for a brief rest, could only sigh in resignation. Well, makes sense. Aside from Nagato and the others, there's nothing else of note in the Land of Rain. Still, the money for this A-rank mission came pretty easily. The reward for an A-rank mission generally ranged from 150,000 to 1 million Ryo. Even though Konoha was going through a period of financial struggle, a mission involving infiltration and intelligence gathering in another country couldn't possibly pay below the average rate. To think, I basically earned a small fortune just by taking a leisure trip. Being a ninja really does pay well. Hearing this, Orochimaru shook his head. Money is irrelevant. What's critical is how much time this mission wasted. Time is something money can never buy. Suddenly, Orochimaru's left foot slipped slightly. What's wrong? Seeing Orochimaru pause just outside the pavilion, Makoto immediately activated his Sharingan to scan the surroundings but detected no chakra fluctuations. Orochimaru didn't respond right away. Instead, he focused chakra into his foot and stomped down hard. The ground fractured, revealing what appeared to be the entrance to an underground structure. Makoto raised an eyebrow. Did we just stumble upon some ancient ruin or something? However, Orochimaru shook his head decisively. Unfortunately, no. The walls are identical to those of the pavilion we were just in. This structure couldn't have been built more than 15 years ago. Most likely, it's a cellar constructed during the Second Shinobi World War to hide supplies. I see. In that case, there's probably nothing valuable down there. I was hoping we'd randomly find a chamber with ancient ninja techniques or something. Valuable or not, we won't know until we check. Orochimaru began forming hand seals. Earth-style, Earth core shift. In an instant, the underground chamber was forcibly lifted to the surface. Orochimaru quickly located the true entrance and blasted it open with a fire-style jutsu. Orochimaru-sensei, don't you think you're a little too good at this? Are you sure you haven't been secretly grave-robbing on the side for experimental funding or something? Recalling Orochimaru's Edo Tensei and his constant need for resources, Makoto couldn't help but suspect him of moonlighting as a tomb raider. Cough. Don't concern yourself with such trivial matters. From Makoto's perspective, Orochimaru walked into the so-called cellar with practiced ease. Makoto hadn't thought much of it at first, but upon entering, he noticed faint traces of smoke lingering from the activation of a summoning or reverse summoning jutsu. Scanning the ground, Makoto spotted a roughly 3-square-meter area that was conspicuously free of dust, starkly contrasting with the surrounding floor. Orochimaru-sensei, this seems a bit shady. If you don't want me sharing this with a third Hokage, I'd say this is worth 3 to 5 million Ryo. Makoto expected Orochimaru to ignore him, but instead, the man replied in a calm tone. Too much. 1 million. Taken aback by the unexpected response, Makoto grinned. Make it 2 million then. Fine. I should have asked for more, Makoto muttered. All right, since you found this place first, I won't push for more. But I do want to know what's inside and how much it's worth. No idea, but it's bound to be worth over 10 S-rank mission payouts. So this is what it means to reduce funding needs by 90% in various creative ways. Orochimaru recalled a certain contract that had once appeared before him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. In truth, Orochimaru had completed just over 90 S-rank missions in his career. Not even 100 yet. Over 10 million Ryo. Huh? That's insane. All right, Orochimaru-sensei, how about a deal? You help me make a little something, and I'll drop the matter. A little something? Fascinating. More than money, I'm curious about what kind of idea Makoto-kun has come up with this time. While Makoto didn't seem particularly brilliant, Orochimaru had noticed that his thought process was completely different from that of any ninja he'd encountered. Makoto often approached ninja-related matters with a mindset that wasn't ninja-like at all, allowing him to see things others, including Orochimaru himself, might overlook. Well, it's like this. Orochimaru-sensei, can you seal a technique like Earth-style, Earth core shift into a scroll, and set up a trigger mechanism so that anyone can activate it? Basically, a scroll that I could slap onto the ground to instantly trigger the jutsu. I'm calling it a secret scroll. Can you make something like that? A secret scroll? Heh, as expected of Makoto-kun. No problem. I've never made one before, but I believe my skills are sufficient to create such a scroll without too much trouble. However, the The cost of producing something like this would likely exceed the price of explosive tags, so it might not significantly impact Konoha's combat strategies. Though it's a terribly cost-inefficient idea, it could be perfect for scamming funding out of Hiruzen's sensei. As long as it's functional, the cost doesn't matter. Make a few secret scrolls for wind, lightning, water, earth, and fire techniques. They might not be particularly useful for me in combat, but I've always thought ninjutsu has functions beyond fighting. Like just now, with your earth core shift. That does make some sense. Dusk, somewhere in the wilderness of the land of rain. It seems like we'll have to make do and spend the night here, Jin Shui murmured as he surveyed the desolate surroundings. He began to contemplate whether it was worth heading to Ryuchi cave to sleep tonight. Orochimaru had no idea what Jin Shui was thinking and casually remarked, "This is part of a ninja's basic training." Indeed, ninjas could travel great distances with incredible speed, but even so, it was hard to avoid the occasional need to camp out in the open. Even in a relatively prosperous country like the Land of Fire, there were times when one could travel for half a day without encountering a single village or town. This was even more true in the war-torn Land of Rain, where development was virtually non-existent. Moreover, ninjas often deliberately avoided paths near human settlements to minimize contact with others and reduce the risk of complications during their missions. Suddenly, Jin Shui had an idea. "By the way, Orochimaru-sensei, do you know how to use an Earth Release jutsu that can quickly construct a house? Even if the house created by Earth Release wouldn't look as nice as one made by Wood Release, it'd still be more comfortable than a tent, right?" Jin Shui thought to himself, "Construct a house? While there is such a technique, even in the wilderness, a structure made with Earth Release would be far too conspicuous. But if you're absolutely confident you won't get ambushed during the night, I suppose it's not a problem," Orochimaru replied, his eyes glinting with a dangerous undertone. For a moment, it was unclear whether he was joking or genuinely considering something sinister. "Speaking of ambushes, I feel like you're the bigger threat here," Jin Shui sighed inwardly. Orochimaru's unsettling gaze only solidified Jin Shui's decision to spend the night at Ryuchi Cave. Maybe I should just go practice Sage Mode there overnight and let Orochimaru find his own way back. At that moment, Orochimaru, who had been walking slightly ahead due to his familiarity with the terrain, suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Jin Shui asked with a hint of curiosity. He noticed Orochimaru silently drawing the Kusanagi sword and fixing his gaze ahead. Jin Shui activated his Sharingan to scan the area, observing the flow of chakra around them. No signs of chakra movement, which means no one's using ninjutsu here. Orochimaru smiled faintly. That's the limitation of the Sharingan. Traps buried beneath the ground, like this one, would be visible only to the Byakugan. However, experience can often compensate for such shortcomings. Traps. Jin Shui took a few steps forward, but he still didn't notice anything unusual until his gaze fell upon a patch of soil. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. This patch of ground, though it's wet from the rain like the rest, if you look closely, it does seem to have a faint, circular boundary. Exactly. If I'm not mistaken, there's likely a paper bomb trap buried beneath it. And judging by the appearance, it hasn't been here for long. What? Could it have been set up by someone from Amigakure? Well, not even in wartime. Wouldn't they be worried about accidentally injuring their own people? Jin Shui acknowledged Orochimaru's expertise in identifying traps, but he still couldn't wrap his head around why such a trap would be placed here. Also, don't paper bombs cost a lot? I doubt they're using the cheap training-grade ones I bought. Orochimaru seemed to have already deduced the reason. Sometimes, paper bombs aren't meant to kill enemies, but to send signals. We're not far from Hanzo's territory. If this trap detonates, it might alert their sensory ninjas, who would then report to Hanzo. Amigakure sensory ninjas weren't as skilled as those from Konoha, and they likely wouldn't be able to detect two unfamiliar ninjas who hadn't used any ninjutsu from a great distance. However, if they couldn't even notice the commotion caused by a paper bomb trap, they wouldn't deserve to be called sensory ninjas at all. So, does this mean our mission's location has already been compromised? They may not know our exact movements yet, but they're at least aware of our presence. Not that it matters. If anything, having Hanzo show up would make things more interesting. Typically, ninjas prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble during missions. But now, Orochimaru found himself curious. I wonder what kind of strength Jin Shui can display when faced with a renowned ninja like Hanzo. It's an intriguing thought, isn't it? Orochimaru-sensei, what are you thinking about? Jin Shui asked, noticing Orochimaru's contemplative expression. Jin Shui, what do you think is the best way to disarm a paper bomb trap like this? Orochimaru asked with a sly smile. Under normal circumstances, the correct approach would be to bypass the trap entirely rather than disarm it. However, Jin Shui, still preoccupied with thoughts of where to sleep that night, instinctively followed Orochimaru's lead. Disarm it? Wouldn't any random jutsu do the trick? Earth release seems like the easiest option, but if you really don't want to get involved, sensei, I can handle it. Then I'll leave it to you, Jin Shui. It's no big deal. Jin Shui swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great Fireball Jutsu. The Great Fireball Jutsu might not always hit moving targets, but it was more than sufficient for stationary ones. As it turned out, Orochimaru's suspicion about the paper bomb trap was spot on. When the Great Fireball Jutsu struck the ground, it triggered a massive secondary explosion, clearly far beyond the fireball's usual effect. Looks like it really was a paper bomb trap, Jin Shui said, glancing at Orochimaru. He couldn't help but admire the seasoned ninja's insight. If we hadn't spotted this trap earlier, I might have had to rely on my Susanoo after all, though maybe not. For those with a substantial amount of chakra, their physical resilience was often far greater than that of an average ninja. Unless their chakra reserves were nearly depleted, their well-trained bodies could withstand a significant amount of damage. This explained why many ninjas in Jin Shui's memory survived powerful attacks with injuries rather than being torn apart or incinerated. Still, taking a paper bomb to the face would be incredibly foolish. At that moment, Orochimaru commented, traps like this are sometimes used by ninja villages as a substitute for station troops when manpower is scarce. It's likely that there aren't many Amigakure ninjas guarding this area, or perhaps only a handful are covering a large territory. In such cases, even if we were to build an Earth release house here, it's unlikely anyone would notice, especially if we concealed it further with another Earth release jutsu. Jin Shui considered this and found it somewhat reasonable. However, that's just one possibility, right? Either way, it doesn't matter. Worst case, I'll summon a snake to keep watch. If we do get into a fight, it's nothing to worry about. Oh, is that so? You seem quite confident, Orochimaru remarked with an amused tone. By the way, I call the top bunk, Jin Shui added nonchalantly, though he had already resigned himself to staying awake through the night. I'll make it a two-story structure, Orochimaru replied with a faint smile. 2 hours later, a black vortex suddenly appeared not far from the earthen hill that concealed their makeshift house. That guy with the same name as Madara is just casually living in there, Aido muttered, staring at the camouflaged earthen hill in disbelief. Even he, in his younger days, would never have done something so brazen during a mission. Perhaps it's a case of skill breeding boldness, Zetsu suggested as he returned to Aido's side. Then, noticing Aido's attire and equipment, White Zetsu couldn't help but comment, "You even brought the flame fan. Are you already prepared for battle, Madara?" One must be prepared. Someone with the Mangekyo Sharingan is always an unstable factor, or rather, the entire Uchiha clan is an unstable factor, Aido replied, his mind churning with a particularly ruthless plan. Zetsu, what do you think? If the Uchiha clan were to disappear from this world, would it reduce the number of unpredictable variables in our plans? Black Zetsu mused, weighing the pros and cons of eradicating the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha clan were wiped out, and Aido and Madara failed to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi this time, it would make things far more complicated in the future. However, if we don't eliminate them, there's always the risk of another wildcard like Jin Shui emerging. It's worth considering. If the opportunity arises, eliminating the Uchiha clan to mitigate risks might indeed be a wise move. But taking on all the Uchiha ninjas head-on wouldn't be an easy feat. Indeed, power is also a crucial factor. I need at least 2 allies with strength comparable to mine to quietly deal with the entire Uchiha clan. Easier said than done. The Uchiha clan leader alone would have the ability to stand toe-to-toe with a Kage-level ninja. If the clan had time to organize themselves and coordinate with Konoha, even 3 Aidos wouldn't be enough to leave unscathed, especially if someone could counter his eye techniques. Precisely. So my suggestion is to wait, Black Zetsu concluded. If Aido somehow found allies with sufficient strength, Black Zetsu wouldn't oppose such a plan. At that moment, White Zetsu noticed a surge of chakra activity nearby. Hanzo is here. Let's lie low. Hearing this, Aido immediately used Kimyui to transport himself and Zetsu to a safer distance. Soon enough, Jin Shui, who had been experimenting with summoning techniques to adjust the placement of Rashomon gates, received a warning from one of his summon snakes. Chakra signatures approaching. Due to the earthen hill, the makeshift house had no windows, so Jin Shui had to head downstairs to check the situation outside. It seems Jin Shuekuin has sensed the disturbance outside, Orochimaru remarked. Judging by the presence we're feeling, it's likely Hanzo of the Salamander. Do you need my assistance? Sensei, aren't you supposed to be the team leader? Isn't it a bit much to expect a genin to take on the leader of Amage Cure? Jin Shui asked, feigning indignation at Orochimaru's apparent indifference. Too much? But I see him as the one issuing the challenge. Orochimaru replied with an air of confidence, more befitting a typical Konoha team leader, if one ignored the fact that this was a genin facing off against a village leader. He's not wrong, though, Jin Shui conceded internally. Fine, but theoretically, it doesn't have to come to a fight, right? Maybe we should go out and negotiate first. Of course. If we can avoid conflict, that would be ideal. However, Jin Shui's hopes for negotiation were dashed the moment he stepped outside. Hanzo had arrived, standing atop a massive salamander. Looks like a fight is inevitable. Still, it's not every day you get to spar with a Kaga-level ninja. I have no reason to back down. Jin Shui's thoughts turned to preparation, though Hanzo's focus wasn't even on him at first. Instead, Hanzo addressed Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who would have thought I'd encounter you again all these years after that battle? How's that Sannin title treating you? Comfortable. The title of Sannin, though renowned across the ninja world, was a name bestowed upon Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade after they had been defeated by Hanzo. On the surface, it seemed as though Hanzo had the upper hand in this encounter. Yet Orochimaru was unfazed. To him, the once invincible adversary now seemed like nothing more than a relic clinging to past glories. A title, you say? Such things have no meaning to me, but I rarely turn down a gift. Orochimaru replied smoothly. Is that so? How coincidental, then, that I feel the same way. Hand over the boy beside you. In peacetime, killing our Amage Cure ninjas demands recompense. Even Konoha must answer for this. Leave him behind, and I'll let you go. Killing Amage Cure ninjas? Jin Shui's thoughts drifted to the rain ninja Orochimaru had eliminated with his hidden shadow, snake hands technique. That doesn't sound like something you can pin on me. It has little to do with Jin Shuiken, Orochimaru confirmed, believing Hanzo was referring to the patrol ninja he had killed earlier. However, Orochimaru didn't care. He also knew Hanzo likely didn't care much either. But it seems, Jin Shuiken, that Hanzo has no intention of letting you off as easily as he did me back then. Yeah, this really does seem like it'll be a tough battle, Jin Shui admitted. Despite his words, he betrayed none of the fear a genin might typically feel in the face of such overwhelming odds. With the darkness of night concealing his expression, even a Kaga-level ninja like Hanzo didn't notice anything unusual about Jin Shui's demeanor. Show me what you're truly capable of, Jin Shuiken, Orochimaru said, walking away in a direction opposite Jin Shui, leaving Hanzo visibly puzzled. So that's how it is. Truly cold-blooded, just as your nickname suggests, Hanzo remarked, assuming Orochimaru intended to abandon his student and leave alone. Perhaps I could recruit this boy from Konoha. Though, I wonder if he has any family left in the village. If not, before Hanzo could finish his thought, a voice interrupted him. Summoning Jutsu. Quintuple Rashomon. 5 massive, brightly colored demonic gates sprang up out of nowhere, catching both Hanzo Salamander and Orochimaru off guard. Rashomon. Is that how it's meant to be used? Orochimaru mused, momentarily stunned. Looking at the towering gates that suddenly rose tens of meters high, Hanzo, despite leaping away swiftly, almost got flipped over along with the salamander. However, once Hanzo landed, he noticed something was off. The salamander had been pushed aside in what seemed like a harmless shove. This meant that even if the attack had landed squarely, it wouldn't cause any real damage. I've been tricked. After a brief moment of thought, Hanzo deduced Jin Shue's intent. As the renowned Hanzo of the Salamander, it was natural for his salamander to be targeted. Jin Shue had exploited this knowledge gap to create a harmless distraction and separate Hanzo from his summon. To Hanzo, such a calculated maneuver was a clever and expected move. He'll definitely bypass me and target Abuse first. I can't let that happen. Abuse was the name of Hanzo's salamander. While not as fearsome as the legendary black salamander of the past, it could still unleash massive, lethal clouds of toxic mist. As a combat-oriented summon, it provided significant support in battle. However, Abuse wasn't as strong as Hanzo himself, and if ambushed, it could cost Hanzo a vital asset. Without hesitation, Hanzo grabbed his chain scythe and used instant body flicker to thrust at Jin Shue. But what happened next left even a seasoned Kaga-level ninja like Hanzo utterly baffled. Duong. His scythe struck something, and Hanzo felt the same sense of futility he had once experienced as a child practicing his swordsmanship against boulders. Then he heard Jin Shue's voice. Using a scythe against Susanoo? That's bold. Though considering I activated Susanoo after your attack, I'll let it slide. What is this tone? Hanzo realized he felt an unseen pressure emanating from the boy before him. Despite this, his thoughts didn't disrupt his combat instincts. He quickly used a water-release body flicker to retreat and reassess the situation. It was only at this distance that he finally understood what he was facing. A blue humanoid giant, over 20 meters tall. Could it be? What's your relationship with Uchiha Madara? Hanzo demanded. Nothing much. We just happen to have some similarities. But I believe that with my abilities, showing a fraction of Uchiha Madara's power shouldn't be an issue. Now then, let's stop chatting. I hope the next phase of this battle will make you take things seriously. Yasaka Magatama. Hanzo's eyelid twitched uncontrollably as he watched the semi-giant form of Susanoo rapidly form a dozen spinning Magatama beads. He wanted to point out that he was already taking this very seriously, but regardless, he had no choice but to deal with the incoming attack. Infusing his chakra into the chain's scythe, Hanzo swung it at the incoming Magatama. In mere moments, he successfully shattered more than half of them. But to his surprise, two of the Magatama curved mid-flight, bypassing him and heading straight for his salamander. The Magatama can change direction mid-air. He had no time to save Abuse. However, as his vision was suddenly filled with a sea of fire. Fire release. Majestic destroyer flame. What kind of battle style is this? Hanzo couldn't help but feel exasperated. He quickly flickered to an area outside the fire's range. Thankfully, his mastery of the body flicker technique was sufficient to avoid getting scorched. But while Hanzo managed to dodge, Abuse wasn't so fortunate. When the sea of fire finally dissipated, the once ordinary salamander now looked like some rare, blackened relic. A second later, it vanished in a puff of smoke. From a distance. A foolish way to fight. Aido scoffed, watching the fiery spectacle unfold. Oh, what makes you say that? Black Zetsu asked, thinking Aido might have devised some counter-strategy. But then Aido continued. Wasting chakra like that. How long can he keep it up? I bet he'll run out of steam in no time and need Orochimaru to bail him out. Black Zetsu refrained from commenting, not wanting to shatter Aido's confidence. White Zetsu, however, had no such reservations. But he has tons of chakra. If we're talking pure reserves, it feels like he could do this. White Zetsu extended 3 fingers, reconsidered, and then fully spread his hand. What do you mean? Are you saying he can keep this up for 5 more rounds? Aido began to feel uneasy. My intangibility has time limits. If that guy really can keep up this barrage for several more rounds, that could be troublesome. No, I mean, White Zetsu trailed off, and Black Zetsu took over. Fine, let's be direct. This person's chakra reserves are comparable to Uchiha Madara in his prime. The real Madara once fought Senju Hashirama for days in the Valley of the End. In that battle, Madara's chakra consumption was no less than what we're seeing here. In Black Zetsu's view, just maintaining a perfect Susanoo would drain more chakra than unleashing these large-scale attacks. Yet Madara had kept his Susanoo active throughout his battle with Hashirama until both were utterly exhausted. Comparable to Madara's chakra reserves, Aido froze. How is that even possible? In the shinobi world, nothing is impossible, Black Zetsu replied, then shifted the topic slightly. Obi, Madara, with your Mangekyo Sharingan, can you make out the pattern in Jin Shue's eyes from here? Black Zetsu felt frustrated. He hadn't anticipated that this battle would take place at night, in the midst of a land of rain's perpetual storms, under such poor visibility. To make matters worse, Jin Shue's activation of Susanoo enveloped him in a blue aura, further obscuring his eyes. Even Black Zetsu couldn't discern the pattern from this distance. Let me take a look. Aido activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, but the distance proved too great. The Sharingan, even in its Mangekyo form, wasn't a Byakugan. While its visual capabilities were enhanced, the best he could make out was a vague, non-standard pattern. I could tell it's not a basic 3-tomo Sharingan, but to see clearly, I'd have to get closer. But if we get too close, he might detect us with his own Mangekyo Sharingan. Black Zetsu considered this for a moment. Then let's move closer during his next attack, and take a quick look before retreating. Make sure to confirm the pattern in his eyes. Understood. Aido agreed without hesitation. Gathering intelligence was a critical part of any ninja strategy. Even if his academy days were a bit hazy, as a former Konoha Chunin, Aido still understood the basics. Meanwhile, Jin Shue continued his relentless barrage of fire-release jutsu against Hanzo. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 shadow clones appeared beside Jin Shue and immediately began forming hand seals for another round of fire release. Majestic Destroyer Flame, while Jin Shue himself retrieved a medium-sized shuriken and used the shuriken shadow clone jutsu. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Hanzo, now covered in mud from dodging, froze momentarily at the absurdity of the technique's name. He'd stake his entire ninja career on the claim that whatever he was witnessing was not the Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Damn it, this isn't working at all. Does this brat not care about his chakra reserves? Hanzo was beginning to understand the meaning of the term helpless. Against Jin Shue, who was safely cocooned inside Susanoo while unleashing relentless large-scale fire-release jutsu, Hanzo, with his lack of long-range high-damage techniques, could do little but continuously dodge using water body flicker. He had initially planned to outlast Jin Shue by exhausting his chakra, but it was becoming increasingly clear that Jin Shue's chakra reserves were practically bottomless. Could it be this guy is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Hanzo couldn't think of any other explanation for a person having such an enormous amount of chakra. Even Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara couldn't have been this relentless, Hanzo muttered. He had lived through the era when Hashirama and Madara dominated the shinobi world, though by the time Hanzo truly honed his skills, both legends were already dead. Still, he believed their feats weren't far off from what Jin Shue was displaying now. I can't let that slide. I'm not exactly a fanboy of those two, but I can't just let you undermine them like that, Jin Shue said, biting his thumb. Summoning jutsu. In the next instant, a familiar figure appeared beneath Jin Shue's feet, one that Orochimaru recognized immediately. Is that Manda? That creature isn't easy to control. Wait. Orochimaru was shocked to see that the usually obstinate and arrogant Manda wasn't rebelling against Jin Shue's summoning. What's more, Manda's behavior was far beyond mere compliance. So it's you, Manda said, glancing disdainfully at Hanzo. True to Orochimaru's impression of him, Manda's tone was arrogant and dismissive. But what happened next left Orochimaru utterly stunned. Jin Shue-sama, the salamander's toxins have little effect on me. With my speed, I can charge through its mist without issue. Manda's respectful attitude toward Jin Shue was a stark contrast to his usual interactions with Orochimaru, leaving the latter utterly bewildered. Orochimaru thought, feeling the urge to summon another creature just to confirm he wasn't losing his mind. Don't worry, I won't give it a chance to release any toxins. Let's go, Manda. You might not need to do much fighting this time, but you'll definitely enjoy this. Oh, don't tell me. Manda's eyes lit up with excitement. What happened next confirmed his suspicions. Armored Susanoo. With a rare battle cry, Jin Shui activated a majestic form of Susanoo, fully equipping the 150-meter-long Manda in a gleaming suit of ethereal armor. The overwhelming aura radiating from the colossal serpent was something Hanzo couldn't believe even in his nightmares. Duong. The sound of steel against steel rang out, but this time it was from Hanzo's chain scythe falling to the ground, clattering against itself. Hanzo had dropped his weapon, not by choice, but because the sheer magnitude of the power before him had caused him to lose control of his muscles. This is impossible. What you see now is the kind of power Hashirama Senju once faced, Jin Shui said calmly. By the way, when Hashirama activated Sage Mode, the size of his wood golem dwarfed even this. Those tales of them splitting mountains and seas. They were accurate, not artistic exaggerations. Hanzo no longer had any will to fight. He was far past the age of reckless pride. Facing this armored titan, he realized he couldn't even bring himself to engage in battle. Surrender, Hanzo. There's no shame in losing to Susanoo. This is truly astounding power, Orochimaru muttered, his tongue unconsciously flicking out like a snake's. He was growing increasingly obsessed with uncovering the secrets behind Jin Shui's abilities. And he still claims he's not related to Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru mused skeptically. How could a mere civilian know the true scale of Hashirama's Sage Mode techniques? Details even Orochimaru hadn't uncovered. How could someone unrelated to Madara be so adept at using Susanoo, even to the point of combining it with a massive summon? No, there had to be a connection somewhere. So, did Jin Shui deceive Hiruzen-sensei somehow? Or perhaps Hiruzen-sensei knows and simply doesn't care? This is getting more and more interesting. As for Aido and Zetsu, the white Zetsu attached to Aido noticed something odd. Huh, Aido, are you sweating? Am I drenched in sweat? Aido closed his eyes briefly, only to reopen them with a sharper gaze. No, it's rain. Just rain. A mere obstacle on my path to peace cannot make me sweat. It was then that Black Zetsu, seemingly recovering from his earlier shock, spoke up. Come to think of it, we don't need to take the risk of getting closer. Those eyes must be eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. How could this be? Have they somehow recreated Uchiha Madara? When did Konoha conduct experiments on Madara's body, extracting genetic material to replicate his chakra and Sharingan? And can eternal Mangekyo Sharingan really be produced through genetic engineering alone? Black Zetsu was at a loss. Everything about Jin Shui seemed to defy his millennia of accumulated knowledge and understanding of the shinobi world. Eternal Mangekyo. But every enemy has their weakness. I won't be defeated so easily. Aido declared before voicing a new plan. I've decided. I want to meet him face to face. Surrender? Hanzo refused to admit defeat, but when faced with the imposing armored Susanoo, he couldn't deny that he was no match for the person standing before him. To think that one day, I would become the one spared, he murmured bitterly. In the shinobi world, offering surrender was not uncommon, but it was rare for someone to extend such an offer after the enemy had lost all hope of victory. Essentially, Jin Shui was giving Hanzo a graceful way out. In other words, he had no intention of killing Hanzo from the start. So, he never intended to kill me, even when fighting me? Hanzo thought, a mix of relief and humiliation washing over him. Well, in a way, you could see this as karma for your past actions, Jin Shui said casually. Orochimaru is my teacher, after all. He's helped me a lot. You spared him once back then, so today, I'll return the favor and spare you. It's only logical, wouldn't you say? At this point, Orochimaru walked over, his voice laced with faint amusement. Oh, I didn't know I held such sway. He, of course, knew Jin Shui had no intention of killing Hanzo. At most, this was just practice for him. Otherwise, with the kind of power Jin Shui had just demonstrated, like having Manda cloaked in Susanoo charge recklessly at Hanzo and his 100-odd subordinates, it would have been a complete massacre. Perhaps this is the luxury of a truly powerful individual. Orochimaru mused, his lips curling slightly. Just like the first Hokage in his time. To Orochimaru, Sparing the enemy was undoubtedly foolish. However, when someone's strength reached a certain level, even foolish acts could be indulged. Jin Shui wasn't Hanzo. Revealing his techniques or strategies to opponents didn't matter in the slightest. Even if one were to inform an enemy in advance that Jin Shui could wield Susanoo, which was versatile enough to crush mountains and impervious to attack, what could they do? Having knowledge was only advantageous if the combatants were on relatively equal footing. Giving a Jonin-level opponent all the information about a genin wouldn't change the outcome, and the reverse was equally true. Speaking of which, I almost forgot Jin Shui is technically still a genin, Orochimaru thought, suddenly struck by the absurdity of the situation. Orochimaru, Hanzo's voice, tinged with shame, interrupted Orochimaru's thoughts. For Hanzo, seeing Orochimaru, the man he once spared and even granted the title of Sannin, now watching him in such a pitiful state only deepened his humiliation. To think that the boy standing on Manda's head, a mere student of Orochimaru, possessed such terrifying power. Hanzo felt utterly defeated. Once, he had spared a promising young ninja. Now, he was being crushed by someone even younger, to the point that he couldn't muster the will to continue fighting. Hanzo, you've grown old, Orochimaru said with a faint sneer. It's been, what, barely a decade since your prime? Life truly is fleeting. His gaze shifted to the fallen chain scythe on the ground. Jin Shui's half-body Susanoo would have been nothing more than a nuisance to the Hanzo of 10 years ago. Yet now, after a single clash, you retreated and never found an opportunity to close the gap again. How disappointing. Orochimaru had tested it himself. Half-body Susanoo wasn't an insurmountable obstacle for a Kage-level ninja. Hanzo's immediate retreat and subsequent inability to re-engage left Orochimaru unimpressed. Once, he had admired Hanzo, but now his respect had evaporated. Just a pitiful old man clinging to life. He'll either be swept away by the winds of the new era or die alone in the rain, forgotten. Orochimaru shot a quick glance at Manda before turning his attention back to Jin Shui. Jin Shuiquan, we've wasted enough time. If you still intend to rest tonight, I suggest you end this battle now. Agreed. Jin Shui deactivated the armored Susanoo and ignored Manda, who looked like he was going through withdrawal. He made a quick hand gesture, signaling Manda to return to Ryuchi Cave. Though clearly reluctant, Manda obeyed and vanished. Well then, Hanzo of the Salamander, what is your answer? Jin Shui asked, his tone calm yet firm. My answer? Hanzo let out a bitter laugh. Yes, it's true. I, Hanzo, have long since lost the resolve I once had. He looked up at the moon, obscured by thick clouds. In my life, I failed to bring peace to the shinobi world. I couldn't even save Amigay-Cure from the flames of war. Wait a second. Is he about to do something drastic? Jin Shui thought, noticing Hanzo's sudden shift in demeanor. He instinctively extended a skeletal Susanoo arm toward Hanzo, just as the latter raised his chain scythe again. But this time, the blade was directed at himself. Life is but a fleeting dream, and the skeletal arm caught the scythe mid-swing. The scene grew awkward as silence enveloped the battlefield. Jin Shui cleared his throat. Ahem. If you really think you're not up to it anymore, then maybe it's time to stop being a ninja. Why not try teaching students or contributing to village development instead? Dying here, forcing your subordinates to bury you with honors, doesn't seem very productive, does it? Hanzo remained silent for a moment. The skeletal arm released him, and he fell back to the ground. At that moment, several of his subordinates rushed forward, their courage finally outweighing their fear, and helped him to his feet. Hanzo-sama, please don't give up on yourself. Amigay-Cure. Amigay-Cure cannot survive without you. For the 5 great shinobi villages, the death of a Kage wouldn't necessarily destabilize the village. But Amigay-Cure was different. The village essentially stood on Hanzo's shoulders, and its ninjas knew this all too well. Hanzo himself was painfully aware of it as well. The village. I no longer have the right to lead Amigay-Cure, Hanzo muttered. At that moment, Jin Shui had an idea. You know, your village has 2 very talented individuals, one named Yahiko and the other named Nagato. The former has grand ideals and aspirations, while the latter possesses the most extraordinary talent in the world. If you're willing, you could reach out to them or even teach them some of your battle techniques. Yahiko? Isn't that the leader of the Akitsuki? Akitsuki. Hanzo's thoughts trailed off as he tried to recall Nagato's name, which didn't ring a bell. But he didn't think Jin Shui, who had demonstrated such incredible power, would lie to him. Hanzo straightened himself. Very well. If these are individuals you recommend, then I will make one last effort. He turned to address the assembled Amage-Cure ninjas. Let's return. Today's battle ends in my defeat. As for Rokusuke's funeral arrangements, I will handle them personally. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Jin Shui suddenly remembered something. By the way, Hanzo-sama, how did Amage-Cure learn so quickly about Orochimaru-sensei's encounter and the death of your ninja? The incident happened on the outskirts of your territory, and Orochimaru-sensei killed him in a single strike. It shouldn't have been so easy to trace us here this quickly, right? Ninja foot speed was indeed impressive. Even a standard ninja march could cross the Land of Rain in a day or two. Orochimaru's speed, in particular, was among the fastest in the current shinobi world, surpassed only by individuals like the Raikage with unique acceleration techniques. Jin Shui, keeping up with Orochimaru, knew they had covered a great distance in a short time. This was their first night since leaving Konoha. In Jin Shui's view, it was strange for Amage-Cure to identify the death of a patrol ninja and locate them in less than a day. It didn't seem like something a small nation could manage efficiently. Or was another Amage-Cure ninja secretly observing Orochimaru-sensei's actions at the time? Hanzo's expression grew stiff, and he slowly turned to face Jin Shui. Is that true? Is there a problem? Jin Shui noticed the momentary confusion in Hanzo's eyes, which only strengthened his suspicions. I can guarantee that what I've described is consistent with the facts. While it's true that we caused the death of your ninja, such occurrences are common in the shinobi world, aren't they? For missions ranked B-level and above, ninja-on-ninja conflict often resulted in casualties. Jin Shui didn't believe Hanzo, even in his current state, would specifically pursue a two-man team just because one of his ninjas died. That kind of reaction seemed more fitting for someone like Naruto in later years. Hanzo's description of Rokusuke's account didn't match Jin Shui's version. Hanzo prided himself on not suffering from senility, so he quickly deduced that one of the two accounts must be false. Hanzo recalled Rokusuke's words. Rokusuke said he was injured by the young boy accompanying Orochimaru using Hidden Shadow snake hands. But from what I've seen, you don't use such techniques at all. Though Jin Shui claimed to be Orochimaru's student, Hanzo couldn't see any similarity between their fighting styles. Jin Shui's earlier barrage of large-scale ninjutsu reminded Hanzo of the third Hokage, and the latter half of the fight didn't even resemble typical ninja combat. Would someone like that use Hidden Shadow snake hands to poison and then spare one of our Chunin? It didn't take long for Hanzo to determine who was lying. Hidden Shadow snake hands? I don't use that. My specialty is large-scale ninjutsu to overwhelm the enemy, forcing them into endless dodging until they expose a weakness. Then I finish them off with an ultimate move that covers a massive area. That's accurate. Having experienced Jin Shui's methods firsthand, Hanzo could only agree. It seems I've been used as a pawn by someone with ulterior motives. Amage-Cure will investigate this matter thoroughly. With that, Hanzo and his men began retreating toward Amage-Cure. Upon hearing this, Jin Shui couldn't help but think to himself, asterisk, if you actually managed to uncover the mastermind behind this, that'd be impressive. Even a sage of 6 paths himself couldn't manage that. Asterisk. Jin Shui was almost certain that this was Aido and Black Zetsu's doing. With Danzo no longer in the picture, there weren't many remaining masters of manipulation in the shinobi world. Black Zetsu certainly had both the capability and the motive to orchestrate such a ploy. Was this a test of my abilities? Looks like my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo have been exposed. Activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Jin Shui scanned his surroundings but found nothing out of the ordinary. Are they observing from extremely far distance? He pulled out a telescope and scanned the area again. Still nothing. Could Zetsu have a technique that lets him and Aido burrow into plants or the earth? Or did they leave as soon as they got the information they needed? I wonder if they saw the exact pattern of my eyes. If they did, would they mistake me for Uchiha Madara? Jin Shui mused. Normally, every Mangekyo Sharingan had a unique pattern, but Jin Shui's eyes were an exception. They were, in fact, Madara's. At that moment, Orochimaru spoke. Jin Shuequin, did you sense an enemy nearby? I think someone was watching the fight earlier, but I couldn't spot them. Maybe they've already left. Jin Shui paused, then added, also, I had this faint impression of space-time fluctuations earlier. A few days ago, I visited Ryuchi Cave and studied both summoning and reverse summoning techniques in depth, so I've become slightly attuned to such things. Space-time fluctuations? Orochimaru wasn't too surprised that Jin Shui had been invited to Ryuchi Cave. His talents were undeniable. However, the idea of a hidden enemy proficient in space-time ninjutsu gave him pause. It seems someone is deliberately targeting Konoha. While Orochimaru had little loyalty to Konoha, it was still the source of his funding, research facilities, and experimental materials. He couldn't afford to ignore the matter entirely. I'll report this to the third Hokage when we return. Beyond that, I'll let someone else handle it. Just then, Jin Shui reactivated Susanoo. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Did those space-time fluctuations reappear? No, I'm not sure if what I sensed earlier was space-time energy or not. I also don't know if the enemy is still nearby. So, I'm going to test something. Test something? Orochimaru thought, puzzled. Jin Shui soon answered his unspoken question through action. He manipulated Susanoo, transforming it into a four-armed, two-faced form. The two front arms snapped their chakra swords in half, while the two rear arms began forming hand seals, albeit slowly, much to Orochimaru's astonishment. At the same time, Jin Shui himself mirrored the hand seals inside Susanoo. Meanwhile, the two front arms took a stance, preparing to launch the broken blades as projectiles. Susanoo can perform hand seals? Orochimaru's initial shock quickly gave way to rationalization. It made sense, he supposed. Hand seals were merely a method of channeling chakra, and Susanoo was essentially a manifestation of chakra. I'm growing more and more fascinated by these eyes. When will I finally uncover the secrets of your body, Jin Shuequin? And this technique? Susanoo, Shuriken Shadow, Clone, Jutsu. The broken blades spun through the air, multiplying into dozens of rotating projectiles that tore through the surrounding terrain. Jin Shui used a telescope to confirm that no white humanoid creatures or half-black, half-white figures had been unearthed. Only then did he relax. Looks like they're really gone. Orochimaru-sensei, I think we should head back to Konoha immediately. I was thinking the same thing. Truthfully, Orochimaru had planned to travel through the night without stopping. If not for Jin Shui's earlier suggestion to rest, they wouldn't have halted at all. Shortly after Jin Shui and Orochimaru departed, a black vortex appeared at the site where Jin Shui had unleashed his technique. Out stepped Aido and Zetsu, specifically to survey the aftermath. Originally, they had begun their return to their base after observing the Amigay-Cure forces withdraw. However, not long after leaving, they felt the earth quake violently. It was fortunate that the gaps between the shuriken clones of Susanoo widened significantly as they traveled farther from Jin Shui. Otherwise, Aido might have had to rely on Kamui to avoid being struck. What a terrifying technique, Aido murmured. If this had been used during the last Great War, it could have wiped out Iwagakure's so-called 1,000-man battalion in a single strike. But this doesn't mean much against me. While the destructive power was overwhelming, the method of attack, essentially a devastating barrage, was something Aido could easily evade using Kamui. Black Zetsu silently nodded in agreement. Madara's chosen one, it seems, is truly extraordinary. At the very least, his survival capabilities are more than sufficient. Without space-time abilities, even Kaga-level ninjas caught in that blast would barely escape with their lives, and not without severe injuries. Let's go, Zetsu. If we're to meet with Jin Shui, we'll need to plan this encounter carefully, Aido said, his tone steady as he turned away. Early morning, at the gates of Konoha. Honestly, this mission didn't feel very real, Jin Shui remarked as he approached the village. A round trip, and it didn't even take 24 hours. His weariness from the chakra-enhanced sprinting had all but vanished. The execution of this mission was indeed rather unusual, Orochimaru replied, mentally reviewing the events. The more he thought about it, the more peculiar this reconnaissance mission, now elevated to S rank, seemed. If we report this accurately, it might end up in the textbooks as a special case study. The mission started with an extraordinary long-distance sprint, far surpassing the limits of ordinary ninjas. Upon arrival, they directly approached the target, completed negotiations, and immediately departed. Along the way, they encountered the leader of Amage, defeated him to the point of surrender, and resolved a potential conflict, all within a single night. Mission participants, Jin Shui, Konoha Genin. The absurdity of the situation nearly made Jin Shui laugh. If such a tale were written into a textbook, it would likely be used as a humorous example for students. Most people would dismiss it as fiction, given how far-fetched it sounded. Are we really going to report it exactly as it happened? Jin Shui asked. It feels a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? Far-fetched? Perhaps. But the world has never been short of events that defy understanding. Since it's a fact that you possess immense power, there's nothing far-fetched about it. Or, are you trying to avoid fame, Jin Shuekoin? Perhaps you prefer to credit me with defeating Hanzo? If so, I must say, there's little benefit in that. Avoid fame? No, not really. It's just that this mission doesn't feel very genin-like. But now that I think about it, I guess it's not a big deal. After all, compared to Naruto and Sasuke, this is still nothing. Exactly. Reputation is something you can choose not to care about personally, but it's unwise to completely disregard it. With those parting words, Orochimaru headed toward his own residence, leaving Jin Shui alone to reflect. Asterisk, he has a point. But honestly, I just don't care about things like that. Asterisk. Jin Shui truly didn't care about fame or recognition. It never crossed his mind. Whether people admired or resented him was of no concern. As such, he would never go out of his way to avoid trouble by shifting credit to others. Asterisk unless, of course, it's real trouble, asterisk. All right, time to head home. The next morning, Hokage's office. Orochimaru, weren't you out on a mission with Jin Shui? Hiruzen Tsurutobi asked, surprised to see his student return so soon. He vaguely remembered that Orochimaru had already left the village with Jin Shui. Neither I nor Jin Shui are the type to waste time. So, after completing the mission, we came straight back. The mission is already complete? That fast? Hiruzen was taken aback. In his mind, Orochimaru didn't seem like the type to simply handle a mission on his student's behalf. How did Jin Shui perform? This is the mission report, Orochimaru said, handing over the documentation. Hiruzen quickly skimmed through it, his expression shifting as he read. He directly approached the Akitsuki, a group that claims to love peace and avoids extreme violence. That's quite unusual in the shinobi world. Oh, the leader of the organization is one of Jiraiya's disciples? That explains it. I didn't expect that. If that's the case, I'll have Jiraiya visit them next time to strengthen relations between Konoha and Amage. As he flipped to the next page, Hiruzen's hand began to tremble. He was now reading about how Jin Shui had forced Hanzo to his knees, pushing him so far that he nearly resorted to suicide. This mission, is this account accurate? Has Jin Shui already mastered the power he displayed that day? Hiruzen was, of course, referring to the power Jin Shui unleashed when he killed Danzo. I can't say whether he's fully mastered it, but during his fight with Hanzo, Jin Shui didn't even let his Susanoo stand up. As for Hanzo, he has aged poorly. His fighting spirit, tactical acumen, and even his courage have all diminished significantly compared to 10 years ago. Courage? So even Hanzo has fallen to this extent. Hiruzen took a long puff from his pipe. But then again, I'm not exactly in a position to criticize him. Well, as long as you know where you stand, I have no interest in such matters, Orochimaru replied bluntly. He wasn't ignorant of politics. He simply didn't like getting involved. Now, let's settle the mission compensation. During the fight, Hanzo attempted to use an exploding flame array to create trenches, though it was ineffective. However, Jin Shui has likely copied the technique. I imagine Amage will spend quite a bit to recover from this. Hiruzen caught the implication. Orochimaru wanted a higher payout. The village's finances are tight right now. I've nearly emptied my own pockets. What's left is barely enough for cigarettes. But the minimum reward for an S-rank mission is still feasible. The minimum for an S-rank mission was 1 million Ryo. When a shinobi village assigned a mission to its own ninjas, it still had to pay them. This was one reason why daimyo allocated funds to their respective villages. Without such military budgets, villages might forcibly mobilize their ninjas for missions, which would inevitably breed discontent over time. 1 million? That's far too little, Orochimaru said. Defeating the leader of Amagakure and establishing contact with a potential ally organization. This could bring immense benefits to Konoha. If word gets out, offering only 1 million would make Konoha look stingy. Worse, it might expose our current financial struggles to the other villages. True. Fine, we'll raise it to 5 million. That's the most we can manage. Such a sum is typically reserved for missions involving Kaga-level opponents or Jinchuriki from the other great nations. But the village's finances are truly strained right now. Hiruzen's gaze met Orochimaru's, and for a moment, the latter felt an inexplicable tension. Is there something on your mind, sensei? Orochimaru, could you perhaps focus on developing a project that generates revenue for the village? Economic stability is also an important aspect of leadership, isn't it? Revenue generation. Orochimaru understood the logic, but disliked wasting his time on financial matters. However, he did recall an idea Jin Shui had mentioned about creating scrolls that could temporarily store jutsu. Scrolls capable of releasing jutsu? That could greatly improve a ninja's survival rate, Hiruzen mused. If the technology is advanced enough, it could allow a ninja to use techniques they haven't yet mastered. But the development cost must be astronomical, not to mention the pricing. Exploding tags were already expensive items. A scroll capable of executing jutsu would likely be prohibitively expensive for ordinary ninjas. I never intended to mass-produce such scrolls, Orochimaru explained. I'll handle the technical development. The village can decide how to use them. As for funding, after Jin Shui defeated Hanzo, we could request additional support from the Fire Daimyo. Surely that's not too difficult. It wasn't. The fact that a Konoha ninja had defeated the leader of Amagakure, one of the most formidable figures outside the 5 great nations, would reflect well on the Fire Daimyo. While the village might be struggling financially, the daimyo himself likely wasn't. Even if he couldn't provide a massive influx of funds, he could at least alleviate some of Konoha's current burdens. However, this would require significant publicity about Jin Shui's victory over Hanzo. Orochimaru, could you get Jin Shui's approval? This situation is different from before. Disseminating this information would involve a much larger scale of communication. Jin Shui's consent was necessary. As for Amagakure, Hiruzen doubted they would object. I don't think Jin Shuekoin will mind, but since you've requested it, I'll ask him. Taking the 5 million Ryo payout for defeating Hanzo, Orochimaru left the Hokage's office. Of course, while the amount seemed substantial, it would barely cover the costs of research. Moreover, Orochimaru intended to give the majority of the reward to Jin Shui, as the latter had done most of the work. Normally, mission rewards were distributed according to rank, but given the unusual dynamic of their duo, where the Jonin leader was outclassed by his genin subordinate, Orochimaru decided to split the reward 80-20 in Jin Shui's favor. 7 days later, Iwagakure, in the office of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, a short, stout man with a rather comical appearance, was reviewing intelligence reports. Despite his unassuming looks, Inoki was a powerful ninja with an unyielding will. Intel on Amagakure and Konoha? It's been a while since we last dealt with Amagakure. I wonder how they're doing. His voice trailed off as he read further, his expression darkening. Hanzo was defeated by a Konoha ninja. The name of the ninja is Uchiha Madara. Inoki shot to his feet, his face pale. If it were merely a coincidence of names, it might not mean much. But the report's mention of a blue, translucent giant left no room for doubt. Madara. Inoki's fist slammed against his desk repeatedly, trembling with a mix of fear, anger, frustration, and jealousy. Few knew this, but Inoki had a personal history with the legendary Uchiha. Decades ago, During negotiations for treaties between the great nations, Uchiha Madara had represented Konoha. To Inoki's dismay, Madara had shown nothing but disdain for Iwagakure, using his Susanoo to intimidate both him and the second Tsuchikage. That towering blue, translucent giant remained an indelible scar in Inoki's memory. His hand instinctively reached for a stone he often toyed with, a habit born of those days when he had clutched at anything for courage, only to falter. That kind of power, it's too overwhelming. But I can't let the ghost of a Konoha shinobi become an excuse for cowardice as the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Despite his words, his hands continued to tremble. The real Madara is long dead. So, is this one his descendant? Or just someone who inherited his name? Inoki stared at the portrait of the second Tsuchikage on the wall, lost in thought. After a long pause, he sat back down, his composure seemingly restored. Kitsuchi, he called. Here. A tall man with a broad build and a nose resembling Inoki's entered the room. This was Kitsuchi, Inoki's son and a highly skilled jonin of Iwagakure. Pass down this order. If any Iwagakure ninja encounters a shinobi named Uchiha Jinshue, bearing a unique Sharingan, they're permitted to abandon their mission without penalty or consequence. The priority is to preserve their lives. This order is to be passed discreetly through internal channels, and no one outside the ninja ranks is to know. Understood. Such secrecy might have been difficult for other villages, but Inoki trusted the solidarity of his ninjas, just as Hiruzen trusted the will of fire. This might seem... Kitsuchi hesitated. Just do it. As with natural disasters, the priority is to survive. Only by staying alive can one remain of value. Understood. Ryuchi Cave. So, you finally decided to begin your training in Sage mode? I thought you'd wait a little longer, the White Snake Sage remarked, her voice carrying a hint of surprise. Well, people always have things that tie them up. But now, I have nearly 2 months to dedicate to training, Jinshue replied casually. In 2 months, Jinshue had to attend the Huga clan celebration for Hinata's 100th day. It was something he had already committed to, and barring any extraordinary circumstances, he preferred not to break his promise. At that moment, the White Snake Sage spoke again. In truth, given your chakra reserves, there are only 2 possible outcomes for your Sage mode training. 1. You fail within half a day. 2. You reach basic mastery within 7 days. Of course, techniques like inorganic reincarnation would require additional learning. She didn't even include death as a potential outcome. After all, the amount of natural energy she intended to inject into Jinshue's body was insignificant compared to the sheer scale of his physical and mental energy reserves. If that were enough to kill him, she'd have to question whether Ryuchi Cave's Sage mode was even suitable for humans to begin with. I see. In that case, please proceed, White Snake Sage. Jinshue nodded, his expression calm. As you wish. The White Snake Sage slithered behind Jinshue, her fangs gleaming with confidence as she prepared to bite into his back. But then, don't move. She paused mid-bite. Somehow, her fangs hadn't even touched him, but she was certain this wasn't due to a mistake on her part. Huh, I didn't move, Jinshue said, bewildered. The White Snake Sage raised her head again, her confusion deepening. What she observed next was something truly bizarre. Is this a Kekii Genkai that can't be deactivated? A Kekii Genkai? My only Kekii Genkai should be the Sharingan, right? Jinshue instinctively reached for his back, but he couldn't detect anything unusual. It's your back. Even I, with all my perception techniques and sage abilities, can't see through it. In fact, it seems to inherently distort and deflect anything directed at it, whether it be sight, sensory techniques, or even my fangs. Just now, when I try to inject natural energy into your body, my fangs were deflected before they even made contact. In other words, my back can't be targeted or affected, and any non-targeted effects automatically slide off. Jinshue asked, attempting to summarize her observation. Precisely. That's an excellent description. Humans truly do have a way with words, the sage replied, nodding in agreement. What the heck? Isn't this the equivalent of no back Uchiha mode? Wait, if my back can't be targeted, does that mean I could just turn my back to the enemy to dodge their attacks? No, that won't work. Even if my back is invincible, they could still aim for my waist, legs, or head. Jin Shui thought to himself, his mind racing. In that case, how should I proceed with training in Sage Mode? Jin Shui asked, glancing at the White Snake Sage's massive fangs. He couldn't imagine her injecting natural energy into him anywhere other than his back or chest. There are plenty of alternatives. I could inject it directly into your front. Stand still. All right. Jin Shui stood upright, suppressing the urge to activate Susanoo as the White Snake Sage prepared her next move. This time, she struck his chest with her fangs. Despite the size of the fangs, each as thick as a fist, the pain wasn't as excruciating as Jin Shui had expected. It felt more like his flesh was being pried open, a strange but not unbearable sensation. After injecting a portion of natural energy into Jin Shui, the White Snake Sage withdrew her fangs and examined him closely. Even though I've just bitten into you with fangs this large, you're surprisingly unfazed. Is it all natural? She asked, somewhat astonished. Well, it's not exactly comfortable, but it's not as bad as I imagined. The sensation is manageable, Jin Shui replied calmly. Hold on a moment. Where's the natural energy I just injected? It's gone. The White Snake Sage's expression shifted to one of surprise. The natural energy she had carefully infused into Jin Shui's body had been expelled within 30 seconds, dissipating harmlessly into the air. What? Expelled? Natural energy can be pushed out of the body. Jin Shui echoed her confusion. Before he could fully process what was happening, the White Snake Sage shouted, Quick! Try to capture the natural energy around you before it disperses completely. Though Jin Shui was unsure of what she meant, he instinctively began attempting to gather the so-called natural energy. For about 30 seconds, Jin Shui focused on the energy. While the time was far too short for deep comprehension, he managed to get a faint sense of it. Trusting his instincts, he activated a technique he felt could best interact with the energy, Susanoo. And it worked. The natural energy was successfully contained within the grasp of his Susanoo. This technique, fascinating, the White Snake Sage remarked. Your Susanoo, built from specialized in-release chakra, appears to have an exceptionally high compatibility with natural energy. If you're uncertain why the natural energy was being expelled, why not use this technique to absorb it and create Sage Chakra? Wait a second. Sage Mode, Susanoo, Jin Shui's mind flashed to scenes of Sasuke using his Susanoo to absorb Sage energy from the Cursed Mark and even to harness Biju Chakra. This might actually work, even without the Rinnegan or a Biju to assist me. Ordinary Sage Mode should suffice. Jin Shui began shrinking the size of his Susanoo. The once 20-meter-tall semi-Susanoo was reduced to a more manageable 8 meters. At this size, Jin Shui could sense the natural energy more acutely. So, this is natural energy. It feels a bit cool, almost soothing. But isn't this amount far too little? How much Sage Chakra could I even make with this? Using his smaller Susanoo as a vessel, Jin Shui began channeling the natural energy into the hollow interior of a chakra sword, while simultaneously infusing it with his own chakra. The White Snake Sage observed his actions with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. What are you doing now? Condensing Sage Chakra, Jin Shui replied matter-of-factly. Didn't you say Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode involves adding natural energy to existing chakra to create Sage Chakra? I'm doing the reverse. Adding chakra to existing natural energy. That should work too, right? By the way, once I've used up this natural energy, how do I gather more quickly? The White Snake Sage fell silent, pondering his question. It wasn't something she had considered before. Normally, by the time someone could handle natural energy, they would already understand how to gather it themselves. In Jin Shui's case, however, the natural energy was being expelled so quickly that he hadn't had time to fully grasp its nature. This method is unconventional, but it's safer. However, his progress might be painfully slow. The White Snake Sage couldn't help but recall her earlier prediction about Jin Shui's training timeline. Now, she found herself in a dilemma. If Jin Shui continued at this pace, it could take him over 6 months to achieve basic mastery of Sage Mode, a potential embarrassment to her reputation. On the other hand, breaking the established rules to assist him further was equally unacceptable. Still, this human, while he isn't as naturally gifted as Hagoromo Akitsuki, he's certainly unique. Even if he doesn't reach Hagoromo's level, he'll undoubtedly surpass the Toad's disciples. Millennia ago, the great Toad Sage had guided Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths. This had elevated Mount Mayaboku above Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest in prestige, a fact that had irked the White Snake Sage for centuries. While Ryuchi Cave had welcomed countless visitors over the past 1,000 years, none had lived up to her lofty expectations. Jin Shui, however, was different, though perhaps too different. Blood that changed after leaving the body, natural energy that couldn't stay inside him for more than 30 seconds. Jin Shui's peculiarities were both fascinating and frustrating. Deciding to adapt to his unique circumstances, the White Snake Sage imparted the complete method for entering Ryuchi Cave's Sage mode. Jin Shui, in turn, began using a somewhat unconventional approach to create Sage Chakra. About 15 minutes later, the chakra sword infused with natural energy began to change. Its originally solid blue hue now featured scales resembling those of a serpent, patterns that slowly spread across the blade. This method of condensing Sage Chakra, even I have never seen anything like it, the White Snake Sage thought. Despite its unorthodox nature, the technique had its merits. Using Susanoo as a vessel not only made the process safer, but also slightly easier. The lack of personal risk allowed Jin Shui to experiment freely and make rapid adjustments, something traditional Sage mode practitioners couldn't afford. However, the White Snake Sage noted another issue. The efficiency of his natural energy absorption is far too low. His perception of natural energy is still too weak. At this rate, the practical benefits of his Sage Chakra will be limited. From her perspective, Jin Shui's efforts resembled someone blindly scooping fish from a pond with an oversized ladle. While he occasionally succeeded, his overall efficiency left much to be desired. Despite the inefficiency, I've finally managed to create a bit of Sage Chakra, Jin Shui muttered, observing the completed chakra through his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Once formed, Sage Chakra became as visible and manipulable as ordinary chakra, so he wasn't concerned about controlling it. By the way, why does my Susanoo show signs of transformation similar to a human entering Sage mode? He asked, curious. The White Snake Sage explained, your technique is already a physical manifestation of chakra. When it interacts with natural energy to produce Sage Chakra, further transformation is only natural. Additionally, if you wish to deepen your understanding of natural energy, the White Snake Sage shifted into her humanoid form and performed a summoning technique. Moments later, 3 snake spirits appeared before her, Tajitsuheim, Ichikishimaheim, and Takiriheim. Sage, the 3 exclaimed in unison. I want you 3 to inject natural energy into Jin Shui's Susanoo. Only the Susanoo, not his body. Injecting natural energy into a human body required precision, and the White Snake Sage wasn't entirely confident in delegating such a task. However, simply flooding Susanoo with high-quality natural energy was well within their capabilities. Understood. The 3 snake spirits approached Jin Shui, their faces morphing into serpentine forms. Jin Shui, understanding the White Snake Sage's intent, spoke up. You're planning to saturate Susanoo's confined space with high-purity natural energy to enhance my familiarity with it, correct? Precisely. However, if you still make little progress after this, there's nothing more I can do for you. Rules are rules, and even as their creator, I cannot break them. Though the White Snake Sage's tone was firm, Jin Shui could sense her dedication. The snakes of Ryuchi Cave, not bad at all. Ladies, please proceed, Jin Shui said, opening 3 small gaps in his Susanoo. The snake spirits began injecting invisible natural energy into the space. Once they finished, Jin Shui sealed the gaps and began meditating, focusing on the energy now contained within his Susanoo. This Sage mode training isn't as hard as I expected. Could it be? I'm a genius after all? Jin Shui thought, his confidence swelling. Unfortunately for him, That confidence stemmed not from his own talents, but from the extraordinary foundation laid by Madara. Ryuchi Cave. At this moment, Jin Shui sat cross-legged atop a massive rock, a ring of blue, semi-transparent skeletal chakra surrounding him. At first glance, it seemed like a simple application of Susanoo. However, in the next moment, a peculiar texture appeared on the skeletal arm he extended. What initially seemed like cracks revealed themselves to be snake-like scales upon closer inspection. Despite the unusual addition, the aesthetic wasn't negatively impacted. It started to take shape. Just 3 days. Only 3 days of training, and that too for just 3 hours a day, and I've already reached this level. Though Jin Shui possessed a massive chakra reserve, maintaining Susanoo for extended periods still caused fatigue. While it wasn't an issue for short-term combat or daily use, long-duration training would inevitably tire him out. Thus, Jin Shui had adopted a more balanced training regimen. Nevertheless, his rapid progress left Taijutsuheim, Ichikishimaheim, and Takiriheim utterly astonished. They were unfamiliar with someone using Sage Chakra through a method that didn't involve directly entering Sage mode with their own body. However, they knew that no one could normally master the creation of Sage Chakra in such a short time, especially with Jin Shui's seemingly leisurely training schedule. At this point, Jin Shui's Susanoo began to expand and shift into its two-faced, four-armed half-body form. Clasping his hands together, Jin Shui activated a transformation. In just 3 seconds, the Susanoo underwent noticeable changes. The single horn on its head split into two. Its forehead, face, and jawline became adorned with intricate black markings, and its previously lifeless eyes now possessed distinguishable pupils. Scattered dark patterns extended across its body, though they were not overly pronounced. Why does Sage Chakra feel so strangely familiar to me? Jin Shui wondered. Forget it. Let's test it out first. Sage Art, Yasaka Magatama. With Susanoo in Sage mode, its power received a significant boost. Even Jin Shui, who wasn't particularly attuned to the concept of damage output, could clearly sense the difference. To test its destructive capabilities, he launched a single Magatama. The results were impressive. The destructive power of this single Magatama was nearly double that of his previous attempts. Feeling the surge of power, Jin Shui couldn't help but remark, so this is the power of Sage mode? Impressive doesn't even begin to describe it. And yet, controlling it doesn't feel particularly difficult. By the way, I'd like to learn White Extreme Attack and Inorganic Reincarnation. Do I need to meet the White Snake Sage for that? There's no need, Takiriheim replied, summoning a massive scroll that she personally handed to Jin Shui. This is the scroll containing Ryuchi Cave's Sage techniques. Most of our techniques are recorded here. Ichikishimaheim added. The White Snake Sage anticipated that you would quickly master the ability to create and wield Sage Chakra, so she entrusted this scroll to us in advance. I see. Thank you very much. Jin Shui opened the scroll and began flipping through it, searching for inorganic reincarnation. However, his attention was quickly captured by another technique, a technique that allows for perfect invisibility, even hiding chakra. Does it really hide everything? Jin Shui glanced at the 3 snake spirits, who immediately answered his question with a demonstration. The 3 transformed into their serpent-faced modes and vanished completely. Even when Jin Shui activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, all he could make out were 3 faint dots at what seemed to be their foreheads. Anyone unaware of the technique might have mistaken it for Sukune Kona. I can vaguely track their movements with this. Let's try lowering the Sharingan's level. Switching from the eternal Mangekyo to the standard 3-tomo Sharingan, Jin Shui found himself completely unable to detect the snake spirits. Only by reverting to his eternal Mangekyo could he reacquire their approximate locations. An invisibility technique capable of completely bypassing the 3-tomo Sharingan. It might not fool the Byakugan or Rinnegan, but against everyone else? If I combine this technique with my Susanoo operating independently, when the 3 snake spirits reappeared, Jin Shui immediately delved into studying the invisibility technique. Seeing his enthusiasm, Taijutsuheim began to explain, This technique doesn't have a proper name yet. It's simply referred to as the Invisibility Technique. It's not a true sage technique, but rather a secret art of Ryuchi cave. While it requires sage mode to use, it's not inherently complex. Yet, very few have managed to learn it. Oh, if it's not complex, why can't most people learn it? Jean Shui inquired. Tutsuda Heim responded, "We're not entirely sure. Perhaps it's simply not well suited for humans. But given your unique talents, Jean Shui-sama, you should be able to master it." I see. Well, my situation is indeed a bit different. Asterisk, I'm not even using my actual body to create sage chakra or intersage mode. Human limitations? Not my problem. Asterisk. Because he wasn't directly using his own body for the techniques, Jean Shui didn't need to worry about the risks that typically accompanied advanced jutsu training. Without hesitation, he reactivated his skeletal Susanoo and entered its sage mode state. Then, he began experimenting with Ryuchi Cave's secret and sage techniques, including the invisibility art. Half a month later, Konoha Ninja Academy. Senna-chan, you seemed a bit down lately. Is something wrong? Asked Inuzuka Hana, a girl the same age as Senna, who bore the signature red, upside-down triangle markings of the Inuzuka clan. It's been half a month, but my brother still hasn't returned from his mission. I know that's just how ninja life is, but I can't help but feel a little worried, Senna admitted. An away mission, huh? That is a bit troublesome. But if you think about it from Jean Shuenai's perspective, with his strength, I doubt the mission could be too difficult. Who knows? He might be back tomorrow. Hana, who had a younger brother named Kiba, one of the future Konoha 12, was already thinking about how she'd interact with him as he grew older, even though he was currently only 5 months old. As for Jean Shui, his strength was already well known within the ninja community. He had become quite a prominent figure. Of course, Jean Shui himself didn't pay much attention to such things. While he was polite enough to acknowledge greetings from strangers, he remained largely indifferent to the attention. It's not that he hasn't returned. He comes home every day, Senna clarified. Huh, but isn't he on a mission? How does he? Hana couldn't wrap her head around the situation. Unbeknownst to most, Jean Shui returned home briefly every morning and evening through a reverse summoning technique. He had set up a small snake at home to summon him back at specific times, allowing him to quickly prepare meals and bento boxes for Senna before returning to his training. My brother left a small snake at home. Every morning and evening, there's a poof sound, and he gets summoned back. That's the only time I get to see him each day. I know it's normal, but it's still a bit hard to get used to. But I'll try my best to adapt, Senna said, clenching her fists in determination. A poof sound and suddenly appearing? Isn't that summoning jutsu? Hana asked. As a member of the Inuzuka clan, Hana was familiar with summoning techniques. Though most Inuzuka ninjas rarely left their ninkin companions behind, there were occasional circumstances where summoning was necessary. I think so. Wait, no. My brother said it's reverse summoning, Senna corrected. Reverse summoning? This term was outside Hana's area of expertise, as the Inuzuka clan's ninkin weren't capable of reverse summoning. That sounds amazing. Doesn't the 4th Hokage teleport around like that? Uchiha Izumi chimed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration. As a child, she didn't grasp the intricacies of the Flying Thunder God technique, but the idea of Jean Shui being able to teleport like the 4th Hokage filled her with awe. Like the 4th Hokage, at that moment, Uchiha Itachi happened to be passing by and overheard the conversation. Asterisk, the 4th Hokage, the man my father admires most. What a tragedy that he passed away at just 24. Asterisk, though only 6 years old, Itachi's thoughts were far more mature than those of his peers. I wonder if Jean Shui-senpai could become the next 4th Hokage. Itachi held a favorable impression of Jean Shui, who had once offered him guidance. Asterisk's father mentioned that Jean Shui's family, like Izumi's, is a branch of the Uchiha clan. However, unlike Izumi, they've chosen not to return to the main clan or adopt the Uchiha name. If he becomes Hokage, perhaps those strange adults who keep talking about overthrowing Konoha will finally quiet down. Asterisk. Returning to his seat, Itachi pulled out a textbook. Ever since witnessing Jean Shui's incomprehensibly fast body flicker, he had reread the academy curriculum in its entirety. However, he found no practical methods to enhance his combat abilities. Perhaps my approach is still flawed, Itachi thought. Meanwhile, Senna remained unaware that Jin Shui had already completed the majority of his mission. Thanks to his massive chakra reserves, near-zero trial-and-error costs, and an inexplicable familiarity with Sage Chakra, Jin Shui had quickly mastered techniques like invisibility, levitation, minor chakra absorption, and inorganic reincarnation. He had also made significant progress with White Extreme Attack. However, he had yet to locate the elusive transmission beyond shadows, a technique he suspected involved some science and sorcery. If Kabuto managed to pull off that bizarre jutsu, he must have had some kind of advanced trick up his sleeve, possibly something he developed himself. Jin Shui mused, now back in Konoha. Whatever, I'll worry about that later. For now, I've kept Orochimaru waiting for over half a month. I should probably pay him a visit. And most importantly, I need to set aside time to spend with Senna. Maybe I'll teach her that exploding flame formation jutsu. We'll start with practice on blank paper. Resolving himself, Jin Shui headed straight for Orochimaru's laboratory, where he quickly encountered a visibly sleep-deprived Orochimaru. So he's been pulling all-nighters too? Huh, Jin Shui thought, noting the dark circles under his teacher's eyes. Sensei, what have you been working on lately? Surely it's not just the scroll project, right? That shouldn't be enough to push you this hard, Jin Shui remarked. After all, the scroll idea wasn't particularly complex. Even if Jin Shui hadn't proposed it, the shinobi world would likely have developed something similar eventually. During this time, Orochimaru had thoroughly studied Jin Shui's cells. To his astonishment, Jin Shui's cells showed no particular advantages compared to those of ordinary Uchiha, and they even carried some hereditary diseases. His chakra-affecting genes were unremarkable, and based on Orochimaru's calculations, Jin Shui likely wouldn't live past 30. None of this aligned with Jin Shui's extraordinary abilities. As Orochimaru pondered this enigma, fate, or perhaps destiny, provided a clue. A sudden memory resurfaced, reminding him of a peculiar contract that had once slashed 90% of his research costs. There's only one explanation left. Jin Shuekun, when did you first acquire your current power? Before that, did you encounter anything unusual? Perhaps something akin to a summoning contract? Orochimaru asked, his piercing gaze locking onto Jin Shui. Jin Shui tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. Contract. Jin Shui furrowed his brows slightly. Though he was somewhat familiar with how summoning contracts between shinobi and summoned beasts were formed, the idea of a contract simply appearing out of nowhere was a bit outside the realm of his expectations. Besides, Orochimaru said something similar to a summoning contract, which means it's not an actual summoning contract. Jin Shui thought to himself. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, holding a cup of coffee so strong it could probably dissolve kunai, took a slow sip before speaking. Or rather, Jin Shuekun, have you ever encountered a parchment, perhaps one that descended from the heavens, that form a link with you? And after that link was established, something about you began to undergo changes that defied all scientific principles? Something like this. As Jin Shui stared, visibly confused, Orochimaru reached into his pocket and casually handed him a check for 5 million ryo. What is this man doing? Jin Shui thought. Did he finally lose his mind? Just a few weeks ago, he was still grumbling about splitting mission rewards with me. And now he's handing me this? Before Jin Shui could respond, Orochimaru followed up with an even stranger question. Jin Shuekun, tell me, do you think it's normal to randomly dig up money beneath the houses in Konoha? At this point, Orochimaru began forming hand seals, and in a matter of moments, he activated a small-scale earth release, earth core technique. A square chunk of earth rose from the ground, and with a casual tap from Orochimaru, an aged-looking wooden box emerged from within. What is this? A ninjutsu, or some kind of magic trick? Jin Shui couldn't make sense of the situation, and for a brief moment, he considered whether Orochimaru was just trying to entertain him. But that doesn't make any sense either. This, Orochimaru began as he opened the box, revealing stacks of ryo, is 5 million ryo that I was allocating from my lab's budget. And now, I'm handing it over to you. As a result, my lab's budget has a 5 million ryo deficit. But then, something inexplicable happens. This mysterious phenomenon fills the gap for me. Of course, I've only tested it once. Exploiting it too deliberately or excessively would likely have catastrophic consequences on the economy. And that wouldn't benefit me either. Asterisk, wait a minute. A phenomenon that can't be explained, could it be? Asterisk, Jean Shue's pupils contracted as a chilling thought crossed his mind. Asterisk, could it be the thing I've been calling the system? The thing that took 6 whole years to finally give me a functional interface? Could it not actually be exclusive to me? Someone with memories of a past life? Asterisk. I can't answer that question, Orochimaru-sensei, Jean Shue finally said, masking his unease. If such a thing exists, I'm as clueless about it as you are. I see. That makes sense now, Orochimaru said with a faint smirk. It seems, then, that you and I are both fortunate ones. The only question is how many others like us exist in this world. At this moment, Orochimaru was fully convinced that Jean Shue's power stemmed from something far beyond the realm of scientific explanation, just like the phenomenon that had replenished his research funds. Asterisk, and judging by his reaction, Jean Shuekoin is just as baffled by this as I am. But then again, he's only 12 years old. Asterisk. Orochimaru still harbored his earlier suspicions about Jean Shue's origins. Asterisk, he's likely a descendant of Uchiha Madara. After all, while I can't explain the nature of this mysterious force, power and wealth don't simply materialize out of thin air. Jean Shuekoin's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan may very well be tied to his so-called eye condition, asterisk. Orochimaru didn't believe Jean Shue's abilities had appeared out of nowhere. Just as the phenomenon had given him money rather than completed research results, Jean Shue must have possessed some ancient Uchiha inheritance or latent potential that was then amplified by this mysterious force. Asterisk, an unreplicable phenomenon, no matter how you slice it. Frustrating. Asterisk, though he pocketed the money, Orochimaru found the existence of such inexplicable phenomena deeply unsettling. I'd rather go back to experimenting with Hashiroma's cells to see if anything worthwhile can come of that. Fortunate ones. Let's hope we truly are unique in this regard, Jean Shue said with a dry laugh, though inwardly he was beginning to feel a bit panicked. That would certainly be ideal, Orochimaru replied, though his mindset was already shifting in preparation for the possibility of more bizarre occurrences unfolding across the shinobi world. A few minutes later, Jean Shue managed to shake off his scattered thoughts. Whatever the truth might be, life had to go on. By the way, Orochimaru-sensei, do you happen to have any books on sound resonance? Sound resonance, let me think. Orochimaru walked over to a nearby bookshelf and used his hidden shadow snake hands to retrieve a book from the upper shelves. Konoha's research into sound-based ninjutsu isn't particularly advanced. However, I've always been somewhat interested in the subject. I didn't expect to find a kindred spirit, but it seems Jean Shuekoin shares this interest. As the eventual founder of Odo Geikure, Orochimaru's research into sound-based ninjutsu was years ahead of its time. In fact, one of the countermeasures he was currently devising against Susanoo was a high-powered sound-based jutsu, as he had observed that Susanoo didn't seem capable of blocking sound. Something like that, Jean Shue replied as he accepted the book. I recently started working on a technique that combines both light and sound as offensive pathways. Well, I wouldn't say I've fully mastered it, but I'd estimate that its power is about 70 to 80% complete. The technique in question was none other than Sage Art, Wide Extreme Attack. This jutsu unleashed intense light to blind opponents while generating powerful sound waves to incapacitate their hearing. Kabuto had once used this technique to completely bypass the second stage of Sasuke and Edo Itachi's Susanoo, effectively locking them both down. Oh, you've already grasped the basics of it? In that case, why not test it at the training grounds? Orochimaru suggested. Sounds good to me. The two made their way to a forest training ground. While sound-based ninjutsu may not be as effective in open environments like forests compared to enclosed spaces, the same setting makes it easier to identify weaknesses and refine the technique, Orochimaru noted. Spoken like a true genius. Most people wouldn't even think to consider environmental factors to this extent, Jean Shue replied, genuinely impressed. The mind of a scientist really is something else. There's no need for flattery. Let's begin. If I'm not mistaken, Jin Shuequan, you've likely acquired more than just one technique during your time away. Don't worry about whether I can defend myself. Just attack me directly. Is that so? Then I won't hold back. This technique is inspired by one used by a predecessor of mine. I doubt I can replicate its full power, but for the time being, it should suffice. As Jin Shui spoke, he summoned a miniature version of his half-body, Susanoo. Orochimaru's eyes widened slightly as he watched Jin Shui activate Sage Mode, imbuing the Susanoo with natural energy. Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode? Fascinating. I didn't expect Jin Shuequan to master Sage Chakra through such an unconventional method. Orochimaru mused, his mind already whirring with new possibilities. Jin Shui's external synthesis of Sage Chakra had sparked several ideas. But that's not all. This version of Susanoo can also turn invisible Dragon Concealment Technique. The Dragon Concealment Technique was the name Jin Shui had given to the unnamed Invisibility Technique he had learned from Ryuchi Cave. The logic was simple. Since it was a Ryuchi Cave technique, he named it after dragons. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jin Shui's Susanoo vanished completely. Even Orochimaru, using sensory ninjutsu, couldn't detect its chakra signature. Asterisk an invisible Susanoo? This far surpasses the capabilities of the transparent escape technique. Asterisk Orochimaru thought, marveling at the difference. I'm coming, Jin Shui announced. Sage Art. Inorganic Reincarnation. With a wave of his hand, Jin Shui sent a powerful, invisible force crashing into Orochimaru, launching him into the air. Asterisk so fast, and I couldn't sense it at all. Asterisk Orochimaru thought as he was sent flying. Was it Susanoo? Susanoo could be used independently of the user's body, though doing so left the user vulnerable. In Jin Shui's memory, only Uchiha Itachi had employed such a tactic. After landing, Orochimaru used Mystical Palm Technique to heal himself before asking, "What is the name of this technique?" Asterisk Limbo. Border Jail, asterisk, Jin Shui replied, borrowing the name of Madara's Rinnegan technique. Not like he'd have any objections. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara. Who says the Sharingan can't have Limbo too? Jin Shui thought. If Orochimaru had Rinnegan vision, he might have seen a Sage Mode-enhanced Susanoo flying toward him and delivering a devastating punch. Unfortunately, such a perspective wasn't something ordinary individuals could attain. Asterisk Limbo. Border Jail, asterisk. Another Sharingan technique. I see. Orochimaru muttered. Well, technically it's not supposed to be a Sharingan technique, but the effect is similar, albeit with a lower ceiling. It also has several derived moves, like this Limbo, Needle Jail. 3 invisible Sage-powered Susanoo needles is shot toward Orochimaru, piercing his body with ease. This technique, it truly is formidable, Orochimaru remarked, his body trembling. If Jin Shuequan had fully unleashed his power, I might have. While healing his wounds, Orochimaru began contemplating countermeasures, only to realize he had none. He couldn't think of a way to defend against an attack that was undetectable, absurdly fast, and overwhelmingly powerful. I'm curious, why can your Susanoo move so quickly? Sage Mode alone shouldn't provide this level of speed, Orochimaru asked. I added another Sage technique to enhance its flexibility and power. Of course, I wasn't using my full strength just now. Now that's a depressing thought. My apologies, Jin Shuequan. It seems I lack the strength to push you to your limits, Orochimaru said, his tone tinged with regret. Moving on, let me show you the Soundlight technique I mentioned earlier, or rather, the Sage technique. While it's not a complete version, its power is roughly equivalent to the original. With that, Jin Shui's Susanoo returned to his side. Sage Art, White Extreme Attack. The Sage-enhanced Susanoo emitted a crimson beam of light from its mouth, directed at a nearby tree. At the tip of the beam was a small black sphere. When the sphere made contact with the tree, the crimson light was absorbed into it. Suddenly, Orochimaru realized that Jin Shui had disappeared. Asterisk ha? A space-time ninjutsu? Asterisk. Before Orochimaru could react, the black sphere detonated, unleashing a blinding flash of light, a deafening sound, and a powerful shockwave. Asterisk, even my modified skeletal structure is starting to fracture. No wonder Gene Schwekkoen was asking about sound resonance. This technique's power could definitely be further refined. Asterisk, Orochimaru's thoughts trailed off as he struggled to remain conscious. Realizing he might not survive otherwise, he activated a series of survival techniques. When Gene Shui returned to the scene, he found that Orochimaru's original position was now occupied by a snake. Moments later, the snake regurgitated a very disheveled, but alive, Orochimaru. This technique truly leaves one with no recourse, Orochimaru admitted, sprawled on the ground. His entire body was emitting white steam, a side effect of using healing wound destruction on top of his usual substitution and healing techniques. Despite this, the combined measures hadn't fully mitigated the damage he had sustained. However, it's also undeniably exhilarating. And unlike the previous technique, this one is at least within the realm of human comprehension. Gene Schwekkoen, I suspect I'll remember this jutsu for the rest of my life. With that, Orochimaru promptly passed out. He's not dead, right? Gene Schwem muttered, using the finger of his Susanoo to poke the unconscious Orochimaru. Unfortunately, unlike other Sage Mode users, Gene Shue's version didn't grant him enhanced sensory capabilities, leaving him unable to confirm Orochimaru's status without direct contact. Just then, another snake slithered out from Orochimaru's body, swallowing him whole before regurgitating him once more. This time, Orochimaru was awake. So if it seems Gene Schwekkoen has mastered Sage Mode at Ryuchi Cave, how enviable and infuriating. Orochimaru chuckled, his tongue flicking as he forced a grin that could only be described as unsettlingly healthy. This guy's been a complete weirdo from the start, Gene Shui thought, suppressing a shiver. Meanwhile, at Aido's base, Aido sat quietly, having just finished reading 3 books. Before him lay a black, double-spiraled object roughly 80 centimeters long. Neither a sword nor a staff, but something in between. Aido's expression was calm, though his mind was filled with questions about what the object was and how it had come to be. In the corner of the room, however, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were frozen with fear, too terrified to even breathe. White Zetsu. Asterisk, it's small, but that's the Totsuka spear, isn't it? Asterisk. Black Zetsu. Asterisk, stop talking. Let me process this. Asterisk. The two had only stepped out briefly to gather intelligence, but upon returning, they were greeted by the sight of Aido staring at the black object. One glance was all it took for them to recognize it, first as a truth-seeking orb, and then as the Totsuka spear. The revelation left even Black Zetsu too frightened to speak. After a long silence, Aido finally broke the tension. All of this is the will of the Sage of 6 Paths. Though Aido couldn't touch the black object, its mere presence reaffirmed his belief in the righteousness of his ideals. Asterisk, the Sage of 6 Paths? Hagoromo is still alive. Asterisk, for the first time in centuries, Black Zetsu felt genuine panic. Though he lacked sweat glands, he could almost feel himself sweating profusely. In a bustling corner of a vibrant marketplace in the Land of Fire stood a grand and luxurious casino. The atmosphere inside was electric, a cacophony of cheers, groans, the clinking of chips, and the buzz of dice rolling across tables. Amid the crowd, a striking blonde woman wearing a green robe stood out effortlessly. Her beauty and commanding presence were hard to miss. This was Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 Sannin of Konoha. Her hands, more accustomed to wielding medical tools with precision, now firmly gripped a stack of chips as she placed bets with the kind of confidence that could make anyone believe she held the winning hand. Her sharp gaze stayed fixed on the rolling dice with the intensity of a predator eyeing its prey, as if she could predict the outcome with unshakable certainty. But this was all a facade. Tsunade's nickname in the gambling world wasn't the legendary sucker for nothing. True to her reputation, she quickly squandered all the cash she'd brought with her, accumulating yet another pile of gambling debt. Soon after, she was politely but firmly escorted out of the casino. Though Tsunade had the strength to demolish the entire establishment along with its security staff, she adhered to the unspoken rules of gambling, a kind of code she inexplicably loved. And so, She left quietly, respecting their customs. Tsunade-sama, how could you lose all the money we brought again? Beside her, a black-haired young woman with a plain yet earnest appearance stared at their now-empty suitcase, practically pulling her own hair out in frustration. This was Shizune, the niece of Tsunade's late lover, Dan Kato. She had been accompanying Tsunade for many years now, serving as her assistant and voice of reason. Initially, Shizune had been an innocent, obedient girl, but over time, she had grown bold enough to voice her frustration at Tsunade's reckless behavior, especially when her gambling losses left them living worse than wandering rogue ninjas. Still, despite her exasperation, Shizune's respect for Tsunade remained steadfast. She tirelessly helped her mentor with tasks Tsunade either disliked or outright refused to do. Over dinner, Shizune began her usual routine of reporting the news she'd gathered. Tsunade-sama, it seems there's an incredibly talented Uchiha prodigy in Konoha recently. An Uchiha prodigy from a branch family? Now that's a strange turn of phrase, Tsunade muttered, sipping her sake with a puzzled expression. The Uchiha don't have branch and main family divisions, do they? I'm not sure about that, but his name is Uchiha Jin Shui. Apparently, he possesses a Kekkei Genkai similar to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, but even more powerful. It's said that during battle, his eyes display a distinctive red and black symmetrical pattern, Shizune explained. Tsunade nearly choked on her sake, coughing violently as she processed the information. Shizune hurriedly handed her a handkerchief, while Tsunade waved her off. What did you say his name was? And his eyes, what do they look like? Shizune repeated herself patiently. His name is Uchiha Jin Shui, and his Kekkei Genkai manifests as red eyes with black, symmetrical patterns. Unlike the usual tomo of the Sharingan, his eye patterns are entirely different. Bang! Mangekyo Sharingan! Tsunade exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. And you're telling me he's from a branch family? Huh. If he counts as a branch member, then there isn't a single legitimate Uchiha in the entire shinobi world. Whatever. Who cares about their clan politics? Tell me more about this so-called genius. Did he take down a dozen jonin with a single punch? Or maybe he single-handedly destroyed some village's defenses? Well, not quite like that, Shizune replied hesitantly. But during a mission in the Land of Rain, this Uchiha Jin Shui encountered Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Amage Cure. Not only did he survive the encounter, but he also defeated Hanzo outright. I thought it was impossible. Hanzo, the man who once defeated the three Sannin. But judging by your reaction, Tsunade-sama, is it actually plausible? Shizune was genuinely surprised. In her mind, someone like Hanzo, who had once bested Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru simultaneously, was practically invincible. How could a 12-year-old defeat him? First of all, you're making a mistake, Shizune, Tsunade began, raising a finger. Hanzo defeating us back, then doesn't mean he could defeat us now. Then again, I'm basically useless these days, Tsunade said, taking another sip of sake. But Jiraiya or Orochimaru, I doubt that old man could take either of them down now, let alone if they teamed up. Ever since developing her hemophobia, Tsunade's combat effectiveness had plummeted. However, her keen intellect and judgment remained sharp. You probably can't fully grasp the sheer versatility of those two, just from what I've told you. But suffice it to say, if the present-day Hanzo were to face them together, he'd probably have to pray for Jiraiya to show him mercy for old time's sake. And that's assuming his strength hasn't declined with age. Now, that said, losing to the Mangekyo Sharingan isn't exactly shameful. My grandfather told me stories about it over 30 years ago. I've forgotten most of the details, but that term, I'll never forget it. Although Senju Hashirama had passed away when Tsunade was only 3, she still retained fragments of his stories. The two names he mentioned most frequently, besides her grandmother's, were Uchiha Madara and the Mangekyo Sharingan, often in connection with a term she vaguely remembered, Susanoo. While she couldn't recall the specifics of Susanoo, she did remember her grandfather describing the Mangekyo Sharingan as a more powerful version of the Sharingan, identifiable by its unique patterns. In Tsunade's mind, the Mangekyo Sharingan was synonymous with power comparable to her grandfather's. Though she understood that the effectiveness of any ability depended on the user, She believed some powers couldn't be rendered weak no matter how poorly they were utilized, unless the wielder was truly incompetent. After finishing her meal and sake, Tsunade said, "So, Shizen, there's no need to worry about the village. Get a good night's rest." But Tsunade-sama, with the fourth Hokage gone, even without the yellow flash, Konoha hasn't lost its foundation. It's not like the other villages have suddenly become stronger. Konoha's strength doesn't hinge on a single Kage-level ninja. And if push comes to shove, Tsunade's thoughts drifted to her granduncle, Tobarama Senju, and the morally questionable jutsu he had invented. While Konoha refrained from using such techniques out of humanitarian principles, desperate times could easily override such concerns. In any case, just the existence of a Mangekyo Sharingan capable of defeating Hanzo is enough to make the other villages think twice before making a move on Konoha. Who knows? That boy who shares Madara's name might truly have the potential to sweep through the shinobi world like Madara himself once did. "I see. I trust you, Tsunade-sama," Shizen replied earnestly. The village hidden in the leaves, Hokage's office. Designated mission. This was the first time Makoto had been summoned directly to the Hokage's office for a mission. Hearing the third Hokage mention a designated mission, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why specifically pick me? No matter how you look at it, I'm just a genin, right? That may be true, but there's no rule that says a genin can't be chosen. And considering your current reputation, Makoto-kun, no one would mistake you for an ordinary genin. Of course, in this type of mission, the ninja rank doesn't affect the reward. After all, it's up to you to agree to this mission or not. The third Hokage said, taking a puff of his pipe. "If you ask my honest opinion, Makoto-kun, you'd best accept this mission. While it does involve a long journey, it will undoubtedly bring you immense prestige. Moreover, the reward offered by the client is exceptionally generous. To tell the truth, even I'm a bit envious of the payment. They're offering enough to buy plenty of premium tobacco," he joked with a chuckle. "A long journey? How long are we talking?" "Honestly, I've got a friend's kid's 100-day banquet to attend in a month," Makoto replied. The casual tone of the third Hokage made him relax a little, as if he were chatting with a laid-back elder in the village. Normally, personal matters like this wouldn't be a valid reason to turn down a mission. A month? You could circle the entire ninja world in that time. The third Hokage quipped. "By the way, Makoto-kun, do you know anything about the Land of Snow?" "The Land of Snow? That small country covered in snow? I think their daimyo is named Fubuki Kazahana, right? I've also heard the glaciers there are quite beautiful." Makoto had some memories about the Land of Snow from his previous life. It was the setting of a certain movie. The story took place in the Land of Snow. If I recall, their technology was pretty advanced. Chakra armor, a machine capable of altering the environment. Wait, hold on, wasn't the Land of Snow's plot tied to a backstory that happened more than a decade before the main series? Didn't Kakashi save the princess there when she was a child? No way. Could it be that coincidental? The story of the Princess Ninja Chronicles took place before Sasuke defected, when Naruto and Sasuke were 12, and young Kakashi saving the Snow Country princess happened 10+ years before that. Considering that the fourth Hokage was likely already gone by then, the timeline of the coup in the Land of Snow should line up pretty much with now, right? "Lord Hokage, the mission you're assigning me, don't tell me it's about protecting some big shot in the Land of Snow? Ordinary people wouldn't go out of their way to spend so much to hire someone from the Hidden Leaf," Makoto speculated. "Something like that, but it's a bit more complicated. The client wants you to go to the capital of the Land of Snow and protect the daimyo's family. There should be more specific details, but they'll have to explain those to you themselves. To be honest, according to my intelligence, there's likely some unrest brewing in the Land of Snow. If I were assigning this mission to someone else, I'd warn them to be cautious. But with you, Makoto-kun, I don't think too much caution is necessary. There's no one there who could rival Hanzo of the Salamander." True, Makoto thought to himself. At best, they probably have 1 or 2 Jonin-level fighters and a few Chunin, and even those rely on technology to bolster their strength. It's a mission that even Kakashi running on fumes could handle with Team 7. If I go, it's like fishing in a barrel. If the opponents had some strange or unique techniques, Makoto might have felt differently. But the enemies in the Land of Snow were so standard, Even if their entire village attacked at once, they couldn't stop one great fire annihilation. Fine, free money is free money. But there's still one issue. How long does this protection last? It's not a monthly contract, is it? If the mission dragged on too long, the seemingly generous reward would lose its appeal. That's hard to say. Long-term missions aren't uncommon for shinobi. However, the daimyo of the Land of Snow would likely consider the Fire Country daimyo stance, so they wouldn't truly assign Leaf shinobi to protect their people indefinitely. There's a bit of political sensitivity involved. That said, if negotiations during the mission allocation phase break down, you can refuse the task, and the village will send someone else in your place. Of course, if that happens, since you wouldn't have truly accepted the mission, you wouldn't receive any payment. Understood. In that case, I'll accept it for now. When do I leave? According to the envoys from the Land of Snow, as soon as possible, the third Hokage replied. All right, I'll depart this afternoon. Haha, that's excellent. It will also show the Land of Snow how efficient we are in the Hidden Leaf, the third Hokage said, stamping a document with his seal. In fact, the Land of Snow had originally designated Kakashi Hitaki, the renowned genius ninja of the Leaf. However, weighing the potential political benefits of sending Makoto instead, and considering Kakashi's current duties, the third Hokage took the initiative to recommend Makoto. Upon hearing of Makoto's exploits, the envoys from the Land of Snow readily agreed to the change and even added a bonus to the payment. Soon after, Makoto met the client for this mission, the envoy from the Land of Snow. Is this really Uchiha-sama? Only 12 years old? Forgive me for saying this, but your appearance and demeanor seem far more mature than your age. Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. But let's discuss the mission details. To be honest, I have other commitments in a month. So if this mission cannot be completed within that time, it will be very inconvenient for me. Makoto decided to be upfront. He didn't want to interrupt his work for personal matters, nor did he want to break his promise to his friend, even if attending a 100-day banquet only took a few hours. He and that friend hadn't even spoken much up to this point. Well, a month. But just the journey back to the Land of Snow will take about 10 days. Just give me a map and the item to prove I've taken up your request. For me, reaching the Land of Snow is just a day's trip at most. A day. Hiss. The envoy from the Land of Snow drew in a sharp breath. As expected of a genius ninja from the strongest village. Given the urgency on our side, we'll follow your suggestion, Uchiha-sama. After receiving the proof of mission acceptance and a detailed map, Makoto used his lunch break to plan his route. That afternoon, he officially set out. As soon as he left the Hidden Leaf, Zetsu emerged once more. He's finally left the village again. Time to arrange for Aido to make contact with him. By a remote pond in the Land of Fire, a spiky-haired man with white hair was crouched down, his eyes gleaming as he stared intently at a peculiar-looking toad. The intensity of his gaze made the seemingly harmless little creature feel uneasy. Stare. Finally, the toad decided to surrender. Fine, you win. I admit it. I'm what you humans call a summoning beast. Ha ha. I knew it. With my years of experience dealing with toads, there's no way I'd mistake an ordinary toad for a summoning beast. Come on, form a summoning contract with me. Following the great Jiraiya-sama is a deal you definitely won't regret. Jiraiya gave a wide grin and a confident thumbs up, leaving the palm-sized toad speechless. A summoning contract? What's in it for me? What's in it for you? Oh, you'll gain plenty. Jiraiya chuckled slyly. I can take you to an amazing place, full of beautiful and powerful lady toads. Beautiful and powerful lady toads? For real. Of course it's real. Have you ever heard of Mount Myaboku? I'm their top human guest. I can take you there to feast your eyes and live the good life. Well, at least for you toads. That kind of thing isn't exactly my scene. Mount Myaboku? Impressive. All right, I toad couldn't agree. But let me make it clear. I'm not much of a fighter, so don't expect me to help you in battles. Not long after, Jiraiya successfully signed a contract with the little toad. Battle strength doesn't matter. I, Jiraiya-sama, am not the kind of ninja who relies solely on summoning beasts. That's not the point. The point is, from now on, we're buddies. Ha ha ha. Encountering such a seemingly intelligent summoning beast at a random pond made Jiraiya feel like his luck was finally turning around. And it wasn't long before he learned about Toadkuin's unique abilities. What did you just say? You can establish a contract link that ignores distance, allowing us to share real-time vision and hearing. And you can also conceal your presence. That's right. Is there a problem? Don't tell me you think my abilities are weak, and now you want to back out. Let me warn you, my presence concealment is top-notch. If you hadn't happened to see me, you'd never have found me in your entire life. And now that the contract is signed, it's too late to back out. Now, hurry up and take me to Mount Myaboku. Mount Myaboku wasn't just a revered sanctuary for summoning beasts among ninjas. It held an almost mythical status in the minds of toads. This was the primary reason Toadkuin agreed to sign the contract. Beautiful toads at Mount Myaboku, he was already daydreaming about a paradise-like scene. No way. I would never cancel the contract. Are you kidding? Your abilities are incredible. Not even Mount Myaboku has a toad as amazing as you. Ha ha ha. It seems my intelligence-gathering capabilities are about to level up. Let's go to Mount Myaboku. In truth, Jiraiya already had summoning toads specifically for intelligence gathering, such as the gourd toad. The gourd toad could use a secret technique to pull Jiraiya into its internal space, which was completely isolated from the outside world by a barrier. So far, no enemy had ever detected Jiraiya while he was hiding inside the gourd toad. But even with the gourd toad's capabilities, Jiraiya was astounded by Toadkuin's abilities. Real-time sensory sharing meant he could gather intelligence without ever leaving his location. And if Toadkuin encountered danger while gathering information, Jiraiya could immediately sense it and summon him back to safety. This is essentially a zero-risk intelligence-gathering ability. I've never seen such a powerful support-type summoning beast. Shortly afterward, Jiraiya summoned a large tiger-striped toad with a loyalty kanji etched on its neck. Jiraiya, what's the matter? Toadchu, I made a new friend. He's also a toad, so I thought I'd bring him to Mount Myaboku to check it out. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, Toadkuin leaped onto his head. Jiraiya also noticed just how agile and quick this seemingly small toad really was. With speed like that, his tracking abilities must also be top tier. Toadchu finally noticed Toadkuin's presence and turned to him. Feeling Toadchu's gaze, Toadkuin enthusiastically introduced himself. Hey there, big guy. I'm Toadkuin. Let's get along from now on. I'm Toadchu from Mount Myaboku. Nice to meet you. After a brief exchange, Toadchu brought Jiraiya and Toadkuin to Mount Myaboku through reverse summoning. About 20 minutes after Jiraiya and the two toads left, a swift figure passed by the pond. At this pace, I'll reach the land of snow in about 12 hours. But that's a bit exhausting. I'll find a place to rest later. As Makoto sped past the area, Zetsu's black and white face emerged from the trunk of a nearby tree. What's with this Uchiha Makoto? Is he running to reincarnate or something? He wasn't this fast last time. Stop complaining. Hurry up, or we'll lose track of him if he goes beyond our sensory range. Black Zetsu sounded equally frustrated. What kind of urgent mission required Makoto to move at this ridiculous speed? Never mind. Let's follow him to his destination first. Thanks to their mayfly technique, they managed to keep up, but just barely. Even so, they were essentially eating Makoto's dust. While in pursuit, Black Zetsu suddenly heard White Zetsu raise a question in his mind. Hey, have you considered something? What? Our mayfly technique. It's not very fast in certain environments. What if he goes somewhere like that? Black Zetsu finally realized the issue. The mayfly technique relied on connecting with underground water streams and plant root networks to move quickly. If Makoto's path took him through deserts, glaciers, or other harsh terrains, their tracking speed would be severely hindered. While the mayfly technique could still work in such conditions, it would slow to a crawl, making it almost impossible to keep up. This tracking method is far too unstable. And if Makoto just drops into his destination and leaves again, all our efforts will be for nothing. Although Obito's Kimui was a space-time ability, it essentially involved moving between the real world and a separate dimension. Without prior markings or direct knowledge of Makoto's current position, it wasn't a reliable option for instant transportation. Furthermore, Obito wasn't even aware of their current pursuit. By the time they caught up to Makoto and informed Obito, too many variables could have changed. After some thought, Black Zetsu decided to take a different approach. We'll track down a client for this mission. Makoto may be fast, but his client isn't. Most likely, the client is still on the main road outside the Hidden Leaf. We'll gather information from them and decide our next move. That sounds much better than blindly chasing him. But how do we identify which one is his client? Simple, Black Zetsu chuckled. With Makoto's current level of strength, only an A rank or S rank mission would require his involvement. So the client is likely a wealthy individual or official who just left the Hidden Leaf without any ninja escort. It shouldn't take long to narrow it down. That does make sense. White Zetsu then raised another question. But what if this mission was directly issued by the Hidden Leaf? Then we'll wait for the next chance. All right, fair enough. Later that night, with the envoy's caravan from the Land of Snow, the man who had met Makoto earlier in the day was now visibly relaxed. With a ninja of that caliber protecting us, the Lord can rest easy. Indeed, another person chimed in. I've heard that Uchiha Makoto is remarkable. At just 12 years old, he single-handedly defeated Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Hidden Rain Village. That's the same Hanzo who once defeated the legendary Sannin. If you ask me, Uchiha Makoto's strength might even surpass the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Regardless of how strong he is, as long as he helps our Lord, that's all that matters. After all, his strength doesn't concern the Land of Snow. You're absolutely right. No matter how powerful he is, he's still a shinobi of the Land of Fire. It has nothing to do with us. That's where you're wrong. Only then did the caravan leader realize that a man in a black robe and an orange, spiral-patterned mask had appeared beside them. Are you a ninja? Correct. But I'm in a bit of a hurry, so forgive me. Aido activated his Sharingan and cast a Genjutsu, instantly taking control of the man. Within moments, he extracted the information he needed. After eliminating the entire caravan and using a fire release technique to destroy all evidence, Aido muttered, I see. So Makoto's mission is to protect the daimyo's family in the Land of Snow. That means he'll stay there for a while. This is indeed a good opportunity to make contact. Black and White Zetsu emerged from the ground. Well, it wasn't a waste of half a day after all, White Zetsu remarked. So what's the next step? What else? We head to the Land of Snow, of course. I can't wait to meet this Uchiha Makoto. Let's see if he can be an ally on my path to peace. If not, I'll have to find a way to eliminate him. He's not someone to be taken lightly. The next morning, 10 a.m., in the capital of the Land of Snow. Phew, finally made it to the destination. Now, where's that map of the city? The glaciers and snowy scenery of the Land of Snow were indeed breathtaking, but Makoto didn't have the time to appreciate them. He sifted through the documents he'd brought and quickly found the map marking the mission location. Judging from this city's condition, it seems the coup in the Land of Snow hasn't started yet. Never mind that for now. First, I need to visit Fubuki Kazahana's residence. To save time, Makoto didn't bother with a formal visit. Instead, he infiltrated Fubuki Kazahana's castle using traditional ninja stealth techniques. At that moment, Fubuki Kazahana was reviewing financial documents. The sudden appearance of Makoto, who jumped in through the window, startled the middle-aged man. Who are you? Greetings, Lord Daimyo of the Land of Snow. I'm Uchiha Makoto from the Hidden Leaf. Here are the proof of mission acceptance from your envoy and the Hokage's signed assignment scroll. From the Hidden Leaf? But how is this possible? It's only been a few days. Fubuki Kazahana examined the proof and documents, already 70% convinced, though he couldn't fathom how someone could travel such a long distance so quickly. Your envoy only arrived at the Hidden Leaf yesterday. However, to demonstrate the utmost importance we place on this mission, I traveled here at maximum speed. It seems my efforts paid off. Maximum speed, as expected of a ninja from the strongest hidden village. Despite being a daimyo and Makoto being a ninja, Fubuki Kazahana showed no arrogance. This wasn't due to fear of a large nation, but rather his own humble personality. Focused more on developing machines to improve the Land of Snow's environment, Fubuki Kazahana's mindset was closer to that of an engineer than a politician. Well then, Ninja-sama, please proceed to my home and protect my family. The details should already be outlined in the mission request. Essentially, yes. But there's one thing I'd like to confirm. How long is this protection supposed to last? The duration. Fubuki Kazahana hesitated. He didn't know the answer himself. He was aware that someone was targeting the Land of Snow, but didn't know who the mastermind was or when they might act. I'm sorry, but even I can't say for sure. How about this? Every 2 weeks, we'll increase the initial payment by 30%. Would that be acceptable to you? The Land of Snow wasn't wealthy, but they could manage to afford a mission fee. For the safety of his family, Fubuki Kazahana was willing to spare no expense. A 30% increase every 2 weeks. That's a very tempting offer. If we settle payments bi-weekly, then fine. I'll take this mission. Somewhere amidst the icy plains of the Land of Snow, there lay a small hidden village called Yuki Village. However, in terms of strength, this village was far from being on par with the likes of the great ninja villages, such as Konoha or Kumogakure. In fact, it even fell short compared to minor ninja villages like Kusagakure, which were already insignificant when compared to the major powers. Within one of Yuki Village's buildings, a tall man who bore a striking resemblance to the daimyo of the Land of Snow was seated, his expression stern as he studied the intelligence report handed over by Snow Ninja. This Snow Ninja was named Ruganadar. With the aid of a tool called the chakra armor, coupled with secret techniques developed specifically for the frigid climate of the Land of Snow, Ruganadar could exhibit strength rivaling that of Jonin from larger ninja villages, though only in snowy or glacial terrain. For a place like the Land of Snow, where even competent chunin were a rarity, this made him a formidable figure. Yet despite his status, Ruganadar now sat respectfully before the tall man. This man's identity and strength were equally extraordinary. He was Kazahana Dotu, the younger brother of the Land of Snow's daimyo, Kazahana Fubuki. Not only did he hold a prestigious position, but he also possessed combat strength comparable to Ruganadar's and unparalleled scientific acumen. The very existence of Yuki Village as a so-called ninja village depended entirely on the chakra armor developed by Kazahana Dotu. After a long silence, Ruganadar spoke up. "My lord, the daimyo of the Land of Snow has hired a ninja from the Hidden Leaf. Judging by the size of the convoy sent to fetch them, it's highly likely that one or more jonin are among the hired shinobi. To be honest, jonin from a leaf, they're a bit of a headache for us." "A headache? And what if we were to ambush the leaf ninja on the icy plains?" Hearing Kazahana Dota's question, Ruganadar quickly responded, "If we can use the terrain to our advantage, our chances of success would increase significantly. If we can properly set up an ambush, it's not impossible to eliminate them entirely. However, the strength of the Leaf's jonin is not just in their combat skills. Their overall capabilities are extremely high. There's no guarantee they'd fall into our trap. And if we try to ambush them on the main road, the chances of success would be even slimmer." At this, Kazahana Dota's expression grew darker. He frowned deeply. "What are you trying to say? Losing your nerve before the fight even begins? That's not like you. What I mean is we'll need additional funds." Bang! Kazahana Dotu slammed the table in frustration. So this bastard just wants money. For a moment, he thought the situation might actually be unsalvageable. "Fine, triple the payment. If you can eliminate the ninjas sent by the Hidden Leaf, I'll triple your reward." Hearing this, Ruganadar's expression immediately brightened. "With those terms, everything can be arranged." No. Sometimes being too confident is not a good thing. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared beside Kazahana Dotu and Ruganadar. "HM? Who are you?" Both Kazahana Dotu and Ruganadar instantly assumed combat stances, but the intruder seemed completely unfazed. After all, for Uchiha Aido, dealing with these two would be child's play. How foolish. The Hidden Leaf Ninja have already been in the Land of Snow for 3 days, and you're still sitting here discussing how to ambush them. Don't spout nonsense. The journey from the Land of Fire to the Land of Snow takes at least a week. Even if the Leaf Ninja were unusually fast, it's absolutely impossible for them to have arrived 3 days ago. Although Aido's display of power suggested he wasn't weak, his words struck a nerve with Ruganadar. Not only did they diminish Ruganadar's credibility, but they also insulted Yuki Village's intelligence department. This could damage Kazahana Dota's perception of Yuki Village, a situation Ruganadar could not afford. It's so difficult to communicate with idiots. I'm starting to think you're too stupid to be of any use to me. Since that's the case, why don't you just shut up for a while?" Ruganadar had been ready to fight, But as soon as he caught sight of the three-tomo Sharingan in Obito's eyes, he realized his mistake. What? Uchiha! The moment he saw the Sharingan, Ryuga instinctively raised his kunai to attack. However, before he could do anything, he was caught in Obito's Jinjutsu and collapsed to the ground in less than a second. Why do people always reach for their weapons first? It's such an extreme reaction, Obito said mockingly. Kazahana Dotu, watching from the side, broke out in a cold sweat at the scene. Who are you? Why are you doing this? You don't need to know much. All you need to do is follow my instructions. I exist outside the ninja village system, so don't think you can use your status to pressure me. Casually seating himself in the spot Ryuga had just vacated, Obito continued. The ninja sent by the Hidden Leaf is named Uchiha Makoto. He's a skilled shinobi, one whose strength is comparable to mine. In direct combat, you stand no chance. So, you'll need to employ non-ninja methods. Non-ninja methods? Could it be? Piecing together Obito's earlier comment about using status, Kazahana Dotu began to form an idea. It seems you caught on to my meaning. Yes, make this young and talented shinobi witness the filth of this ninja world. Meanwhile, Obito thought to himself, first, let him develop negative feelings toward this hellish world and its flawed systems. Then, when I approach him, the results will be far better than if I tried to make contact directly. In Obito's mind, he was helping Makoto quickly come to terms with the harsh truths of this cruel world. Whether or not those truths were deliberately orchestrated by someone didn't concern him. As for Yuki Village, while the ninjas here are weak, they do have their uses in certain situations. At that moment, black and white Zetsu emerged from the ground and quietly informed Obito, there's a problem. Uchiha Makoto is suddenly heading toward Yuki Village. What's he going to Yuki Village for? Obito racked his brain, but couldn't figure out Makoto's intentions. Normally, a ninja on a mission would avoid unnecessary contact with other villages. Wouldn't they? What is he doing? Damn it, this could complicate things. Despite his confusion and frustration, Obito quickly activated Kimui and disappeared without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Land of Snow, according to the map provided by the daimyo, my shadow clone should be arriving around now. A shadow clone should be enough for this, right? After determining the location of Yuki Village, Makoto had immediately created a shadow clone and sent it there. As for why he sent a shadow clone, it wasn't just because he needed to stay behind to protect the mission target. The reason was much simpler. The shadow clone jutsu was designed for reconnaissance in the first place, wasn't it? Unlike Konoha, Yuki Village lacked protective barriers, relying instead on an outer wall made of ice bricks. For Makoto's shadow clone, such a rudimentary wall posed no obstacle. It wasn't because he was overwhelmingly powerful. Rather, he simply walked through the front gate, bypassing the need to deal with a wall entirely. However, the guard stationed at the gate were not about to let him stroll in so easily. Hey, who are you? Before the snow ninja could finish his sentence, he fell silent. Makoto's shadow clone had already activated his Sharingan. The other gatekeepers suffered a similar fate, collapsing under the effects of the Jinjutsu. Only the initial guard remained conscious, left to provide Makoto's shadow clone with the information he needed. Do you know Ryuga or Kazahana Dotu? Where are they? Lord Dotu just arrived here today. He's likely discussing something with Lord Nadar. The meeting should be taking place in that conical building over there. Good. As a reward, you could take a break. With those words, the last guard collapsed as well, marking the success of Makoto's shadow clone's infiltration. Meanwhile, inside the meeting room, Kazahana Dotu was still bewildered by Obito's sudden disappearance. After confirming several times that the masked man was truly gone, he helped Ryuga to his feet and woke him up. Where's that masked man? Where did he go? Ryuga first question upon regaining consciousness was about Obito, but to his surprise, their village was about to receive another unexpected visitor. The masked man? What are you talking about? Hearing the mention of a masked man, Makoto's shadow clone immediately lost interest in the mission involving the Land of Snow. He cut straight to the point. Compared to Obito, this mission in the Land of Snow is utterly insignificant. And who's this shorty? Wait a second, your eyes. Damn it, Not another Uchiha. Within 10 minutes, Ryuga, previously an unremarkable figure in the grand scheme of the ninja world, found himself subjected to a second Sharingan Jinjutsu. Kazahana Dotu, on the other hand, remained relatively calm. As the brother of the Land of Snow's daimyo, he wasn't a ninja, and seeing the hidden leaf forehead protector on Makoto's shadow clone assured him that his life wasn't in danger. For now, that was enough to keep him composed. And you must be Lord Kazahana Doto, correct? That's me. Are you a ninja from the hidden leaf? Then you should know that trespassing into another country's ninja village is a serious offense, Doto said with a hint of menace in his voice, as if he truly had the power to pressure Konoha. Trespassing into another country's ninja village. Yes, I admit this is my fault. Hearing the shadow clone apologize, Doto felt a small sense of triumph. However, his satisfaction was short-lived. But this snow ninja just mentioned a masked man who may be connected to the death of our village's fourth Hokage. So, Sumamason, Sharingan, Jinjutsu, you. After about a minute of quick interrogation through Jinjutsu, Makoto's shadow clone dumped both Dodo and Ryuga into chairs. Without hesitation, he produced a reverse summoning scroll and summoned Makoto's main body. Oh, looks like something's up, Makoto said as he appeared in a puff of smoke. He immediately dispelled the shadow clone, receiving all the information it had gathered. Ah, so Aido's been keeping an eye on me since the mission in the Land of Rain, huh? Well, I thought I'd stir up a little trouble, but turns out I caught a big fish instead. Makoto quickly activated his Susanoo, allowing it to enter Sage mode before rendering it invisible. After taking a deep breath, he raised his voice to the seemingly empty air around him. I'm guessing you're still watching me from nearby, right? Since I've already noticed your presence, there's no point in hiding anymore. Why don't you come out while I'm still willing to talk things over calmly, before I piece together what you said earlier and get angry? Makoto had no way of knowing if Aido and Zetsu were still in the area, but bluffing cost him nothing. And if it worked, as you wish. Realizing that further concealment was unnecessary, Aido chose to step forward. Though Zetsu had also been mentioned, it opted not to reveal itself alongside Aido. Aido appeared wearing a high-collared robe commonly seen among the Uchiha, with the clan's signature flame-patterned fan strapped to his back. His face was obscured by an orange mask with black swirl patterns, and he left his hood down. His appearance differed from any version of Aido Makoto had imagined, but Makoto didn't dwell on it. After all, he hadn't expected his bluff to actually draw Aido out. It felt almost as absurd as fooling paranoid players into falling for Kamui traps. Feigning a solemn demeanor, Makoto said, "That mask, so you're the one who released the Nine Tails that night. Who are you, and why are you targeting the Hidden Leaf?" The Hidden Leaf? You disappoint me. I had hoped someone who inherited my power would have a broader perspective, but you're just as dull and foolish as the rest. Hearing Aido's attempt to pose as Madara, Makoto couldn't help but inwardly laugh. Your power? Who are you to claim that I inherited your power? Oh, as an Uchiha, do you not recognize the flame-patterned fan on my back? And tell me, who else besides me, Uchiha Madara, could summon and control the Nine Tails? You're claiming to be Uchiha Madara? Makoto feigned confusion, prompting Aido to double down. I am Uchiha Madara. Impressive. In that case, show me a 200-meter-tall perfect Susanoo. If you can't, how can you call yourself Uchiha Madara? Although, considering you might have been crippled by Senju Hashirama, I'll lower the bar a little. Makoto raised a single middle finger. How about 100 meters? That should be trivial for someone claiming to be Madara. If you can't even manage that, you're just a joke. Unwilling to believe me? How unfortunate. Though my body is aged and my strength greatly diminished, I am none other than Uchiha Madara. Old age and declining strength? That's a convenient excuse. But has anyone ever told you that the chakra in your right eye seems awfully similar to that of a certain genius ninja from the Hidden Leaf? In truth, Makoto's sensory abilities weren't precise enough to detect such details. But that didn't stop him from bluffing. Hearing Makoto mention his right eye and a certain genius ninja from the Hidden Leaf, Aido's heart sank. Wait a minute, could he mean, you're Uchiha Aido from the Hidden Leaf, aren't you? What? You? How could you possibly know that? Even though Aido prided himself on having severed ties with his past and resolutely walking his chosen path, being named outright by Makoto still left him momentarily shaken. "It seems you really are Uchiha Aido," Makoto said with a dry chuckle. "Sometimes it's hard to understand how someone can change so drastically in such a short period of time. But think about what you've been doing. Have you ever considered the possibility that the hell you experienced was orchestrated by someone else? That it was all staged for you? The circumstances from back then were a little too convenient, almost suspiciously so." While Makoto had no concrete evidence to prove that Uchiha Madara had orchestrated Rin's death, that didn't stop him from stirring the pot. Orchestrated? Aido lowered his head as though lost in thought. Nearby, Black Zetsu, who had been silently observing, grew visibly uneasy. If Aido were to be swayed here, it would mean yet another delay in his plans. However, what Makoto didn't expect was Aido's next move, a bizarre and unexpected gesture. Aido raised his hand to his face and crushed his mask, revealing a face marred by severe scarring. What's going on? Why did he break his mask? This unmasking Aido was different from the one Makoto remembered from the Fourth Great Ninja War. For one, this Aido's left eye was tightly shut. Then, Makoto heard Aido speak, his voice carrying a heavy, resolute tone. So what if it was planned? And so what if it wasn't? Does that change the fundamental nature of this world? Even if Rin were somehow brought back to life, she would only suffer in this dark, chaotic, hellish world. A world filled with despair has no value in existing. As he spoke, Aido's conviction only grew stronger. Even the Sage of Six Paths supports what I'm doing. He must have given up all hope for this wretched world as well. I see. What's going on with this guy? Isn't Aido supposed to waver in his conviction until the Fourth Great Ninja War? Could it be that losing Minato and Kushina so recently has made him unusually ruthless right now? Whatever the reason, if that's how you feel, Makoto's expression hardened, his voice cold. Then there's no need to reason with you any further. Drown in your self-righteous delusions. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Makoto swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a massive sea of flames in Aido's direction. This was the first time since becoming a ninja that Makoto had initiated an attack with the intent to kill. You still like using wide-range attacks to dominate the field, but unfortunately for you, that won't work against me, Aido said calmly. Though the flames engulfed his figure, Aido remained untouched, standing in the midst of the fire as though it were an illusion. "Ah, the annoying intangibility trick," Makoto muttered, his tone tinged with irritation. Hearing this, Aido raised an eyebrow. "I'm curious. How do you know about my ability? The fourth Hokage didn't have the chance to pass on any information about me before his death." "Oh," Makoto smirked. "Are you certain he was in your sight the entire time? For the yellow flash, passing on intelligence takes only an instant. In truth, the fourth Hokage hadn't passed on any information at all. In fact, no one, not even Hiruzen Sarutobi, had gotten a proper look at Aido that night. Makoto's entire deduction was nothing more than fabricated nonsense, spoken with confidence to keep Aido guessing. That's troublesome," Aido muttered, his expression darkening. For a ninja, information was often the deciding factor in battle. Aido had no way of knowing how much the fourth Hokage had deduced about him, nor how much of that information had been shared. And of course, he couldn't possibly guess that the real answer was none. Aido did, however, know one thing for certain. The fourth Hokage hadn't figured out the duration of his intangibility. Their battle had been too brief, only a couple of exchanges, before the Hokage managed to defeat him. That will be my key advantage, among others. Aido still had several trump cards up his sleeve. This confidence in his hidden strategies was why he dared to stay and fight, even with his intangibility partially exposed and facing an opponent stronger than him in raw combat ability. Within less than a minute of maintaining his intangibility, Aido utilized Kini to phase through the sea of flames and appeared directly beside Makoto, aiming to strike him while he was still weaving hand seals. But just as Aido closed in on Makoto's main body, he noticed something unusual. Makoto had drawn two kunai from his pouch, both of which looked slightly different from standard kunai. In the same moment, Makoto threw one of the kunai, identical in design to the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god kunai, toward Aido, while stabbing the other into the ground. Seeing the flying thunder god kunai flying toward his intangible self, Aido sneered. A flying thunder god kunai? How pathetic. The same trick won't work on me twice. Aido phased through Makoto's position, deliberately avoiding what he assumed was the setup for a flying thunder god second step attack. He must be feeling pretty pleased with himself right now, Makoto thought, observing Aido closely. Dodging what he thinks is a repeat of the move that defeated him must feel like sweet revenge. Too bad that flying thunder god kunai was nothing but bait. In truth, Makoto didn't know how to use the flying thunder god technique, let alone its advanced second step. The kunai he had thrown was merely a decoy, intended to lure Aido into a false sense of security. As Aido passed through Makoto's position, Makoto turned around with a look of feigned shock, as though caught off guard. Meanwhile, Aido had already rematerialized, his hand outstretched and less than 20 centimeters from Makoto's torso. It's over, Aido declared confidently. His Kamui began to activate, and the space around Makoto started to distort. But in that instant, Makoto's form vanished from Aido's sight, just as the fourth Hokage had done years ago. Not good, Aido thought, alarmed. Unbeknownst to him, a kunai wrapped in cloth had been hidden in the ground, its sealing tag activating upon contact with the earth. It was a kunai imbued with a reverse summoning seal, made possible through a combination of Makoto's ingenuity and advanced sealing techniques. Makoto reappeared behind Aido, his form now cloaked in the glowing armor of the Susanoo. Aido, having just exited an offensive move, was temporarily unable to phase, leaving him vulnerable. Kana! Makoto shouted. This feeling. No, there's no way I could fall to the same technique. Makoto's invisible Susanoo blade struck cleanly, slicing through Aido's midsection with brutal precision. Blood sprayed through the air as both Aido and Makoto fell back to the ground. Good thing I've trained myself to handle scenes like this, thought Makoto, steadying himself. Through repeated genjutsu-induced training, he had built up a resistance to the shock of gore and carnage. The sight before him, a mangled Aido, with only the upper half of his body writhing feebly on the ground, didn't paralyze him as it might have in the past. Even so, Makoto wasn't about to let his guard down. He pressed forward for the finishing blow. Manipulating the lingering power of inorganic reincarnation, he summoned 6 slender stone spears from the earth, each imbued with sage energy, and drove them upward, piercing what remained of Aido's body. His vitality is unreal, Makoto thought, astonished to find Aido still alive. Without hesitation, Makoto activated his Susanoo once more, raising its colossal blade. This time, he intended to split Aido's remaining body in half, vertically. As Makoto brought the blade down, he spoke coldly. Your death will bring at least 30 years of relative peace to the ninja world. That is the greatest contribution you can make to its future. The blade was mere inches from slicing Aido in two when Makoto suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger. It was a feeling he couldn't quite describe, but one he couldn't ignore. Whatever the enemy's next move was, Makoto had no intention of taking unnecessary risks. Perfect Susanoo. Makoto instantly activated his perfect Susanoo, retreating his true body to the safety of the cockpit, high above, over 100 meters from the ground. From this elevated position, he manipulated the Susanoo to stomp heavily on the ground several times and drove its massive blade into the earth, ensuring no enemy could approach unnoticed. At the same time, Aido, who had just extended an arm from the ground using hiding like a mole technique, was forced to phase into intangibility once again to avoid being crushed. Makoto quickly pieced together what had just happened. Izanagi huh? So that writhing earlier wasn't just a death spasm. It was a distraction to cover his hand seals. Makoto's mind raced. Izanagi, one of the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular techniques, could rewrite reality itself, turning even death into an illusion at the cost of permanently losing the light in one Sharingan. Yet he's still able to use Kimi, Makoto noted. That means it was his left eye that he sacrificed. Sure enough, Aido's left eye, previously closed, was now open, its once vibrant color replaced by a dull, milky white. It was unmistakably the sign of a blinded Sharingan. So he came prepared. Lucky for me, I'm still one step ahead. But seriously, Uchiha Madara's combat instincts were really this sharp? I sensed his counterattack before it even materialized. That wasn't me. That was definitely my cheat. Makoto silently praised whatever divine intervention was at play. This is better than any over-budgeted plot armor. Meanwhile, Aido found himself glaring up at the enormous, fully formed Susanoo towering over him. Even though he was still in the invincibility window of his Anaji, the sight of the 100-meter-tall construct left him grinding his teeth in frustration. He couldn't even reach it. To make matters worse, Makoto's knowledge of his Anaji rendered one of Aido's key advantages moot. The ability to exploit the technique's effects without his opponent realizing had always been a critical part of his strategy. Now, faced with an opponent who not only knew about his Anaji, but also anticipated his every move, Aido couldn't help but feel an oppressive sense of helplessness. At that moment, Zetsu appeared beside Aido, enveloping him in the black mass of its body, stabilizing his injured form. Zetsu, save your strength, Aido. You can't afford to die here. You haven't even told me what your true plan is yet, and your mission isn't over. You must survive. Zetsu's words reignited Aido's determination. You're right. No matter how difficult or hopeless it seems, I can't fall here. Glaring up at Makoto, who remained perched in his massive Susanoo high above, Aido growled, Uchiha Makoto, you. Boom. Before Aido could finish his sentence, a devastating slash from Makoto's perfect Susanoo ripped through the air, obliterating Yuki Village's outer walls and carving into the distant snowy mountains. The resulting tremors triggered avalanches and landslides across the region, though the local ninja had evacuated well in advance and were out of harm's way. Taking advantage of the devastation, Makoto deactivated his perfect Susanoo and landed back on the ground. He understood that while the perfect Susanoo could protect him, it was unlikely to deal a decisive blow to someone like Aido. If I'm going to finish this, I need to do it in one decisive strike, Makoto thought. He reactivated his half-body Susanoo, channeling Sage energy into it. This configuration allowed him to instantly achieve Sage mode, a technique he had optimized specifically for combat scenarios like this. Black Zetsu, observing from the sidelines, was stunned. That aura, it's Sage mode. Is this the technological power of Konoha? They've not only replicated Uchiha Madara's strength, but have also integrated Sage techniques into it. Incredible. Zetsu made a mental note. No matter what, I need to retrieve Uchiha Makoto's experimental data from Konoha after this battle. Meanwhile, Makoto prepared for his next move. He pulled out two specially designed kunai with dual grooves and imbued them with inorganic reincarnation. This time, I can't repeat the same strategy. Even Aido isn't foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice within a few minutes, Makoto thought, analyzing his next steps. Given that his intangible state still leaves a visible form, could it be possible to target him with intense light? Sound requires a medium to travel, but light doesn't. Makoto considered his options carefully. If that doesn't work, I'll try combining pre-written transfer seals with a Susanoo slash. But this time, I need to cut vertically. No more waist-level strikes. His previous encounters had taught him that Aido's resilience was far greater than expected. A simple bisecting blow wasn't enough to finish him off. I need to break this bad habit of aiming for the waist. But for now, this time, Aido took the initiative. Wood style, chaos of the underworld. Fire style, explosive flame dance. A vortex of blazing, serpentine flames erupted, interwoven with jagged wooden spikes sprouting from the ground. The scene resembled a depiction of hell itself. But for Makoto, such elemental attacks were nothing more than a spectacle. He easily dispelled them with his enhanced Susanoo. However, it was the next moment that truly shocked him. In Aido's hand appeared a black, double helix-shaped weapon. Though small in size, Makoto instantly recognized it. No way. The sword of Nunaboko. Makoto finally understood why Aido had remained so unervingly composed, even after being unmasked. So, this is a more resolute version of Aido? Should I be relieved that he's not in Ten Tails Jinchuriki mode? Even in his current state, Aido couldn't wield the sword of Nunaboko to its full potential. From Makoto's vantage point, he could see the toll it was taking on Aido's body. His breathing was labored, and his right arm, clutching the divine blade, looked shriveled and withered compared to his left, which still held the Uchiha fan. But despite these apparent weaknesses, Makoto refused to drop his guard. If the sword of Nunaboko pierced him even once, the consequences would be catastrophic. For the first time in a long while, Makoto felt something stir within him, a strange exhilaration. The immense pressure of the situation ignited something primal, something he hadn't expected: excitement. This feeling, my whole body's alive with energy. I didn't think I could feel this way. All right then, let's see how far you can take that thing. Limbo Border Jail. Makoto's sage-enchanted, invisible suit easily swept aside the chaos below and charged toward Aido with its blade raised high. What kind of technique is that? Why can't I sense it at all? Just as Makoto was puzzled about the origin of the sword of Nunaboko in Aido's hand, Aido was equally baffled by Makoto's mysterious abilities. While Uchiha Madara had indeed imparted most of his knowledge and skills to Aido, the technique Limbo Border Jail was not among them. Madara had kept that ability a closely guarded secret, and Aido couldn't deduce its nature from mere observation. All he could tell was that it was an invisible attack. And why does it feel like this Uchiha Makoto recognizes the weapon I'm holding? Aido frowned, realizing he was once again at a disadvantage in terms of intelligence. Despite having Zetsu, a literal master of gathering information, on his side, he still found himself outmatched in this aspect. But I won't lose. With a roar, Aido charged toward Makoto, wielding both the sword of Nunaboko and the Uchiha flame fan. As he moved, the invisible force that had destroyed his earlier hell, chaos, and explosive flame dance struck him again, forcing him into intangibility. When Aido closed the distance to Makoto, Makoto's body once again dissolved into smoke and vanished. Smoke! I see now. He doesn't actually know the Flying Thunder God technique. He's using some sort of simplified reverse summoning method. Aido had managed to glean one piece of information, but it gave him no real advantage. Makoto's ability to move so fluidly across the battlefield wasn't reliant on just one technique. His mastery of inorganic reincarnation was a key factor, something even Uchiha Madara had never fully understood, let alone Aido. Makoto, meanwhile, quickly formed the hand seals for a shadow clone while his back was turned to Aido. Along with his invisible Susanoo, the number of invisible Sage Energy-enhanced constructs increased from 1 to 4. The clones quickly repositioned themselves to surround Aido from all sides. Makoto turned back to face his opponent, clapping his hands together. Sage Art, 8 Rock Hounds. Sage Art, Falling Rock. Unlike a typical Earth-style technique, this was a pure application of inorganic reincarnation. Makoto manipulated the terrain beneath their feet, conjuring 8 dog-like constructs resembling Kakashi's Ninken from the earth. At the same time, he rolled massive boulders into spheres, sending them hurtling toward Aido at high speed. Against an ordinary opponent, the destructive power of this attack would have been overwhelming. But against Aido, it was meaningless. With Kamui, such attacks were easy to evade. However, this time, Aido chose not to rely on intangibility. In addition to phasing, Kamui allowed him to absorb targets into its separate dimension. This absorption was not like phasing, where his body remained visible. Instead, it removed the target entirely, making the process far more versatile. The downside was that absorbing himself was a slower process, leaving him vulnerable during combat. But absorbing external targets, like incoming attacks, was much faster. Aido quickly absorbed the boulders and rock hounds into the Kamui dimension. Moments later, he released them, redirecting the attack toward Makoto. To Aido's surprise, while the boulders rolled back toward Makoto as he expected, the rock hounds behaved differently. They broke away from the redirected trajectory and charged back at him with surprising agility. They can move like real ninja dogs? Interesting. Let's see how this so-called sage technique fares against this. Aido swung the sword of Nunaboko at the oncoming rock hounds, shattering them with relative ease. But something fell off. What's going on? This weapon should be able to completely nullify ninjutsu, yet it only broke these constructs physically. Aido had tested the sword of Nunaboko countless times. While it could be affected by spatial techniques, its primary feature was its ability to obliterate ninjutsu completely. Unless sage techniques don't count as ninjutsu, why is this so different from anything I've encountered before? Despite Madara's extensive teachings, Aido had never personally experienced sage techniques in action. Thus, their properties remained largely theoretical to him. Makoto, on the other hand, had gathered valuable intel. The rockhounds were physically destroyed. Looks like that weapon, while powerful, doesn't have the same overwhelming superiority against sage techniques. Just like Ten Tails Jinchuriki Aido, it seems this weapon has to deal with sage techniques normally. Learning sage mode might have been the best decision I've made in my ninja career. Granted, his ninja career had only lasted about 2 months so far. Still, I wonder if this plan will work. Makoto glanced at the massive crater that now dominated the battlefield. Next move, focus light. But creating mirrors outright would be too suspicious. If he sees through it, this could backfire. Sage art, Uchiha Flame Formation. A crimson barrier enveloped Aido, sparking his curiosity. Uchiha Flame Formation? He should know that this barrier technique can't trap someone like me with Kamui. While maintaining the barrier, Makoto's invisible Susanoo slammed its hands into the ground, activating inorganic reincarnation once more. This time, he gathered nearby ice, drawing it toward the crater. The ice formed seamless, reflective mirrors along the walls of the crater, arranged in a specific pattern. Additionally, Makoto created a large ice mirror above the crater, completely sealing the area. As Makoto predicted, Aido paid no attention to the mirrors. Instead, he phased through one of the walls, choosing the side closest to Makoto. Perfect. He chose the side I adjusted for. Sage art, White Light Fong. 4 red dragons, born from the shadow clones and infused with balanced chakra, surged toward Aido, each carrying a black energy sphere. Simultaneously, Makoto used inorganic reincarnation to collapse the ice mirrors, sealing the crater completely before reverse summoning himself to the surface. The Uchiha Flame Formation dissipated, and the glowing chakra dragons dove into the black spheres. Aido's vision darkened. What is this technique? Aido muttered, his voice tense. Though he couldn't see, he remained in his intangible state, prepared for anything. The answer came almost immediately. The black spheres exploded, releasing an intense flash of light and deafening sound. While the sound waves had no effect on Aido in his intangible state, the light was another matter entirely. Intangibility allowed Aido to remain partially connected to the real world, enough to observe his surroundings. This connection exposed him to the blinding light, which seared his vision. Outside the crater, Makoto groaned. Damn it, I'm messed up. Makoto had intended to use the mirrors to amplify the effects of the white light Fong, focusing its light to overwhelm Aido's intangibility completely. But he had underestimated the destructive power of the technique in such an enclosed environment. The sound waves had shattered the mirrors, and the light, while disorienting, failed to deal significant damage. What a mess, but at least I've baited him into showing his next move. Makoto quickly recalibrated his strategy. While the mirrors were gone, the battle wasn't over yet. Still, with him holding the sword of Nunaboko, my regular Susanoo won't cut it. I'll need to go all out. Aido, meanwhile, had recovered with the help of Zetsu and retreated into the Kamui dimension. Zetsu, thank you. You're welcome. Just tell me someday what true peace means to you, and we'll call it even. Aido glanced at his missing lower half, lost early in the battle. I'll find a way to replace it. Maybe it'll even increase my chakra reserves. But Aido, are you sure you want to continue this fight? Zetsu asked cautiously. Can you really win against Uchiha Makoto? I will win, Aido said, his voice resolute. But perhaps not today. Aido reemerged in the ruins of Yuki Village. I'll try one last move. If it fails, I'll retreat for now and return when I've found a way to counter him. Makoto, sensing Aido's reappearance, prepared for the next round. All right, Aido, let's see what you've got left. *** in Ryuchi Cave, Makoto sat atop Manda's head, holding the Uchiha flame fan. Asterisk asterisk. Manda, yes, I just had a major fight, Makoto said with a calm, yet faintly smug tone. A fight, my lord? Were you victorious? Manda asked cautiously, not daring to probe too deeply. Of course. That guy had somehow gotten his hands on the Sage of Six Paths, Sword of Nunaboko. But lucky for me, my skills were superior. The Sage of Six Paths? Manda felt his metaphorical heart skip a beat. It suddenly dawned on him that he might have narrowly avoided getting dragged into something far beyond his pay grade. Thank goodness I didn't get involved in that fight. Otherwise, I might have been reduced to reptile paste by now. Don't dwell on it too much, Makoto said dismissively. That guy was oddly resolute in his conviction, but his physical capabilities were limited. If he'd been able to fully utilize the Sword of Nunaboko, well, let's just say I'd have been the one on the receiving end of a beating. Makoto's tone was casual, but the implication was clear. If Aido's hardware had been up to par, if he had achieved Ten Tails Jinchuriki status, Makoto's abilities, formidable as they were, might not have been enough to secure victory. I can't quite comprehend it. But my lord, it seems you don't appear to have been seriously injured, am I correct? Not entirely. He managed to graze me. Makoto pinched a small patch of wrinkled skin on his forearm, then casually pulled out a kunai and sliced it off without flinching. It stings a little, but nothing serious. Makoto wasn't sure if it was the nature of the template he had inherited or simply Madara's sheer toughness, but his pain tolerance had noticeably increased. His sensory perception remained sharp, but his reaction to pain was markedly dulled. Next, Makoto retrieved a fragment of zetsu, or more specifically, a piece of Toby's bioorganic material, and pressed it against the wound. At the very least, it's worth a try. However, Makoto quickly realized that the integration wasn't happening. The fragment of zetsu tissue remained inert, refusing to fuse with his body. Is it because I lack regenerative capabilities? Madara's reincarnated version had Hashirama's self-healing abilities. In the Naruto fandom, there was a popular joke about how Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Zetsu arms were all plug-and-play. But this plug-and-play phenomenon was clearly not as simple as the memes made it out to be. After half a minute, Makoto's wound remained unchanged, and the Zetsu fragment sat uselessly atop it, even after he attempted to channel chakra into it. So it's not an issue with my template, or maybe it is, but it's hard to say. Either way, I'll need to find someone proficient in medical techniques. Manda, who in Ryuchi Cave is the most skilled in healing. If your injuries are unique, I would suggest going directly to the White Snake Sage, Manda replied. Manda didn't even notice any visible wounds on Makoto, but the fact that Makoto had carved out a piece of his own flesh and tossed it aside convinced him that the injury must be highly unusual. Thus, he recommended the White Snake Sage without hesitation. Good suggestion. After hastily bandaging the wound, Makoto made his way toward the White Snake Sage. In the presence of the White Snake Sage. So, you're saying you want to implant this peculiar material into your wound? Even the White Snake Sage, revered for her wisdom and knowledge, couldn't help but acknowledge the uniqueness of the Zetsu fragment Makoto brought with him. Can you tell me more about the origin of this white substance? This is a fragment of a unique Zetsu known as Toby. Zetsu, as you may know, was originally created as a biological weapon by the rabbit goddess Kaguya thousands of years ago. Later, someone used the Ten Tails husk, the Gedo statue, along with some of Hashirama Senju's cells, to create Toby. Or perhaps Toby was simply extracted directly from the Gedo statue. I'm not entirely sure. But that's the gist of it. My idea is to implant this fragment into the wound on my arm that was caused by the Sword of Nunaboko and see if it yields any positive results. The White Snake Sage fell silent after hearing Makoto's explanation, her serpentine eyes narrowing in contemplation. Only when Makoto glanced at her in confusion did she finally speak. Kaguya, the Sage of Six Paths, the Ten Tails, the Gedo statue. The events you're entangled in are deeply unsettling. The Sage of Six Paths and the Ten Tails weren't completely unknown to the White Snake Sage. She had assumed those ancient events were long buried in history. Yet here stood Makoto, proving otherwise. You're not wrong. The true crisis hasn't fully erupted yet, but the masterminds are already beginning to act. That's why I need power, more than I have now. The Akitsuki, the white snake sage, murmured, closing her eyes in thought. Very well, I will assist you. However, given your unique constitution, I cannot guarantee success. This treatment may end up being nothing more than a routine medical procedure. I understand. Regardless, I'm counting on you, Sage. It is no trouble, the white snake sage replied, shifting into her humanoid form. She approached Makoto, conjuring a white blade. Not an ordinary chakra scalpel, but a blade imbued with an unknown form of sage energy. I'll need to enlarge your wound slightly. Makoto nodded. The original 3-centimeter wound was expanded to twice its size. The white snake sage then fed the Zetsu fragment with chakra, enlarging it to match the wound's dimensions before carefully placing it into the injury. She activated a special healing technique to encourage integration. The two waited in silence for 30 seconds. Nothing seems to have changed, Makoto observed. Indeed. However, the tissue around your wound has begun to grow over the Zetsu fragment, binding to it seamlessly. If you test it, you may find that this section of your arm now functions identically to the rest of your body, apart from its color. Makoto poked at the area experimentally and found her words to be true. The flesh, though pale, felt and moved exactly as his own did. No wonder Madara could slap on a Zetsu arm and have it function perfectly, even morphing to match his original arm shape. This stuff is bizarrely compatible, almost unnaturally so, and because my own blood is circulating through it, it seems to bypass any rejection from my template. Or perhaps the ability to integrate Zetsu tissue is a built-in part of the Madara template. That aside, I wonder if I can use this to replicate wood release. Deciding to find out, Makoto gathered chakra into the modified part of his arm. Sure enough, the chakra in that area felt distinctly different from the rest of his body. But the output is pitiful. While Makoto could theoretically channel chakra from other parts of his body into the Zetsu enhanced section, the efficiency was far too low for his liking. At best, I could probably replicate Yamato's level of wood release. Forget deep forest emergence. I'd be lucky to pull off even a basic technique. But if I replaced a larger portion of my body, 10 minutes later, Makoto stood with both forearms now covered in pale, Zetsu-derived tissue, resembling a pair of white bracers. He tested his mobility with a few push-ups. Everything seems fine. Before departing, Makoto left a small fragment of the Zetsu tissue with the white snake sage as a gesture of goodwill. Mutual assistance makes it easier to ask for help next time, Makoto thought, noting the sage's clear interest in the material. Later, in an empty field, Makoto stood in a barren area, far from any snakes or other creatures. Let's take this opportunity to test that technique. While Madara didn't use wood release himself, he must have been very familiar with it. He would have memorized the hand seals and mechanics. The question is whether I can pull it off with just this setup. Gathering chakra, Makoto focused it through the Zetsu-enhanced sections of his arms. He let his body move instinctively, as it had during combat. Following the sequence of hand seals, he stretched his hands forward. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Massive trees erupted from the ground, forming an entire forest. The sheer scale and destructive potential far surpassed that of his great fire annihilation. As I suspected, the right user makes all the difference. The only downside is that this method doesn't grant me full body regeneration. Makoto tested this by deliberately cutting into the Zetsu-enhanced areas. The wounds healed almost instantly, but the rest of his body lacked any such benefit. So what does this make me now? Edo Tensei Madara? Reincarnated Madara? Or maybe a knockoff version of Rinari Birth Madara? As Makoto admired his handiwork, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, don't I still have a mission in the Land of Snow? Though Makoto wasn't exactly known for his work ethic, abandoning the mission without a word felt a bit off. The thought lasted only a moment. A few seconds later, Makoto scoffed, twirling the Uchiha flame fan in his hand. This thing is worth more than any mission reward. And would release? That's priceless. Meanwhile, in the Land of Snow, Hokage Cure had suffered the worst devastation in its history, purely as collateral damage from Makoto in Aido's battle. Kazahana Dotu, who had been carried to safety by the fleeing snow ninja, surveyed the aftermath with trembling legs. This is the result of just two people fighting. The flattened mountains, split earth, and hollowed-out terrain were like something out of nightmare. Dota could barely stand as he imagined the scale of the battle. Is this the kind of power ninja can wield? Recalling the Sharingan he'd glimpsed in both combatants' eyes, Dotu's thoughts darkened. Both of them were Uchiha. They must have been from Konoha. Up until now, Dota had believed that the 5 great shinobi villages were merely a bit stronger than smaller ones like Yukigakure. But now he realized, it's not a bit stronger. It's an insurmountable gap. This isn't something our chakra armor can ever hope to bridge. His dreams of conquest began crumbling under the weight of this realization. Even if I become the daimyo of the land of snow, what would it matter? I'd still be nothing more than a servant to the great nations. Dota's ambitions withered, leaving him hollow. Wolf Fong Nadar approached, his face red with shame. My lord, I fear we cannot complete your request. Dota glared at him. Oh, and here I thought you wanted more money. Isn't this the Leaf Jonin you said you could ambush and defeat? That was before we knew about Uchiha Makoto. His power is beyond anything we could have anticipated. Dota was left speechless. His once fiery resolve had been thoroughly extinguished. What do I do now? Asterisk, the snow country's castle keep. Asterisk. Kazahana Dota burst into the chamber, fully armed and accompanied by a group of subordinates. The doors slammed open, startling everyone present. Dotu? Could it be? Kazahana Fubuki, the daimyo of the land of snow, narrowed his eyes as he began to piece things together. Are you telling me that all the recent disturbances in the country were orchestrated by you? That's right. It was all my doing, Dotu admitted without hesitation. If not for something I recently realized about the fragility of this so-called country, I might have gone ahead and killed you to take this miserable title of daimyo for myself. Fubuki blinked, utterly bewildered. He thought he had guessed correctly, but Dota's words went in a direction he hadn't anticipated. He stood there, frozen in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Seeing his older brother's dumbfounded expression, Dota clicked his tongue and approached him with an air of disdain, jabbing Fubuki sharply in the shoulder. Stand up, Dota commanded. Oh, okay. Fubuki obediently rose to his feet, and Dotu plopped himself down into the seat his brother had just vacated. So this is the seat I've been scheming for all these years? Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Dotu turned his attention to the Minister of Finance. How are this year's tax revenues looking? The minister hesitated. Lord Dotu, the tax revenues this year seem to be stable, just like last year. Our economy hasn't been significantly affected by the ninja world wars. And how does it compare to the land of fire? The minister fell silent, his face pale. Comparing their economy to that of the land of fire wasn't something he'd ever even dared to imagine. Fubuki, noticing the tension, stepped in. Dodo, stop putting everyone on the spot. First, tell me, what exactly happened to you? Though his brother had physically removed him from his seat, Fubuki wasn't particularly angry. His concern outweighed his indignation. From the way Dodo was speaking, it sounded like something significant had happened, something that could affect the whole country. Dodo sneered. I was at Yukigakure, speaking with one of their jonin, when suddenly a one-eyed Uchiha ninja barged in and started issuing orders. Do you know how humiliating that was? I'm the brother of a daimyo, and some foreign ninja comes in here acting like he's the boss. And you know what? I couldn't do a damn thing. That guy's power was bottomless. He was a lawless, raging beast with no regard for order. Fubuki listened quietly, his brow furrowing. That does sound excessive. The Uchiha are from the Hidden Leaf, right? I'll try to get an explanation from them. Even if it's unlikely to lead anywhere, the Land of Fire, being a major power, should at least give us a plausible explanation, Fubuki thought to himself, trying to reassure both Dodo and himself. There's no need to ask. That guy was a rogue ninja from the Leaf. Dodo snapped. And don't ask me how I know. After that, the ninja you hired, the one named Uchiha Makoto, showed up, and do you know what he did? He used Jinjutsu on me to interrogate me about that one-eyed Uchiha. Jinjutsu? And then he apologized? What good is an apology? And after that, the two of them started fighting like maniacs near Yukigakure. One of them split an entire mountain in half with a single slash. If the Yukigakure ninja hadn't dragged me out in time, I'd probably be dead right now. A mountain split in half? Is that true? Fubuki's eyes widened in disbelief. He had no idea the ninja he had hired was capable of such destructive power. But if Dodo really did have rebellious intentions, then his sudden intrusion might have been justified. And taking down a rogue ninja, isn't that to be expected? Unconsciously, Fubuki began rationalizing Makoto's actions. Hearing his brother's vivid descriptions of Makoto's strength, he decided he wanted no part in opposing such a ninja. Do you think I'd lie to you? Ugh, whatever. Dodo stood up abruptly. I don't care about this pathetic position anymore. You can have it back. Huh? Oh, okay. Fubuki said meekly, retaking his seat. By the way, what's this supposed treasure of the land of snow? Is it wealth? Weapons? The treasure. Fubuki's expression shifted, a hint of pride lighting up his face. It's a machine, one capable of rapidly altering the land of snow's climate. Once it's fully deployed, it might finally make our land fertile and habitable. For Dodo, this so-called treasure was underwhelming at best. What? A machine? That's it? What about gold? Weapons? Where's the real treasure? Doto grabbed his brother by the shoulders and shook him as if trying to extract a better answer. I don't have anything like that. Doto clenched his fists, then sighed. Still, if this machine can truly change the climate of the entire land of snow, its technological value must be significant. I'll take over the development of this machine, Doto declared. What? But I've already finished it. All that's left is testing, Fubuki thought, but before he could say anything, Doto cut him off. What's the matter? Do you have a problem with that? Doto's subordinates, two burly ninja, stepped forward menacingly. Realizing he had little choice, Fubuki relented. Fine. Doto is capable, after all. If he wants to take a closer look at the machine, I'll let him. That's more like it, Doto said with a smirk before leaving the room with his entourage. For a long moment, silence hung in the air. The Minister of Finance whispered cautiously, My lord, did we just survive an attempted coup? I think we did. And it was all thanks to that hidden leaf ninja, wasn't it? Should I thank him? When Makoto returned to the vicinity of Kazuhana Fubuki's residence, he was led inside by the gatekeepers and soon found himself face-to-face with the daimyo. What happened next left him utterly baffled. Thank you so much for your assistance, Lord Uchiha. Thanks to your protection, my family and I were spared from disaster. Huh? It's over already? Makoto blinked in confusion. Don't tell me Kazuhana Dodo really died in the chaos? No, that doesn't make sense. Then why is Fubuki acting like this? Yes, as far as the outcome is concerned, this mission was a resounding success. I'm getting praised, but I didn't even finish the job. Makoto felt like a delivery driver who had spilled an order mid-delivery, only to find out the customer had left a 5-star review anyway. Well, if the client says it's fine, then it's fine. Besides, I did visit Yukigakure and confront Ruganadar. Maybe that's what led to the mission being considered complete. After receiving his payment, Makoto left the land of snow. Originally, he had planned to take some time on the return trip to admire the glaciers and unique landscapes of the region. After all, he figured that if Fubuki managed to deploy his climate-altering machine, such sights might soon disappear. However, the encounter with Aido had completely thrown him off that plan. Instead, he opted to return to Konoha as quickly as possible. While Makoto was still rushing back to the Hidden Leaf at full speed, an unusual incident took place within the village involving two familiar faces. It just so happened that both Might Guy and Kakashi Hitaki had the day off for missions. As usual, Guy, ever the advocate for youthful energy, had made it his personal mission to reinvigorate his rival/best friend Kakashi. To that end, he dragged Kakashi off to a bathhouse for some quality relaxation. However, things took a strange turn after their bath. As the two walked down the street, Guy suddenly stopped in his tracks, frowning. Wait a second. Kakashi, do you remember which bathhouse we just came out of? Isn't that your job to remember? You're the one who led us there. Kakashi gave him a quizzical look, but upon noticing the unusually serious expression on Guy's face, he started to feel uneasy. What are you saying? Don't tell me we wandered into some strange place. I absolutely can't recall what that bathhouse looked like. I had planned to take you to another one entirely, but somehow I ended up dragging you into this random place. What's going on here? Kakashi frowned under his mask. Now that you mention it, that is strange. Are you sure you didn't just get confused? No way. I've been planning this for days. Guy's sincerity was unmistakable, making Kakashi take the situation more seriously. All right then, why don't we head back and take another look? It's not like we've got anything else to do today. Good idea. The two retraced their steps, but when they arrived at the supposed location of the bathhouse, they were met with an unsettling sight. Why is it just an empty lot? Where's the bathhouse? Kakashi scanned the area, finding nothing out of the ordinary. His unease deepened, and he instinctively lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Even with the enhanced perception of his Sharingan, Kakashi found no traces of Genjutsu or any other disturbances in the area. There's no sign of illusion here. Are you sure you didn't take us the wrong way? Do you want me to summon Pakin to confirm if we backtracked correctly? He turned to Guy, but something unusual caught his eye. What is it, Kakashi? Did you notice something? Guy noticed the sudden sharpness in Kakashi's gaze and assumed his rival had found a crucial clue. Kakashi, however, didn't respond immediately. Instead, he blinked several times, squinted, and even shook his head slightly as if trying to clear his vision. Why does Guy have a crosshair on his nose? Guy, puzzled by Kakashi's odd behavior, tilted his head. Could it be that you're seeing something only the Sharingan can detect? I don't think it's related to the Sharingan, or maybe it is. Hard to say. Kakashi lowered his forehead protector, covering his Sharingan once more, and was surprised to find that the crosshair disappeared. It's gone now. See, I told you it's probably your Sharingan awakening some new special ability. The Uchiha clan's eyes are incredible. They're always pulling out new powers. Maybe it's something like what Uchiha Makoto has. Makoto, Kakashi murmured, considering the possibility. But surely it's more than just a crosshair on people's faces? The Sharingan wouldn't have such a pointless function. There's probably a related technique I haven't figured out yet. Looks like I'll need to experiment. Since it's a new ability, let's have a burning, youthful duel to test it out. Guy exclaimed, his enthusiasm burning as brightly as ever. Training through combat to explore the new ability's potential. That's actually not a bad idea. Kakashi nodded to himself. Outwardly, he maintained his usual calm demeanor. Sure, if that's what you want. You pick the place. Got it. A short while later, the two arrived at a proper outdoor training ground. Kakashi once again lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Guy, since this is about testing my Sharingan, I'll need you to go all out. Don't worry, Kakashi. I'll give it my all, Guy declared, thumping his chest with confidence. His exuberance made Kakashi sigh. He could tell Guy hadn't fully grasped his meaning. I mean, you should open the 8 gates. What? Guy's confident expression faltered. He stared at Kakashi as if he hadn't heard him correctly. But we're comrades. Kakashi cut him off. You can consider this a personal request. A request from a close friend? Guy hesitated. In all their past sparring matches, he had never once used the 8 gates against Kakashi. It was a line he had drawn for himself, a self-imposed restraint. Even opening the first gate, the gate of opening, felt like too much when facing a comrade. But Kakashi is my rival and my closest friend. Guy, I'm counting on you. Guy froze for a moment, his eyes wide. What did you just say, Kakashi? Nothing. You must have misheard me. After a few seconds of silence, Guy's usual spirited demeanor returned in full force. All right, then I'll show you the fiery vigor of my youth. 8 gates, gate of life, open. The third gate, the gate of life, was the last safe zone within the 8 gates. Even within this range, it dramatically enhanced Guy's speed and strength while lifting his body's natural fatigue limits. But as soon as Guy activated the technique, he noticed something strange. What? Is this Kakashi's Genjutsu? Incredible. I didn't even notice it. In Guy's vision, a crosshair-like mark had appeared on Kakashi's forehead. Determined to counter what he believed to be Kakashi's Genjutsu, Guy opened the 4th gate, the Gate of Pain, unleashing a surge of chakra so intense it should have broken through any illusion. But despite the increased output, the mysterious mark remained. Weird. What's wrong, Guy? Nothing at all. Kakashi, you truly are a formidable rival. What is he talking about? Kakashi wondered, perplexed. He was still experimenting with his Sharingan, trying to see if he could activate some kind of hidden technique. Guy's sudden praise only added to his confusion. Unable to make sense of it, Kakashi decided to press forward. He used the body flicker technique to close the distance to Guy, preparing to engage him directly. Though Kakashi was a well-rounded jonin and Guy was more specialized in taijutsu, the 8 gates drastically leveled the playing field. Even Kakashi had to put in his full effort when Guy entered this state. Of course, since this was a friendly spar, neither of them went all out with lethal intent. The two clashed, their strikes ringing out across the training ground. Kakashi continued to test his Sharingan's newfound ability, while Guy, energized by his rival's strength, fought like a man possessed. Their training session was far from over. Aido suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he looked just as he did 2 years ago when he was killed in battle. His entire body, except for his head, was wrapped in a peculiar cocoon. Aido, the lower half of your body is beyond recovery. After that battle, White Zetsu had sent a clone to carefully search the area. Though they indeed found the parts of Aido's body, they were utterly useless. Those parts had been crushed under intense pressure, reduced to something akin to pulp, clearly no longer functional. That's not important. In this battle, though I lost a lot, I didn't walk away empty-handed. Something gained. Toby expressed skepticism. He couldn't see what benefit they could have possibly reaped from this ordeal. In that brief encounter, I came to understand one thing. The power of my right eye has its limits. Therefore, once my body recovers, the first thing I will do is retrieve the eye left with Kakashi Hitaki. Aido had already replayed the events of the battle in his mind. The counter to Kamui had been due in part to the lack of intelligence on his part, as well as his own shortcomings in combat awareness. My combat instincts will never reach the level of someone like Minato Namikaze or Madara Uchiha. That's a kind of innate talent, and mine doesn't lie in that area. Aido was acutely aware of where his talent truly lay. Kamui, a unique ocular power granted by his Mangekyo Sharingan. Normally, a Mangekyo Sharingan wielder would stand no chance against someone with an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, thanks to Kamui's unique ability, even someone like Shinkyo, who could wield a perfect Susanoo, had to abandon it and rely on superior intelligence to outmaneuver him. Even though he had ultimately lost, and lost badly at that, Aido showed no sign of despair. One Mangekyo isn't enough? Then I'll get 2. One Izanagi isn't enough? Then I'll get 2, 3. Reclaiming my Mangekyo and acquiring more Sharingan will be the preparatory steps before the tailed beast acquisition plan. Besides, the fate of the Uchiha clan's survival or extinction, well, it seems irrelevant now. Indeed, Black Zetsu agreed wholeheartedly with Aido's conclusion, especially the final point. If this generation's plan fails, we'll just wait for the next opportunity. To ensure success, the Uchiha bloodline, or at least the Sharingan bloodline, must not be severed. After a moment of silence, Black Zetsu added, additionally, if the chance arises, I think we should try to steal Konoha's research and experimental data on Shinkyo. Experimental data, right? Technically, identical Mangekyo Sharingan patterns shouldn't exist. But Shinkyo breaks that rule. That leaves only one possibility. Shinkyo is either an artificial human or a modified one. Aido pondered for a moment before nodding. Stealing the research data on Shinkyo should indeed be added to the agenda. Of course, for now, all he could do was rest and recover. In Konoha, what? You're saying there's a ninja clan with the surname Sarutobi living in a place called Fertile Plains. Hearing his younger son Asuma's report, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly shot to his feet. All right. Why are you shouting so loudly? Can't you calm down? Are you getting more irritable as you age, old man? Calm down? How can I stay calm? Hiruzen Sarutobi thought back to the treaty he signed a while ago, one that promised Konoha would receive enough elite jonin to dominate the ninja world, provided he admitted to certain misdeeds. But soon, he managed to suppress his excitement. All right, Asuma explained the situation in detail once more. Seeing his father's expression turn serious, Asuma paused to organize his thoughts before recounting. You know, I was on a mission to hunt down an enemy at the time. Once the target realized they couldn't beat me, they ran. Of course, I couldn't just let them escape, so I gave chase. After catching up and eliminating the target, I accidentally lost my way and stumbled into a barrier. I tried to leave, but the barrier's power stopped me. While I was attempting to break the barrier, several ninja of Chunin-level strength appeared and showed hostility. I explained that I had accidentally entered while pursuing an enemy and promised to leave immediately, but they insisted I undergo a memory-erasing jutsu about the place before they'd let me go. Naturally, I refused, and then the fighting began. Several Chunin, and did you win? Hiruzen Sarutobi had a general idea of his youngest son's strength, somewhere between the level of a standard Konoha Chunin and a Jonin. Not spectacularly strong, but competent. In one-on-one combat, I could definitely handle them, but there were too many of them. After realizing I was at a disadvantage, I retreated, then used my fire release, ash pile burning technique. When they saw that move, they stopped attacking and asked my name. I noticed their reaction to the Sarutobi clan's signature technique was strange, so I gave them my real name. And what was their reaction? The third Hokage took a drag from his pipe, and Asuma, not wanting to be outdone, lit a cigarette of his own. They took me to the Sarutobi clan's settlement within the Fertile Plains. What surprised me was that the Sarutobi clan members there still preserved the architectural and clothing styles of this era. After talking with someone named Sarutobi Yukimura, I found out they're descendants of Sarutobi clan members who were evacuated during the Warring States period. Their ancestors, including women, children, and an escort unit, had established good relations with a small village before relocating to the Fertile Plains alongside the villagers. Over time, they developed into a force comparable to a small ninja village. I estimated they have nearly 300 ninja, some of whom are quite skilled. I'd say a few of them are on par with Konoha's upper-level jonin. That Yukimura, who calls himself the 10th interim clan leader, is as strong as our elites. Even in Konoha, he'd rank as a top-tier jonin. 10th interim clan leader? Could it be? Hiruzen Sarutobi was astonished. He hadn't expected them to remain a unified clan all these years. And 300 ninja? That seems fewer than what the treaty described. Judging by Asuma's tone, the majority are probably lower ranked. Still, discovering a branch of the Sarutobi clan outside Konoha is undoubtedly good news. They still revere the main family even today. But don't get your hopes up too much. They don't even understand the concept of ninja villages, let alone know who you are. It looks like they've been in seclusion for over a century. With their strength, if they'd wanted to come out, they would have done so long ago. When I left, they had no intention of following me and only invited me to stay a few more days. But I came back directly. For Asuma, visiting the Sarutobi clan in the Fertile Plains felt no different from visiting distant relatives, so he wasn't particularly moved. But for Hiruzen Sarutobi, it was a different story. He felt it necessary to further pursue contact with them. Asuma, do you remember how to get to the Fertile Plains? Of course. Who do you think I am? I only got lost because I was chasing and fighting at the same time. I could even draw a detailed map to the place if you wanted. When it came to navigation, Asuma was just as adept as his father, Hiruzen Sarutobi, thanks to his well-rounded skills. Though he wasn't outstanding in any particular area, he was proficient in almost everything. Good. You said it yourself. Draw that map for me. Once it's done, I'll credit you with completing an A-rank. No, a B-rank mission. Initially, Hiruzen Sarutobi thought this task was worthy of an A-rank reward, but then he remembered Konoha's ongoing financial struggles and downgraded it on the spot. Hey. That's a bit unfair, old man. How can you just downgrade it like that? Ahem. Times are tough for Konoha. Look at me. I'm smoking cheap tobacco these days. How could I justify giving you an A-rank reward just for drawing a map? All right, how about this? If your map is up to par, I'll record it as an A-rank mission on your profile, but the pay will remain at B-rank levels. Fine. You're the Hokage, after all. Truth be told, Asuma wasn't happy about it, but he understood his father's point about Konoha's financial difficulties being genuine. Afterward, Asuma left the Hokage's office. As he exited the building, he ran into someone familiar. Yo, Shinkyo. Long time no see. Just got back from mission. Yeah, just returned from a land of snow. Haha. So you had a long mission too. By the way, I just came back from a place called the Fertile Plains. The ninja world is truly full of surprises. One day, I'd love to explore it freely without the constraints of being a Konoha ninja. Huh? Fertile Plains. Isn't that the name of a daily event in that mobile game? Wait, there's actually a place like that in the ninja world. I knew you wouldn't have heard of it. Tell you what, dinner's on me tonight. I'll share all the details about the fertile plains with everyone then. If it were a classified matter, Hiruzen Sarutobi would have explicitly mentioned it. Since he hadn't, Asuma decided to share his adventure over dinner. Then, Asuma said, "All right, Shinkyo, if you have time, can you bring Kakashi along? You're the only one who's beaten him in a straight fight, so he'd probably listen to you." Asuma thought Kakashi was a bit of a loner, but he understood why. As his friend, Asuma genuinely wanted to help him move past his grief. Come to think of it, Asuma's mother was killed by that Aido kid. After some consideration, Shinkyo made a decision. "Asuma, there's something important I need to discuss with you all tonight. It concerns your generation of Ninja Academy students. It's very important, so try to invite as many strong individuals from your year as possible. Of course, I'll call Kakashi myself. Our generation of Academy students." Seeing Shinkyo's serious expression, Asuma nodded solemnly. "All right, I understand." Asuma didn't dislike straightforward people like Shinkyo. On the contrary, he was more frustrated with those who kept silent about their troubles or major issues, making it impossible for him to offer help. "All right then, I won't keep you from turning in your mission report. Let's meet at 5:30 tonight at the Dango shop. You know, the one near your place." "Got it. See you tonight." After parting ways with Asuma, Shinkyo headed to Hiruzen Sarutobi's office. "Back already? I thought you might take your time enjoying the scenery or buying souvenirs for Kwanzaa." "I intended to, but during the mission, I encountered the one responsible for the Ninetales incident." "What did you say?" The good mood Hiruzen Sarutobi had gained from Asuma's story evaporated in an instant. "Who is this person? Name? Appearance? Abilities? Where did you, forgive me. I got a bit carried away." "Please," Shinkyo explained slowly. The mention of the person who killed his wife, the Minato couple, and unleashed the Ninetales upon Konoha filled Hiruzen Sarutobi with anger. Despite his typically gentle demeanor, he couldn't suppress his fury. But when it came to information about this mysterious figure, he was utterly in the dark. The culprit is none other than the fallen hero of Konoha's wars, Uchiha Obito. "What?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's impossible. I met that boy." His will of fire burned as brightly as Minato's. How could he possibly do such a thing? In Hiruzen Sarutobi's memory, young Obito was kind-hearted, optimistic, lively, compassionate, ambitious, and deeply loyal to his comrades. He couldn't fathom how such a boy could have fallen so far. I don't know what could have twisted his mind to this extent, but I'm certain it's Uchiha Obito. His remaining right eye is a Sharingan, and the chakra signature of that eye matches Kakashi's left eye exactly. When I encountered him, he was trying to ally with officials from the land of snow to undermine me, aiming to make me lose faith in the current ninja world, so I'd join him in destroying it. I see. Hiruzen Sarutobi trusted Shinkyo's judgment, but he was left in a difficult position. It wasn't just about how to deal with Obito. It was also about something much closer to home. How am I supposed to break this news to Kakashi? Orochimaru's laboratory. Oh, finally, a sample from a Sharingan user admitted to Konoha Hospital. In Konoha Hospital, there were covert operatives once placed by Danzo. After Danzo's death, those operatives fell under Orochimaru's control. He had instructed them to wait for an opportunity to acquire tissue samples from Konoha ninjas who had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan and deliver them to him. Why is it Hatake Kakashi's? The moment Orochimaru saw the name Hatake Kakashi, his face fell. A counterfeit, completely useless. What I need right now is a pure Uchiha. Forget it. Time to continue working on that Five Natures secret scroll. Creating ordinary jutsu scrolls was something Orochimaru could accomplish within days. Sealing a simple jutsu and attaching a rudimentary trigger mechanism wasn't difficult for someone like him, especially since money was an issue. However, he'd recently conceived the idea of using scrolls to perform jutsu he normally couldn't do himself due to chakra limitations. For instance, the Five Natures Grand Convergence Technique. Normally, Orochimaru avoided using it due to his limited chakra reserves, but he came up with an idea, separating the jutsu portion from the chakra supply portion within the scroll, then further dividing the chakra supply into 3 parts. This way, he could infuse the required chakra over 3 non-combat periods and release the technique in battle with virtually no cost, not even requiring hand seals. After the 5 Natures Grand Convergence technique was added to his agenda, Orochimaru even started planning research into secret scrolls for Kekkei Genkai, fusing 2 nature chakras through specified chakra flow circuits. It might not be impossible to realize the concept of using secret scrolls to release Kekkei Genkai techniques that the user themselves cannot perform. However, this will have to be a second phase research goal. If it's successful, I can then look into Kekkei Toda, but a significant obstacle lay in the fact that Orochimaru currently lacked data on the chakra flow patterns used during dust release. Once I obtain a Sharingan, I'll have to stir up some trouble in a Wagakure. Acquiring the chakra flow data for dust release wouldn't be overly difficult for Orochimaru, but it wouldn't be simple either. If he wanted to, he could cause trouble even in the faces of the 5 Kage themselves. However, without a Sharingan, he wouldn't be able to visually observe the chakra flow of dust release, which would severely hinder his research progress. Thus, these advanced studies would have to wait until after he acquires Sharingan. Just then, Shinkyo suddenly barged in. Coiled around his shoulder was a small black snake, his method of locating Orochimaru's current location. Given the sheer number of Orochimaru's laboratories, no one could pinpoint his exact whereabouts. But snakes could, as they could use the Ryuchi cave summoning contract to precisely track Orochimaru, one of its summoners. Of course, this privilege was something only Shinkyo currently enjoyed. When Orochimaru saw Shinkyo, he immediately gestured toward a slightly bulky laptop sitting by the door. I've set up an index system in that computer. If you have any moderately simple questions, you can input the parameters there and search. Due to time constraints, some of the more complicated data hasn't yet been transferred into the database, but the system will direct you to the physical archives where that information is stored. Orochimaru's version of a search engine. Shinkyo couldn't help but marvel at how resourceful Orochimaru was. I suppose you can even look up the addresses of Konoha residents, right? You can. Seeing that Orochimaru had already turned away to continue his research on a pile of scrolls, Shinkyo opened the laptop and found the index system. It really popped up instantly. Shinkyo searched for Kakashi's address. After leaving the Hokage's office earlier, he realized he didn't actually know where Kakashi lived. It felt awkward to go back and ask the 3rd Hokage about such a minor thing, and there weren't any familiar faces nearby to ask. So, he decided to rely on the ever-reliable Orochimaru, and it seemed to have paid off. As expected, it's most efficient to go directly to Orochimaru for help. Shinkyo could tell that Orochimaru had likely created this index system because he was annoyed by all the trivial questions Shinkyo kept asking him. But still, Orochimaru was just too useful to pass up. By the way, can this computer connect to the database if I take it out of the lab? Shinkyo asked. A flat rate of 1 million Ryo. Does that include database updates? Shinkyo knew that if Orochimaru was naming a price outright, it meant the computer could connect to his private network even outside the lab. It includes updates. Once the database is complete, it will also be shared with the Hokage's office, and a version with restricted access will be provided to the police force. Updates will be continuous. This database was actually something the 3rd Hokage had commissioned Orochimaru to create. The index system, on the other hand, was a personal project Orochimaru devised to save himself from wasting time on what he considered trivial matters. By now, Shinkyo had entered another search term, Flying Thunder God Technique, and successfully located the archives where its training methods were stored. It even has data on forbidden techniques. Forbidden techniques? That section shouldn't have been digitized yet. Orochimaru frowned, then walked over to Shinkyo's side and immediately understood the situation. Shinkyo, the Flying Thunder God Technique isn't a forbidden technique. Shinkyo had always assumed it was a forbidden technique, not just because of its power, but because he vaguely remembered reading somewhere that it was classified as such. The Flying Thunder God Technique is merely an S-rank jutsu. It doesn't violate any so-called moral or ethical principles, nor does it cause severe harm to the user's body. The only thing unique about it is its difficulty to master. Orochimaru paused and provided a definition for its difficulty. The Flying Thunder God technique is classified as an S-rank jutsu because S is the highest difficulty level for techniques. Without specific talents, most people can only manage a crude imitation of its space-time mechanics, and even that is beyond the reach of most. For more information, just use that computer to search. I won't waste any more time on this. Alright, I'll buy it. By the way, Orochimaru-sensei, you didn't leave any back doors in this thing, did you? Like tracking my browsing history or something? I hadn't thought of that before, but now that you mention it, it does sound interesting. Should I add that feature for you? Orochimaru genuinely hadn't considered such a thing before. While he couldn't retroactively add it to Shinkyo's computer, he made a mental note to include it in the versions destined for the Hokage's office and the police force. Ahem, let's not. It's better if it doesn't have one. After paying the full amount, Shinkyo used the skeletal arm of his Susanoo to pick up the computer and its charger. He also swiped a few chakra test papers before leaving the lab. Shinkyo-kun continues to train his Susanoo at every opportunity. Perhaps that's why he's developed it to such an impressive degree. In Orochimaru's eyes, Shinkyo's constant use of his Susanoo was a form of practice to increase his proficiency. However, in this instance, he was completely wrong. Shinkyo's habit of using Susanoo for everyday tasks like eating and dressing wasn't about training. It was simply because using Susanoo made things easier and more convenient. Since he didn't feel any pain while using it, he had no reason not to. 15 minutes later, at Shinkyo's residence, watching the chakra test paper adhered to his wristband display all 5 elemental changes, Shinkyo excitedly opened up his custom search engine. After inputting Second Hokage's Water Release Compendium and receiving results, Shinkyo began looking for techniques he remembered fondly. Water Release, Hard Whirlpool Cutter, found it. Water Release, Heavenly Weeping, also here. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, Water Release, Water Dragon Biting Explosion. This Water Dragon Bullet uses 44 hand seals? I want the 3-seal version. After searching for the 3-seal version of the Water Dragon Bullet, Shinkyo quickly found it. Then he started looking up representative and functional techniques for Wind Release, Lightning Release, and Earth Release, creating a training plan along the way. Afternoon, Konoha Hospital. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect to kick so cleanly this time. Alright. You've said that a dozen times already. It's just a minor injury. Earlier, during a sparring session, Guy had accidentally kicked Kakashi in the head, ending their match. Fortunately, Guy hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, Kakashi figured he might not have survived. Even so, his injuries weren't light, as evidenced by the neck brace he was wearing. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Oh, it's Shinkyo. You're here to visit Kakashi too. Guy opened the door and, seeing a familiar face, assumed Shinkyo had come to check on Kakashi. This only added to Guy's guilt. So, how did this even happen? Guy, don't tell me you've already mastered opening the 7th gate. Shinkyo asked, finding it hard to believe Guy was at that level yet. I was surprised too. I only opened the 4th gate, but somehow my kick inexplicably landed on Kakashi's head. Wait, Shinkyo-kun, you know about the 8 gates. Unlike the surprised Guy, Kakashi, lying on the bed, found it completely normal. His teacher is Orochimaru. Oh, that explains it. Orochimaru really is ridiculously useful in every way imaginable. It made sense for Shinkyo to know about various techniques, given that his teacher was Orochimaru, who was also the 3rd Hokage's disciple. For most Konoha ninjas, seeing Shinkyo use any given technique wouldn't feel out of place. Hearing that he knew about some obscure ability wouldn't raise eyebrows either. Questioning it would almost seem disrespectful to either Orochimaru or the 3rd Hokage. Of course, exceptions like Guy, who often miss social cues, were another matter. By the way, Guy, can you explain the kick to the head in detail? Piecing together his own mysterious inability to select his back, Orochimaru's resources, Obito's sudden resolve, and now Guy's peculiar kick to Kakashi's head, Shinkyo was beginning to suspect a troubling possibility. I hope it's not what I think. I wasn't aiming for Kakashi's head. I was targeting his shoulder. But for some strange reason, my attack went off course, and the kick that should have landed on his shoulder hit his head instead. And Guy glanced at Kakashi. Seeing Guy's expression, Kakashi sighed and explained, I was about to dodge, but right before the kick landed, it inexplicably accelerated, so I couldn't avoid it. That burst of speed didn't seem to come from Guy himself. Exactly. That strange acceleration is what made my kick connect so unnaturally. Guy wasn't the type to shift blame onto external factors, but this bizarre acceleration genuinely had nothing to do with him. A targeting reticle? Acceleration. Shinkyo's analysis was complete. This phenomenon was clearly related to the same inexplicable mechanics that made his unselectable back so troublesome. But it seems Guy, like Obito and Orochimaru, hasn't directly gained access to a panel. I guess my situation really is unique. By the way, Kakashi also mentioned seeing a targeting reticle over my head when he activated his Sharingan. What? Shinkyo turned to Kakashi, who didn't deny it. A targeting reticle in Kakashi's vision. Is that for aiming Kamui? Unlike Obito's eye, Kakashi's Sharingan could be used for long-range applications of Kamui, like twisting off parts of an enemy's body. In an ideal situation where his vision could fully focus, Kakashi could theoretically decapitate an opponent directly with Kamui. However, Kakashi currently had no idea he possessed this ability. Much like Shinkyo's lack of knowledge about many of Madara Uchiha's techniques, Kakashi couldn't yet utilize Kamui. That said, enabling Kakashi to use Kamui wasn't a particularly difficult task. Even though Kakashi likely won't have the same automatic mastery of techniques I do, he's still a genius. If nothing goes wrong, Obito, with his newfound resolve, will probably try to reclaim the eye Kakashi inherited after the war. In that case, Shinkyo turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, your Sharingan isn't the same as an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. Not the same? Are you referring to the chakra consumption? No, the consumption issue is indeed because you're not an Uchiha and can't deactivate it, but that's not what I mean. Your eye has a special ability. I'll explain its origins during Asuma's gathering tonight, but for now, I can tell you its name and effect. A gathering. Kakashi wanted to complain about how he was supposed to attend a gathering in his current state, but for now, learning about the technique's name and effect took priority. Fine, Shinkyo. Go on. This technique is called Kamui. The effect of Kamui, Shinkyo began explaining, is that by focusing your sight on a target, whether it's a person, an object, or even yourself, you can cause the space around a selected target to distort and ultimately transport it to a unique alternate dimension. Now, if it's just a simple matter of sending something into the alternate dimension, it wouldn't cause severe damage. At most, the target might starve to death if they can't escape. But the most powerful aspect of this technique is that, unlike other space-time jutsu, it doesn't have to act on the entire target. It can focus on a specific part, or even a single point of the target and transfer it. A single point, Kakashi muttered deep in thought. At this moment, Shinkyo decided to provide an example. For instance, you could focus on someone's neck and directly transfer that part of their body into the alternate dimension. In other words, you could decapitate them instantly. What? Kakashi exclaimed, his voice filled with shock. That's incredible. Guy's eyes widened in amazement. Both of them were clearly stunned by the sheer power of the technique. However, Kakashi quickly regained his composure. Great power often comes with great risk. A technique with such devastating effects must have its limitations. Indeed, Shinkyo nodded. This technique consumes a large amount of chakra, especially for someone like you. If you use it too many times in a short period, it could very well exhaust you to death. Additionally, prolonged use of this ocular jutsu will gradually degrade the vision in this eye, though the process isn't particularly fast. Well, considering Kakashi can't awaken the Susanoo, the degradation of this Mangekyo Sharingan's vision shouldn't progress too quickly. Shinkyo thought to himself. The room fell silent for a moment. A few seconds later, Kakashi broke the silence. And? What else? That's it, Shinkyo replied. There aren't any other drawbacks. Kakashi blinked, taken aback. Is that even reasonable? Kakashi thought, feeling that the drawbacks sounded almost too mild for such an overpowered technique. Do you think it's overpowered? Shinkyo asked knowingly. Since Kakashi couldn't nod due to his neck brace, Guy enthusiastically nodded twice, as fast on his behalf. I think so too, Shinkyo agreed. But that's how this eye naturally functions. If you were to gather both eyes, not even the sage of 6 paths himself, well, even his mother, would be able to brush it off casually. I see. I understand now, Kakashi said as he closed his eyes, his thoughts beginning to swirl. He finally understood the purpose of the targeting reticle he saw when his Sharingan was active. That reticle is undoubtedly designed to help me focus my vision. That means if I ever encounter an enemy I can't deal with head-on. The thought left Kakashi speechless. Many ninja in the shinobi world possessed powerful trump cards, but having one that allowed him to literally twist someone's head off seemed absurd, no matter how he looked at it. But why does this eye possess such a capability? Kakashi thought, his hand instinctively moving to cover his left eye. He would never forget the moment he received this eye. There's no way Shinkyo could know the ability of this eye out of thin air. And then there's the mention of gathering both eyes. Underneath the blanket, his other hand clenched into a fist. No, I must be mistaken. There's no way Aido is still alive. If he were alive, he would have returned to the village to continue working toward becoming Hokage. I'll attend the gathering tonight, Kakashi suddenly declared. What? But Kakashi, in your current state. Guy immediately voiced his concern when Kakashi suggested getting out of bed. However, seeing the determination in Kakashi's eyes, Guy eventually gave up on trying to stop him. All right, I'll push you in a wheelchair, Guy offered. Thanks, Kakashi said with a faint nod. In truth, aside from his neck, Kakashi's injuries weren't severe. Sitting in a wheelchair to go out was manageable. Even his neck injury wouldn't take more than a few days to heal, given Kakashi's strong Jonin-level constitution and Konoha Hospital's excellent medical care. It was only because Guy's kick had been unnaturally precise and forceful, aided by some unknown influence, that Kakashi needed to rest for a couple of days. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stopped him from taking missions the very next day. With that, Shinkyo excused himself and left the room. Meanwhile, Kakashi quietly began pondering over matters concerning Aido. It didn't take long for Guy to notice his shift in mood. Normally, learning about such a powerful technique should have made Kakashi happy. Yet his reaction was anything but. Kakashi, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well somewhere? Guy asked with concern. It's not a physical issue, Kakashi replied. Guy, why don't you take a break? I have some things to think about. Oh, all right, Guy responded, though his actions said otherwise. Instead of leaving, he sat down on the chair by the bedside, clearly staying to keep an eye on Kakashi. All right, I still need to rent a wheelchair for Kakashi, Guy suddenly remembered, and promptly set off to take care of it. After leaving Kakashi's hospital room, Shinkyo passed by another open door and casually glanced inside before continuing on his way to one of the training grounds where he often attended lessons. Having effectively realized his potential as a user of all 5 chakra natures, Shinkyo had expanded his repertoire beyond just fire-release ninjutsu. Now, he began copying any technique he encountered, regardless of its nature. This time, however, Shinkyo set an additional task for himself. After copying a Chunin practicing the Earth Release, subterranean voyage technique, Shinkyo quickly put away his telescope and jumped down from the tree branch where he had been observing. He weaved signs and used the technique on a nearby shrub. As I thought, even if I don't consciously memorize it, my hands seem to retain the feel of the technique. Is this because this version of Madara Uchiha's body has an accelerated muscle memory formation ability? Or is it, as I suspect, an ability to rapidly accumulate experience? Shinkyo leaned against a tree, deep in thought. These two concepts are entirely different. Though their practical effects might seem similar, if experience were involved, it might point to something far more profound. Query: Uchiha Madara Konoha Founder Character Fragment Count. Current Uchiha Madara Konoha Founder JY Fragment Count 62. JY, huh? I think I finally understand the question that's been troubling me for 6 years. The JY abbreviation stood for experience, Jingyan, Xinghao, Jingyan, in pinyin. Under normal circumstances, Shinkyo would never have thought to connect his abilities to such a concept. But after noticing abnormalities in figures like Orochimaru and Obito, and then seeing Kakashi and Guy gain what he referred to as super keywords, Shinkyo finally realized the special nature of this shinobi world. Since I've uncovered the truth, I'd better start developing my own keyword. Experience Madara, or perhaps backless experience Madara. If I divide it, it seems to consist of 2 sub-keywords. If I'm not mistaken, the backlist part should be supplementary, while experience is the core. The backlist keyword wasn't particularly overpowered. Through his observations, Shinkyo had deduced that it only protected his back. It didn't extend to the area above his neck or below his waist. However, in most cases, enemy ambushes aimed at the back were designed for speed, making it unlikely that smaller targets like the neck or legs would be chosen. Thus, as long as this information remained secret, it served as an excellent anti-ambush measure. Speaking of which, if I take out the gunbai, in an instant, Shinkyo retrieved a scroll from his ninja pouch, unrolled it in one swift motion, and summoned the gunbai. He then mimicked the iconic defensive stance of Madara Uchiha from the game. At that moment, a leaf drifted down in the breeze and landed on the gunbai. Instantly, a violent gale erupted, snapping the massive trees in front of Shinkyo like twigs. These trees, each with trunks several meters in diameter, were felled in an instant. As one of the Uchiha clan's most treasured heirlooms and the inspiration for their clan emblem, the gunbai had the ability to absorb chakra and convert it into wind nature chakra. The absorbed chakra could come from others or from the wielder themselves. With this fan, I essentially have the ability to unleash powerful wind release techniques without hand seals. Its utility far exceeds something like wind release. Great breakthrough. Most importantly, it can synergize with the backlist buff to achieve front and back dual defense. Suddenly, Shinkyo sensed a rapidly moving target approaching from his right. Without hesitation, he swung the gunbai horizontally as if it were a sword, pointing it at a specific spot to his right. Gulp! The approaching figure instinctively swallowed nervously. It was a boy who looked no older than 10, yet he was already wearing Konoha's standard green flak jacket. His sleeve bore the insignia of the Konoha police force. Such pure eyes, and to have joined the Konoha police force at such a young age. Shursui. No, Uchiha Shursui, is that you? Recognizing the figure, Shinkyo lowered the gunbai. In his view, someone like Shursui, a character with a kind-hearted and upright demeanor, wasn't someone to be overly cautious around. For people like him, Shinkyo had a special counter-strategy. As Shinkyo suspected, the boy was indeed Uchiha Shursui, the future wielder of Kodo Emetsukami and a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Snapping out of his daze, Shursui finally spoke. I thought I was fast enough already, but it seems I'm still just a frog in a well. Mastery of body flicker and blade techniques are entirely different things, Shinkyo replied. A skilled swordsman might be able to strike several, or even dozens, of times in 1 second. Regular body flicker techniques can achieve that kind of repeated movement within the same time frame. Though Shinkyo's words offered no direct consolation, Shursui felt oddly comforted by them. Such a distinctively Uchiha way of offering reassurance. Smiling, Shursui said, "You're a kind person, aren't you, senpai?" "I'm not kind, and I'm not your senpai," Shinkyo replied flatly, though inwardly he thought, pure-hearted kids like him are easy to handle. A genuinely kind and good-hearted individual tended to interpret others' actions and words in the best possible light. With such people, a few well-chosen words could easily win their favor. This was a lesson Shinkyo had picked up during his years as a merchant, though he rarely encountered truly honest people. He continued, "In terms of seniority, I'm just a newly appointed genin who's been on the job for less than 2 months. Even so, your age and strength far exceed mine, so I should call you senpai," Shursui insisted. A thought suddenly occurred to him. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Shursui. I'm currently serving in the Konoha police force, though I've just recently returned to the village after an extended mission outside. May I ask your name, senpai? My name is Uchiha Shinkyo. Well, I suppose you could say I'm just a rookie ninja who started to make his mark. So you're the new era Uchiha Madara, who defeated the leader of Amage Cure. My comrades have been talking about you a lot lately. Although Shursui hadn't seen Shinkyo's face before, the name was familiar to him. His impression of Shinkyo was that of a powerful ally with a strong will of fire. Now that I think about it, the rumors were true. No wonder he can wield that fan so effortlessly. Wait, the fan? Finally noticing the gunbai in Shinkyo's hand, Shursui began to feel nervous again. New era Uchiha Madara. What kind of ridiculous title is that? Shinkyo muttered, planting the gunbai on the ground as he rolled his eyes. Though he didn't care much for nicknames, he thought to himself, as long as it's not as cringeworthy as Invincible Tyrannosaurus Battle God, I can tolerate it. Of course, if it were Invincible Hokage King, I might actually accept it. Shinkyo-senpai, Shui hesitated. What is it? Is that the legendary gunbai? If so, what's your connection to Madara-sama? Though it had only been a few decades since Madara faded from public view, the younger Uchiha now referred to those of Madara's era as their ancestors. The last recorded appearance of the gunbai in the Uchiha clan's history was when Madara left the clan, taking the fan with him. To this day, the gunbai's whereabouts remained unknown. However, due to its symbolic significance, its likeness was still commonly seen in the Uchiha clan, particularly in educational materials for inquisitive and studious young ninjas like Shui. Upon seeing the fan in Shinkyo's hand, Shui was almost certain it was the genuine article, especially after witnessing the ferocious wind it produced earlier. And anyone wielding the gunbai would almost certainly have some connection to Madara. Not to mention, Shinkyo-senpai's appearance bears a striking resemblance to the statue of Madara at the Valley of the End. Although the statue, like the Hokage rock, was a rough depiction, it was enough to notice the similarities. Great. Now, there's no way to clear this misunderstanding, even if I jump into the Naka River. If I told you I ordered this from a shop called Tobiu Ninja Tools, would you believe me? Shinkyo said sarcastically. Do I look that gullible? What kind of shop would dare to make something like that? Shui retorted, genuinely concerned that any shop attempting to replicate the gunbai would provoke an uproar among the Uchiha. Fine, I admit it's the real gunbai. As for my connection to Madara, I have none. I see. If you have your reasons, I won't press further. Though Shui was filled with questions, he chose to respect Shinkyo's privacy and refrain from asking more. At that moment, Shinkyo spoke again. It's getting late. I have plans tonight, so I'll leave you with some advice. Uchiha ninjas who push their strength too far at a young age may find it detrimental in the long run. Remember, a healthy body is the foundation for realizing your full potential over time. With that, Shinkyo used the body flicker technique to leave the area. His speed left Shui in awe once more, further solidifying the gap between their abilities. So this is the power of a ninja at the Kage level? But what did he mean by that? Why can't Uchiha ninjas advance their strength too quickly during their youth? Shui pondered the cryptic advice, feeling increasingly confused. Wait, could it have something to do with the Sharingan? Recalling his own experiences with awakening and advancing the Sharingan, Shui began connecting the dots. He realized the pain and emotional turmoil he had endured might not have been the only consequences of awakening his Sharingan at an early age. So the early awakening of the Sharingan doesn't just bring psychological pain. In truth, Shinkyo's warning was more of a speculative observation than a proven fact. However, for Shui, the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Thankfully, there aren't many young members of the Uchiha clan who awaken the Sharingan too early. *** Ninja Academy. First year training ground. ***. Originally, Uchiha Itachi believed that, at his age, it was impossible for him to be defeated, especially after some time spent honing his skills. Among his peers, there were no longer any students willing to face him during practical training sessions. But today, not only had he received a challenge, the challenger had made a rather peculiar request. Itachi, accept my challenge. I heard from my brother that you've already mastered a C-rank fire release jutsu, right? Itachi didn't underestimate this peer of his who had only recently entered the academy. In fact, he never underestimated any opponent. Moreover, this particular opponent was skilled in taijutsu and shuriken techniques, making her a formidable challenger. He didn't refuse Izuna's challenge, but instead began analyzing her combat capabilities. Izuna Naru, the younger sister of Shinkyo-senpai? According to my father, they seem to also carry Uchiha blood. Could it be that she has also mastered Fire Release? Great Fireball Technique? Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique was almost always the first C-rank jutsu learned by Uchiha ninjas. To Itachi, it was entirely reasonable that Izuna, as a descendant of the Uchiha, might have learned it as well. Her speed is also remarkable. Every time she throws a kunai, she moves to its position almost instantly, often following up with a taijutsu strike. All right, both sides form a seal of confrontation. The class instructor, Funino, was grinning from ear to ear. Typically, an ordinary ninja academy teacher would be proud to have even one exceptional student under their guidance. Yet this year, he'd hit the jackpot with two. Itachi's strength is undeniable to everyone, and Shinkyo-sama's younger sister wouldn't be the type to overestimate herself. What's more, she's already proven her skill. Funino recalled the countless sparring sessions where Izuna had challenged her classmates, defeating all but Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, and Inuzuka Hana using only taijutsu. It made sense that Izumi and Hana, as her close friends, hadn't fought her. But Itachi didn't belong to their circle. Funino had long anticipated that Izuna would eventually challenge him. He just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Could it be that Shinkyo-sama has taught her some powerful jutsu? Hopefully not anything too dangerous. Recalling how Izuna had practically been a walking explosion hazard when she first entered the academy, the slightly chubby instructor couldn't help but wipe a bead of sweat from his brow. Thankfully, she's toned it down now. Speaking of which, Funino glanced toward Uchiha Izumi and Inuzuka Hana. By logic, people tend to group with those of similar skill. If they're close to Izuna, they shouldn't be mediocre. So why do they always seem so unremarkable? Of course, he didn't have time to dwell on such questions now, as Izuna and Itachi had already begun forming hand seals on the training ground. Snake ram, monkey boar, horse tiger. Halfway through making seals, Itachi noticed that Izuna wasn't forming the seals for fire release, great fireball technique, as he had initially assumed. Instead, she was preparing a jutsu that seemed more suitable for their age group. Clone technique. 3 clones appeared around Izuna, who used them to reposition herself while avoiding Itachi's great fireball technique. This maneuver successfully disrupted Itachi's ability to identify her true location. Izuna's chakra reserves weren't particularly high and remained within the range of an ordinary person. However, creating 3 basic clones was still simple for her. And since Itachi hadn't yet awakened his Sharingan, he couldn't directly identify her true body. Not a bad tactic, but basic clones are merely the lowest form of deception. They can't even synchronize their movements perfectly with the original and hardly serve to confuse my vision. Still, even with a way to counter a move, Itachi wasn't the type to remain passive in battle. He couldn't guarantee that these clones weren't a setup for another jutsu. Thus, he took the initiative and charged toward one of the Izunas. A 1 in 4 chance. I got it. The one he targeted happened to be the real Izuna. Her subtle micro-movements upon seeing him approach confirmed it for Itachi. Illusions alone couldn't replicate such detailed reactions. Using chakra to accelerate his step, Itachi executed a side kick aimed directly at Izuna. Watching this, Funino silently praised him in his mind. Itachi's combat aptitude is extraordinary. But Izuna doesn't seem that simple either. Funino noticed that Izuna's reaction was equally swift. It was the movement for a substitution jutsu. And the substitute item seemed unusual. A bundle of paper. As Itachi's kick connected, the paper bundle used as Izuna's substitute exploded into scattered sheets. However, it didn't seem to have any offensive effect. Wait, what's this? Itachi suddenly noticed that the scattered pieces of paper had words written on them, not explosive. I see. So, it's a paper substitution technique disguised as explosive tags. Itachi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Each piece of paper scattered across the ground bore the phrase, not explosive, surrounded by patterns resembling those on explosive tags. While they didn't actually explode, the implication was clear. Izuna could easily have replaced them with real explosive tags. But what was he supposed to make of this? At just 6 years old, Itachi wasn't sure what to think of such a situation. If those papers had been real explosive tags, the resulting blast would have been enough to kill him. But since explosive tags were expensive and not widely used, was this a valid move or not? Does getting blown up by non-explosive explosive tags even count as losing? On the other side, Izuna noticed Itachi's sudden hesitation and looked confused. She had no idea what he was mulling over. Itachi, if you don't snap out of it soon, I'm going to attack. So she doesn't consider the paper substitution technique a big deal in that case. My apologies. That was careless of me. Itachi quickly formed a shadow clone, his current limit. However, just as he prepared to use his shadow clone to assist with a shuriken-based technique, he realized something strange. Why is my chakra? Normally, a shadow clone would split half of the user's chakra. But this time, Itachi noticed that his chakra reserve in the original body hadn't decreased at all. Could it cause a major discrepancy in chakra levels between me and the clone, making it obvious to an observer? But if that's the case, he dispelled the shadow clone. It seems the clone's feedback came through, but the chakra didn't return. I'll need to spar with a Huga to figure out the chakra distribution issue with my shadow clones. Though Itachi couldn't fully understand what was happening, a bold idea began forming in his mind. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby academy building, Shinkyo had been observing the fight and also noticed something unusual. What's this kid doing? Don't tell me. The next moment, Itachi suddenly created 10 shadow clones. This was clearly beyond the limits of a young Itachi, yet he showed no signs of fatigue or chakra depletion. This sight made Shinkyo widen his eyes. Could it be healthy Itachi? Wait, if it's the broad definition of health, does that include mental health? If it does, then can he even awaken his Sharingan? The concept of healthy Itachi originally began as speculation about what Itachi's character might be like if he were physically healthy. Much like the experienced Madara hypothesis, where Madara, with abundant experience, would never be caught off guard. It started as a simple what-if. Over time, however, the concept of healthy Itachi evolved, focusing less on Itachi himself and more on the concept of health. The definition of health, being in a state of physical, mental, and social well-being, became the cornerstone of the healthy Itachi meme. The idea was that if Itachi were injured, he wouldn't be in a state of physical well-being and therefore wouldn't qualify as healthy Itachi. Still, based on current observations, Itachi's ability doesn't seem godlike to the point of conceptual invincibility. Shinkyo had already tested the limits of his own abilities. The experience he gained was constrained to what Madara Uchiha could realistically achieve. Even when Aido's resolve hardened, he didn't instantly transform into the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. He didn't wield the truth-seeking orbs with absurd destructive power. Orochimaru's endless research funds may have appeared out of thin air, but he already had the capability to procure them. He just didn't want to waste time doing so. Guy and Kakashi merely received auxiliary buffs. Guy didn't immediately enter the Eight Gates formation, and Kakashi didn't suddenly master Kamui. So Itachi likely has an ability tied to health. In that case, if I'm experienced Madara, then does that mean Shinkyo activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and scanned the shadow clones on the field. Although he couldn't discern any visual differences between them, he had an inexplicable sense. The third one from the left is the real one. Normally, shadow clones were so precise that not even the Sharingan, Byakugan, or Rinnegan could distinguish them from the original. But for someone with immense experience, identifying the real one was possible. Now this is true experience. Shinkyo leapt from the rooftop, landing near the training ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. His sudden arrival caught the attention of the surrounding students and teachers. Even Izuna, who was using her fake explosive tags to entangle Itachi's shadow clones, paused to look. Big brother? Itachi and his clones also turned to see who had arrived. Shinkyo smiled at his younger sister before addressing Funino. Funino-sensei, may I borrow these two for a while? Are you going to give them private instruction? Something like that. If we're going to test healthy Itachi's abilities, it's best if I do it myself. Shinkyo knew his sister was just an ordinary person in the grand scheme of things. Unless she used real explosive tags, she stood no chance against Itachi. But the academy wouldn't allow a first-year student to use real explosive tags in training. Now that he understood this, there was no way he'd let her continue the match. Izuna, Itachi, come with me. I have about an hour and a half. During that time, I'll do my best to coach you. Yay! Izuna cheered, practically bouncing with excitement. Ever since Shinkyo taught her the explosive flame array, he hadn't passed down any new techniques. This felt like a rare opportunity. Itachi, 2. Was delighted at the prospect of being guided by someone as strong as Shinkyo. To him, it wasn't just a chance to improve, it was also an opportunity to fulfill his father's expectations. But just now, Shinkyo-senpai addressed my original body directly. Could it be that my shadow clones are already distinguishable to the Sharingan? I'll have to test this with father later. Shinkyo led the two to a secluded training ground, one he had practically claimed as his own. Once there, Shinkyo asked, "Itachi, have you tested your chakra nature?" "Yes. Father helped me test it before. I have fire, wind, and water natures. But so far, I've only learned fire release techniques." "I see. Then let's begin by testing Izuna's chakra nature. Here, Izuna, take this." Shinkyo handed her a piece of chakra paper. Izuna tilted her head in confusion. This is chakra paper. When a ninja channels their chakra into it, the paper reacts differently based on the chakra's nature. Lightning makes it wrinkle, wind cuts it, fire burns it, water makes it wet, and earth crumbles it. If multiple natures are present, the paper can show multiple effects. Casually activating the concealed wrist device he'd taken from Toby, Shinkyo infused a separate piece of chakra paper with mixed chakra. Unsurprisingly, the paper displayed all 5 elemental changes simultaneously. "What? You have all 5 chakra natures?" Itachi was visibly shocked, recalling how his father had once mentioned that individuals with all 5 natures were exceedingly rare, even since Konoha's founding. "Big brother, that's amazing." While Itachi's reaction was restrained, Izuna's innocent admiration made Shinkyo feel unexpectedly embarrassed. "Ahem, it's actually just a trick. This one's not mine. It's just a demonstration. My own chakra is fire nature." "Huh? Then why does it show 5 changes?" "Let's call it a piece of technology. I'll explain at home. For now, let's focus on the training. Izuna, let's see your chakra nature." "All right." Izuna obediently channeled her chakra into the paper. The paper split down the middle, one half wrinkling while the other half burst into flames. Fire, wind, and lightning. 3 natures well suited for combat. I'll start by giving you both a quick questionnaire to determine which jutsu align best with your abilities. A questionnaire? Itachi looked puzzled. It was the first time he'd heard of someone using such a method to teach jutsu. But it does sound reasonable. Take fire release. Great fireball technique and fire release. Dragon flame technique, for example. Both were basic C-rank fire release jutsu. While some people naturally preferred and excelled at the great fireball, others leaned toward the dragon flame due to their inherent preferences or abilities. It seems Shinkyo-senpai has a well-thought-out system. Shinkyo quickly used a speed writing technique he learned from Jiraiya to fill 2 blank scrolls with questions. Izuna took the scroll and pen with mild skepticism, but soon realized what was happening. "I knew it. He's making me go through this whole process just to mess with me again." Just as Shinkyo knew his sister well, Izuna also understood her brother. She was certain he wouldn't bother with a questionnaire for someone whose abilities he already knew inside and out, which meant there was only one explanation. Still, even though she knew what was going on, as family, Izuna chose not to call him out. But poor Itachi is going to get completely roped into this. Meanwhile, Itachi had already fallen into a state of unprecedented tension as he tackled the questionnaire. The cause, of course, was the nature of the questions. Sample questions from Shinkyo's scroll asterisk. 1. When faced with a critical mission or decision, even if it risks harming loved ones, I firmly believe my actions are justified in pursuit of greater peace or justice. A. Strongly agree. B. Agree. C. Neutral. D. Disagree. E. Strongly disagree. Just the first question alone made Itachi's young mind wrestle with deep inner turmoil. Yet the next question didn't even give him a chance to process. 2. Even under immense physical and emotional stress, I am capable of concealing my feelings and preventing others from noticing my struggles. A. Strongly agree. B. Agree. C. Neutral. D. Disagree. E. Strongly disagree. Right? As a ninja, I must learn to hide my emotions. Looking ahead, Itachi felt an even greater sense of unease. 3. I believe personal loneliness and sacrifice are necessary costs for achieving a grand mission, and I harbor no resentment toward this reality. 4. I often feel a deep fatigue in my heart, yearning for someone with whom I can share my inner world and find mutual support. 5. Are these really questions related to jutsu? Itachi couldn't help but ask after a long struggle, breaking a fundamental ninja rule of not questioning the purpose of their tasks. Of course they are. Trust in my expertise. After analyzing your responses, I'll recommend techniques perfectly suited to your future as a ninja, ranging from C rank to S rank. Don't worry, I can teach them. What? S rank techniques? Even as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, Itachi was stunned at the thought of someone casually offering to teach S rank techniques. Izuna, on the other hand, was completely unfazed. Her expression was identical to someone lounging on a couch, watching a curious pet cat figure out how to play with a toy. When Izuna saw Itachi lower his head and start earnestly answering the questions, she sighed inwardly. Another one falls victim to my brother's nonsense. His psychological state seems quite healthy as well. Even though Shinkyo had only drafted about 30 preliminary questions, he could already analyze that the current Uchiha Itachi was simply a relatively mature, normal child for his age, one who was particularly obedient and well-behaved. Whether this was due to Itachi's health, keyword affecting his mental state, or if Itachi was just naturally a normal 6-year-old at this stage, Shinkyo couldn't say for certain. But ultimately, the result was the same. If the health keyword also applies to his mind, then he'll always remain a stable, reasonable person. He won't go off the deep end trying to pull off something drastic. If it's just his age, then I'll just keep an eye on him as he grows. Were you able to figure anything out? Itachi asked hesitantly. His thoughts were in turmoil after answering the questionnaire, but the process had helped solidify some of his inner choices. Compared to missions, it seems family is more important. He thought of his stern but deeply caring father, his gentle and kind mother, and his adorable younger brother, whom he had sworn to protect. They were all his most precious family, and someone with whom I can share my inner world and find mutual support. Does that mean a best friend? Or someone like my father and mother? Shinkyo's voice interrupted Itachi's musings. Based on your answers, I could deduce your combat style. From the looks of it, you seem to excel in analyzing battle intel and carefully managing your chakra with precision. You likely calculate every move to the finest detail. But that doesn't quite align with your behavior just now, where you created so many shadow clones. Can you explain what's going on? Generally, such a meticulous fighting style is more common among ninjas with limited chakra reserves. Could a psychological questionnaire truly reveal combat style? Of course not. But that didn't stop Shinkyo from making an accurate observation and using it to segue into his real question about Itachi's chakra anomaly. Sure enough, the 6-year-old Itachi, still too young to see through such wordplay, fell for it. Amazing. He actually deduced my combat tendencies and recent anomalies. At this realization, the shadow cast over Itachi's heart by the questionnaire lifted in an instant. You're absolutely correct, Shinkyo-senpai. Recently, I don't know exactly when, but it might have been just now, my chakra reserves suddenly feel much more abundant. Or rather, after a large expenditure, my chakra seems to recover unusually quickly. I see. In that case, you might not need to be as frugal with your chakra usage in future battles. If that's the case, even massive chakra depletion counts as unhealthy, huh? But there must be some kind of limitation like extraction speed or an upper limit. There should be an upper limit, right? Let me teach you a combat style tailored specifically for ninjas like us who don't lack chakra. I'll demonstrate first. Seeing Itachi nod earnestly, his focus sharpened, and even Izuna watching from the side entering a serious mode, Shinkyo turned his attention to a specific direction and created 4 shadow clones. The shadow clone technique for ninjas with limited chakra is primarily used for intelligence gathering. For those with moderate chakra reserves, it can serve as decoys or distractions in battles. But for someone with an abundant amount of chakra, it can even become a key offensive tool. For example, like this. 2 of Shinkyo's shadow clones immediately launched Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. The other 2 unleashed Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, controlling the number of Shuriken and using principles similar to Fire Release. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique to ensure the shuriken clones wouldn't interfere with the fireballs. Meanwhile, Shinkyo's main body quickly formed seals and cast Wind Release. Great breakthrough. The combination of these three techniques created a destructive compound jutsu of considerable scale. That was so cool, Izuna exclaimed instinctively. Of course, this time, she also spoke for Itachi. Amazing. Though young, Itachi didn't yet fully grasp what true strength meant. But Shinkyo's overwhelming display of coordinated attacks, with its dazzling effects of fire and wind, awakened something in his heart. I want to fight like that. The principle of this compound jutsu, Shinkyo explained, is to use the shadow clone technique to simultaneously execute fire release, great fireball technique, wind release, great breakthrough, and shuriken shadow clone technique. By combining them with the principle of fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, the fireballs and shuriken clones merge seamlessly. Then, utilizing the fact that wind enhances fire, the jutsu's power and speed are further amplified. Additionally, the jutsu can be strengthened not only by increasing chakra input, but also by upgrading each component. For instance, you can replace the Great Fireball with Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, or use specialized shuriken for the shuriken clones. Because of its destructive power, I won't demonstrate those variations here. However, this style is highly chakra-intensive and requires a fair amount of technical skill. But I believe this level of difficulty won't be an issue for you, Itachi. Here are the hand seals and an outline of the four techniques I mentioned. As for the difficulty level of this compound, jutsu, I'd say it qualifies as S rank, given the chakra requirement alone. Shinkyo casually tossed a scroll to Itachi before turning to his sister, who was looking at him with eager, glowing eyes. Izuna, this jutsu isn't suitable for you. But don't worry, I'll teach you something just as impressive. The jutsu I have in mind doesn't require an enormous amount of chakra, but it's extremely challenging to master. Don't give up midway just because it's hard. Ever since Shinkyo had completed most of his research in a ninjutsu, he noticed Izuna's innate talent for techniques like the body flicker. Naturally, this brought to mind the strongest and most unique body flicker in the ninja world. Astra's Flying Thunder God Technique Asterisk, a space-time jutsu. Shinkyo had already devised a comprehensive training plan for mastering Flying Thunder God Technique. It involved exercises like reverse summoning to train spatial awareness and frequent use of speed writing techniques to improve the precision of seal inscriptions. These methods could equally be applied to Izuna. Shinkyo was confident that with 10 years of practice, by the time Izuna turned 16, she'd at least be able to use Flying Thunder God for tactical retreats, even if she couldn't reach the 4th Hokage's level. Then again, teaching Izuna Flying Thunder God feels a bit like sending her to hell. Oh well, the actual Izuna in the Pure Land hasn't voiced any objections. Of course, I'd never give up when it comes to ninjutsu. Izuna replied with full confidence. She trusted that whatever her brother taught her, even if it wasn't the absolute best, would undoubtedly be the most suitable for her. Thus, she felt no jealousy over Itachi receiving an S-rank jutsu. Naturally, techniques like Great Fireball, Great Breakthrough, and Shuriken Shadow Clone are things I can teach you as well. Starting tomorrow, I'll dedicate time to teaching you. However, you won't be able to replicate the compound jutsu I just demonstrated using shadow clones. Your chakra reserves aren't as plentiful as Itachi's, so that style would be inefficient for you. You have a more fitting fighting style of your own. Got it. Izuna nodded enthusiastically. Oh, by the way, Itachi, there's one more thing I need to tell you. If someone asks where you learned Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, just say I taught it to you. Why is that? Itachi asked, puzzled. Clearly, he wasn't aware of the background of Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Because this technique was developed by the 3rd Hokage and passed down to one of the Sannin, Orochimaru, who then taught it to me. It's an A-rank ninjutsu, and since it's tied to the Hokage, not clarifying its origin might lead to unnecessary trouble. What? The 3rd Hokage created this technique. Hearing this, Itachi felt the weight of the scroll in his hands grow heavier. Don't stress too much. Ninjutsu, like the will of fire the 3rd Hokage often speaks of, is meant to be passed down. In truth, while the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique was nominally an A-rank jutsu, it wasn't particularly difficult. It could easily be copied with a 3-tomo Sharingan. Additionally, since it didn't involve any elemental chakra, most Uchiha Jonin who had seen it in action likely already knew it. However, due to potential copyright issues, few people were willing to use it openly, as it wasn't irreplaceable. Izuna, however, raised a question. Big brother, before teaching this technique, did you let Orochimaru Senpai, or Grandpa, 3rd Hokage know? Well, Shinkyo stroked his chin thoughtfully. I never explicitly told them, but Orochimaru Sensei has already acknowledged my mastery of this technique as fully qualified. So I'm technically allowed to teach it. Orochimaru hadn't actually said that, but Shinkyo's skill with this technique was indeed unparalleled. For instance, his Susanoo, Shuriken Shadow clone technique used in Aim no Kuni was far beyond the standard version. Even if it's thanks to my experience, it's still my accomplishment. Fully qualified, isn't that a term borrowed from samurai traditions? Itachi recalled his knowledge from books. Exactly. By the way, Orochimaru Sensei's swordsmanship is surprisingly advanced. He can even control flying swords. And so, Shinkyo, Izuna, and Itachi spent the rest of the afternoon in a semi-casual mix of training and chatting. By the time they finished, the academy day had ended, and it was nearly time for Shinkyo's meeting with Asuma and the others. All right, that's it for today. Goodbye, Itachi. I'll take Izuna home now. Understood. Thank you, Shinkyo-senpai. I'll remember your guidance for the rest of my life. You're only 6. Don't go throwing around words like for the rest of my life. I wonder what heights this healthy Itachi will reach in the future. Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage had been watching Shinkyo's earlier demonstration with Itachi and Izuna through his crystal ball. At first, he thought Shinkyo was merely showing off for the kids. He never expected that Shinkyo was genuinely teaching them. Is that something you should be teaching children? The 3rd Hokage couldn't help but imagine a scenario where a group of kids unleashed high-powered jutsu during their academy graduation exams. Then, thinking about Itachi as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, his thoughts drifted to the younger son, Sasuke. From there, his mind wandered to Naruto, the peer of Sasuke, and the 9 tails sealed within him. What followed was an incredibly bizarre mental image. A handsome boy with the iconic Uchiha hairstyle controlled a towering, over 100-meter, tall humanoid chakra entity, facing off against a similarly massive chakra-powered fox controlled by a blonde boy. The two giant chakra constructs clashed, shaking the heavens and earth. Amid the chaos, the blonde boy shouted, "Sasuke, I'm the top of this Chunin exam. Give it up, Naruto. The title of Chunin exam champion is mine." The 3rd Hokage wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. While it was just a fleeting imagination, the scene was far from kind to his heart. I hope Itachi doesn't end up like that. Naira household. There were 15 minutes left until Shinkyo's scheduled meeting time. All right, Izuna, here's the summary of some relatively simple jutsu for fire, wind, and lightning natures. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you the detailed methods for executing them. Beyond that, I'll also begin some very special training. Special training? Izuna asked curiously. Do you remember when I told you about the technique where you throw a kunai and immediately move to its location? The actual technique involves marking the kunai with a seal, allowing you to appear at the kunai's position, bypassing all obstacles and distance. Its true name is Flying Thunder God Technique. It was developed by the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and perfected by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. However, Shinkyo looked directly into Izuna's eyes and spoke seriously. This is a genuine S-rank jutsu. Learning it is extremely difficult. It's very likely that by the time Itachi masters his compound jutsu, you might not even have a rough grasp of this technique. But don't get discouraged. Mastering this jutsu, even if it takes you 10, 20, 30, or 40 years, will absolutely be worth it. World domination? Izuna's mouth fell open in astonishment. That's right, world domination. This technique allows instantaneous movement without any startup time or distance limitation. Chakra consumption is so negligible that it's barely worth mentioning. And if the user is skilled enough, they can even leave teleportation marks on their enemies. To put it crudely, you could theoretically teleport to your enemy every time they sit down to eat and steal their food until they starve. That While Izuna found the description terrifying, she also felt it was a bit too underhanded, leaving her unsure how to respond. So, Izuna, do you want to learn it? Of course, Izuna replied without hesitation. But let's skip the food-stealing tactic, she thought to herself. Asterisk, asterisk, Konoha Food Street. Asterisk, asterisk. Kakashi, what happened to you? Asuma's eyes widened in shock when he saw Kakashi being pushed over in a wheelchair by Guy. Don't tell me Shinkyo fought you just to drag you here. Hearing this, Kakashi gave Asuma a deadpan look, his usual dead fish eyes, in full effect. Guy, on the other hand, sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Oh, actually it was me. We both recently developed new techniques and thought we'd spar a little, just to practice. It was supposed to be light training, but I accidentally kicked him in the head. Guy's rare awkwardness was evident. Normally brimming with confidence and energy, this was one of the few situations where he seemed genuinely embarrassed. At least, in all the years Asuma had known Guy, he couldn't recall many moments like this. So something like that really happened? Huh? But Guy, you've gotten so strong now. Even if it was just training, managing to land a hit like that on Kakashi, doesn't that basically confirm you're the second strongest among us? Asuma genuinely respected Kakashi's talent and Guy's hard work, but he was starting to feel the weight of falling behind his peers. He had never imagined that Guy, the one who used to be mocked for his single-minded focus on taijutsu, would actually surpass him. I need to train harder too. Maybe I should hold off on taking missions for a while and focus on improving myself. Just as Asuma resolved this internally, Kakashi suddenly spoke. I also hope you'll be the second strongest among us, Asuma. I really do. Huh? Why is that? Guy, clearly confused, tilted his head. Because of another matter? We have another peer. Never mind. I hope I'm just overthinking things. Kakashi took a deep breath and fell silent again, leaving Guy utterly bewildered. Asuma, however, found his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Another peer? Come to think of it, Shinkyo did mention keeping tonight's gathering limited to our generation of academy peers. Could there be something going on with one of us? He began mentally going through their cohort. Kurenai me, Kakashi Guy, Hey, Ebisu, Aoba Radogam. Could it be Genma? He's always been the composed, enigmatic one, right? Shonui Genma, a ninja always seen with a sunbon in his mouth, who spoke with a sharp wit and philosophical tone, and who had an uncanny ability to stay calm no matter the situation. In Asuma's mind, Genma had always carried a certain aura of coolness. So naturally, when it was suggested that one of their peers might possess extraordinary power, Asuma's first thought was Genma. However, reality often proved that outward appearances didn't always correlate with strength. Sometimes, the ones who seemed a bit silly were the true powerhouses. At that moment, a red-eyed girl emerged from the restaurant. All right, I've ordered the food. Huh? Kakashi, what happened to you? Training accident, Guy quickly answered, laughing awkwardly. You know how us guys tend to go all out during practice. Ha ha. Kurenai Yui sighed. Fine, but can Kakashi even properly participate in dinner like this? It's not a big deal, Kakashi replied. Besides, tonight's gathering isn't about the food, it's about something important. Exactly, Asuma nodded. Aside from the stories I have to share, Shinkyo mentioned he has something significant to discuss with us. That's why he specifically asked for only our cohort to attend. Before Asuma could finish, the door to the dango shop opened, and Shiranui Genma walked in, his trademark sunbon still in his mouth. Long time no see, everyone. Kakashi, what's up with you? Genma quickly scanned Kakashi's body, noting the neck brace, but no other obvious injuries. Doesn't look like a mission injury. Not bad, Genma. Still as sharp as ever. Guy gave him a thumbs up. Sharp? Come on, Kakashi's got the combat skills, and Ebisu's got the theory. Me? At best, I'm just a crow's beak, Genma replied, downplaying himself with his usual calm demeanor. Just then, another figure arrived, a boy wearing round, dark sunglasses. Theory, huh? Well, I'm still the only one in this little circle who's a genin, right? Don't underestimate theory, Asuma said with a smirk. Even someone like Shinkyo, clearly Kaga level, was stuck teaching at the academy for a few days because the third Hokage pulled him in. If it weren't for Orochimaru Senpai stepping in, who knows how long he would have stayed there. Seriously? Ebisu, the boy in sunglasses, perked up. The idea that a powerhouse like Shinkyo could struggle with something as mundane as academy teaching gave him a surprising boost of confidence. At that moment, a small black snake slithered out of the ground, followed by a puff of smoke as Shinkyo himself reverse-summoned into the scene. Good evening, everyone. And this is... Shinkyo's gaze landed on Ebisu, the only person he didn't immediately recognize. See? Shinkyo doesn't even know who I am. Ebisu muttered, clearly dejected. But Shinkyo quickly connected the dots. Oh, so he's part of Kakashi's generation too? You're Ebisu, right? I've heard you're excellent at theory. That's the kind of talent someone like me, a complete academic failure, envies. Ha. Just the other day, during a mission, I came up with a temporary jutsu mid-battle, but my lack of theoretical knowledge caused it to backfire on me. Shinkyo was referring to his earlier mishap with the ice mirrors collapsing due to unintended vibrations from his own jutsu. To him, it wasn't a big deal, it was just an amateur mistake. Ebisu was surprised to be recognized. Even someone as strong as Shinkyo struggles with theory? Maybe there's hope for me after all. Wait, did I get the wrong person? Shinkyo frowned. Among the Konoha ninjas, he remembered, the only ones who wore sunglasses were either Black Flash, Ebisu, or Isho Oba. But Aoba's sunglasses had a different design, and his demeanor was far more charismatic. No, you're right. I am Ebisu, he confirmed. Gama chimed in. You know, Ebisu, maybe you should consider becoming a teacher. I think you'd be great at it. A teacher? Ebisu mulled it over. That might not be a bad idea. He had long realized that his peers outshone him in combat. Even Obito, once considered the class underdog, and Guy, who was mocked for his singular focus on taijutsu, had far surpassed him. The pressure of being the weakest weighed heavily on him. Yet, as a genin with no real aptitude for battle, teaching felt like a path worth exploring. All right, everyone's here, right? Asuma motioned toward the door. Let's head inside. Even though we've reserved the place, crowding the entrance isn't exactly the best look. Got it. Asterisk and asterisk. Wait, you reserved the whole place? Asuma, you're still as extravagant as ever. Doesn't Kurenai ever stop you? Yamashiro Aoba, another classmate, arrived at the dango shop, teasing Asuma about his relationship with Kurenai. Asuma responded playfully, giving Aoba a few light punches on the arm. Aoba, ever the dramatist, feigned exaggerated pain in response. Despite being teased, Kurenai didn't blush or fluster. She simply shrugged. Even his father can't control him. What makes you think I can? It's hopeless. Though honestly, Asuma probably isn't the saving type. He's the kind of guy who spends whatever he earns. Ha, see? Kurenai gets me. Asuma laughed. Whenever he had money, he'd spend it on friends or experiences. While it made him popular, it certainly didn't help his savings. As the group began to move inside, Kakashi suddenly turned to Shinkyo. Shinkyo, you've seen the other eye, haven't you? The other eye? Gema immediately picked up on the tension in Kakashi's voice. Why does this feel so ominous? Kakashi's expression, it's not like him. He's usually so composed. Sharp as ever, Kakashi. You figured it out with just that much information. I was hoping I was wrong. Kakashi muttered, his voice heavy. But you're not. I don't understand. Why? If he's alive, why hasn't he come back? He wanted to become Hokage, didn't he? What's he doing now? Seeing Kakashi's emotions flare, Guy quickly steadied him. Though Guy didn't fully grasp the conversation's context, he could tell Kakashi was deeply hurt. What's going on? Guy asked. Become Hokage. Genma, Aoba, and Ebisu all thought of a lively, spirited figure from their academy days. It couldn't be. Genma's senbon nearly fell from his mouth as a thought struck him. No way, not him. At that moment, Asuma entered the shop with Hate, Gecko, and Reido Namishi. All right, I think we're all here now. The others must still be on missions. Oh, right, Kurenai, is Anko not coming? Anko mentioned earlier that she'd be helping Orochimaru Senpai test something this afternoon and evening. Orochimaru Senpai's project? All right then. Asuma glanced at Shinkyo. Shinkyo, why don't you start? Asuma, Hate, and Reido took their seats. Since everyone except Shinkyo and Ebisu already knew each other, there wasn't much need for introductions. All right, I'll start. On my recent mission in the Land of Snow, I encountered an enemy you might find hard to believe. Shinkyo trailed off as he pulled out a notebook and used his speed drawing technique on a blank sheet of paper. Although the person in the drawing had half their face disfigured, everyone present immediately recognized who it was. What? Aido? That's impossible. Aido died. Asuma's cigarette fell out of his mouth. Gunma's sunbon slipped from his lips, and Guy outright shouted in shock. How could this happen? Kurenai frowned deeply. Putting aside how Aido could still be alive, how could he possibly become an enemy? Shinkyo began explaining. According to Orochimaru-sensei's records, Aido was officially declared dead after being crushed by a boulder, right? And because of the war, his body wasn't recovered in time. It was assumed to have been taken by a Wagakure. That's the general understanding, isn't it? Everyone, except for Kakashi who couldn't nod, agreed. But that's wrong. Aido didn't die. He was saved by a schemer, a man with grand ambitions. This man orchestrated Rin's death and made sure Aido, an exceptionally talented Uchiha ninja, witnessed his only light be snuffed out by the hands of his best friend. This trauma awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, plunging him into darkness. What? You're saying Rin's death was orchestrated by someone? Kakashi's voice trembled with rage. The memory of killing Rin was the greatest wound of his life. Power, fame, even his own life, Kakashi could forego all of it. But Rin and Aido's fates were things he couldn't let go of. Wait, I have a question. Gunma suddenly raised his hand. If this schemer orchestrated everything, wouldn't Aido have turned on him first? Why does it sound like Aido's on his side instead? Yeah, why is that? Asuma echoed the confusion. That brings us to a common trait among certain gifted Uchiha with the Sharingan. When faced with immense trauma, some Uchiha don't question themselves or their enemy. Instead, they question the world itself. These individuals often come to believe that the entire world is wrong, and only they are right. Everything must align with their vision. Everyone froze, struggling to wrap their heads around this mindset. Right now, Aido's thought process is, this world, filled with ashes and despair, no longer has any value. Even if Rin were revived, it wouldn't matter. I will destroy this flawed world and create a new, truly peaceful one. A world where Rin exists and can be happy. For a moment, the room was silent. Everyone struggled to process what they'd just heard. Create a truly peaceful world? Is that even possible? Asuma asked, his voice tinged with doubt. Shinkyo continued, he's actually found a way to do it. What? Asterisk and asterisk. Think about it. If every person in the world were lying on the ground, unable to move, wouldn't there be no more conflict? Tell me, wouldn't that be peace? And Aido has indeed figured out a method to make it happen. What? That's no different from killing everyone to ensure peace. I absolutely can't accept that. Guy exclaimed, visibly furious. Such a concept of peace was utterly unacceptable to him, or to any sane person. Also, the fourth Hokage's death is directly tied to Aido. That night, it was Aido who attacked the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki during her moment of vulnerability and killed the third Hokage's wife. What? Asuma slammed the table, his eyes wide and bloodshot. My mother. She was killed by Aido. How could this? Even with such an ideology, why would Aido go so far? Kakashi was utterly shattered. His thoughts, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, were in complete disarray. Because he needed the Nine-Tails, and Konoha was a major obstacle to his plans. As for his deeper motivations, I can't say. I could only gather so much information. Shinkyo himself couldn't fully understand why Aido had chosen such an extreme path. Maybe he just thought starting with the Nine-Tails was the easiest way to kick off his plans. So, that special peer you're referring to is actually Aido. Asuma's voice trembled with anger, his face already flushed with barely restrained fury. I refuse to acknowledge that bastard as one of our peers. That scum. He's nothing but a monster. At this moment, Genma spoke up with a peculiar perspective that caught everyone's attention. No, I see it differently. I think the person who's alive now isn't really Aido anymore. You mean? Rado began, seemingly piecing together Gunma's implication. Right? The real Aido Uchiha, the hero of the Third Great Ninja War, died back then. His name is etched on the memorial stone in Konoha's cemetery. Exactly, Gunma nodded, his expression unusually serious. We can't let his name be sullied by a monster. I agree, Shinkyo added. From Konoha's perspective, Aido's name should indeed belong to a heroic soul who sacrificed himself in the war, not to a traitorous, destructive force who turned his back on everything he was meant to stand for. However, even if they symbolically stripped Aido of his identity, it didn't change the immediate problem. The real focus needed to be on how to deal with him. That said, Shinkyo continued, Konoha remains a significant obstacle to his plans. And all of you here, whether it's for the next few years, decades, or even longer, are the pillars of Konoha's future. That makes it all the more critical to understand this. Let's call him Phantom Dog. Knowing his capabilities and strategies could save your lives, even if you can't defeat him outright. Phantom Dog. Kurenai raised an eyebrow, clearly confused by the nickname. Still, she found it oddly satisfying, given her personal grief. Her father had perished during the Nine-Tails attack, and hearing the perpetrator being ridiculed gave her a small sense of vindication. Kakashi, however, had a clearer guess. Does that nickname have something to do with his abilities? Exactly, Shinkyo nodded. Just like your Sharingan, Kakashi, his eye has a space-time ability. But while yours allows long-distance attacks, his is focused on short-range. He can pull himself or others into an alternate dimension. Beyond that, his most defining and most troublesome ability is intangible phasing. What do you mean by that? Asuma's face darkened. When Phantom Dog is attacked, he can enter a phase state, either actively or passively. In this state, no technique other than space-time ninjutsu can affect him. Other than that, extremely intense light might cause some disruptions, but I can't say for sure how effective it is. When I hit him with a light-based technique, he happened to be outside my direct line of sight. What? Asuma was stunned. Doesn't that make him invincible? None of us can use offensive space-time ninjutsu. Not even the fourth Hokage could do that, right? If strong light works, does that mean Jinjutsu could work too? Kurenai, a Jinjutsu specialist, quickly zeroed in on a potential counter. Shinkyo sighed. He didn't want to dampen her morale, but he had to be honest. Cough, Kurenai. You have to remember, this Phantom Dog is still an Uchiha. And any Uchiha who's awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan is practically immune to visual Jinjutsu from non-Uchiha users. Worse, they can even reflect it back at the caster. In fact, even a standard 3-tomo Sharingan was often enough to dispel most visual Jinjutsu. In Shinkyo's mind, this was why characters like Sakura Haruno, despite having latent Jinjutsu talent, opted to abandon it. She was smart enough to realize that Jinjutsu mastery wasn't a practical path for ordinary people in a world with Sharingan users. Kurenai looked puzzled, clearly struggling to grasp the implications. Shinkyo, however, suddenly thought of a workaround. That said, there's one Jinjutsu-like technique that might actually work. Jinjutsu, Infinite Darkness Jutsu. It's a technique that shrouds the target in complete darkness, effectively blinding them, while the caster and their allies remain unaffected. It's an A-rank ninjutsu tied to the first and second Hokage. If you want to learn it, you'd probably have to apply to the third Hokage for permission. Asterisk